You're watching Tom Green Live. Roll the open.
Tom had the brains and the balls to start his own talk show, broadcasting live on the internet from his own home. And it was great. It was funny, chaotic, and it never took itself seriously.
That's good booze. Play something real quick, huh?
Okay.
All right.
I'm on Tom Green Live. Hooray!
All right, cool. Awesome.
It was unpredictable, and stuff went wrong all the time.
Well, we can't see the on-air feed right now. So, the live feed's not coming through too good, but we figured we'd sit and wait.
This guy's scaring me. Are we up on the computers?
He'd get mad at his production staff as a bit.
I want to see a laptop right now with it on the feed. Can I see it? Bring me a laptop right now.
Instead of whatever this is,
No. It's like a.
it's weird. It's weird.
It's sort of like an Olympic.
Sorry. Sometimes he'd get bombarded with prank calls, and because Tom has an actual sense of humor and a fully functioning brain, he could play along with them.
Tom Green, can you do a barrel roll for me?
It's a barrel roll.
Yeah, a barrel roll.
I like that guy. That looks cool.
I'm the guy you brought up on the first show.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry about that.
Hey, man, I just wanted to tell you.
Hello, you're on the air.
Instead of whatever this is,
I am really into rock, paper, scissors.
How into it are you?
I'm undefeated.
How is that possible?
But whenever they wanted anything, I would be like, all right, rock, paper, scissors. If you win, you can do this thing. If I win, and then I would like pick the thing that was like their sort of deepest fear, you know.
We play right now?
If I win, I do the programming on your show for a week. No.
That's worth a lot of money. You can fuck off.
You were so confident.
No.
Just
No.
That's a few months off.
That's all right. Sounds like someone's scared to lose at rock, paper, scissors.
It sounds like someone else is scared to lose.
No, you're asking me for something that's ridiculous.
look how mad it
You don't have it as.
And number one comedy podcast in the world.
Friends was a funny show. Joe, you were great on Friends. No, I wasn't on Friends.
Hey, stop joking.
No.
But is this
Hey,
one going to
everybody's
be
done it.
huge? Huge?
It's such a fun podcast. Such a fun time.
Need to beat Russia? Are you out of your fucking mind?
Fun.
Are you serious? Do you know how big that place is? Do you know how much military force is behind Putin? What are you talking about?
What are you talking
What are you talking about? Like, what if he just decides to go nuclear?
Oh, God, shut up.
Inside your whole regime.
Oh, that's better.
Tom Green, getting the black limousine.
Oh, hell yeah. God, can you imagine that parallel universe where Tom became the number one podcast guy instead of Joe? Must be a fun place to be. That's where we're all supposed to be, if anything made any fucking sense in this stupid world. But it doesn't. And sadly, guys, we are all forced to live in this very shitty branch of the multiverse.
Exiled from the group.
This is the branch where Stu and Joe stole Tom Green's idea, made a much shittier version of it, and slowly took over mainstream media, comedy, and the U.S. government. As he continues to spread his wonderful mental herpes to all his listeners week after week.
Hey, United, proud.
I'm proud to be your friend.
Proud of yours as well.
Proud. I love you, Joe, man.
I love you too,
Thank you for
brother.
your time, bro.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Almost forgot to thank him today. You can watch in real time the moment Joe realizes there might be gold in these podcast hills.
Getting the black limousine.
Oh, hell yeah. God, can you imagine that parallel universe where Tom became the number one podcast guy?
Can we play right now?
If I win, I do the programming on your show for a week. No.
That's worth a lot of money. You can fuck off.
You were so confident.
No.
Just
No.
That's a few months off.
That's all right. Sounds like someone's scared to lose at rock, paper, scissors.
It sounds like someone else is scared to lose.
No, you're asking me for something that's ridiculous.
Look how mad it is.
You don't have it as.
And number one comedy podcast in the world.
Friends was a funny show. Joe, you were great on Friends. No, I wasn't on Friends.
Hey, stop joking.
No.
But is this
Hey,
one going to
everybody's
be
done it.
huge? Huge?
It's such a fun podcast. Such a fun time.
Need to beat Russia? Are you out of your fucking mind?
Fun.
Are you serious? Do you know how big that place is? Do you know how much military force is behind Putin? What are you talking about?
What are you talking
What are you talking about? Like, what if he just decides to go nuclear?
Oh, God, shut up.
Inside your whole regime.
Oh, that's better.
Tom Green, getting the black limousine.
Oh, hell yeah. God, can you imagine that parallel universe where Tom became the number one podcast guy instead of Joe? Must be a fun place to be. That's where we're all supposed to be, if anything made any fucking sense in this stupid world. But it doesn't. And sadly, guys, we are all forced to live in this very shitty branch of the multiverse.
Exiled from the group.
This is the branch where Stealin' Joe stole Tom Green's idea, made a much shittier version of it, and slowly took over mainstream media, comedy, and the U.S. government. As he continues to spread his wonderful mental herpes to all his listeners week after week.
Make your daddy proud.
I'm proud to be your friend.
Proud of you as well.
I love you, Joe, man.
I love you too,
Thank you for your time, bro.
Oh yeah, thanks. Almost forgot to thank him today. You can watch in real time the moment Joe realizes there might be gold in these podcast hills.
Thank you.
I think this
That was
is awesome.
Thank you, man. See, no, I mean,
This is the craziest thing ever.
it really is different, you know,
Yeah.
than television
This
or
is way better.
He gets rock hard, praising its lack of corporate interests and griping about how advertising and money ruin anything good about
It's our
entertainment.
corporate pressures.
Yeah.
The thing that fucked up television,
Watch the lab,
that
Mike.
fucked up entertainment in general,
Idiot.
is money.
Oh,
It's
really?
selling advertising, and that's all. And that fucks up everything. It doesn't make anything good.
A belief he abandons literally within seconds once he realizes that he could be the sole beneficiary of this potential new advertising revenue stream.
We need to figure out how you make money from this.
Yeah. I think we
I thought
create
money ruined
a
everything.
national interweb, we call it, and then create a mass traffic
Like a portal.
page,
Watch right here. You can see the wheels turning inside his brain as he quickly flip-flops.
like a portal
Yes.
into the advertising revenue
Yeah.
stream, you know?
Yeah.
And
So he just copied Tom Green, and he started the Joe Rogan shitcast experiment. And just for being an early adopter of podcasting, he was able to become the biggest and most mainstream establishment media figure on the planet. There he goes, Stealin' Joe. Yeah, this visionary genius is comedy's George Carmack. Who's George Carmack? Well, he's the guy who found that first piece of gold in the Yukon, which started the whole Klondike gold rush. There was nothing special about George Carmack. He was just some guy. He was just lucky enough to get a tip from this other guy, Robert Henderson, saying there might be some gold up there in the Yukon. So George just went up there and yeah, he found some. And after that, loads of guys swarmed up to the Klondike there and ruined the place as they all tried to copy what Carmack did. And just like Henderson tipped off Carmack, Tom Green tipped off Joe, giving Joe the idea to start a DIY podcast. And he did. And he struck gold and caused a stampede of comedians trying to copy his blueprint, turning everything to shit in the process. Like a plague of locusts. Shit locusts. And guys, please don't hold that against Tom, all right? There's no way he could have predicted the consequences of that tip. And Tom's a wonderful man. And actually, just like Joe Rogan, all his riches were never enough for George Carmack. He was always questing for more and more gold, never satisfied. He, like Joe, must have had some kind of dad-shaped hole in his soul that he tried to fill with money and fame, but it never really worked.
What are you saying?
George dropped dead at age 61 while working yet another new claim. I'm just saying. So Joe struck gold and, as we all know, became the godfather king of both comedy and podcasting, and helped restore faith that we are still living in a meritocracy-based society. And we love him and we thank him each and every day of our lives. Along the way, Joe spawned a slew of copycat shows trying to coattails his success, to the point where every single comedian now has their own podcast, literally every single one. And so many of them were built on the same premise of, what goes on inside a comedian's twisted mind? What really happens backstage in that green room?
The green room is amazing.
No.
I know it looks bad.
No. It doesn't. Can't believe it. But we all found out pretty quick that most of them are just sick, twisted.
Amazing.
No.
I know it looks bad.
No. It doesn't. Can't believe it. But we all found out pretty quick that most of them are just sick, twisted perverts and dangerous, mentally ill narcissists, predators, abusers, all those kinds of guys, farting around in that stupid green room in one big depraved circle jerk.
Lucky she paid 100. I had girls that might give me coke from Chewy. You think I'm fucking kidding you? Yeah, you got some white nigga up in the building. I'm making a call for you. That's the fucking gateway into coming to Hollywood. Everybody knows that. How many girls did you have to that at the mall? 20 of them. Yeah, I got to Hollywood, bro. She was beautiful. And when she left, she had dirty fucking, her nails were dirty. And she wrote me a letter to the comedy store. You couldn't love it. You wrote me. Shooting sperm balls in a fucking ball.
That actually makes me want to start believing in the death penalty. Send him right to Sparky. Anyways, on it went. And they just kept making these podcasts. They just won't stop. Pumping them out. And then a pandemic happened, and people were alone. And so desperate not to listen to the thoughts inside their own heads, So they put on these podcasts as mental screensavers and escape into the friendship simulation that these podcasts provide. And the numbers went up, and more guys made more and more podcasts, always trying to outcompete each other by making everything as fast, cheap, and low effort as possible. And then it's just a matter of reading ads for dick pills or nicotine mouthwash or whatever.
Brain nourishing.
Oh, it's not good. These lazy stand-up guys got into comedy because it was the easiest thing they could do to avoid getting a real job. But then podcasting came along, and suddenly they had an even easier way to make even more money.
Podcasts.
And then pretty soon the podcast eclipsed the stand-up, and now all these so-called comedians are really just zero-effort podcasters selling shitty products again and again and again.
Back with the interview in 1 minute. First, we want to talk to you about the sponsors of today's episode, AG1.
We take AG1 to stay healthy.
And you're looking great there, bud. Jesus Christ. They really have become indistinguishable from those infomercials you used to see on TV late at night when you couldn't sleep. And you turn that thing on out of desperation just to maybe hear another voice. You might even see an interesting product. Who knows?
Arthritis, depression.
Those are podcasts now.
iRestore, the clinically proven, game-changing hair growth device. iRestore. This show is brought to you by DraftKings.
They're just places these fools can hawk supplements and get free advertising for their own branded crap.
I love this.
And they all follow that original blueprint from the godfather of podcasting, Joe Rogan.
Mom brain is real. It's a real thing.
You need some Alpha Brain.
What is it? Can I take it? I'm breastfeeding.
Alpha Brain is a nootropic that my company Onnit makes. And I'm not saying this because it's my company.
Oh, okay.
I'm actually a very anxious person.
I have a friend whose daughter was on ADHD medication, and she was getting off of it, and he started giving her Alpha Brain.
Very cool.
He said it helped her.
Respect for the daughter. Wow.
What is it?
He's become the new establishment, cutting deals with big pharma and backed by massive corporations like Spotify. And the big N.
The thing that fucks up entertainment in general is money. That's all it is. It fucks up everything. It doesn't make anything good.
So Joe was getting more and more popular. But with that success came a whole new level of public criticism that Joe was not prepared for and was too weak and frankly lazy to handle. See, one of the core problems with this Joe Rogan guy is the fact that he has that dad-shaped hole in his soul that we alluded to earlier. Grew up with this terrible guy for a dad.
My big memory from my childhood is my mother coming home with hamburger meat and my father being upset that it was hamburger that she had brought home for dinner, and he beat the shit out of her. And we left.
And do you think that somehow or another that put that fight in you?
Yeah, unquestionably. Yeah. Like, I thought my dad was this great guy. You know, when you're a kid, your dad's your hero.
Right.
And all of a sudden I realized when I was 5 years old very clearly that my dad was a douchebag. You know, there's that feeling that you can't trust anybody.
And after doing all that emotional damage, Joe's dad abandoned him. But he left him with a lifetime gift, a dark black hole inside his soul he might not even be aware of, and if he is entirely incapable of fixing or even acknowledging. Crippling fear. Now this black hole, it produces incredibly powerful emotional gravity. All his fears, insecurities, self-loathing coalesce around that dad hole. And over these 68 years of Joe's life, this swirling concoction of negativity has formed around the hole. And that's stressful, man. It's a real bind. And it's actually a big reason why Joe became a comedian in the first place.
Why else did you get into being a comedian?
I don't know. I got talked into doing it. No, I wasn't really very funny. I got talked into doing stand-up by my friends from martial arts.
Stop laughing. It's not funny.
I was very insecure. And I got bullied.
See, it's a sad thing.
I wasn't big. I was a small kid.
Better music.
And I was really nervous. And I did not like that feeling at all. Yeah, I went to an open mic night. I watched amateurs try it. Like, most of them don't know what they're doing. They're terrible. Like, people who really suck inspire you to do it because they lower the bar of expectation.
Do you still do your stand-up?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. That is the emperor of comedy you're talking to. See, there are two main strains of comedian.
Yeah.
The first kind are the people that are creative artists that have weird brains and maybe even have a triple-digit IQ, and they're driven to create. They're compelled by the muses or whatever, and it makes sense that they're comedians.
I like an escalator, man, because the escalator can never break. It can only become stairs.
Oh, jokes. I remember those. The other kind of strain of comic, and this is almost all of them these days, are sad people with black holes inside their soul who get into comedy to try and get external validation from audiences, and to indulge in the delusion of power that they feel when standing alone on stage with an amplified microphone where nobody else is allowed to speak. Probably they should lock their phones in a bag too. And I'm trying to think about who else stood on stage with a microphone trying to fill a hole, vying for attention and power. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, for this type of guy, stand-up comedy is a dream. They're sad little guys who seek power and external validation. It's classic Hitler stuff, and it's scary, psychotic stuff.
Free speech. That's all I'm fighting. That's all I'm fighting.
Fuck, it's Dave.
I'm on that stage. I'm there to dictate your emotions. Dictator at that point.
He admits it.
That's all we're fighting for is free speech.
It's this weird power fantasy where, if they're lucky, they can find enough other dumb sad guys in an audience who will give them the laughter and applause they need so badly.
Would you rather be happy and a lot of people not see your art?
I wouldn't be happy. I wouldn't be happy. I can already answer that before you even finish that question. I couldn't be happy if people aren't absorbing part of mine.
Sounds familiar.
Why do you think that is?
Because I'm addicted to it now. I'm addicted to that feeling of
validation.
Gratification, instant gratification, validation, all of it.
And this shit era of comedy is all built around guys like this, whose entire scheme is simply pandering to the most easily entertained brain-dead audience imaginable to get that quick, self-soothing dopamine hit. And at no point are they funny. And that's the real issue. And they're just too lazy and stupid and driven by urges other than the pursuit of...
Jeremy Piven.
Wait, what's this?
1,000 years ago,
What is this?
I did a show called Entourage.
Ah.
Can you imagine if we tried to reboot that today in this climate?
Yeah.
We used to have billboards everywhere. Just those billboards today, 5 straight, white, focused men coming straight at
Take me back.
People would be like, is that a documentary about January 6th?
Yeah. That is really good stuff. It actually changed my mind. This era of comedy rules. This era of comedy rules. So yeah, comedy copers. That's the kind of comedian Joe is. And it's sad. He'd love to shrink the size of that dark amalgam that haunts him, but he can't because he doesn't seem to realize, or maybe it's too painful to think about, that he's only chained to that swirling mass of negativity because of the emotional gravity of that dad hole. Address the trauma of that dad hole and the rest floats away into the void. But he can't, and he won't. And because of that, he's stuck with that black hole inside, and the dark amalgam that surrounds it, which in 2020 was about to grow to terrifying and unimaginable proportions.
Hello, everybody. I have an announcement. The podcast is moving to Spotify. Thanks.
Joe made a big boy business deal with the partly Chinese Communist Party-owned Spotify Corporation. And after that, he started getting in a lot more trouble for making up stuff on his show and like ruining society and things like that. And at first he had to keep apologizing when he got caught lying, which is crazy to think about now, but it was a different era back then.
Historic fires are ripping through 3 western states.
Hello, everybody. I need to make an apology and a retraction. I said something on the podcast about people getting arrested for lighting fires. And I got duped. It's wrong. And I said it without looking into it. It's very irresponsible. And I'm sorry if I duped you as well. I know it feels very irresponsible of me. I don't take it lightly. I'm very upset with myself. And I apologize to you as well. Sorry.
The guy was in way over his head, and his inability to distinguish reality from fiction was starting to stress him out. Knowing how much he was bound to keep screwing up and how much trouble he'd keep getting in.
Sorry.
And, if that wasn't bad enough, his best friend humiliated him for apologizing.
He's like, what do you think about our buddy put an apology today?
Sorry.
Who? See, Joe
Rogan, but he got a fat cross.
Yeah.
Poor Joe Rogan. He put the apology up.
Sorry.
They would tell him, go. He was, that's hard for my dog. My heart goes out to him. He had to put an apology up.
Sorry.
I guess things are good when things are good in the basement, dog. Once you think that Spotify, you got to start apologizing. Make him believe you can't, poor guy. That's what happens when you get that money. You cash that big check, you gotta watch what you say. You see him?
This marked the start of the apology era, which would end up being way too much adversity for Joe to handle. And to get out of this bind, Joe was about to embark on a transformation that will surely be studied by psychologists for the rest of time.
How serious is this? Is this something that we need to be terrified of?
So, long story short, a pandemic started, Joe couldn't handle it, and he went and had a panic attack in the sauna.
Well, I was scared out of my mind in the beginning. When everybody's shutting down in the beginning and people are stockpiling food, I was worried about people I knew getting really sick and dying. And then I was convinced that I had it. At one point in time, I was like, God, I do feel like I'm breathing heavy. I felt like my breath is coming short. I did. I had psychosomatic issues thinking about it.
I had a panic attack sitting on 12 elk. You had a panic attack.
In the sauna.
And then you felt bad about yourself, and then you attack people with masks. That's how it works. That's how the hatred starts.
And that really was when the hatred was unleashed. Soon after, Joe kept talking about shooting homeless guys.
I mean, nobody does anything about violent crime in LA anymore. Maybe we should just go and shoot homeless people. I like your ideas.
Yeah. It was stressful. Then he started frantically scrolling Twitter, found a new group of guys to hang out with, and these guys allowed Joe to believe that everything was actually okay, and so Joe felt relieved and safe with them, and transformed his inner anxiety into outward rage, an emotion he was more accustomed to dealing with on account of that bad dad. But unfortunately, this new group of guys and all the stuff they and Joe were talking about was getting Joe a lot of negative attention, and that made even more anxiety bubble up. And again, Joe transformed that anxiety into an even bigger rage. And I mean, this guy was getting pissed.
This evening, Joe Rogan, an extremely popular podcaster, announced on social media today that he has COVID.
Anyone got a lighter?
He mentioned ivermectin is something more often used to dewound horses.
I can afford people medicine. This is really good. You got to sit right here. Somebody gave it to me.
Oh, this is amazing.
They put a yellow filter on me too. Oh, they did. I look like shit there. See, do you know that?
I think you look good. His mind just completely shattered.
I don't think enough, Jim.
He had to defend this new guy he'd started becoming, and all his beliefs, which were the only thing abating his rampant anxiety. And now he was way too invested in this stuff to ever turn back.
5'3". I think this is really important. One of the problems that I've had, me personally, with any idea is that once I have an original idea, or once I start looking at something a certain way, I become married to it. And I've had real problems with that. And the problem with saying this happened and that happened, which I used to do all the time, is that you don't fucking know. You don't know. You don't know. But until you do know, when you say you know and you might be wrong, it becomes an ego thing. If I wasn't doing this fucking podcast, okay, if I was just a regular comedian and that's what I did for a living and I didn't pay much attention to alternative media and podcasts, I would be just like people I know who I used to be friends with, who now hate me and are angry at me and talk shit about me online.
Now, you might have noticed that Joe is on the verge of tears there, struggling very hard not to break down and cry. And that's because the real Joe is inside there somewhere dying, desperately trying to be heard. But Joe won't allow it. He's committed to being the new guy. And he puts in major effort in order to keep the old guy beneath the surface, basically torturing him into submission.
And I'm taking the lid off that cold plunge. As I'm taking it off, don't do it. I'm like, shut the fuck up. And I climb right in and and because I get through it every day, I start the day off with a win. And what? I beat the inner bitch. I conquered the inner bitch. I got in there.
If I start my day with a win, then how can I be a loser? Well, despite winning so hard at life from sitting in that tub, he was still pretty messed up from all the backlash he was getting from all his major whoopsies.
I would have been like them if I didn't have the access to the kind of conversations that I've had, if I didn't have the kind of mindset that I have.
The mindset.
My personality.
It's
just immune to bullshit.
Got it all.
When bullshit hits me, I go, oh, I know what this is. I grew up without a dad.
Daddy.
I don't trust people. And the people that haven't experienced that, I can understand why they formed the conclusions that they did. Because I could have been them. I 100% could have been them.
Well, thank God Joe's mommy bought hamburger that fateful night. Or Joe could have ended up a guy with the biggest mainstream media platform on earth, being easily used and exploited by weird billionaires and grifters, and allowing it to happen because he's just so desperate for love and validation on account of that dad hole. It's crazy to think there's a multiverse thing out there where #1 comedy podcast doesn't have guests like some comic book villain evil rich guy, all these nut job billionaire dweebs, and like, I don't know, a guy literally from the CIA that's on like once a month for some reason, and also like the entire government basically. Could any of these people have tried to influence the way he thinks? Nah, man, he grew up without a dad, so you don't even have to take that question into consideration. And say sorry. Like, would it kill you to just apologize for no reason? Anyway, yeah, the manipulation of Joe. I thank the Lord each day of my life that didn't happen. Right, Duncan? Remember you warned Joe about that happening? Thank you so much for saving our dad. I mean, Joe. Thank God he's got friends that still tell him the truth and don't tell him part of the truth and then walk it back a little bit out of fear of disrupting his delusions, stressing him out, and then being cut out of his inner circle. That would be spineless and, would make it obvious that all your peace and love and honesty stuff was just a load of crap all along.
If you're not careful, folks from deep, dark wells of perspective are going to infiltrate your shit.
Listen to me. All those people that are organized, they come hang out with us. Give me a hug.
You don't want to give them a hug.
Relax.
Why?
Just relax. Now, all those people are just people, man.
Like a white supremacist?
They're lost.
Yeah, but you have to watch out because people are gonna try to exploit you. That's the main thing. Is like people recognizing what you are. You have political agendas will infiltrate your shit and then start blowing out their radioactivity into the world. Right? That's a fear.
Like radium.
But like, dude, I do worry about you sometimes, man, because it's like you now have a platform that is unlike any platform that's happened, because you're doing like a comedy podcast, radio show style thing, but you're also interviewing people about really heavy duty shit. Then you start thinking like, man, I've got this podcast that lots of people listen to. Has it ever happened where maybe some really intelligent person has manipulated me in an attempt to get me to disseminate some kind of information out into the world?
Good luck manipulating.
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Break Shank
Shot came University was from farther away, appeared to be about 100 yards away from where Charlie Kirk was. And the people that you can see sort of over the shoulders of, their reaction to the gunshot was to turn their head to the right. Now, they were off to Charlie Kirk's left, so even if the shooter was somewhere even in the center of this venue, wherever it was, they would turn their heads to the right. They did turn and looked farther right. Now, Jason Chapin said he believed the shot came from relatively close, and if those guys are any indication, it may have come from farther back than the congressman suggested. But the Utah Valley University police department has already come out and said that they are looking into this and that they do have a suspect in custody. If this was a close proximity thing, if there was a shooter within that crowd, there were officers all over the place. I mentioned that based on the security that you could see immediately around the stage, there were 6 or 8 of these security guys.
Manipulating me, Duncan Trussell. I'm an American.
Yeah, okay? But you wouldn't even know. That's the thing. You wouldn't even.
Oh, I wouldn't know. How would I not know? These people are people.
What?
They're gonna be like if someone is so good at manipulating people that they can manipulate me and change the way I think about them.
Yeah.
Well then, good luck.
So Joe got attached to all this COVID stuff, and everyone was either yelling at him and calling him a dangerous idiot, or they were showering him with praise for widely broadcasting all their favorite ideas about what reality might be, and making them feel validated. So, if you're a fearful, self-loathing, and external validation-seeking guy like Joe, which side would you embrace? Well, instead of posting more apology videos, he opted to fully dive into a wonderful new safe space. He tapped into something he'd been searching for all his life, a source of constant praise and affirmation. And the guys doing all the praising were happy to have found a powerful ally in the new mainstream media. And as if that wasn't enough, Joe also found an endless parade of charlatans willing to juice his rod like he's some kind of god king for access to his wonderful platform and a chance to milk him for their own fame and fortune.
Well, I want to give you the gifts I got you, bro. You got 5 of them. Okay, the letter to the right is the Warren Commission. Then you got the autograph of Lee Harvey Oswald, and you got the autograph of John F. Kennedy.
Wow, 5th place golf tournament prize.
So I hope you like this.
It's wonderful.
I'm convinced this is the one that I think you're going to like a lot.
Welcome.
So, this one was work. I hope you like it. Okay. This is with the what do you call it when you're doing
Whoa. Yeah, it's called a BPSRJ, a blatant public sycophantic rod juicing. And Joe just laps it all up, swallowing the praise and plugging it into that hole his bad dad left in his soul.
You're a very important guy.
Here we go.
Everybody loves you.
Finish him
I got
off.
a lot of respect for you.
Talk to me, baby.
Admiration for you.
Don't stop.
There's true love for you.
Harder.
There's true protection for you.
Too hard.
Protection when it comes up to a street fight.
Perfect.
You know how to fight and take care of yourself.
Feels
I
good.
live in his words. And by the way, my book is coming out in December.
And these rod juicings just felt so good. And they relieved Joe of the anxiety he was feeling from all that criticism he was getting. And on top of that, all those instances of Joe transforming his fear into rage compounded on each other. And through neuronic muscle memory, his brain began to default to the fear-rage switch innately. And whether Joe meant to do this or not, I don't know, no free will, he actually became a whole new guy.
I've never voted right-wing in my life. I'm very pro-choice. I'm very women's rights, civil rights, gay rights, trans rights. I'm even universal health care. See, this thing that Trump's doing with children that were born in other countries and then brought over here as children, and then they're talking about deporting them. That drives me fucking crazy. The hard right version of that is despicable. January 6th thing is important, and one of the reasons why I think it's important because it highlights the reasons why a guy like Donald Trump is so fucking dangerous.
Joe Rogan endorsing Donald Trump.
Joe Rogan just endorsed me, is that
There we go. Becoming a new guy is a very effective way of slipping out of the shackles of judgment anxiety. Simply identify a crowd that you want to belong with, and then reconfigure your entire personality in order to fit in with that group.
It's like, remember when Madonna had a fake English accent? And everybody's like, bitch, you're from Brooklyn or wherever the fuck you're from.
Yeah.
You're not from England.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
They're really like,
Yes, they all jumped in the back of a U-Haul truck together. There has never been a thing that I've ever seen where almost immediately I was like, those are feds. A thing that I've ever seen. A thing that I've ever seen. A thing that I've ever seen. I mean, look, some people are barely holding on to reality. You're right. Barely. You're right. All they need is one smack. One.
If you adopt all their beliefs and then convince yourself that they're the only group whose opinion matters, then you never have to worry about being judged and criticized ever again. What a relief. This rap guy, Machine Gun Boy, he too became a new guy recently by employing the new body, new guy technique himself.
I'm in a new body. I literally am in a new body. Like, I covered everything on my arms and my body. I left windows to it, but just like there's windows to my old work, but I'm a new person. So the evolution has led me from a caterpillar to a butterfly now.
Hold on, that was kind of deep.
Transition into a new guy is very difficult, and it takes many years to become fully immersed in the self-delusion. But upon reaching the maximal delusion saturation point, your simulated self becomes more real than your original classical self. And the transition into a new guy is completed. And after years of waffling on the fence, as we enter the year 2025, Joe's transition into this new guy appears to finally be complete. Well done.
You gotta remember, they were probably messed up. The reason they're doing what they're doing is because something happened to them earlier on. There was an aggressive, teacher, uncle. Somebody that you could. Was powerless as a child.
And when you said that, kid, I beat up other women. Joe Harrison was, when you farted in your house, they knew next door. How could I get away with that?
Yeah, for sure, right? And then that's the thing you see with actors too, and they finally get some success, and then finally, man, like, oh, look, it's Mike. Your bagel's ready, Mike, and your trailer's ready. And then Mike is, get me a fucking coffee. Like, oh, Mike, anything for you. And people act in this disproportionate, very insane way. You know what? I'm suffering. Jamie, this coffee sucks. Water. I don't know what happened, but you made it it's literally almost like water. Can we get some more? We're going to talk about this. This is the worst coffee I've ever had.
Sorry. The exponential here, by the way, is OpenAI or whoever makes the next model.
Jamie, this is still super watered down.
I just put the water in.
I'm telling you, dog.
There's a ton of coffee.
Get me a coffee.
Set of stable materials.
Coffee's terrible. Just tell you right now, Jamie. This is terrible.
Hey, look who it is. What's going on, girl?
He looks like
terrible. And it really makes you wonder, how many times
Yo, living the dream, girl. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods? You're at school? Is that cool? Is that true? You're at school? I understand if you're in class. Boy, you've got courage to be on Discord in school. Very cool. Well, shout out to you. Shout out to your school. Shout out to you doing big things. I saw you were in here earlier, but I was asleep because that's what I do. I'm up late and I sleep late. I'm like a rock star. I hope you're doing well, though. You're an amazing person. And you've got a really big future. You may not realize it. I know you're in class. I know. So you can't talk, is what you're saying. I get it. All right. Well, that's cool. All right. Do you use ChatGPT? How much longer? Well, just a little bit of time, and you can go home and sleep.
A new guy guys has he transformed into over the years in order to avoid actually facing the dad hole head on? And who is the real Joe Rogan underneath all of those guys? And do the old guys still exist somewhere? Or do they float away to die in some astral plane? Oh, or maybe one of those other branches of the multiverse. I don't know, but it's all very friggin' cerebral. So just a quick recap, we're exploring how did comedy get so shit? And surely you know the end of this shit cycle is coming any day now. You're all aware of the ever-growing industry of guys pointing out how shit the shit era is. People are catching on, guys. Don't wait for the rest of the rats to start jumping off the Rogan shit ship. Be that rat yourself and fucking jump already. It's time to leave Daddy's house. I mean, post-Rogan comedy rebuild? Or would you prefer to face a jury of your peers at Comedy Nuremberg? Sorry. Anyway, so King Joe became a new guy. It's fucking insane, but he did it. He's the mainstream king. And this new guy he's become has allowed him to make a massive power grab within the U.S. government, cementing his position within the establishment. He's the comedy czar. And I honestly can't even tell if he's aware of the fact that he's become the unofficial podcast of the U.S. government. He's got a direct line to the president.
Well, we definitely hit it in Canada right now. Oh, yes. They're hot to kick Canada's ass. Sorry, Canada. In Canada.
Excuse me.
Not good, because that's their fucking sport.
Oh, really, dude?
Shit. All right, sorry. What were we talking about?
Talk about turning Canada into a 51st.
Oh, yeah. He's serious. He told me on the phone he was serious. Yeah. Well, first I was joking around, but I was thinking maybe it's not a bad idea.
It's so fun.
He's become comedy goibles. Jobles. Just kidding. But if you think that's slanderous, you must have missed Joe's best friend's announcement that comedy is legal now.
The left wanted to make comedy illegal, you know? Like, you can't make fun of anything. So it was like, comedy sucks. It's like, nothing's funny. You can't make fun of anything. It's like, legalize comedy. Yeah. Legalize comedy.
But now it's 2025, and Joe's the only guy on Earth still ranting and raving about the pandemic. Wants his bread and butter. And,
why are you just accepting this? It's a noble thing.
Addicted to something that pissed him off like 4 years ago. Addicted to the whining. He looks for stuff to whine about, like a pathetic cigarette junkie, scouring the sidewalk for butt remnants to smoke, because that's all that's available. And you gotta take what you can get.
That Tim Walz sucker, if that guy got into power, that weirdo puts tampons in the boys' room. And
so this new guy experiment is fucking insane, but it actually kind of worked out for Joe. But Joe wasn't gonna stop there. I mean, say what you want about Joe, but this guy can overcommit to stuff at a pathological level. Becoming a new guy was not enough. Though more secure in his delusion than ever before, the flimsy tent poles holding up the belief in this new guy were always threatened by critics and like just regular normal people calling him stupid and stuff. So it was still kind of stressful. Now Joe is putting in efforts to normalize the whole concept of becoming a new guy in order to legitimize his own transition. And now Joe has gifted the world a brand new blueprint to copy. It's the new guy blueprint. And guys are already getting into it. We just saw Mark Zuckerberg show up to the shitcast to unveil his new guy.
we're also lucky that you got into jiu-jitsu, because I think you look different. When you walked in here today, you look thicker. You look like a different guy.
It just turned on like a part of my brain that I was like this was a piece of the puzzle that should have been there, and I'm glad it now is.
Now, Mark maybe wasn't quite ready to unveil the new guy, but sometimes we get a little bit too excited about our new guy, and we unveil them before they're really ready.
I like racing. I feel like all these activities, grilling meats, racing cars, are probably two of the most fun things that you can do. Oh yeah, hunting too.
Yeah, same thing. So you've done a lot of that as well.
Yeah, well, my favorite is bow and arrow.
Mm-hmm. Joe's already dubious. Mm-hmm. He's worried that Mark is going to bungle the new guy unveiling here and undo all the hard work Joe's put into normalizing new guy transitioning. But at the same time, Joe the gatekeeper can't help but become activated to defend the holy hobby of hunting.
And that's, I think, like the most... That feels like the most kind of sporting.
What kind of bow do you have?
Gosh.
Whoopsie.
Do you know the company that makes it?
Not off the top of my head.
Oh, that's bad.
Oh. Yeah, no, this is embarrassing.
Yeah.
This is embarrassing.
Joe was enthused to see someone else try and follow his path.
I saw your neck. I'm like, his neck's bigger. Your neck is bigger.
Good.
Are you using iron neck?
Sorry, I got to cut it off before he goes into infomercial mode again. So Mark got Joe's support for his new guy, but missed a shop. Yeah, he wasn't buying it. Brendan saw right through Mark's new guy transition and refused to recognize it.
You had Zuckerberg on, and he goes, I hunt. Oh, no. I would like this. Yes.
Joe's not having it and jumps in to defend Mark and his new guy.
Do you? No, what kind of bow do you use? I think he did. He just forgot his bow. Oh, he forgot the name of
Zuckerberg 2.0, and I love it. And of course, Brian defends the new guy transition as well to appease his lord. It's all kind of coming together for Joe, I guess. All these guys are becoming new guys all over the place, using Joe's blueprint as a guide. Back before he completed his transition, Joe was dreaming about all of this happening. And since he knows how difficult it can be navigating society as a new guy, and all the criticism you get for transitioning, he started envisioning a new world for all the new guys to go. And he checked his bank account, and there was like $1 billion in there from his work with Big Pharma. And so Joe thought, well, what if I create a special place for anyone that wants to be a new guy? And we'll all be new guys, and we'll support each other's guys. And if we come together and bind all of our new guy copes together, we'll be stronger in our belief. And if a guy can become any kind of guy he wants anytime, then maybe reality itself can be changed just the same. And then nobody can break the delusion, and we'll finally be able to relax forever. And reality can be whatever we want it to be. And there's only one place where we can do it.
That anytime you are joyful and happy, on the other hand, you should have that fear. The Lord tells us, Rabbi asked Rabbi, why are you so joyful? It says in the pasuk, you have to be fearful. Don't worry about it. I'm wearing tefillin. That will keep me in check. Similar story.
We went from Walter Cronkite, basically to this guy Joe Rogan, who believes in dragons. I checked it. He believes in dragons from Canada, and he also thinks that there's dragons like under the dinosaur type.
That's what the Hasidim would say. But when you see from the pasuk, should be fearful of Hashem. Don't run around laughing and being joyful. It says, Zero, I'm wearing tefillin. It's okay. That's a sign for me. Keep me in check. Have a wonderful day.
Connect with a financial advisor in person or online at private.com. The Joe Rogan. The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
It's very funny. You brought a box of your stuff, and one of them immediately started going off like it's an alarm. What is that?
Hell, isn't it?
Xbox?
Yeah, it's that commercial that runs for late night Viagra Cialis. It says, hey, we'll send you your Cialis and Viagra in unmarked white envelopes. And I was like, fuck that. I went to the opposite. I want my neighbors to know I'm getting laid. I want my neighbors to know I have a hard dick. So it's got sirens and whistles. My dick's hard. My dick is, yeah. It's engineering.
We were just talking about it the other night at the comedy club. We were like, he owns props. Like, you can't do props now. When I was a kid, when I first started doing stand-up, and I'm sure you too, there were prop comics. There was a bunch of guys. The Wid, yeah, there was quite a few guys that were really good. They were prop comics, but you became so successful as a prop comic, you kind of stole the market. No.
Yeah,
there's no young comics coming up.
Nobody wants to be a carrot comic. That's what it is. Like, hey, shit, I still get. So I think
you got shit for a long time.
I don't think you get shit. No, not as much. No, but you still get the aftermath of it. Like, just on the plane today, somebody like, I don't care what. What are you doing? I'm doing Rogan. They said, oh man, I don't care what everybody else says. You're funny. I'm like, who is everybody? Who's everybody else? Yeah, well, I get that a lot. You know, people that, I personally think you're funny. That kind of stuff.
Oh yeah. I'm one of the rare.
Yeah.
I'm one of the rare ones that thinks you're good.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I just begged my mom to come. She did not want to come.
Yeah, it's such a weird life.
Right?
Well, we talked about that the last time. Like, I think you took way too much shit from comedians, and I never understood it. The weird thing that comedians do where they hate on other comedians, like, good Lord, we live in a world that is filled with war and famine and disease and pollution and garbage and chaos and corruption. And you want to concentrate on a prop comic? Is that really what the problem is in this world? Other comics? Yeah, and it's almost always comics that are doing better than you.
Yeah, I think we tried breaking it down last time as to why, and I think it was only because I think I did get successful, and it wasn't quick, but it was quicker than maybe most. Like, because I hit the scene right at the right time. I had the act that was, it was a good act, perfect for television, right? Because it's visuals, and I got a little success, and I think people were like, why they would ask Jay, why do you have Carrot Top on like every month? And Jay was like, he brings a gun, he did a good job. But I do remember the comedy, the evening at the Improv, and I played mostly that and the other Laugh the Cheesecake Factory, where it was, and then the Comedy Store was more. Betsy loved me, but I never really played there a lot. So Bud loved me. One night I came in. I said, I have my back. Bud Friedman from Improv, sorry. Yeah. And I have my box of stuff, and he always loved me. He says, "Oh man, there's no spots tonight." And I said, I drug it all the way, fuck. He's like, let me, I'll see if I can get you in somewhere. So the Tonight Show bookers were there that night. They were Jim McCauley and these people were there to watch comics and pick them for the Tonight Show. So he's like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna slide you in. They're gonna love you. So I go up and I had the best set I've ever had. It was just a magical night, and I don't know, it was just, I knew they were there. Every comic was coming around. Jesus, dude, leveled it, right? And Jim McCauley walks up and he says, that was amazing. And I said, oh, thanks. I said, you booked the Tonight Show. You think that maybe I could get on? And he said, not a chance in hell. And I was like, I had just killed. I go, well, why? He says, you're Johnny would never book you. And I said, why? I said, you booked the show, right? He goes, he would never allow it. And I said, why? Johnny Carson. Yeah. I said, why? He says, he hates variety. What a weird. And I stopped in the middle of I'm like, the whole fucking Tonight Show's variety. Yeah, Karnak, throwing the hatchets, every fucking thing they do. Right. Ed McMahon's a fucking prop, right? The whole thing is variety. Animals. You think I'm kidding, right? So I'm like, well, okay. And then finally, I'm talking like 2 weeks after Johnny left, I was on with Jay, and it was just like literally. But the weird part about it was it still was the same studio. They had the blue stick, the gold stuff. Doris, you standing right where Johnny was, and the same, like Ed Cordova was still in the booth, and everyone was still like there. Yeah. So you felt like it was the Tonight Show, but how weird is that? Like now, don't like variety, and then I would get singled out because I would do Leno so many times. I'd ask if I could do Letterman. They said, no, you're Team Leno. I'm like, I'm not. It's like that Twilight movie. I'm a team fucking whatever. There's two teams.
Thank God that doesn't exist in podcasts. Like a disgusting fucking thing where if you were on one person's side, you're the enemy.
Yeah.
Probably Leno. How stupid is that? That's just what I was, I guess. Well, it was such famine thinking back then because there was only a certain amount of shows. Never thought it was good.
That thing on straight.
Isn't it weird that like women wear wigs? No problem at all. A man wears a wig. It's pathetic.
You're a loser.
Absolutely. Yeah, a man with a hair
nice hairpiece.
Yeah.
Or implants. When I lived in LA, this is true. I lived in LA. I go to. Me and my team fucking whatever. There's two teams. I'm talking like 2 weeks after Johnny left, I was on with Jay, and it was just like literally. But the weird part about it was it still was the same studio. They had the blue stick, the gold stars. You're standing right where Johnny was, and the same like Ed Cordova was still in the booth, and everyone was still like there.
Yeah.
So you felt like it was the Tonight Show, but how weird is it? Like now, doing like variety, and then I would get singled out because I would do Leno so many times. I'd ask if I could do Letterman. They said, "No, you're Team Leno." I'm like, I'm not. It's like the Twilight movie. I'm a team fucking whatever. There's two teams.
Thank God that doesn't exist in podcasts. That disgusting fucking thing where if you were on one person's side, you're the enemy.
Yeah.
Team Leno. How stupid is that? It's just what I was, I guess. Well, it was such famous thinking back then because there was only a certain amount of shows. Well, I never thought it was
people have seen that thing on straight.
Isn't it weird that like women wear wigs? No problem at all. A man wears a wig. It's pathetic.
You're a loser.
Yeah, a man with a hair
nice hair beast.
Yeah.
Or implants. When I lived in LA, this is true. I lived in LA. I go to Gold's Gym. And my hair was even more out of control. I had my big ass hair.
Yeah, you had a giant
throat, big fucking arms, and these ladies were behind me. They're like, "Oh my God, look at that woman's arms!" Right? Seriously, yeah, makeup and the whole 9 yards. And they were just amazed, and they came over. They said, "How do you get your arms that big?" And I turned around. I said, "I don't know. Arm workout." And she's like, "Oh," and I could see their face turn like, "What's a dude?" But I was kind of, pretty then. I was like, the younger, a lot of hair, makeup, so. And then that same gym one day, I'm working out. This guy says, "Nice arms." And I said, "Thanks." He's like, who did the work, right? And I thought he's making it. I said, "I didn't. I put in the fucking work. Like who works out for me?" He's like, No. I mean, implants, right? I'm like, only in LA would you have someone in the gym walk up and say, "Oh yeah, implants? Yeah, I have implants." So you fucking go to the gym and you got the gym, you do curls out, assuming that someone has implants is pretty wild. But I don't have that thing. I mean, this guy thought, that's how gross LA is. Yeah, that's like the default assumption is that everything's fake. Yeah, no matter what. Where'd you get your butt? Yeah, who did your butt? Who did your butt? Where'd you get your nose done? Yeah, it's always something. No, it's true.
No one wants to believe your plugs. Yeah, no one wants to believe you're natural.
That's another thing I got too. I got weird. I just had a guy today at the airport. He said, "Hey, you still working out?" And I'm like, "You're supposed to say, I see you're still working out, right? You don't ask him if you're still working out. That means you don't look like you're working out."
Well, I think he's probably just trying to start a conversation with you.
And I did. I said, "You mean I see you're still?" And he goes, "Yeah, what did I say?" And I said, "You said you still work out."
Yeah. And what's the answer to that? You just say yes?
I said, no, yeah. I said, "I'm not feeling well.
I'm dying.
Yeah. No, you didn't hear? Like, well,
it's radiation.
Yeah.
Something happened. One of my toys.
They always say you lift light. I hate that too. I'm in the gym. Like, you always lift light. I don't know. I guess it means I don't lift. I do weights. I don't do heavy weights. I don't have spotters. I just do cables and do some dumbbells. But people always say, "You always work light." I'm heavy for me. People are silly.
There's a lot of people that just don't know what to say. They treat someone famous like you. They don't know what to say. They just get weird.
They do.
And then afterwards, they probably leave and go, "Why the fuck did I say that? Jesus Christ, I feel so stupid." I've done that before. Meet famous people, act like an idiot. I was like, wow. Shit. So I try to give people a grace.
So they're true that if I see celebrity, I'm like, "Oh, I'm not fucking really."
Do you get a lot of people coming to your shows that are famous?
Yeah. We had a guy last time. We had a guy here, Chris Jericho was at the show tonight. He's at the side here.
The wrestler?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Real nice guy.
You've been at the Luxor how long ago?
19, coming up on 20.
That's crazy.
Yeah, November.
You probably have the longest residency of anybody in Vegas. Other than
I think they were just talking, but they don't count because one only talks. So
they've been there forever.
They've been there forever. Yeah.
I remember I saw them there in 94. 98. I saw them there in 98. Yeah, they're still at the Rio, back when the Rio was nice.
Yeah, right.
Now it's like
6 options how to learn the words that you know. One is Techilo, the lotion of the officer to persistent Techilo. Or Yached, which is the lotion of nether. The person makes a nether, you need somebody else to acknowledge. The person who said, "I need Rabbi to know my nether that I'm going to destroy Klal Yisrael." Or Meloshin Follow. Follow is a body, a dead person. Moshe Rabbeinu said, I'm willing to give up my life for Klal Yisrael. Or it's a lesson of chal, to rest. The midas harachamim should rest on Klal Yisrael. Or it's a lesson of chulin, sacrilegious. Moshe Rabbeinu is telling Hakadosh Baruch Hu, it doesn't make sense that you should act in such a way. And finally, a lesson of oifiku, it's a disease that eats up the bones. Moshe Rabbeinu said he davened so much that he got sick. It says in the pasuk, Hakadosh Baruch Hu swore bach in yourself. What does that mean? Had Hakadosh Baruch Hu sworn in the heaven and the earth, just like the heaven and the earth, he could destroy that shvuah. But since he swore in himself, he himself, Hakadosh Baruch Hu was never, is going to last forever. So too is shvuah to Klal Yisrael that they're going to be k'kosh v'ashomayim. It's going to last forever. But the ViralRabbi, it starts off Moshe Rabbeinu speaking, and then also it switches off to the Baruch speaking. Which one is it? It says that the ViralRabbi, that's Moshe Rabbeinu. And then it says the says Sharamarti. Baruch is the one that's sworn, not Moshe Rabbeinu. So either you can learn that the pasuk in blue is Moshe Rabbeinu and the red is Baruch, or you learn that the entire pasuk is Moshe Rabbeinu. Moshe Rabbeinu said, I repeated over the Klal Yisrael when you told me to say that you're going to give them the land, so you have to keep your word. It says in the pasuk that built Yechadas Hashem. It's a lashon ekevos, says the Gemara, that Moshe Rabbeinu said the nations are going to say they became weak like a woman. You were able to protect Israel against one nation, the Mitzrayim, one king. You did Moishim. You see how it's central, but against 32 nations, you can't protect them. Says Rabbi Shalom, at the end of the day, you're right. That's what the Rosh are going to say. So lachti kitburecha, that's what they're going to say. And while the Talmud, who is Rabbi, agrees with him. When a person davens first, he should give a shlach and then ask for what he needs. Tefillah is more important and more powerful than good deeds, because no one is greater than Moshe Rabbeinu when it comes to good deeds. But Hakadosh Baruch Hu told him, "Alei l'Rosh Pisgah both here in Yisrael because of his tefillah." Kindness is more powerful than tzedakah, because the kindness you do with your own body and tzedakah is with your money. And the tefillah, although it comes to replace korbanos, has more power than korban. A kohen who killed somebody, that's the information that pasuk. The kohen who killed another individual, no longer Yochanan can't do this for the rest of his life, even if he did tshuva. Once these korban abayos, the gates of tefillah were locked, they could be opened, but it's difficult. We both put a mechitza of arzel, an iron wall between us and himself. However, the gates of tears are never locked. As Rashi points out, Hashem always sees the tears. He doesn't hear tefillah. He sees tears. You just have to be able to that. You should be makabel those tears. Rava never made a tinus on a day that was cloudy. He says, clouds stop the tefillah. If a person lengthens his tefillah, as long as it's not ma'aynin, as long as he doesn't believe that Hashem owes him something and has to give him what he asks, then his tefillah will be in the skaba. But if he believes that his tefillah is so powerful that Hashem must answer him, he's ma'ayin in his tefillah, then he's going to end up with a heartache. And what does he have to do if he has a heartache? He has to learn the Torah. If a person's tefillah wasn't answered, he should repeat his tefillah, as it says twice. There are 4 things that a person has to strengthen himself in. Torah, tefillah, masim. This one is interesting. In your job, in your profession, you have to strengthen yourself. It says in the pasuk about Hashem shechani. Hashem forgot about his blessed Yisrael because Hashem. Even if a person adds another wife, he'll never forget his original wife. So we rebelled against you. How do you forget about us? He says, are you crazy? I never forgot about you. There are 3.6 billion times 300 million stars in the sky. I don't know, 16 zeros, but room in the sky. And they're all for your sake. You think I forgot about you? It says in the pasuk, well, can a woman forget about her own child? The Bible says, I'll never forget about your oilos. I'll never forget about your korbanos. However, I do sometimes lose my memory when it comes to Averis like the Egel. I'll forget that, but I won't forget the good deeds of Sinai. The Hasidim Rishon, the Mishnah says, would prepare themselves an hour before davening. The Gemara tells us that they also prepare themselves an hour after davening. Davening took them an hour, so it's 3 hours for each tefillah. There's 3 tefillahs a day. That's 9 hours. When did they have time for chazer? They had to say after the Shmai that they didn't forget to learn before they come to the Shmai. They had to say after the Shmai that the Parnasa came with just doing very minimal. And finally, for today, if you're a Milch when answering, you see a king says something to you, you don't answer. That's the Jewish king. The Goyish when you do answer. If you see a king coming, the Goyish king, and you're able to finish answering quick, say quickly and run. Have a wonderful day.
Again, on the other side of this, in Colorado, at least 2 students shot at a Denver area high school. No connection, obviously, other than the timing of this. So, if I continue to go with this story throughout the course of the day, John's obviously going to have the latest information when he comes along here at the top of the hour.
Brachas Daf Lamed Gimel, the Gemara tells us a story. There was a chassid davening Shmoneh Esrei, and a non-Jewish officer walked by and said hello to him, and he refused to answer because he was in the middle of Shmoneh Esrei. Says the officer, Reka, you're a poor. In your own Torah it says, you have to watch your soul. I can take my knife and cut your head off. What are you doing? She said, give me a moment to explain it to you. If you yourself were talking to the king and somebody said hello to you, would you stop? No. And if you did stop, what would the king do to you? The guy says, he cut my head off. Okay, I'm talking to Melech Malchi HaMelech Baruch Hu. How can I stop? We learned in the Mishnah, if a snake wraps himself around somebody's leg while he's down Shmoneh Esrei, you don't stop Shmoneh Esrei. Yet, if it's a scorpion, says the Gemara, scorpions are unpredictable, they'll attack for no reason, you must stop Shmoneh Esrei. In fact, if a person is thrown into a pit of snakes, we testify that that person is dead. Why? Because once you go into their domain and you cause them to be uncomfortable, they will attack you. However, if you're thrown into a pit of lions, you can't testify that the person is dead because lions don't always attack unless they're very hungry, etc. If you see a bull coming towards you and you're down in Shmoneh Esrei, you must stop immediately. If it's a bull that never attacked humans, doesn't have 3 attacks against humans, then if it's within 100 feet, 50 amma, you run. And if it's a bull that attacked humans, as long as you can see it, you have to get out of there. Because there's a saying in Aramaic, if you see a bull, run to the roof and take the ladder with you. Because a bull will attack, he's unpredictable. Shmuel says that's only a bull in Nisan time and a black bull because there's so much food around that he goes crazy. The famous story of Rav Chanina ben Doisa and the Aroid, some call it Arvad, there's a very special animal that's the product of a snake mating with a toad. And if it bites a human being, there's a race who can get to the water first. If the human gets first, then the Aroid dies. If the Aroid gets to the water first, then the human dies. And there was a Aroid causing a lot of trouble. They went to Rav Chanina ben Doisa. He said, show me where he lives. He put his foot on his hole, and the Aroid bit him. And a nace happened that there was a ma'ayan that opened up right below his feet, and there was water, and he got to the water first, and he killed Aroid. He took Aroid, put him on his shoulders, and brought him to the base of measure, and he said, Ein Aroid Memes. The Aroid doesn't kill. It's our sins that cause us to die. And then the people said, wow, we feel bad for this Aroid that bumped into Rav Chanina ben Doisa. It says in the Mishnah, we say, Mashav Ruach, where? In the bracha of Mechaya Mesim, because rain is the same thing as Piyas HaMesim, it's the same power, it's the same nace. When we say the same Talmud Matala bracha, in the Birkas Hashanim, that's the bracha of Parnasa, because having our fields with rain and food, that's our Parnasa. Havdalah comes in the bracha of Chonen Adas. You need das, you need seichel, the friendship between Chodesh and Chol, Tomei and Tar. The Chacham say it's because it's the first bracha that you say in the weekdays. Every Shmoneh Esrei you say 3 brachas in the beginning, 3 brachas in the end, but the first bracha of the weekday is Ata Chayna. Says the Gemara, there are 3 things, 3 words that are surrounded by the name of Hashem. One of them is Deya, Seichel. So it's a great thing to have Seichel, to use Seichel. In fact, if you don't, a person that doesn't use Seichel, we don't have Rahmanas on it. The Beis HaMikdash is wrapped around with Hashem's name, also great. A person that uses Seichel, it's as if he built the Beis HaMikdash. Nechama, revenge, we need to explain, because revenge seems like a bad thing. The Gemara says, no, in fact, revenge can be a good thing, depends how it's used. If it's used against our enemies, then it's a really good thing. Rabbi Kiva and Rabbi Lezer say that the bracha of Havdalah is not inserted into Atachayim. Rabbi Kiva says it's its own bracha by itself, it's the 4th bracha Shmoneh Esrei. Rabbi Lezer says you insert it in Ma'adim. The question is, where does this machlokes come from? If Klal Yisrael had a tradition to make Havdalah every single month of Shabbos, then where can you have machlokes? You just look at what Anshe Knesset Gleilah said to do, and that's it. The answer is because there were 3 takanas from Anshe Knesset Gleilah and Chachamim, and therefore there was a lot of confusion. The first takana was to say Havdalah in Shul in Shemona Esrei, because Klal Yisrael didn't have money then to buy wine and say it over wine. Later on, when they became wealthier, they changed Havdalah. They said, no more Shul, let's do it on a cup of wine. But then Klal Yisrael became poor, so they had to change it, and they said, let's, instead of changing it every other generation, let's just make one takana. We'll say it in Shul, and we'll say it on wine. Whoever can't afford it will be Yaitza with Shul. And that's where the confusion came from. If a person only made Havdalah on the cup of wine, he has to say Havdalah in Shemona Esrei, because the first takana was to say it on Shemona Esrei. But what if you reverse? The person said Havdalah in Shemona Esrei. Does he repeat it at home? And we know the answer. We repeat it at home. But there's a brisa that says you don't repeat it because it's shame l'shav. It's a bracha levatala. You don't say Hashem's names for no reason. It says l'sisa. It's this is the raisa. According to Rabbi Yochanan, you repeat it at home, and that's the halacha. And this brings us to the base. You can ask a riddle. How is it if a person eats one kazayis of bread, it will be mechayev him in 24 brachas? And the answer is, if a person forgets to say Havdalah in Shemona Esrei, then he goes home and makes Havdalah on a cup of wine. But what if he ate a kazayis of bread before he made the Havdalah on the cup of wine? Then we penalize him and we make him say Shemona Esrei again with Havdalah, and that's Shemona Esrei, plus he has to make Birkas Hamazon, that's 24 brachas. Matzah Shabbos that falls out on Yom Tov. There's no Atachayim. So where do we insert the Havdalah? According to Rabbi Kiva, it's not a problem. If Rabbi Lezer, it's not a problem. They insert it in their own brachas or in Maidah. The answer is that Rabbi Yochanan says, and there's three lashonos of Rabbi Yochanan. Either the lashon of Maidah, which means that everybody agrees to Rabbi Lezer, or the lashon of
You just light it up, shithole.
that we lean towards Rabbi Lezer. We don't tell people in public.
It's weird how some of those places they just fall off. They just get tired and they don't want to go there anymore. But then if they last long enough, then they become like circus where they're fun. Right. It's fun to go there.
No, it is. And now Luxor, they just did a whole big revamp on it. And nice. It's a beautiful hotel. Every time I walk in, it's spectacular to see how they made that.
Well, I'm obsessed by Egypt. So for me, it's like I wish the Luxor was the best hotel. I'd stay there every time. It's a fucking giant pyramid. We have to do a Fear Factor stunt. Oh yeah, thank you for you. We did a Fear Factor stunt where people had to slide down the Luxor.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they had to grab flags on the way down, slide down.
Let's see how I'm doing that.
Crazy. Pretty ridiculous. Back in the day.
That is crazy.
Yeah, 20 fucking years. That's a long ass time to be doing a residency. So before that, you were doing colleges and touring, and do you miss any of that? You do a little touring now.
We do a little touring now and then, but it's only when I get the off time. So if I get a week off, like I'm here, I could be home in my boat, but I'm here.
Right.
I do erosions, but you can't always. You gotta take a break here and there because you can't kill yourself. But I like the touring. I like the bus. You feel like a rock star. You know, the bus. You have the big venue and there's a sound check and there's people. We have the Luxor, but not like people hanging up on the bus. You know, like people like, hey, you fucked my mom. I'm like, great. You're getting old. That just remember fuck me now. Hey, you fucked my mom. You blew my grandpa. You know, be something. Wait, his grandpa blew me. Let's get this straight. Grandpa the liar.
So say 3.
Yeah. Otherwise, he's dead. I'm sorry. On his deathbed. No carrot top blowing one. Thank God he's dead. The one thing that's good about not touring though, because I mostly just work my club now, is I never feel tired. Like the traveling tiredness is horrible. You realize how bad it is to be flying all the time.
That is one great advantage of having a show every night at the Luxor because you gotta leave my house.
Yeah, sleep in your own bed.
Oh yeah. Oh my 10:30, 11 latest.
That is a huge plus. That's a huge plus.
Yeah, because the road it can tear you up. But then, like I said, there's the ups and there's pluses and minuses of it. It's fun. You're in a rock. You're a rock band. You know.
There's pluses and minuses, but for me, I mean, this is the first time in my life where I haven't toured. Yeah, the last few years, last 3-4 years.
That's nice.
Well, I guess 3 years ago I was touring still. Like 2 years, last 2 years, I've just, since the club opened, I just stopped. and it's been amazing. I love it.
Perfect.
You know, all my friends are doing arenas. They send me pictures. I'm like, yeah, fine. I don't want to do it. I fucking want to get out there. I probably will once I make a new hour, because right now I'm at like 40-something minutes. Once I get a full new hour, I'll probably do some tour dates just for the fuck of it. But being at home has giant advantages. It's you don't realize like how much you're destroying your body until you stop doing it. You know,
having the show is nice for that reason too. I mean, you have a normal day. I had a dog for a bit. You can get a dog and then go to work and come home. Watching Sports Center, 10:30.
Do you feel weird living in Vegas? Vegas is an odd place. It's like you have to find.
Well, I live in the Summerlin area where it's like
very nice, very suburban,
normal suburban.
But then you go to work inside the Devil's Ball.
Then I go inside the Devil's Ball. That's a good way to put it. And I leave down the shaft back to Summerlin.
It spits right out the tip.
Yeah, the tip into Summerlin. Ooh, we're home. That was hell. I mean, I find it funny. There's a college there, and a big college, UNLV. I find that funny because you imagine asking your parents, like, hey, I want to go to college. And like, all right, where are you going to go? Michigan, Iowa? You're like, I'm thinking about Vegas.
It's good college.
You're fucking not going to Vegas for college.
My buddy Sam Triplett went there.
Yeah?
It's good
college. It's a good college. I'm just saying, for the joke purposes.
Well, it seems like Vegas has become more of a community now, right? They have the Raiders now. Aren't they getting a major league?
Golden Knights.
What's the Golden Knights?
The hockey.
Hockey, right? That's right. They got a hockey team now. And always have fights. Fights.
Oh yeah.
Almost every weekend.
Right.
Some kind of boxing or UFC event or something.
And they're talking of building the baseball stadium. I think.
I heard. Yeah. That's nice. What's gonna be the Vegas A's? That's gonna be weird.
I guess. Yeah. I don't know.
Is it the Vegas Raiders? Is that what they call themselves?
Yeah, Las Vegas Raiders.
That's weird.
Yeah. Even the commentators like, yeah, Oakland's bear. You can't say Oakland Raiders. You can't. Yeah. It takes a long time. People say Washington Redskins. Every Chris Collinsworth last week. The Redskins.
What do they call themselves now? The Redskins.
No, Commanders. And you're talking. That's pretty good. I'm like a sports guy. I know this stuff. Yeah. Commanders.
Yeah, Redskins is a weird one. Washington Commanders. That one's problematic.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of them. I guess there's some article someone did that was really great. He broke down everything that could be. Like the Braves, the Chiefs, they went through all these different things. We'd have to get rid of everything.
How about Notre Dame?
The only thing left was like the Dolphins, because it's a dolphin. You can't get rid of a dolphin.
Well, yeah, but then there's dolphins in captivity. It's kind of gross that you're capitalizing on dolphins in captivity. There was a lot of people that were upset about the Notre Dame using the Fighting Irish, using that little leprechaun guy.
Yeah, right. I think they're gonna have a problem with everything. I mean, it's all it is.
You ever get protested?
No. She's shocked. No, I haven't. But I thought. I had a nightmare one night that I did. Like, it just be people outside the looks are just mad about something. No, but I thought about that because I know people have been. Have you been?
Oh yeah.
Oh, what? See, that's so strange.
Yeah. What minor? Just a bunch of people like mad about something.
It's always something. Guys.
It's always something. It's whatever it is. People just get upset. It's always a small group of people because it's actually organized by actual humans versus like these crowdfunded ones where like they show up on tour buses and they all have professionally made signs and hand them to them. They're all getting paid to protest. That's a weird thing that they're doing today. That didn't exist when I was a kid. Like paid protesters.
I don't think so.
I was watching a documentary on it on YouTube the other day. That was they followed this woman who is a professional paid protester, and she goes from Free Palestine to this to that. She's been doing it for years. She goes from one protest to the next.
That's her job.
That's her job. Yeah, and she makes X amount of $100 a day.
Wow.
And they fly around.
Four seasons.
I think that kind of should be illegal.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, because it's kind of a lie. It's kind of fraud. fraud.
It's beyond fraud.
Yeah.
Beyond, and the guy who's funding it is right.
Yeah.
Who's paying them?
It's usually NGOs, non-government organizations, again, taxpayer money, unfortunately. But it's a weird thing where you're pretending that these people are outraged when they really just want a sandwich.
Right. You see them all the time in the news. Yeah, people don't know they're real, right? They don't know they're not real.
No, but
until
they
someone
get
points it out, like you
exposed.
just did, and then they get exposed, and then people are like, no, you're just listening to the hype of it. What do you call it? You know, what do you call it? When they say something, propaganda, or the other one where they're like, oh, it's just, you know, the world's flat and that kind of the conspiracy theories. So I love those because with my dad working at NASA, I would always ask people like, what do you think?
What'd your dad do at NASA?
He was an engineer. He trained the astronauts in the
was he involved
simulators. Nice. Yeah. I wish my dad was alive. He'd punch you right now. Oh yeah. My dad. Well, no.
I slept and moved.
Yeah. No, because we just had a discussion backstage. God dang, a couple days ago. I don't know what. Something happened. Flag or something about
flag waving on the moon.
No, it was something about a flag, like burning flag, something. And I said, my friend said, that's an interesting question. I wonder if the flag is still on the moon. And I said, that's a great question. Like, it's one of you had to break it down, right?
Yeah.
So I said, well, my dad would know, and I guess I'm not the brightest guy, but I would do like an engineer who would break it down. But there's not, there's no wind on the moon. There might be cosmic something wind up there. It's not right. So, and there's nothing that's going to deteriorate the flag. So it's probably still there.
Unless it got hit by micrometeorites.
Or something. I mean, other than that, it would be right.
Because there's no atmosphere on the moon, so we're a very, very thin atmosphere. So it gets pelted all the time.
Right. That's what the only thing that was probably right. But unless how deep the fuckers put it. But my dad trained him to drive that little rover. So the joke I was going to put in the show, I said, NASA can now, they're good. They can zoom in and look at it. So here's the NASA zoom in on the moon. You see the flag. See, I told you the fucking moon's still there. And then we pan over, and there's the Land Rover, but it's up on blocks, and they've looted it, taken all of the wheels off of it. I said, see, the fucking thing. They've already stole it. They've already.
They did take photos. I think it was India. Was it India or China? One of the satellites that they had hovering the moon took appropriately blurry, ambiguous photos of what they claim was the landing site. Like where the lunar module was, where the buggy is.
Well, that would be the punchline. Then you go, of course it's still there in some sound stage in LA,
I think the soundstage is probably in Vegas. I think it was out in the
might be near Summerlin. It might be near my house.
I think it's out where they film, where they do like UFO back engineering. Yeah. That's another weird thing. You're right where the Luxor is. It's right across the street from where those guys take off.
My brother flew those. Really? Whoa. It's a crazy thing. That probably. My brother was Air Force, and so he retired Air Force, F-16 fighter jet pilot, and now he for about 3 years he flew the Red Stripe planes. And the weird thing is, I'm in the Luxor when I first got the gig, and I was in my room. It was at the top of the. Not on the light. That'd be a horrible room to be in. People are like, is your room with the light on it? Yeah, my room was with the light on it.
For people that don't know, there's a giant spotlight. They actually had it toned down.
Yeah,
because it was interfering with flights.
It was indeed. Yeah. There's 3 things you can see from outer space, by the way: the Great Wall of China, the Luxor Light, and my cock. Thank you.
I'm here all week.
I'm actually here all week. So, what was I? So I'm looking out the window, right? Every morning I would look out and I'd see the planes, and I didn't know what they were. I thought they were some private guy, a big billionaire that has all these jets out there. They were blue, so I thought, this is another billionaire red jets. And so then there's 4 channels on my TV. I was like when I was a kid, right? And the Luxor was just the Luxor channel, and then So the Electric Channel would have on a loop every day this goddamn thing about the red stripe planes. And this is real, right? So I'm watching it and like, no one in the world knows where these red stripe planes are. They fly out of a secret location. I swear to God, in West, and I'm like, I'm looking out my window like, they're fucking right there. And it's serious, like, no one knows. For years, people tried to discover where the red planes fly in and out of. I'm like, this is a joke. So I called my brother. I said, if he fly, I said, this thing says that you're like top secret. You don't fly anywhere. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. You know, they really can't tell me. He wouldn't tell me. I just thought that was so crazy. I mean, there's a whole show saying there's no red planes, and there's a mystery that if you can find them. And I'm like,
everybody knows where they are.
Zoom in and take a picture of them.
That's ridiculous. Everybody literally knows where they are. Yeah. You can see them from Mandalay Bay.
Unless they are fake ones. They're the ones that see the decoy. Yeah, just like the 747 and then they have the other 747.
Yeah, when Bob Lazar was working on back engineering UFOs, allegedly, that's where he used to fly out of. They'd pick him up there and he'd fly over to Area S4. Quick little flight out to the middle of Groom Lake. Quick layover and come get out, and they'd say, figure this thing out.
Jeez.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
It supposedly looks like that. That one right there.
Right. Well, I thought that was a symbol of AC/DC's album.
Yeah. Doesn't it? It looks a little bit like that. No, that's the sport model. That's what Bob supposedly was working on in Area 51. Yeah. Yeah, who knows? It's fun.
Yeah, I love all that space stuff. Yeah.
But when you're looking at those actual planes, I'd like to talk to one of those guys. They tell you they're fucked.
Oh yeah, like my brother's like, what are you talking about? He would not. He said, I work in and out. No, you don't. You fly these planes. Tell me more.
He wouldn't tell you nothing.
No.
Even if you put the phones down and go for a walk.
No.
Nothing. Your own brother.
Yep.
If you're my brother, I'd tell you.
Would you?
Fuck yeah.
I would too. I don't think I can't keep a secret.
That's probably why I was like,
that's why you're not. Exactly why they wouldn't hire you.
People always ask me, like, does anybody ever tell you like top secret information? I'm like, no, I have a big fucking mouth. They're not gonna tell me.
Exactly right.
If they told me that UFOs are real, I'd be like, look, I'm sorry. Maybe they're gonna put me in jail, but I have to tell you.
I always have that question too, honestly, about people that have had security clearances and that, and then they revoke them.
Yeah.
My biggest,
you can take those off. Those are not working. These are working. Something about your hair.
Yeah. My physique.
Let's just go headset less.
Oh my God.
Better?
Oh, it was a struggle. Can I take my pants off too?
Take your pants off. This is a pants-free zone.
No headphone, no pant wearing the zone.
You probably have extra pants in there anyway.
I might. Probably have something in there. I know.
Do you even know what's in there? Like, do you structure your show, or do you just like reach into the show?
The show is structured, but when I come and do like little things, there's not at all. There's nothing zero.
Do you ever do guest sets like at a comedy club where you bring the?
I used to make a thing.
You do it these days?
No,
never.
I mean, they kind of do like this is what I'm doing today with Tony. I bring a little.
Tony loved it. Last time he did it. It was very fun. I saw
it was fun. Yeah, he said to me, I don't really want to do props. You know, I want to talk. I want to be, not Carrot Top. He says, but that's what I want. I want you to be that. And he was right. Because it was right. Because a lot of it was both right. Yeah, it was fun to talk, be funny without doing props, and then go in and show some stuff. And he was beside himself. He said,
"Are you here tomorrow night?"
I'm here. No. Tonight.
I would show there tomorrow night.
Shit, I wouldn't
say. It'd be fun if you.
Oh, that would be awesome. Oh man, I would have done that in a heartbeat.
Another time. You'll be back.
Yeah.
Next time we'll plan on that.
Yeah, that would be fun. Awesome. Absolutely. Yeah. I just had Ron White come up on stage just last Friday.
Oh, he was in Vegas?
He was in Vegas, and he came out, and Ron's just a hoot. He says that he comes in, and I said, what? I said, well, I thought, what do you want me to do? And I said, you just do what, don't, have to stress out. Don't come out and do 20 minutes. I think just poke your head out. I have a bit in my act where I talk about my dad working at NASA and training astronauts, and it's just like Neil Armstrong and John Glenn. All these pictures come up, and Katy Perry. And everybody goes, ah. And I said, if my dad was alive, you could hear him right now. I go, what the fuck? And I got Ron White to do the voice for it, right? So the crowd, they already know it. You just hear his voice. What the fuck? And everybody's like, Ron White. So I said, that sounds like Ron White. I said, fuck it, sounds a lot like Ron White. And he walks out and he goes, well, no shit, Sherlock. And the crowd loses it, right? And I was going to come out here and say something, but you're fucking, I was having a good set, fucking blowing the roof off the fucking place. So he says, you still want it? I said, that dude, a joke? All right, I'll do it. And he did some joke. And it was great because I'm watching the whole show. He's like one of my heroes in life. He's sitting there watching the show, but then he's gone for like, I don't know, his bit's coming up. I don't know where he is. And you could smell pot. The whole theater. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I hope Ron, you can't, like, smoke weed in here. So I go off after he comes out, and he says, it comes. So I said, all right, and then for Ron White, and I said, some kind of dress. And if you smell weed, it's probably. He's back. He goes back in my dress. Now, there's another show back down there, all these stripper girls. And they're all like, hey, I didn't know you partied. I'm like, what? Like, I didn't know you partied. I've been there 19 years. I'm like, I don't party. They're like, no, that's my friend Ron. He's smoking weed. They're like, holy, she's got good shit. I mean, it was just bellowed through the whole lobby, out into the lobby.
Yeah, he can go hard.
Oh, he goes.
I smoked weed with him and then done a set, but like, oh my god, what am I talking about?
Yeah, no, he was so belligerent. And then he left his weed and his wallet in my dresser.
Oh no, did you steal his wallet?
Yeah, fuck, I still wallet and his weed.
He's here. He lives here.
He does. I know. He said he might surprise me later.
Oh, nice.
And you've done I don't know if
I do shows with him every week.
Every week. It's not great. He's
one of the main reasons why I moved here.
That's great.
Yeah, when he moved here in 2000, I think 17 or 18. I think 18. And I was like, wait, where are you, man? I miss you. He's like, I moved back to Austin. I fucking love it. It's in the middle of the country. I can fly here from everywhere. It's like 3 hours no matter where you go. 3 hours to New York, 3 hours to LA. Perfectly centrally located. People are nice. Food's great. I was like, all right. He's right. He got me thinking about Austin. And then when the pandemic hit, I was like, well, if I move to Austin, at the very least, Ron's going to be there. I'm like, there's a good comedy club there. But the comedy club had already closed. I'm like, but at least Ron's there. You know, I'll have a friend. I just had to get out of LA. And she was just raving about, come on down, man. Austin's fucking awesome. He's also the one who talked me into opening up a club.
Awesome.
Yeah, it was totally Ron. He hadn't done stand. It's a really funny story. He hadn't done stand up in like 8 months. He goes, I'm fucking retired because there's the pandemic and all the chaos. I'm fucking retired. I'm done. I got plenty of money. I'm just gonna enjoy life and this. And I'm like, okay. Come on, man. Really? I'm like, you're so funny. I just can't believe that. And so then Tony put on a show at the Vulcan. Tony had done like 1 or 2 shows indoors, which was crazy. Like, oh my god, we're doing shows indoors in 2020. This is madness. Right. And in LA, people were freaking out. You're killing grandma.
Yeah, exactly.
And so Ron was like, oh, fuck it. I don't even know if I'm going to do a set. And then he decided to go on stage. He went on stage. The audience went fucking bananas. He got a huge standing ovation. The moment he went on stage, murdered for 15 minutes. And then he came up stage and he grabbed me by my shoulders. And he goes, whatever the fuck we have to do, we're going to keep doing this. You got to open that club. I'm like, okay,
that's great.
That was the beginning of the Comedy Mothership. It was Ron White. Yeah, he was the original. He was the Christopher Columbus, but that's a bad example because that guy was a real piece of shit. He was the original pioneer that came here. Yeah, crazy.
I'll do one more Ron White story because it's just incredible. We go out to this little fancy, like one of these posh little bars down somewhere in the fancy hotel. And I even said, where do you want to go? And he says, this is kind of like, I want to go to a bar. And he said, let's go to the one at the area or whatever. So we go in, it's real fancy, and we sit down, and the waitress walks over to us, and there's 3 of us, his wife, his girlfriend, me, and my friend. And I said, Oh, let's do Crown the Rocks and a glass of wine. And as I look over at his wife, I said, would you like a damn smoking weed? And Ron is literally, he looks at me, he's like, well, no fucking shit. And I go, Ron, you can't smoke pot in here. He goes, the hell can't who the hell's gonna throw Ron White and Carrot Top out of a fucking bar? And within seconds, Metro was standing there going, you guys get the fuck out of here. And Ron's like, you gotta be fucking shit. I said, Ron, you can't, like, the cops are there. And he's thinking, well, they're good. I said, no, we're not good. We gotta go. He just thought, he did that in my backstage this last week. I said, you can't smoke pot back here. He said, it's your fucking dressing room. What does that mean? Is that how that looks? Because I've got the other people, the girls, the show. There's a lot of other people backstage that I can't do.
The next show is like strippers.
It's called Fantasy. Yeah, it's like my show, except it's funnier and there's naked people. So
what is it?
It's just a girls dancing review show.
They used to have something like that in Riviera. It was called Crazy Girls.
Yeah,
it was like comedians would host it.
It was kind of like this one. They would have a comic in the middle of it. The girls, yeah, it's a good show. They've been there for a while.
It's for people that want excuses to see strippers, but they don't want to go to a strip club.
Right.
So they take a date to a show.
Right.
See some titty.
Yes, exactly. It's smart, isn't it? See, we didn't go to a strip club, honey. We went to a fancy titty bar.
Vegas is just such an odd place. There's nothing like that place. It's so strange. It's just got such a history. First of all, the beginning of it, right? It's founded by the mob. Like, they literally want a place where they can get gambling. And then in order to have legal gambling, there's probably some sort of a deal where they let the government blow nukes off in the middle of the fucking mountains. So there's spots out there where you really can't even visit because they detonated 50, 60 nukes. It's super crazy. That's what killed John Wayne, you know.
Vegas.
John Wayne was doing a movie in Nevada about Genghis Khan. It's a terrible movie. And he did that movie, and a giant percentage of the people that worked on the movie got cancer from it. Because they were literally like right down the road from one of the test sites. Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's fucked, right?
Yeah.
But I always thought that's probably one of the reasons why they allowed them to do the gambling thing there. They probably made some sort of a deal. Like, yeah, you can have gambling, but this is what we want to do. We want to blow off nukes.
Jesus. I feel like that sometimes when I'm on stage as Luxor, if something comes down, and the crowd can see it, just a particle of something. It's always like, oh, it's nice. Yeah, the place is fine. Some asbestos.
Well, it's not nukes. Luxor was built in like what, the early 2000s.
Yeah,
What was that place built?
Yeah, something like that.
Like 2000 or something like that. Because when we filmed Fear Factor, there was
about 2000.
2003 or 4.
20 of them. So yeah, 2000.
Yeah, so I don't think they use asbestos, but it's just such a weird place. 93. Oh, wow. No kidding.
Oh, shit, I'm way and I worked there.
Not too far off, 10 years. Wow.
Look at that.
The wait is over. 2 pound for pound kings. One epic showdown. Canelo versus Crawford going toe to toe at last. And DraftKings Sportsbook is in your corner from the opening bell to the final blow. From the opening bell to the judge's final call, DraftKings has you covered with odds on knockouts, total rounds, method of victory, and more. Never bet on a fight before? Easy. Open the app, look for something simple like who will win, and make your pick. And it's not just fight night. Football is on tap this Sunday, too. One app, all the action. New customers, this one's for you. Bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you sign up today. DraftKings Sportsbook is the home for fight fans and football Sundays. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN to get $200 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text HOPE Open wide 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Fees may apply in Illinois, void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms or responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
It was a great idea.
Yeah, it's still phenomenal. You walk inside it, it's just breathtaking.
I was there recently. I went to see the body exhibit.
You walk in, it's like, you know, I actually do a joke like this. Yeah, I had sex on a really hot chick. They finally threw me out of the bodies exhibit or something.
That bodies exhibit is fucking creepy. Do you know the story behind that place?
I look a little. I mean, yeah, kind of.
They're mostly. Well, they don't really know like where they're getting the bodies, but they do know that a lot of them are political prisoners. Yeah, so it's basically like people that ran afoul of the Chinese government, so they whack them and turn them into statues.
Wow. That's creepy. Yeah, that's right outside my theater.
Yeah, well,
damn.
A lot of them they call like unidentified bodies, but the real problem is like to be an unidentified body, you have to be unidentified for 30 days. But then in order to do the plastination process, where they turn you into a statue, it has to take place within 48 hours of death. So, someone's lying. Yeah. Someone's
That makes
lying.
a lot more sense now.
A lot of them have bullet holes.
What a great place to have a comedy club right next to like the Titanic Museum and dead fucking bodies, right?
Yeah.
That thing get you more in a mood for a show.
I saw that too, the Titanic Museum.
Yeah, Titanic Museum.
That's pretty dope. They actually have a big chunk of the Titanic on display there.
Yeah.
Guys, what a wild time where people would just get on a fucking boat and travel across the ocean with no YouTube, no GPS, hope they didn't hit an iceberg. And that was like super fancy high-tech travel. Imagine the people that traveled 30, 40 years before that. Wooden boats, not having any idea, just going on a promise that you had a job waiting on the other side of the fucking ocean.
Right.
Yeah. So my grandparents got there.
There are probably comics on those cruise ships.
Terrible comics on those cruise ships. That's the worst job in comic.
Ever, right? Ever. I did one. It's my only one.
It's one of those things where a guy, you know, there's some guys that like it. Like, I know Alonzo Bowden does, like, jazz cruises. Like, Alonzo Bowden he's a great comic, but he's also, like, a giant jazz fan. He loves jazz music. So he'll go on jazz cruises, and it's probably perfect for him, because, like, it's like if I went on an MMA cruise, you know, I could talk about, right? It's like, you can talk about subjects that most people in a regular crowd are like, what the fuck is he talking about? If you're talking about obscure jazz music, you know?
Yeah, no, that would work. I have a lot of friends who love cruise ships. I just don't,
Have you heard what they're doing with AI music, speaking of jazz? They did 50, I sent it to Jamie today, they took 50 Cent's Many Men and made it like a soulful song that seems like it's from the 50s or 60s. Have you heard that?
No, but I've heard a few other ones, not the 50 Cent one.
Dude, want to listen to it?
Yeah.
It's so fucking good. I said it to Brian Simpson, and he said, that is the best fucking thing you've ever sent me.
So they just did that.
Yes, through AI. It's not even a real human being's voice. And it's fucking good, dude. It's good where you're like, whoa. Listen to this. It seems weird hearing these lyrics with this kind of singing, you know, because it's like hardcore gangster rap music, but with, listen to this though. It's kind of crazy that they're doing it.
Many men wish death upon me. Blood in my eye, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away.
Isn't that great?
She gets better.
I put a hole in a nigga.
fucking with me. And only in that situation can you communicate that.
My back on the wall. Now you gon' see.
Then, even without binding together,
Better watch how you talk. When you talk about me. Cause I'm gonna take your life away. Woo!
Really great. How incredible.
Nobody sings lyrics like that with those kind of lyrics. It's gangster rap lyrics with an incredible voice. AI is fucking scary, man.
Yeah.
That's so good. If that was a dude who sang that, I was like, who's this guy?
Right.
You know, I'm like, this guy is fire.
That's the kind of stuff we're going to be, I mean, and the first time I heard about it was Randy Travis had a song out, and I love Randy Travis, so I was like, he has a new album out, he's not doing well, he can't, hasn't known.
That's right, they used AI, but that was his decision, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he wrote the music.
Yeah, I think he did. But it blew me away. I had a whole fight with my crew, like, AI, it's not fucking AI, it's AI.
It is, but it's
back
not.
and they said it right.
But the difference is, like, this is not a real person's voice. It's probably a conglomeration of multiple different singers' voices. At least I guess.
I'm looking, actually, I don't know where this started, but I'm looking at the one that I'm looking at. They are trying to sell this like it's they tried to make it seem like 50 Cent covered this song from some guy named Shifty Brand.
Oh, yeah, but they do that stuff. They did that with the Chris Rock thing. When Chris Rock got slapped by Will Smith, they tried to pretend that it was an old television show, and they did an AI version of this old television show where a guy goes on stage and slaps the comedian. It's really funny. AI is so squirrely.
Yeah.
They're probably just trying to make money. That's why they did it. But god damn, it's good.
But the Randy Travis one,
It's his voice. So
I don't think so.
No, it is. So what they do is like it's my voice too. Like they use AI with my. There's a whole podcast with me and Steve Jobs. I never met Steve Jobs. There's a whole podcast that somebody made with AI. AI, because you have Steve Jobs' voice and you have my voice, thousands and thousands of hours. Every sound that I can make with my voice has already been made. So all the computer has to do weird noises. Weird noises. But all the computer has to do is just take a giant amount of your voice and then apply it differently, emotionally, slowly, somberly, angrily. And you can just put it all together.
They just had one with me. And it was like, what the? And it was me doing something,
Do they do ransom phone calls where people call people and say, I've been kidnapped, I need money?
That's what it was. It was not. It was, hey, it's me. It's Carrot Top. Listen, if you could help me out, I need, and it was like I was broke and I was down and out. I needed the money.
And they said, stop sucking my dick and we're in the desert. Send money. Yeah, it's real weird because it's super good now. In the beginning, when we first started hearing it, was kind of obvious because the inflections were off. Like the way he would say something, like the inflections in that song was insane. You know, I'll take your life. Watch how you talk about me. I'll take your life.
That's great.
Oh, you hear it like, damn. So that means that we would associate with a soulful, incredibly creative person with an amazing God-given talent of a voice. But it's not. Right? That's what's crazy. Like, they nailed it. Even though I know it's fake, I love it. Yeah. And you love it too. Like, we're listening like, this is great, but we know it's fake. That's kind of crazy. The Randy Travis thing is different because what they just did is he wrote it and then he can't sing anymore, but they have thousands of hours of him singing. So they take that and then just turn it into him singing. So it is him singing. It's actually his voice. It's just not coming out of his mouth. It's coming out of technology, but it is his voice. And it's his right. Right? So it's like, it really is a Randy Travis album. It's just Randy Travis. Like, you can enjoy someone that can't do it anymore, but is still alive. You know? Like, that guy had so many great songs. Oh my God. That guy
could go on forever and ever.
Well, you have to have.
No, he's got so many. I love it. I mean, that was my first big country. Says Kenny Rogers. My dad would go to see Kenny Rogers every concert my dad went to was Kenny Rogers.
Really?
Literally.
That's hilarious.
And then he goes,
we put the headphones on. We forgot.
I forgot. Yeah, I feel more animated. Yeah, there you go. This is weird. So I get you guys to see Kenny Rogers, and I'm like 12 or something, 13. He says, you want to go? So my dad, I said, I'll go to first concert, Kenny Rogers. It's like huge. He was playing like arenas. It was him and Tammy Wynette. That was great. Right, all the hits. Here we go. Yeah, and then the second concert I go to was Kenny Rogers, right? So I'm like, he's all right. I don't think there's anything else but Kenny Rogers, right? Third time I go to this fucking thing, I'm like, Dad, can we go to like Alabama? Can we go to another concert? He loved Alabama. He loved this. No, Kenny Rogers is. So then I meet Kenny Rogers in an elevator in LA, like it's just the weirdest thing. Bing, doors open. And he standing, he gets on. I said, oh man, I don't bother you, you're a legend. He's like, thank you. I said, you know the first concert I ever went to? He says, I'm going to say me. I said, yep. He said, that's awesome. I said, you know the second concert I went to? He says, nope. I said, you. He says, wow, that's awesome. I said, you want to know the third? He goes, all right, fuck off. He goes, fuck off. Where are we going with this? I said, my dad took me to your concert 3 times in a row. He goes, well, you have a great dad. And then it was just kind of awkward. I kind of ran out.
That's exactly what we were talking about. Yeah, acting for celebrity.
And I did right. And we're just looking at the numbers. We're going up and I said, oh, you know what? You have great chicken. And I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't know what else to say. But he really did have this great chicken roasters thing. And that's what I said. And he looked at me like, fuck off. I said, no, and the sides are great too. The chicken.
That song, The Gambler, how many people did that turn into gambling junkies? Right. Romanticize gambling. You made it seem so, you gotta know when to hold. I do. I know when. I know when to walk away. I know when to run.
I know what I'm doing.
Did they make a TV movie about that? Wasn't there like a TV movie?
Yeah, called The Gambler. Wasn't it called The Gambler?
I think there was a TV movie called The Gambler. Yeah.
We'll find out in seconds.
Yep. Yeah, there's something about music that was created before the internet.
The Gambler. There you go.
Gambler. What year is this? 1980. There's something about stuff that was created before the internet that's so fascinating. It's like an archaeological dig. You know, like this is like
that's just great. Like that looks great. It's like you want to watch it.
Can I listen? Because it's like an archaeological dig. Like you're looking at like the way people used to behave and talk before the internet.
Right.
You know, it's weird. It's like oddly fake. You know, it's like oddly like
interesting how you analyze that way. That's now I want to see what you're talking about.
Yeah, like I'm an amateur archaeologist here. This is a different time. Human beings from 1980 were like a different thing. Everybody would just leave the house. Everyone had a key. Nobody knew where anybody was at any given time. You left the house, you were gone. We didn't even have answering machines yet.
No, right.
People were basically wild animals who lived in houses. And they only knew how to behave from movies and TV. Give me some of this.
Playing the music.
Oh, is it still playing the music? Oh, okay. Is this the theme song? I wanted it. Yeah.
That's great. That's so funny.
Look at even the way it looks. It looks so cornball. It's just kind of amazing. You know, people just kind of accepted.
I love the fact of how you put it. There was not even having something recall.
Yeah, answer machines.
They were just gone.
We were wild animals. People in 1980 were essentially wild animals. They were wild animals who had children. No one knew what was going on in the world. Everybody was completely uninformed.
Right.
Yeah, it's crazy. We were all worried that Russia was going to blow us up. That was every day. Everybody's worried about Russia blowing us up. And no one knew what was going on, and everybody lived in bliss. And you only knew the people in your neighborhood. You didn't know anybody else.
No.
You didn't know, like, there wasn't even 1/100th of the amount of famous people back then. There was a tiny amount of famous people. There was Elvis and a few other folks. There's a few rock stars, a few comics. There's like Richard Pryor.
Right. Yeah, TV shows that you think, you know.
Yeah, dude, animals. We were, look at Kenny Rogers. These are wild animals that have just been introduced to technology, and they're aping what it's like to be a grown-up. Like they're just figuring it out. And now here we are. We're like the teenagers. We're the adolescents of civilization. So we realize that's kind of silly and everything. But there's stuff from then that's better than stuff that's today for whatever weird reason. There's some music back then that hits you because like you realize like how special this really, like Prince, for instance. Like I remember the first time I listened to Prince, I listened to I was delivering newspapers at the time, and I listened to I Want to Be Your Lover, and I was like, who the fuck is this guy, man? Like this guy was coming out of nowhere. He was like completely androgynous, like he was a beautiful man with this long flowing hair, and the first album is him with his shirt off, just staring at you like, what the fuck is going on? And then I Want to Be Your Lover, I heard that, I was like, oh my god, this guy's talented. But he was like out of nowhere talented, you know what I mean? Like, who the fuck was like that guy before him?
Right.
He was completely different than anybody that came before.
I want to think that what people compare with Michael Jackson because of the.
He's very different. Very different too.
Right. But because I remember when Prince came out, I'm like, oh, he's trying to be Michael Jackson. No, yeah. But he could do what?
What year is this?
Performance.
Oh, let me see this. Let me hear some of this. There you
go. There's your song.
Come on, man. What a song. Look at him.
No, yeah.
Bro.
It's so funny. This video, if you took the sound off this and you put it like Cinderella, it would probably match his Aerosmith, but look at how he's doing it, baby.
Right.
He even took the it looks like
he's so compelling.
Yes.
He was so compelling.
All I ever wanted to do. I want to be
And that women were so confused why they wanted to fuck him. Like, why do I want to fuck that woman? They wanted to fuck him. Like, he cracked the code. He figured something out. Like, when you're a 5'3" dude with insane amount of talent, and you're wearing stiletto heels on stage, and everybody wants to fuck you. Because he was that fucking talented. He was that talented. And then his music was so wild. Like that song Head. I remember that song. That was like, what year was Head? Was that like 86 or something like that? Like what year was that?
I know the thing.
80? Wow, 1980. So this was before I was in high school, son. This is before I was in high school. They had a song about blowjobs. Morning, noon, and night, I'll give you head. Till you burn it up, head. Do you love is red, head. Love you till you're dead. Ow!
You know, Prince people reached out to our people one night and asked if they could come to the show when he was at the Rio.
Whoa.
And we said, well, fuck yeah. What do you mean? Of course we would. And they said there's only one caveat. I said, what was that? You can't curse.
Prince hates cursing?
Yeah.
For real.
Well, yeah. So
maybe he just wanted to fuck with you. Maybe. How much power do I have?
Yeah, I do tell me. Well, I don't think. I
want to hear swears.
I would tell my people. I said, hold on a second. He's telling me I can't curse. I said, yeah, that's the only thing. I said, but he has a song called Cream, Get Off.
Yes.
Cream, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah. I'm like, no, I'm not going to change my horn.
Oh, he became a devoted Jehovah's Witness, and as a result, stopped using profanity. Even implementing a cash swear jar in his Paisley Park studio to enforce his no swearing policy. Witnesses believe that using blasphemous or foul language is a sin, and Prince adhered to this tenet by removing swear words from his music and charging people for any foul language spoken at his compound. Well,
I'm already down like 200. I'm already fined $200 today, I think.
As much as I love that guy, I would not visit him. I would be like, I can't do that.
No, that's what I
don't want to do that.
That's what I said.
Maybe I would. Maybe I'd visit him once. Maybe I'd talk to him once. I would just like if I'm going to go talk to a priest, I'm not going to go swear. You know what I mean? Right. I'm going to probably try to be nice.
Yeah.
But like at a certain point in time, like I don't want to perpetuate this really stupid idea that different sounds that you make with your mouth are uniquely offensive. It's what you're saying. It's supposed to be a sound that I make so you know what I'm thinking. And if you have words that you can substitute for these thoughts, that are if you have a thought that is only expressed through fuck you, right? Like we know what fuck you means, and everybody says fuck you. For you to say that you can't say that anymore, you're manipulating language to make it have less nuance. That's never good. Like it's already not nuanced enough. Like it still doesn't quite grasp exactly what you're thinking or what you're saying. And the worst case scenario of it is when someone writes down what you're saying instead of like hearing you say it in context with the conversation that you're having, right? So it's like anybody who says you don't use certain words, like stop being a baby. Stop being a baby. These are just noises you make so that we can understand. All that shit is nonsense. It's stupid. It's stupid, and it was mostly created, I think, first of all, on television, right? Television, you had advertising, and that was the only place where there was advertising. And so that was the only place that had a proven audience. But to keep that proven audience on NBC and CBS, you had to institute laws where you literally would get fined like a serious amount of money if you swore on TV. And then cable came along, and everybody, Sam Kinison was like HBO, right? Like, and you're like, what? This is way better. Like, why can't we just talk? Right? But again, this is cave people. Kinison on HBO was 86. Right? No one knew what the fuck was going on, dude. No one knew what the fuck was going on back then. Prior. Yeah, it was just amazing. When I was a kid, I was at my friend Jimmy Lawless's house, and we watched Eddie Murphy Delirious. I think we were all like, what year was that? 80. I want to say I was 15, maybe. Delirious, 86. I want to say I was like 15 or 16. I couldn't believe how funny it was. I was like, this is insane. Oh, no. He's talking about the honeymooners fucking each other in the ass. Like, what? Jackie Gleason is fucking Ed Norton in the ass? I've been looking at you. You're like, this is insane. How is this on TV? 86. 83. 83? Yeah. Wow. Yeah, so that makes, you're right. That makes me like 15. Fucking crazy. It was so good, dude. And it was new. It was like all of a sudden you're hearing someone just swearing on TV. Yeah. Like this is crazy. How am I even watching this? Right. That's it was a big change in because the cable. Well, cable and then VHS tapes. We can go and like you can rent Delirious. Right, rent it. Wasn't it too bad? Right. Yeah, you go home and put it in. You get your popcorn out and go watch Delirious. We were cave people. Yeah, we were cave people. We were cave people. We were telling stories by the fire. Yeah, literally. Yeah. Oh God. Like that was our form of entertainment. It's so weird. You think back about that. You keep bringing this up. Isn't that weird? Because I'm about your age. We didn't have any. We didn't. Like you said, we didn't have an answer machine. Yeah, we had nothing. We had nothing. I think we are the perfect. We're the perfect people to like really understand the change that society has gone through and how spectacular that change is, because we were there when there was none, when there was nothing. Where walkie-talkies were crazy. Someone had a walkie-talkie that was nuts. You could talk to your friend in your bedroom. Bro, what's going on over there? Over. Yeah, right. You look, you have to like reasonably close. It was the craziest thing in the world to be talking to walkie-talkie. Or I knew a dude who had a CB in his car. He would just have random conversations with people. Bro, they would just start talking about stuff. Breaker 1, what you up to? And they would just have conversations, and people would meet people. Like you said, the Smoking the Bandit. That was that is the time you're talking about too. They were CBs, but they're also like cavemen. They were just It was. But you were the cool guy if you had a CB in your truck. If you had a CB in your truck, you were cool. Didn't Burt Reynolds have a CB in his Trans Am? Yeah. Did he? Yeah, he said, hey, big, what's up, bro? We're gonna pull over there and feed the dog, bro.
10 forward, buddy.
That is the ultimate cool guy.
Yeah,
He's got a walkie-talkie in his Trans Am with a cowboy hat on.
Fucking right. That's my by the way, it is one of my only movies that I own on my iPod.
Bro, it is another archaeological site. It's a dig. They've dug down to another time of human beings where this is the coolest guy in the world. A guy who runs from the cops in a Trans Am with a Firebird on the fucking hood, and he's talking on a CB with a cowboy hat on.
And that was the first movie.
It's like Greek theater.
Yeah, for the first movie they broke the camera. The third, what do you call that? Where they look at
the third wall?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was the first
fourth
movie.
wall? What fourth wall? Fourth wall.
Fourth wall. Yeah, remember when he's first being chased? Yeah, he's going down the. He loses him in the alley in the very beginning, chasing. And he's going like, he's backing in like this, and he looks at the camera and goes, it's like, that was fucking awesome. Like, he just gave that look.
Oh, Burt Reynolds had so much charisma.
That's right.
He was so
and the fucking sheriff. I mean, goddamn, how great is that whole?
But you know what was really great?
Give me a dabble sandwich and a Dr. Pepper, make it quick. I'm in a goddamn hurry. Yeah. Where are you at? Who's chasing you? No one's chasing me. I'm the sheriff. No one's chasing me. You stay here and you think about it, but don't do it. Yeah, his kids on the car.
Dude, Jackie Gleason was amazing in that.
That's an attention getter.
Yeah, he was so good in that.
That's called an attention getter.
Do you remember Burt Reynolds in Deliverance?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That was an insane role. That was insane role. That was when you get to see him as an actual actor. You're like, oh, this guy was good. He was a good actor, right? You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't just Smokey and the Bandit.
Right, sure, no.
The guy having a good time, super charming, great mustache, smiling at the camera. It was fun, man. Like in Deliverance, man. It was like right out of him, right when he was done playing football. Yep. Oh, that's right, he kills a guy with a bow, doesn't he? Yeah, man, that was a good movie. That was a good movie.
I got to meet him. He was cool as hell.
That's a very intense
pie fight.
You had a pie fight with Burt Reynolds?
No, I was on the Tonight Show. Burt Reynolds, this is crazy. Burt Reynolds was the lead guest. He came out and talked about being married like 9 times. Mark Summers, who hosted the game show, whatever it was, Mark Summers, he came out, and Bert moves down to the second chair, and Mark's, here's Jay, and he puts his back to Bert, and he starts telling him, there's something being, I've only been married once, and Bert's over there, kind of getting a little, first he's got his back to him, then he takes the cup, the mug, and he says, he went to take it. He says, is this mine? And he says, hey, I don't give a shit. And he says, well, you've been married 5 times. I don't want to. He was trying to be funny, like, I don't want to drink after you've been married 5 times. It's about her. They got, here it is. Now, here's the best part. I'm watching. Whoa. Oh, no, this is real shit. I'm a guest. I'm getting ready to
threw a drink on him.
Yeah.
Was this planned?
No.
And who's the other dude?
Mark Summers.
And who's Mark Summers?
Double there, thank you, William. Now watch how angry Bert. Watch him. They didn't have this plan, by the way. Bert hits him hard.
Yo, that hurt. Look at the torque he got in that right hand. I want you to watch this again. Bro, he got hip into that.
No, he got
his right shoulder.
At the end, if you watch it, he'll go, hey, Carrot Top will be here tomorrow night. At the end.
Look at this frame by frame.
Well, he's a fucking football player, too. Look at that.
Bro, he clocked that dude. Look at his face. Look at that face frame. That guy should be ashamed of that look for the rest of his life. How dare he? How dare that face?
Right there is scary.
Yeah. If I was friends with that dude, I'd be like, no, he's not going to do that. He's going to kill you. Bro, look at that torque he got in there.
Oh, yeah, well, I'll say he's a football player.
Bro, that was like,
and I'm backstage going, I'm like, going on? They're like, no, we're gonna cut you.
Actually, I just want to say that guy's got a great chin. Smile. Yeah, he better smile. He just got bitch slapped. He took a great shot. I want to say.
He says, we'll be right back with tomorrow now. Let Carrot.
That was Salt and Pepper Jay.
Yeah.
Another guy took way too much shit. They gave him so much of a hard time. It's just like when Larry Holmes became the heavyweight champion of the world after Muhammad Ali. Everybody hated Larry Holmes. When Jay Leno took over after Johnny Carson, there's a bunch of
he got a lot of grief
for no reason.
No reason.
He was
put on great shows
super,
too.
super nice guy.
The writing was great.
Never a dick.
No.
I always had a good time talking to him. He's always a nice guy.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy, and he like what he should have been doing all along is really what he's doing now. Is his car shows.
Right.
Because like that guy, if you talk to him about cars, he's so entertaining. He loves cars. He loves them. I mean, he knows more about cars probably than anybody I've ever met in my life. He's got an insane collection, and he likes everything. He likes Datsuns.
He's got a fire truck.
Yep. He's just like a genuine fan of automobiles, and the way he talks about it is so entertaining.
Yeah, no.
Because that's really what he wants to do.
And he's also crazy, right? Because he's unstoppable. So he fell off that cliff or whatever the fuck it was, right? You heard about this?
Yeah, what happened to him?
I just talked to him in Vegas. He went and saw him, and I said, "How you doing?" He goes, I said, "You can still see like a little bit of bruising." It was about 2 weeks after he had the fall.
Oh Jesus, he was out and about 2 weeks later.
What do you mean? He did the show that night.
What?
Yes, he fell.
Did he get a concussion?
He said, it was a Golden Corral next to the, La Quinta. I'm like, I said, first thing I said to him, I said, "Are you okay?" I said, "My question, what the fuck are you staying at La Quinta?" And he goes, we all can't have faith before these, man. I said, "No, but really, what happened?" He said,
He doesn't spend any of his money.
He walked out of the La Quinta, and there was a little hill, like not even like a hill. He went hiking.
With like slippery shoes on, probably.
Yeah. He said, "The Golden Corral."
He's probably wearing dress shoes.
I'm gonna go Corral. Right. And his denim, and so he just, it looked, it was a little deeper than he thought, and he slipped, fell, and hit his eye, right in the thing where it's bad. So he went into, got his Golden Corral. He did that, steak and a thing. Got his food, went to the club. I went on stage, bleeding.
That's so great.
And I said, "What do you mean?" I said, "What do you mean?
The show must go on."
He said, I just held the mic with his hand. I'm a married guy. And I'm like, it's just amazing to me.
He told
my nail, I canceled.
He told this insane story of a show that he had to do with a priest and a mob guy, where the mob guy was yelling at the priest and swearing, and Jay's like yelling and swearing and like doing the thing, like saying what the mob guy said. I was like, seeing Jay Leno talk like that was like, what?
Right.
It's an actual thing.
He
was talking like that.
He came to see him say, "Dang, take it. What are you gonna do?" That's crazy.
Oh yeah, he was doing this like super hyper violent Italian mob guy, like screaming obscenities at this priest, and Jay Leno's yelling it out. It's a fucking amazing story.
And was it a show?
Yeah, it was a show that he was doing, like, before he made it. It was like back in the day. He did some sort of a show where I think it was like a benefit or something like that, where there was a priest involved, and then the mob guy got mad at the priest who was yelling at him. It's a fucking hilarious story. But that guy doesn't spend any of his Tonight Show money.
Yeah.
He lives all entirely off his stand-up money, which is crazy.
Right.
So he's just stockpiling it all at the La Quinta Inn.
La Quinta, that's right.
Like, someone needs to demo. Like, money is fun coupons. You shouldn't be just swirling it away.
I've fun with them.
But people that started out poor, which is like basically most comics, once you start making money, it's hard to believe that you're ever going to keep making money. You start panicking. You're like going, "Oh my God, I gotta save this. I gotta save it." Yeah. And then if you carry that into your 70s and 80s, somebody should sit you down and have a talk with you. Like, "I'm your financial advisor, and now's the time to go crazy."
Yeah, you're good.
You should be looking into cocaine. You should probably buy more cars. Like, let's spend some of this shit.
As your final, I think
as your buy the drug habit, buy some ridiculous shit.
Let's get you a nice car.
Yeah. Let's do something. You need to start buying stuff. You should have way more cars.
That's great. You're right.
What are you saving up for, bro? This is the end times.
Yeah.
This is it.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. I don't family. That. I know a lot of people that have a lot of kids, and a lot of that you save up for them. But
them, like, giving kids like a ton of money, is not necessarily good for them. No, like if you look historically at people that got trust funds, it's a weird road to go down and not have any ambition or not have to have any ambition. Maybe you do have it like inherently, but for a lot of them, it's like they don't have to make it. They don't have, and I think that's unfortunately in this society that we live in, that doesn't seem to work. Like in this society, it's very difficult to not be self-sustainable, not be able to take care of yourself. And if you can't take care of yourself, you gotta kind of learn how to do it. You can't just be constantly relying on other people because I think it hinders your growth as a person.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? I think it like fucks with you. Like every guy that I've ever met that comes from a family that like gives them, not every guy, but a lot of guys that I've met that come, I've met some cool ones. They come from a family with a lot of money and they've never had to worry and they have trust funds and they never really have had a job. They're all weird. Yeah. They're all weird. It's like cement that didn't get the amount of water that it needs when you're mixing it. It's always like weird.
Yeah. It seems like weird I know too. Every comic or artist, whatever, they're all their stories are the same. That they came from nothing. And that's but if you think about it, almost every comic and artist I know, they weren't. Didn't have money.
Yeah, but it's not mutually exclusive.
No, right.
It's not. There are people that have come from great families and great backgrounds that just happen to be funny. Right. It's a weird thing, man. Like talent is an odd thing. Really is. It's a very weird thing. Like there's certain universal truths. Like you're gonna find more talent probably in harder communities. Like you're gonna have better rock and roll in like the dingy fucking outskirts of town. Like those guys are gonna be Nirvana, right?
I love hearing like a Billy Joel story where you can relate to it. Like I started cutting lawns at 8 years old. I'm like I started cutting lawns at 8 years old. I literally nowadays no kids don't do. And I'm like, yeah, I did that. Billy Joel was office buildings and I did everything. He's a boxer.
Yeah, Billy Joel was a boxer. Yeah.
I did not know
that. I don't know how many fights did he have. I think he lost.
Are you being funny? Really? Billy Joel was a boxer.
Billy Joel was a boxer. Yeah.
I did not know that.
I think he was good. I think he was pretty good. I mean, I think it was like good amateur level. 22 and 2.
Really? Gosh, how I didn't know that.
Was that professional? Goalie level. Say amateur level. So,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, legit boxer.
I just know that.
How about that?
I did not know that. No.
He's a guy whose music changed radically. Like if you go back and listen to Captain Jack, it's like from Captain Jack to Uptown Girl. It's like, it's like it's great music. It was a huge hit, but it's a different vibe. It's like the guy who's in love now, and he's got a supermodel for a wife, and he's worth $1 billion. It's like Captain Jack was his gritty Long Island story. Yeah, it's like fuck, that's a good song.
That's a great song. You're right. You can see it now. How their life changes and their music changes. So like you said, now he's got a uptown girl. Yeah, you got money. I got
You ever heard the song Billy the Kid? He's got some great fucking songs.
Well, the one that I did special I just saw wasn't
it Billy the Kid? Is that the name of that song? It's a great.
It got me on the special for The Entertainer. I thought that was he was ripping on. Yeah, he was ripping on show business.
Yeah, the Ballad of Billy Kid. That is a great fucking song. My parents had that album on vinyl when I was a kid. I listened to what year was that? 73, son. I listened to that and I was like, this is an archaeological dig, like going to like the beginnings of certain genres of music and certain kinds of music. And back then, that's how you got it. You heard it on the radio, you went out and bought an album, and you sat there
and looked at it, and
the needle goes over the thing.
Read the paper. Yeah, weird. But the Entertainment one was interesting because the record label had asked him to come up with a hit.
That's why he wrote it that way?
No, I don't know. It was just on I just watched. I remember exactly how it went down, but he said, they were saying they need to hit off this album and to make this big hit. So he wrote that. And when they played it to them, they're like, fuck you, we're getting rid of you. So they got rid of him. The label dropped him because it's all about that. So they get the money, then they take all your money, and where they don't care about you. And I'm like, that's ballsy, right? They want to hit you. Basically say how much, the Luxor says 20 years. Could you do something special for me? And I have this big roast and how horrible the Luxor is and how much they just shit. They're like, what? That is a real album, a real song. And they were like, no, you're done.
They should have just took it on the chin. Look, the guy became huge after that.
What that was the.
You fucking dumbasses. You got rid of him.
Now they say that.
You got rid of him. He sold a billion albums.
Yeah,
he's got some great fucking. Just the piano, man. The piano man alone. Great.
That one song alone is great.
Oh, how about Scenes from an Italian Restaurant?
All right.
Oh my God. That is a fantastic song. It's a story. It's a story of people's lives. And it's relatable. It's like, it's real. It's raw. It's like a window into
a bottle of red, right? Bottle of. And I always used to make a joke about that in my show. A bottle of red, and it says bottles of white. So apparently he didn't like red as much as white. So he has plural. He said bottle of red, bottles of white. Yeah, and I'm like, oh, he must have he liked more white wine, and that's how I pick up shit. Like,
are you sure that's the lyrics, or did you just say?
No, I think it's I think it says bottle of red, bottles of white. Now you gotta look at it.
I thought you said a bottle of white. Whatever kind of mood you're into.
Oh, fuck, I don't know. I
get you anytime you want in a Italian restaurant.
Maybe I could be wrong. Fuck.
No, that is a great fucking song. That's a great song.
Bottle of red.
Bottle of whites. You're right. A bottle of whites. Interesting.
See, I knew it was something.
It's a bottle.
It's a bottles of white, right? So
that's a weird way to write. A bottle of whites.
That's wine, so it could be multiple kinds of white wine in one bottle.
Jimmy attacked me.
I mean, what I'm trying to say is
so blend without a bottle of white.
So I was onto something there, right? Because I used to sing it. Go, why is he saying that?
And then funny that some people don't like their grapes mixed. Don't you dare serve me a blend. Some people don't want a blend. It's not a blend of a Cabernet and a Merlot. You fucking high. That's crazy. A goddamn blend. I don't want a straight Chardonnay. How weird are people?
I'm going to give you a little bit of this bird and a little bit of that bird, okay? Fuck off. So it's a blend.
People that like get super down with wine. I got a buddy who's a legit wine connoisseur. My buddy Matt. So I could call him up out of nowhere. Like I'd be at a restaurant and send him a picture of the wine list. Tell me what to get. He'd like look at it for like 3 seconds. Be like, "This is great. What are you guys eating? Steak? Get this." He'd tell you how to do it, but he got scammed. Well, he didn't get scammed, but there was a guy that he was friends with that was a gigantic scammer. And I don't think this guy ever got him. But what this guy was doing was, they were all these wine connoisseurs, and this guy was selling really rare wine that was counterfeit. It was fake. So he'd infiltrated this thing, this like wine group, and he was a con man. And what he was doing was taking a bunch of different wines and mixing them and then trying to sell it as this like 1970 impossible bottle from Bordeaux. Right. Like, and so he would age the paper on the bottles and shit. Like, and they raided his house. They found empty bottles everywhere. He was taking labels off of things and copying them and printing them. And
I have that with lube.
I do. You gotta get the real stuff. It's hard. You gotta get it from Portugal.
My house, Jesus Christ.
But this document really highlighted, in my eyes, at least for some of those people, that it's kind of bullshit. Like all this, you think you know the difference between really good old wine, but this guy just tricked you. And he tricked a lot of them. A couple guys he didn't trick. There was one guy in particular. This guy, the guy was like, "This is trash." Yeah, one guy was like, "This is trash." But the other guy was just raving about it. All of a sudden, his opinion, he questioned, like, "What? I just thought this was great. I thought it was great." He's like, "No, this is terrible. Terrible. He's stuck this." Like, it was weird. It was,
that's crazy.
But it's
what
like
was the wine movie what was the wine?
Well, this was a wine documentary called Sour Grapes.
The guy who said, "No more fucking Merlot." What was it?
Oh yes, that one.
Sideways.
Yo.
That's right. That's right. I'm not drinking fucking Merlot.
That guy came to my show. He's a brilliantly nice, sweet guy.
Oh, that's awesome.
Great guy. Just like in the movie. Just so nice. And he came with Kieran Culkin, Macaulay Culkin's
brother. He's great in Succession.
Great. They were filming an Audi commercial or something.
What's that guy's name again?
Paul Giamatti. He is so nice. He come back.
He's amazing in everything.
I said, would you, no, because they want to drink. They don't want to drink. And they're like, yeah, I'll take whatever you got. So we have a whole bar. I said, you want to go to Merlot? I'm going to have a Merlot. And just his face, he was so funny. He's like, I just said it, but I didn't say it like I was trying to be funny. I said, this week we have Merlot. And he's like, I said, oh, I'm just fucking. He said, no. And so we did a video together. I said, I'm trying to think if I find somebody I can find it. Sure, Merlot with. And he pans over to him. He's like, not fucking hell. It was such a great guy. They say
he was great in that Howard Stern movie.
He was, but
Private Parts.
NBC.
Yeah,
he was really good there. I'm saying it, WNBC, not WNBC. Yeah, he's a good guy. On top of that, great guy.
Merlot got a bad name after that movie. If I was in the Merlot business, I'd be furious. These motherfuckers, they're downplaying Merlot. I was like Merlot, then all of a sudden I had a shady opinion of it.
I did that with me on South Park. I said that was junk. I'm like, fuck. No, in a roundabout way. South Park. Everyone's parodied me. There's always been something stupid. Like, it's just amazing how long casino and it said like carrot scalp, time playing at the show.
Who says that?
Like, it was in like Simpsons or Family Guy.
Just for jokes. South Park has been around longer than anything ever that's still good. Like, how do they do it?
I don't know. Brilliant.
It's just weird that they're still so on top of it. They're so driven to like still push the boundaries and make it really funny.
Yeah.
And it's been going on since
how many years?
Like the first video I think was 95 or 96 or something like that. The one that they were passing around, the VHS one with Brian Boitano.
Yeah.
What year was that? I think it was 95 or 96. Because I remember people on news radio were passing it around. And we were like, what the fuck is this? This is crazy. 95, yeah. Everybody was passing around. We're like, this is insanity. This is so insane. Like, and I don't think it had a home yet. And I don't think it was on Comedy Central yet.
The first one they made was in 92.
Whoa. Which one was that? Which one was that? Which is the Brian Boitano? Which would Brian Boitano do? That's what everybody would say. We'd be walking around the news radio set going, what would Brian Boitano do? And it's fucking Jesus is there, and it's so ridiculous.
That was actually the first movie in '99.
That came quick. The Brian Boitano thing?
That was in the movie. South Park, bigger, longer, uncut.
Really? So what was the 95 one or the 94 one?
So they made fun of Brian Boitano and The Spirit of Christmas.
So that came out in 99? So that was like the last year of news radio. I don't even know if I have a false memory now. Huh.
That was the one that was used for Santa fighting.
That's the first one.
Yeah.
There's no Brian Boitano in that one?
He says, what would Brian Boitano do in that? But that's not the song isn't until later.
Oh, right. But that's when he says it. Okay. I thought it was going crazy.
Hilarious still.
I thought I had a fake memory.
Yeah, Stan Marsh says the what would Brian Boitano do is use this battle Santa.
That's right. Okay. You had me thinking I was crazy.
The song was way bigger than.
Right. But the show, where he says it was on the show. So that was the first. I was like, am I losing my fucking mind? Like, no, I know it was on the first one. But it was just so groundbreaking. And the brilliance of it was that you don't have to have it look realistic. So you can get away with so much more. Like when he stuffs, what's her face up his ass? Who did he, Paris Hilton, all right. When he has slut off and stuffs Paris Hilton up his ass, it's like, you can do that if it doesn't look real. Right. Like if it was like super realistic in 3D, you can't do that. It has to look like South Park. Yeah. They can get away with so much. They can kill kids. They kill Kenny every week. No one complains. Yep. Four fucker ducks every week. No, it's like, imagine if this is like a graphic 3D video, you know, that looks so hyper realistic. You can do it. It has to look like complete nonsense, and we'll let you get away with almost anything.
Right. That's probably how they sold it that way.
Well, if you think about it,
bought it that way.
There's like levels of realism that will allow you to get away with more if it's like less realistic, right? Like that's why we used to allow like Roadrunner, like in a Wile E. Coyote, Roadrunner would like drop dynamite on him. Yeah, shit was always happening. He was always getting fucked up. That was okay because it was cartoons, right? But you couldn't have blood, like blood all over the place. But if you make them look so goofy that their head's just a big circle, and they have like little stick on, then you have blood all over the place and nobody complains. Weird, right? It's kind of weird. It's like the less realistic, but we know what it is. They killed a kid. They're like, oh, you killed Kenny, you bastards, and no one has a problem with it, which is because it's unrealistic. It's kind of weird, right?
I think it's exactly how you put it.
It's kind of
unrealistic.
It's a perfect cheat code. It makes everything more funny because you never feel guilty laughing. And no matter what. When Cartman was in bed with Saddam Hussein, or when Satan rather was in bed, not going to bed. There's just so many scenes, really. There's no way to do this unless you have cartoons. It's brilliant. Because you would never be able to get away with it. Like the one when they skirted around drawing Muhammad. They kind of skirted around. They never drew him. They like drew this. There was just like, oh, there's a truck. He's inside the truck in a bear suit. You can do things in cartoons that you just can't do in any other realm. It's a perfect medium for comedy. And you can keep the kids young forever, right? You know, they're always going to be in high school. Like, nobody questions the fact they've been in high school for 40 years, right? It's just they're in high school. That's how it goes.
That's true.
They don't have to grow up. Shut the fuck up. Why they just grow up?
Because if they made, but if they did make a cartoon where they aged, nobody finds it like, God damn it. No, but you're going to see them, they would look good.
It'll be sad. That'll be a fucking loser in a trailer park. It's fun when he's the way he is now, and he's like a little kid. It's fun. I like throwing hissy fits. It's fun. He's still a little kid. You know, you don't want to. There's certain people you don't want to see them when they get full grown, or when they're over the other side of it. Right, when the wheels start falling off. You know,
that's what I mean. Though, for their end episode, they should do it.
Yes.
When it's all done, this is the final. They're all aged, and they didn't have the voice right. Still,
what they should do is do a 3D, like hyper realistic version of the show. Like just do it all through AI for the last episode, and have the most violent, most ridiculous scenes, and see how people deal with it. Like, bro, this is exactly what we've been showing you for 40 years.
That will be
They wouldn't be allowed to.
Coffee.
Yeah, have some.
Daddy. Like coffee. Thank you.
Sure, sir.
All right, cheers to you. Thank you for having me.
My pleasure. I'm looking forward to seeing him kill Tony too. It's gonna be really fun.
Yeah, that's fun. Last time I did one.
Did you do it at the club or did you do it at the big place? At the club. Nice.
Yeah, it was fun and it was loud and intimate and it was just, you know, I told him before I did, I said I'm not into critiquing people because I've been shit on my whole career. I don't want to tell these guys what they're doing right or wrong. Coming from me, he said, no, that's not how it works. You just play, you just be you, just be yourself. And it was great because I could just, you know, if there was something specific that I thought was kind of wrong, I would say it in a very nice way. But most of them they're good. These guys come out, they got their minutes, they pop them out. Yeah, of course you see a couple, right? You know, the first 10 seconds in, you're like, okay, it's already not funny, you know, or they're just so nervous. They're just, you can see the mic shaking, you know. Does someone have really quality written jokes?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of fun people out there. And there's also, because of Kill Tony, people realize that if they can put together a minute, it can change their whole fucking life. Your whole fucking life. Look at Cam Patterson just got Saturday Night Live. I mean, look at these guys. They're killing it blue. William Montgomery's killing it.
There was a couple there out that night that they were really good.
Yeah.
And I think Tony tapped me on the chair for the next guy, he came out and I was like, holy shit, he was solid.
Yeah, Ari Glenn's killing it. There's a lot of these guys that do that show. They do 1 minute and then they go, we'd love to have you back. And then they come back, they do another minute, the crowd remembers them from the old show. All of a sudden they have like 25,000 Instagram followers, then it's 100, then it's 150. Like these things start rolling. It's like, oh, you have a real pathway. If you work hard, if you really fucking focus and really dial it in, really work on your material, really do as many sets around town as you can, you might be able to do this for a living. And if you can, it's the greatest fucking job in the world.
So there's already a couple that I've been watching.
There's more now than ever before. It used to be, it was like there was a bunch of like bad people, and every now and then someone would come on with a promise.
Bread is the main food. The Mishnah tells us that it's an exception to the rule. Extremely sweet fruit that are found in Eretz Yisrael. So when you eat them, they're so sweet you have to add salt to diminish the taste, and you eat a little bread with it. That bread is a tuffle, and you don't make a bracha on that bread. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi love these fruit very much, and his Talmidim would bring him 1,000 of these fruits at a time, and he would eat them all, and he would swear that he's not even satiated. Bravo. He would eat them until the fly that would land on his forehead would slide right off from the oil. Rabbi and Rabbi would eat so many of these that they would have ear loss. Their ear would simply fall out of their head. Rish Lakish would eat so many of them that would become delirious and become sugar. Rabbi Yochanan had to call the authorities to have them drive him home. The Gemara tells us about Eretz Yisrael. Yana had a city that had so many figs that he needed that many employees to pick the figs that they needed 600,000 bowls of tuna per week. Yana had a tree that had so many birds in it that he would take 3 times a month 40 saw of chickens out of the tree. It was a city called Bufnis that had 80 pairs of Kohanim that married 80 twin Kohanim girls. The Gemara says it's so rare that only happened once. There were Chizda's twin daughters, and he was a Kohen, married 2 brothers who were Yisraelim, which were Rami Bar Chama and Hukva Bar Chama. A meal without salt is not considered a meal. A meal without soup is not considered a meal. Says the Mishnah. We will hold that when you eat Shivas Haminim, you have to make a Shivas Hamazon. You have to bench. Why? Because the pasuk of Shivas Haminim comes 2 psukim before V'chalta v'savota v'irach, the pasuk about Shivas Hamazon. Chacham say yes, but there's a pasuk in between, and that separates them. That says that when you eat Shivas Haminim, you only have to make Ala Michya. The Meal says the pasuk in between tells that if you eat shoot, wheat, you don't bench on that. If you drink water because you're thirsty, it says you make a shahakol and you make a boirei, you flush it. And this is soon as machlokes whether you make a bracha at all, a bracha froina on water. The ala bichya on fruit is very similar to how we do it today. There are a few variations, very minor variations. Ala echa breads. We say sure to see over here. The Gemara does it. Shechad Rabbi said, "Lecha mepiro v'nizboy metuva racham Hashem Elokeinu Yisrael Amecha v'Yerushalayim Yerecha v'Mizbechecha v'Sivnei Yerushalayim Yikodechecha v'Meir v'Yomeinu v'Aleinu Zecha v'Yamkein Ubal K'Yakol Toiv v'Meitu L'Akol." And on the 5 minim of grain, Ala Michal L'Akol Adnuz Hasoden Ala Oretz Ala Michal. We know that Rosh Chodesh finish off the bracha with Kaddish Yisrael and Rosh Chodesh. That's 2 things that we say. We say the same 2 things. We say 2 things in Al Michya. For instance, according to Rav Chizda, in the first words we say Ala Oretz Bal Perisel.
Now it seems to me to be more slanted towards people that are it's like it's a high level or high percentage rather of people that I was there. They were really good. Yeah, a lot of them are really good. And it's, again, there's a pathway.
There was one that came out and I said, and it was kind of funny how he the microphone was up high because the guy before him was like 6'5" or something. This guy comes out, he's like 4 feet. So it's already funny because they bring him out and he goes to grab the mic and he takes it and puts a gun in him and takes the mic and goes into his bed. And I'm like, so I got on and he said, I said, it was great. I said, the only thing I would have done in the beginning, you already had a laugh. The microphone was, so reference it, at least reference it. You don't have to do a thing. He goes, yeah, well, that'd be a prop. And I said, no, it's already a fucking prop. It's not, you didn't bring it, you didn't make it. It's there. It's a prop that's usable. I mean, every comic uses it for the, everything from a guitar, for change on the beach. Every comic does that. Everybody. So I said, no, you don't have to make a prop joke. I said, just reference it. You should at least reference it like this is already not going well in something. And because the crowd was waiting for something and he didn't do it. And then after the show, he said, I'm going to use that. That's good. I said, well, you have to follow a tall guy every time for it to work.
Yeah, don't set the microphone really high for my first joke.
That's what I said. Yeah. It only worked because it was improv. It happened.
Right.
And he goes, and I told him that. I said, you don't do it unless it happens. You don't want it to happen. Prop joke. I said, just reference it. You should at least reference it like this is already not going well in something. And because the crowd was waiting for something and he didn't do it. And then after the show, he said, I'm going to use that. That's good. I said, well, you have to follow a tall guy every time for it to work.
Yeah, don't set the microphone really high for my first joke.
That's what I said. Yeah. It only worked because it was improv. It happened.
Right.
And then he goes, and I told him that. I said, you don't do it unless it happens. You don't want to have it set that way, right? And it's dumb.
Well, I think for some people, they don't know how to start, when they're doing something like that.
The starting is hard for everybody.
It's not just that. It's like this overwhelming anxiety. You have 1 minute, and you can't believe you're on a stage in front of this. A lot of us, their first show. Some of them first show, Madison Square Garden.
Oh, Jesus.
Imagine first time on stage, Madison Square Garden, and you're bombing.
Oh, man, I didn't know so they do that same format with Madison Square Garden.
And it's 100% random. People have tried to get people on, and Tony won't do it. He's like, no, that's not how it works. No, what we do is everybody just signs up, and I reach into that bucket and I pull out names, and you can't rig it. You can't rig it.
And so I knew that part of it, but I didn't know they did it in Madison Square Garden.
They do it that way everywhere. In Madison Square, one thing they do in Madison Square Garden is they have like a legends bucket, so they have a bunch of people backstage. Days like Jim Norton, Big J. Okerson, a lot of people did it when I was there. David Tell, and then they'll pull it out, and then David Tell will come up and do a minute of stand up. Everybody goes crazy, or do 5 minutes or whatever. But he makes it so that even if someone is terrible for their first time, it's only a minute, and then you have Shane Gillis. And whoever else next to him making fun of it for the next 15, 20 minutes. It's gonna be fucking hilarious. And it's also, you get to see like, oh, this is a crazy thing to do. Like this idea, you're just gonna stand up in front of people and talk, and hopefully it'll be entertaining. Yeah. Sometimes it just goes horribly wrong. And everybody's like, boo. You're like,
Yeah, that's not very pressure. I was there. Everyone was pretty cordial, but I could see it going.
Bro, those New Yorkers don't fuck around, man. If you start bombing a little bit, they smell blood.
Yeah, no. I did my very first time ever in New York City was Catch a Rising Star. It was an old school club. I go there and it was pouring down rain, or snowy, sleety snow rain. I remember I took my trunk in a taxi, and I've never been to New York City in a club. And I go in, there's like 8 people, and fuck. And so the guy's like, what do you bring me up? I wheel my shit up. I go. It's not even bombing. It's worse than bombing. It's just like never have nothing from a laugh. Nothing. Really? Yeah. And I'm doing like my A shit, From swear to God. I mean, I've got like, ice tray with levels, and it kills everywhere. Nothing. Fucking nothing. And I just go, all right. I think my opening line was I had more props than people, which I did. So that got a little laugh, but not even, right? But yeah, I've got more props than fucking people here. Nothing. I get done. I didn't even know what to do. I'm shaking so bad. They said just there was no comic, so I just went, all right, for the next comic, I put the guy that I own my own mic on a thing because I had that. Anyway, I'm like, just careful walking. I was going to leave this shit. I'm going to get out of business, right? Am I going to go into comedy? This guy walks by, and he goes, no, leave your shit there, it's good. And he goes up, and he, like you said, murders, just absolutely murders 8 people. It was like a stadium of people laughing. And I'm like watching this, I'm like, holy fuck. It was Dennis Leary. And he, leveled 8 people. I couldn't believe it. I walked off, and he walked off, and he said, hey man, I said, that was unbelievable. He goes, no, that shit, your shit's, it's fucking amazing. But the thing was, he was serious. He said that whatever, the cowboy boot with the kickstand, fuck, that's great, whatever it was I was doing. And I'm like, was he like, fuck with me? Because I ate shit, and he was, no. But I've never gotten to tell him that again. If Dennis Leary watches this show, that was the most coolest thing a comic ever did. He just gave me a big hug. You were fucking great. That crowd sucked. I said, the crowd didn't suck. You just murdered them. They didn't like me.
Well, it's a small sample.
You were great. You were 8 people.
You're bombing in front of 8 people.
Yeah,
it's pretty easy to bomb in front of 8 people.
It was horrible.
It happens. That was one of the great things about the store, is that you would get those 8 people crowds sometimes. The early days of the store, you would go up, if you got like a 11:30 spot on a Tuesday night, you might go up in front of 8 people. That could happen, yeah. Because you probably won't really get on at 11:30 because a bunch of people stop in and do sets. So by the time you get up, it's probably like closer to 1.
I've been there.
Yeah, but those shows show you what's bullshit. They show you. There's something about a small crowd shows you what you're saying is nonsense. Like sometimes you have to figure it out. You have to. The brutal thing about comedy is you kind of really have to figure it out in front of people with the openness of failing, right? Like here's the thing. It's like one of the things about jujitsu. When you learn jujitsu, it's really important to not be afraid to tap. Because if you can just open your game up and not be afraid to tap, you can learn more. Because you don't do it tense, and you do it more playfully, and it doesn't mean as much to you when you get tapped. It sounds totally counterintuitive, but if you can just relax and not use your ego, not try to win every session, just try to figure out why you're getting caught and figure out how to avoid it, but don't be worried about tapping. Just tap whenever you get caught, and then just let your ego deal with it, and then learn and move on. But you have to experience that. You have to get tapped. You have to get dominated. Like you have to figure out what's good and what's bad. And I think that's the same thing. Kind of, there's an element of that in comedy too. You gotta possibly fail with this idea. Like I'm gonna throw this out. This is half cooked. This is a weird idea that I have. I'm like, am I crazy? Like, do you think, is this where we're going as a society? Is this where we're going as human beings? And there's something there, and I'm trying to find it. Yeah. But I gotta risk not finding it. That's the only way you find it. Because there's writing on stage that you only get. There's certain lines that only come to you when you're willing to step out on stage. But you might fucking bomb. You might eat shit. You might have to transfer out of that. Like it's a balancing act. This bit might not work at all, and then you might have to immediately figure out how to segue into something guaranteed so you get it back.
I do the same, absolutely. But all my shit I think is full cooked. I think I'm out there that this is good. This has been marinating for a while. And then I'm gonna eat shit. You're like, fuck. Yeah. That was a good bit. Damn it. For me, or one night it worked right, then the next night. I just did a joke last night. They killed the night before. Nothing crickets. I'm like, what's the same?
Do you say it the same way? You record yourself?
Yeah, I never listened to it.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
I said it a little differently.
I fucked up before when I didn't realize I fucked up, and I said something wrong, and I didn't realize I said it wrong until I listened to the recording. Like, because I'll fuck words up sometimes. And just like I talk too much. I really do. I talk way too much. So my brain is just like on autopilot talking sometimes. And
I know it's different if I don't say it right. I'm saying if I say it the same, one night it gets a great laugh. Next I did. I didn't do anything different.
That's what I'm saying is like you got to listen to it. You got to listen to it to really hear, because there's a lot of times when you'll say something just slightly different, and that slightly different makes all the fucking.
But then I had one last. It's a brand new joke. There's a big billboard in Vegas, and it's for the Sahara pool, and it's got this beautiful woman on it. This big, beautiful hot chick, and it says, "Meet me at the pool." So I put it up on the big screen. I said, "This is my favorite billboard. Look at this. Look at, meet me at the pool, this hot girl." And I said, then you get there, and it changes to a big gay pool party. It was like 75,000 dudes, and it's a great picture. So I did it last night. Got a laugh, but not like, you should have gotten more, because it's like, then you get there, and you're like, Ava? Is anyone, Ava, have you seen, she was here earlier, she's probably buried under all that cock or something. Last night, it just killed. I mean, almost for a minute, they're still laughing and applauding. I'm like, it didn't do anything different. It was just the mood of that audience.
That does happen too. Maybe it was like you were doing better before that, so you had more momentum.
Maybe. I'm just flat. I don't have any momentum.
You had some momentum. I've seen your show. Your show in Luxor was really fun. I saw it. God, it's been a few years. I gotta check it out now. But I've had a bunch of my friends come to Vegas to see your show. It's very fun.
It's fun. Thank you. Tuesdays I do it in Spanish. It's actually.
Oh, do you really? You speak Spanish? How dare you, son?
Tom's Segura does that. Top Tuesday night, the Spanish night. I come in.
Tom Segura, who looks totally white, speaks fluent Spanish and does stand-up in Spanish. Yeah, so I'm going to see him. I'm going to see him. How many dates did he do where he did, you got to do your mom's house? Yeah. His podcast. Or Two Bears, One Day. Which one are you doing?
I'm doing
with his wife. Oh, yeah, that's your mom's house. Yeah, they're both real fun. Bird's a great example. Bird's a great example of what we were talking about. One time we were at the Improv, and Bird did this new joke. The first set, it fucking killed. And the second set, it didn't do nearly as well, and he was confused. And I had seen both sets. And I said, oh, no, it's because in the first set, he said, like, he was at the, he was at the supermarket. I know this is already on a special or something. I wouldn't say it. It was like, he was at the supermarket, and he was standing there talking to his wife. He's like, God, it's so cold in here. And she looks at him, and she goes, you are so fat. And he's like, what? She goes, your dick is hanging out. Like, he didn't realize that his fly was open. He goes raw dog everywhere. He goes raw dog. He's got no underwear on, and his zipper's undone. It's like, but the joke was, the way it was, like, she had said it that way. Right. Like, you are so fat. Like, she said, you can't see your dick. So the first show, he nailed it. He nailed the cadence. But the second show, like, something was off, and he forgot to say one part of it. But I remembered it.
Workers, they say Yerushalayim as part of our horizontal. So let's see. Two brothers are actually one. So if it's only two people, they only have two brothers. They have a zon and they have a audit. If you're benching the zimun, you add one more because the zimun is considered a bracha. The second bracha we're not going to say is talking about regular people. And regular people say Yerushalayim that's a bracha. So either you have three brachas when you're benching just by yourself, or four brachas, you add zimun to it. According to Rav Sheshes, zimun goes all the way through all the way to night. Therefore, the machlokes between the brises, whether or not the final bracha that Tziva made is the Rabban the right. We took it for granted up to this point that it's the Rabban. And whatever that says the right, and therefore the first brisa holds that's the Rabban. Some people are benching. You have only two brachas.
For sure. Like, it's weird, you know, you gotta listen because it's painful, you hate listening to your own voice, it's gross, you already know the jokes, you're like, shut up, fuck up, you're so tired of listening to you talk, but you have to listen to it, because if you don't, you're not gonna figure out how to do it the best way you can, you know? I think.
No, I think that's a great,
but there's a lot of people funnier than me that don't do it that way.
I want to see myself again.
Everybody's got their own process. I know some guys who are really funny that don't record any of their shows, and they don't write at all. They just go up a lot, and they have ideas, and they work them out on stage. They're really, really funny.
Yeah. I'm kind of in that with more of my stand-up than the prop shit I do. But the stand-up, I kind of just, I have like a little bullet point. I don't write it out.
When you do prop stuff, like how do you even come up with ideas? Like what do you like sit down with like a whiteboard and go, what can we do?
No, I've never written. I've never sat down and said I'm gonna write today.
So how do the gags like come?
They come just like a lot of them happen by just in a conversation or a story or something. Sometimes I'll see a prop or a prop meaning it's not a prop yet. It's just a thing. Totally see. Or I'll see a thing and I'll go, there's something funny about that, you know. And I think about it and I go, oh. I was at a Home Depot. I mean, I made this like yesterday. I haven't even done it. I've never tried this yet. Yeah, I'm not doing it. Tell me tonight. I've never done it ever. But I think it's funny. Guys get drunk and they punch walls all the time, right? Because I had a friend backstage. I said, "What happened to your hand?" He's like, "Oh, yeah, fuck." I said, "What'd you do?" He's like, "Punched a wall." I said, "You punched a wall?" I'm like, "What the fuck?" And I just thought, I said, I thought there should be a stud finder, like, because he hit a stud. So I said there should be a beer with a stud finder, so you can find out where you're drunk, you fucking bitch. And so I made it. So it looks incredible, but it's so silly, but it will be a crowd pleaser because it goes beep beep beep. You fucking bitch. You wait, motherfucker. She had to hesitate. Fuck her hand up. But so that sometimes they're that way. Sometimes I just it'll come to me. I don't know. I was watching a cartoon, I think, years ago. There was these paper cups and string and a telephone, and they were in a tree. Hey, Susie, and she goes, "What's going on, Bobby?" And I'm watching it, and I'm like, this is an old version of the cups. We need a new version, right? Because that's just 2 cups. So I said, we have to have another cup that comes out for call waiting. And it was like, that was my Freeberg. I mean, I did that. I came up with, it was my closing bit. You know, I'd hold someone in the front row. "Hi, what's your name?" And they go, "Hey." I said, "You seem so close." You know, the strings, and she's holding it. I said, "What's your name?" And she said her name. And I say, "Hold on, I have another call. Hello?" And I got to call you back. I'm talking to whoever she was, Tracy. And it was just murder because no one expected, call waiting to come out. But it was, right when call waiting came out.
So you had a second cup.
And then I had 3 cups for conference calling. They came out of that. So it was like boom, boom, conference calling. And I'd throw it. I'd say call forwarding. And I'd throw it. And then I had a clear cup that was for caller ID. I said, "I know you're there. Pick up. I can see you." So it was like a bam, 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 bam. Like a really good prop that turned into like a routine.
It would be funny if you tried to say those things today. People are like, "What?"
No. That's right. That's a classic. I call them ones that are like, I do things sometimes on the show where I do pure classics.
Yeah.
So this is stuff for people that grew up with me in the 90s. You'll remember some of these. Then I do like the ice tray. It has a level, and it's great. The biggest laugh comes when I go, half the crowd doesn't know what a fucking ice tray is. I mean, that gets the biggest laugh because no one has an ice tray. But the thing's still funny. They're like, "Oh, I get this clever."
Don't people still have ice trays?
Well, if you live in like a trailer.
No, regular houses.
Like an ice tray.
Yeah, where you put
in water. They make the new ones now with the big cube ones.
Yeah, if you don't want an ice machine in your refrigerator thing, well, you can just.
So maybe that joke's still relevant.
I think it's normal. I have fucking ice trays.
I have ice trays too.
I use them sometimes. I bet.
But see, when you're gonna put it back in, you gotta leave it.
Yeah. But there's certain things that people just like pagers. Make a pager joke today. Like, what?
That's great.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I technological jokes, like if you think about like jokes about technology, when you date them, it's so weird. I used to have a joke about texting. I'm like, "Why are you making me your read?" I'm like, "Call me. You're on a phone. It's the best way to communicate."
And when people sitting around and eating, you don't eat until the person that cuts the bread eats. But sound there, scream out, it's not what he said. He said until the person that cuts the bread tastes. Now, tasting and eating are the same thing. The Gemara teaches us when you repeat something in the name of your Rabbi, you should say exactly the same word that your Rabbi used. The Gemara teaches us proper dinner etiquette. two people are sitting around the table eating, and one of them gets up to get a drink, the second person should wait patiently until the first person gets back from the drink. But if you have three people, and one gets up to get a drink, the two don't have to wait. For the one, the person that cuts the bread, he should start the meal. He should dip into the dips first, unless he wants to honor somebody that's greater than him. Allah Ma'isa, when you cut the kal on Shabbos, do not start cutting until everybody says Amen. Now you don't have to wait for somebody saying exceptionally long Amen. It's not proper to say exceptionally long Amen. The word teaches us. There's Amen Yisayma, Amen Chatufa, and Amen Chatufa. Amen Yisayma is where somebody says Amen without even hearing the bracha of the words. He says Amen because the people around him are saying Amen. Chatufa is that you don't say comments under the aleph, you say Hashba under that. So you don't say Amen, you say Ime. The Tufa is you don't pronounce the Nun at the end of the word, you say Amen instead of Amen. All these three things cause a person to lose light. Yet if a person performs his Amen properly, that will actually give him additional days.
Like, why are you making me fucking read? This is so weird. When you're texting 4 presses to get an S. Because that was back when people sent you a text message on dial.
Right, we had,
on a flip phone, rather.
Yeah, we had to make a 7 upside down and a pager. Hello?
It was the most annoying people that would want to text.
So great. Why are you making text? Why are we doing this?
So dumb. But I would just call them back. You couldn't text Joey Diaz. He would yell at you. It would fucking scream. He'll text you now. But dude, for like 7, 8 years, Joey would fucking yell at you. Joey was the last one to get a cell phone. He had a pager.
I was the last one to get a phone. I didn't get one.
Joey had a pager until like the year 2000.
That's great. I was a little more than that.
He fucking kept that pager forever, man. And you have to call his fucking pager.
That's great.
He was a wild boy. He was fun. He was just such a fun dude. But if you did not call him, he would get angry. He goes, I'm insecure. I want to hear your fucking voice, cocksucker. Why are you fucking reading text messages? Making me fucking text you like a little girl. What are you doing? Him and Redman would get into it because Redman loves texting. So Redman was like one of the first guys to text. He'd text you back in the days.
Yeah.
You know, when you press it 4 times to get an S. And then I remember people got those sidekicks. Remember, you're the coolest sidekick. It's on a keyboard. Remember that? And some of their sidekicks got hacked. Right? Didn't like Paris Hilton again? Didn't some cooter pictures pop up because her sidekick got hacked? Something along those lines.
Like that. It was something. Yeah, like probably from that.
Or something happened where people like stole their sidekicks and something happened. Wasn't there something about that? Some sort of a privacy concern with the sidekicks back in the day? Yeah. There was like strategic releases of stuff back then, like when they would accidentally have a photographer looking at their vagina as they got out of a car. Like, you don't notice the photographer on his knees with the camera pointing up. That's so crazy. Nobody has a camera pointing up. Weird. Yeah, like, come on. That guy would go to jail. That's probably illegal. Probably illegal. And meanwhile, you don't have any underwear on? That seems crazy. Like, why do they have pictures of your pussy on the internet on purpose? Did you do that on purpose? You did, but it's smart. Yeah, I mean, if you want to market yourself and just get more popular so more people know your name, it worked.
Right.
We're talking about them right now. But that was like a brief moment. People don't remember Pussygate. Because there was a time where these high-level celebrity-type people were accidentally showing their pussy. Whoopsies. Here's my pussy. It's just out there in the breeze. Just nothing but a curse over raw pussy. Out there in the wild. At clubs, at fucking award shows. Wild pussy.
See, I never say that word on stage. Ever?
Pussy?
No.
Because of Prince. Out of respect.
Out of
respect for Prince.
No, I just never have. And I think it was last night. Not last night. Night from last. I don't know what. The crowd was just. I don't know. They were crazy. And I don't know. Someone yelled something out, and I said, "Well, wait, I got it." I said, "I'm gonna just do." I did a horrible problem. It was a Bud Light bottle. You know, one of the metal ones. And I had these legs, put on it like that, I said, and it's hilarious looking. I said, I made a Bud Light so guys will drink it again. And the guy was like, someone yelled out, I don't get it. And I said, it's pussy. Like, how do you not get the joke? It's two legs spread. The beer goes like this. The legs go. I said, see, you're an idiot, pussy. And it was just like, the crowd was like, hey, Carrot Top can't say pussy. Like, what? And he just didn't. I said, no, it's okay. I said, but no.
Are there kids in the crowd?
Don't say it again. No.
Don't say it again.
No, I said, no. I said, they're thinking, don't say it again. I said, no, pussy, you can say it. Yeah, but I said, now that I've said that, though, we've topped it. I mean, right? You can't top it. Once you say pussy, you can't top it. So they're like, no, they laugh. I'm like, now fuck's nothing. I said, pussy, so we've reached the plateau of raunchy at the show, Carrot Top show, because it's more silly. I mean, there's an edge to it.
But you swear whenever you feel like it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't need to. But I do for some parts that I don't need to. But I never say pussy.
Fun. Swearing's fun. People that don't want you to swear, that always makes me. That was like the Bill Cosby thing. He was always angry at people swearing.
Yeah, I remember that. Richard
Yes. Eddie Murphy. That's one of the greatest bits.
He said,
do the people laugh?
Yeah.
Do you get paid? Tell Bill to have a coconut smile and shut the fuck up. Because you can hear it in Pryor's voice.
No, yeah, you know? Great. That's, yeah. He brilliant, right? Pryor.
Oh my God.
Just brilliant.
Oh my God. My parents took me to see him live in the Sunset Strip when it was in the movie theater. I was like 15, 16 years old. It was incredible. I couldn't believe how funny it was. I will never forget this. It was the first moment where I realized like what stand-up can do. Because this guy was on stage and just talking, it was the funniest thing I'd ever heard in my life. Ever. I thought about all the movies that I had seen that were really funny movies, and I was like, there's nothing that's this funny. And this guy's just talking.
Yeah.
I was looking around the theater. I'll never forget this, man. And there was people just going like this, just throwing their body up and down while they're laughing, holding their body like, oh my God, just dying laughing. I was like, this is incredible. He's just talking. It's incredible how funny this is.
That's a groundbreaking special.
Yeah, when you're 15, you're like, no way.
And you're right. And you're right. And seeing people like you said, physically
dying,
laughing, like
falling down,
you don't see that often.
Dying, like they couldn't handle it. Like
I opened for Steve Harvey one time in Birmingham, Alabama, and I get there, I set up all my stuff, and I'd never met him. This was years and years ago. I had like a trunk, you know. I had like 30 props, and a third of them were really good. You know, I kind of just opened. I get there and I do the first thing, and Steve says to me, you ever worked a black crowd? And I was like, no, like an all black crowd. I said, no, I'm just performing in front of black people. He said, no, all black crowd. I said, well, it'll be all black. He said, oh yeah, all black crowd. I didn't know they would go one way or the other. He just said, if they stand up, if they start going like they're not leaving, they're standing up when they laugh. I was like, anyway, I go out there and I do okay for a bit. Then I did one, I don't know what it was, but they all got up and they were like, it looked like they were leaving, but that's how they were, like you said, they were just rejoicing. They're like, and I couldn't believe it. I came off and he's like, nice set. And I'm like, that was so much fun. They were so into the show. And I said, I don't know how he's going to follow that, because I did. I did really good.
It's crowd.
I really did good. I thought to myself, he's not going to, that fucker, that guy, well, Steve is, sure. I know it was his crowd, but the paint was peeling off the club. It was so loud. It was so piercing loud in there. And that's another thing. I thought, I'm not in comedy. Whatever I'm in, I'm not in that.
When he did Kings of Comedy with Bernie Mac, that was like Bernie Mac in his prime.
Yeah, Bernie Mac, brilliant.
Oh my God, Bernie Mac was so fun. He was so powerful on stage. Just like sometimes you see someone perform, it's like,
yeah, everything. His eyes alone, just his punchlines.
Charisma, pop. Yeah, pop. He just was funny. There's some dudes that just know how to hit it just right.
Yeah, he was that way.
Oh my God, it was so fun. I mean, that whole era tour, it's kind of interesting that no one's done that since, right? There's been like the Kings of Comedy and then there's Blue Collar. Right. There haven't been really a lot of those tours like that.
There hasn't been.
Because they were tours and then they made films. Right. Kings of Comedy, how many films did they make? They made at least one, right? Yeah. How many
Kings of Comedy
specials did Kings of Comedy make? So then Blue Collar did a couple, right? 2 or how many did they do? They did quite a few specials. Yeah, they toured like crazy. But they did specials. And they all went on to tour too. Yeah. But there hasn't been like one like that. There hasn't been, right? No. Interesting. It's funny. But it's also like everybody's already touring. It's just like there's more people doing arenas now than I think have ever. I mean, not even unbelievable. It's weird. It's what we're talking about. Joe Coy came to my show about a month ago. Joe Coy's killing it. He's always doing a gigantic. He just said to me, he was backstage with his family, and he said, just casually, he said, what are you doing on, February or something? I said, I'm probably working. He goes, I was just having to come to the SoFi, because I'm like, what's going on at SoFi? He's like, me. Yeah. I said, you? What are you going there for? He's like, me, like to perform. It just blew me away. I'm like, you're playing SoFi? He's like, yeah, he's been doing it. Yeah, it's already sold out. Yeah. I'm like, he's so casual. Like, yeah, I come to SoFi. Like, he's gonna go see the Stones. He's like, no, I'm going to see me. Nate Bargatze is another one like that. He's doing arenas everywhere. Yeah. It's just super normal, casual. Yeah. Hang out with football stadium. Which one's doing the football stadium? Yeah. Oh, that's a great 1-2 combination. Yeah. That's a great one too. Yeah, you can't go wrong. Fluffy does LA by himself, right? Doesn't he do the Dodger Stadium by himself? Yeah, so insane. Yeah, Fluffy is a giant following. I remember when we were at the Ice House, he has the record for the most amount of shows sold out in a row. And like they have a plaque on the wall. There, look at these guys. Holy shit. SoFi Stadium. God damn. Jesus, that's nuts. Yeah, man, they're killing it. I'll be playing your crackers on there's Shane Gillis is killing it like that. Tony's killing it like that. It's pretty cool.
Notre Dame Stadium last night.
Shane. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's incredible. That's incredible. Holy shit.
Saturday night.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's incredible. That's incredible.
Printed the Notre Dame Stadium last night.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's incredible. That's incredible. Holy shit. Woo! It's a fun time. Fun time for comedy. Bert's doing giant places. Segura's doing giant places. It's really wild. It's wild to see.
Yeah, I'm going to meet him on Monday.
Who? Which one? Tuesday. Which one? Tom. Oh, you never met him?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I don't think so.
You'll love him.
I think I don't know, but
he's like 187 pounds now.
Oh, really?
Dude, he was at the club. Did you see him?
Some from the photos,
dude, he looks great. He looks great. He was at the club the other night. I'm like, dude, you look fucking great. Like, what do you weigh? He goes 187. He has been 187 since he was like in high school.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah, but he's like healthy. He's not like Ozempic.
Yeah, had a good joke. Gaffigan, he makes me laugh. He said, I want my meet and greet, and my fan said to me, "Oh, you look, are you okay?" And I get those. I'm okay. Yeah, you okay? He says, yeah, I'm fine. Why? He says, you look sick. He's like, no, I just lost weight. She goes, oh, Ozempic? He goes, no, not Ozempic. I'm on the other one. But it's like if you have muscles, you're on steroids. If you're skinny, you're on Ozempic. Can anyone be happy with anybody just looking good? You know,
no one. No one's happy with.
God, you look good. What are you on? No, I'm not nothing.
The only time you're going to find people that are happy when you're doing good is if they're doing good. So if they're doing good, then they get to say, hey, Karen's happy. You're looking great, man. You're looking great. Because they don't feel threatened. You look good. So some people do. They feel threatened by other people doing well. So they want, Ozempic? Yeah, doing Ozempic?
I mean, I would die if I took
There's no fucking way that guy has the willpower to lose that weight.
Right, yeah.
He's a pussy. And they feel better. They feel better about themselves.
Yeah.
Because their life sucks.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's a lot of people. That's a giant chunk of the population. That's why
I
you're
just
not
find that
supposed to read
it's
social
always funny.
media.
Like, I hear my friends say, I'm like, yeah, look at her. Yeah, she's gonna be on. I said, maybe she's just taking care of herself. Maybe she's eating apples and doing yoga.
Yeah. Also, some people, it's really going to help them. If you're 600 pounds, that's probably a good idea. And what my friend was telling me, my friend Brigham was telling me, who actually runs a pharmacy, he's like, the issue is the dosage, first of all, that people are getting these enormous doses, and, variable by body weight. They should probably be getting a much lower dose. And he's saying they're showing now that if you mix it with certain peptides, I think it was IGF-1, is that what he said? I think he said IGF-1, that if you mix it with certain peptides, it eliminates the muscle loss and the bone loss. And so what you do is if you get on one of these things, if you're overweight, you're really struggling, and you just need something to just get you back on track, the idea is that you can get on this and then use it as like a kickstart to a healthy lifestyle. Okay, now you've dropped 30 pounds, you feel much better, right? Okay, you've been eating really good, right? Now let's get off this fucking nonsense that you're on that's making you lose your appetite, and let's now just maintain your body weight and just keep eating healthy, and it'll go off. Like, if you just do it the right way, you'll continue to progress. You don't have to stay on that stuff, because long term is kind of sketchy. Like, I don't know, what are you doing? It's like, what is the actual GLP-1 chemical? What whatever you want to call it, medication, what does it actually do? What does this peptide actually do that makes you lose your appetite? Because that's essentially what it's doing.
It's supposed to just curb your appetite, right?
Which is the last thing I ever want to hear about. I fucking love appetite. I am appetite. Yeah.
We got from the airport here, I told people, my sister was, where's the best barbecue place?
Yeah, I don't want to hear lose my appetite. You can go fuck yourself. I love appetite. So it regulates appetite by acting on the brain's hypothalamus to promote feelings of fullness and satiety, and by slowing down the rate at which food leaves the stomach, gastric emptying. It also influences the brain's reward system, reduces cravings for high-calorie food, and dampening the motivation to eat. These combined effects contribute to a reduced overall energy intake and a longer-lasting feeling of fullness after meals. I think it's like everything else, man. Like, you could probably use it responsibly. It can probably help you if you're really obese. But I think there's way too many people that are hopping on it that just need a little discipline, right? Just get a little discipline. That doesn't mean that some people shouldn't use it, right? And if they can figure out how to do it right with like peptides, then okay, maybe it's a healthy way for you to get into a good lifestyle. But the real thing is get healthy. That's the real thing, right?
It's predominantly made for people with diabetes, I think, but then they found out that it would help people that were obese. Which, like you said,
and it's a huge moneymaker.
Oh, it's kidding me. Get some money off. I just eat and throw up. That's what I do.
But see, that's one that I don't have a problem with people making money off of. It's like, I don't have a problem with them making money off of any of them. Let me be real clear. But this one's like maybe like overall benefit if done correctly. For people, there's so many people out there that are fucked, man. They're 500 fucking pounds and they don't know how to stop. And they go to counseling and they think about getting their stomach stapled, and it is an addiction just like gambling, just like anything else. You need some help sometimes. And maybe that's what they need. Just something to fucking get you out of this terrible state and move you into a place of healthy. And then you'll feel better. This is the problem. Like, you'll think better. You'll be nicer. You'll have a better life. You'll have more energy to do the things you like to do. There's no downsides to being healthy. There's zero downsides. The only downside is it sucks. It's a lot of hard work. But once you get there, the feeling of satisfaction of having accomplished something, like getting your body into a condition where it's like healthy and you can do stuff. You can, take a fucking yoga class. You can do CrossFit. You can do stuff. It's physical. It works well.
Or just get implants like I did. It's a lot.
There was this one guy who got like the most implants.
Oh, I know.
Anybody?
Yeah, I've seen that guy.
You seen that guy?
Yeah. No, that's really creepy, isn't it?
Someone needed to talk to him a long time ago. Mike, whatever you do, Mike, slow down, Mike, slow down. Mike, you look crazy. I don't know if you got a mirror in your fucking house.
Yeah, no, goddamn.
But that's the thing with people. When you start doing that kind of stuff, they don't know when to stop. And it becomes addictive, Just like eating becomes addictive or gambling, you could get addicted to just fucking with your friend. That guy, there he is. He's got a back implant. $21,000 to do a back implant? It does look like he's got crazy lats. I feel like that guy must be a rock climber. Right? If you saw that, that guy's jacked. Look how jacked he is. All the way down to his wrists, and you're like, hey, why are those wrists on that body? That's crazy. Something's wrong. Like, what this is, like, you know what I mean? It's like, it looks great for like whatever it is. The boobs are odd, but there's some part of your brain is like, what is going on? Does he have fake abs too? Those are great fake abs. If those are fake abs, let me see that again. There, it looks real. That looks normal. But one of the ones that you just showed earlier looked like, okay, are those his real abs? Because if you could get those abs, if those are real, like you could have done the whole thing. You could have done the whole thing, fella. Like somebody could get you lifted weights. You didn't ever do that until we've gotten done. I'll see if it's. Oh no, he totally admits to it, right?
Oh yeah.
No, I think that's his whole thing. Yeah, he's letting everybody know. It's not like he's like, no, God just keeps blessing me.
I got the knife more than 190 times.
Oh, that's normal.
340 procedures.
Well, that seems totally sane. Hey, just how many? What is it like? What kind of damage are you doing to your body just going under 190 times? 190 times you went under?
Starting at age 18.
Whoa. As soon as he got out of the house. Fuck you, Mom and Dad.
Yeah, I've got orange cones around his lats. I'm getting lats.
Fucking lats.
He doesn't, but he looks like he's a small frame guy.
Exactly. You get down to his wrist, you're like, that guy's murderous. This is insane.
The wrist was weird.
Like,
inventing apps, saying it did everything else.
Oh. Okay, well, if that's true, and it may be true, they might not be able to do apps back then. I think they.
I know they do apps.
I know they do that sculpting thing, where they sculpt the fat away, and it makes it look more.
I think apps look like they don't look like that guy's apps.
I have a guy.
Those look pretty good.
But that's the other guy.
Oh, that's that crazy guy. That guy's had a lot of those things too. So that's fake abs. Yeah, those look real. But that, like I'm saying, like if somebody just talked that dude into lifting weights, hooked on the look. What is I think those were his real abs, which are pretty good. Like he could have got a tight swimmer's body instead of what he did. Jesus Christ.
That sculpting thing, which it's not an implant, but they're like drag them out.
Yeah, they cut all the fat away, so it exposes more of the abdominal area. Abdominal sculpting character.
I think I had that tomorrow before cigar
tight. You're gonna have to get drained though. You don't have these.
Yeah, boobs coming out of the sides,
leaking pus.
Yeah.
Because you just had a wound. They cut your fat away.
So weird.
You want to look better.
Yeah, no. All I
have to do is just work out. Jesus Christ, people.
Do a crunch.
Your body is who you are, right? If you have like a little bit of a gut, it's because you've been fucking off. That's just it. You show it to the world. This is who you are. Let it go.
You're living good. You got a little gut.
If you don't like it, lose weight. Yeah. I just don't know if you need those Ozempic. Maybe somebody does.
Like you said, some of the really obese probably would help.
Dude, we're just about 4 or 5 years away from there being able to genetically engineer you anyway. They're going to be able to like eliminate all obesity. Obesity is going to be out the window probably. Well, at least with people who have the money for the procedure. They'll probably just fucking lay paste around your body. Fat will burn away and you'll fucking coming out look like Chris Evans, probably Captain America. That's gonna happen, dude. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, well,
they're already doing weird stuff that's beneficial to people. They're already figuring out how to splice genes and turn off like gene expressions that cause certain diseases. They're getting involved in some really wild research when it comes to like manipulating your genome. And once it really gets good, once they really start, curing certain diseases, and figuring stuff out, and they ratchet up, and they can start, they'll start going, who wants to be good looking? Who wants a giant dick? Who wants the biggest ass? Right? Yeah, it's just gonna 100% people are gonna all look like cartoons. We're all gonna be cartoons.
We'll all look like that.
We're all gonna look like Thor, and the woman will look like Prime Jennifer Lopez.
The whole world's hot. I mean, if it
fun times, fun times. Everybody gets to play.
Everybody's
how much it must suck to just unfortunately be born really unattractive. Like there's people that got a terrible roll of the dice in life. They got weird shaped heads.
For God's sake,
you're a normal looking guy, dude. You're a normal looking guy who's done some stuff. But this normal looking people like you and I, like elephantitis, man. That guy, remember that guy?
Of course.
Imagine something like that where you could just completely change it and all of a sudden it looks like Ken. Why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't everybody get a chance to be hot? What's it going to be like if everybody's hot? Fun. It's going to be fucking fun, dude. It's going to be awesome.
Everybody gets to play.
It's going to be fun. Everybody's hot. It's going to be great. And what if they figure out what's wrong with people's brains? Like, we thought that you just had to go let people experience life and figure out their issues and make mistakes and maybe go to jail and then get out. No. We can just rewire brains. Rewire everybody's brain so everybody's like really calm and peaceful and kind and compassionate. And you have to sign up for it. It's the compassionate program. And everybody has to get the updated software.
That's great.
And we'll all be super sweet to each other. We're going to have to do it.
Software.
Everyone's going to be hot.
Update tonight.
Everyone's going to be hot, and everyone's going to be nice. It's going to be a
everyone's
human
going to have all
orgy.
their hair. They're going to have muscles.
And then all inventions will cease instantaneously. We'll never invent a single thing after that. There will be no more music. Everyone's going to be hot. There's going to be no motivation whatsoever for you to ever be like Prince, right? Like Prince became Prince because he was 5'3", and that was the way to get women to love him. He's so fucking talented that people just are blown away. And you're acting like a woman; they don't even understand it, but they're so hot for you. Like he hacked the system. You're not gonna get that if everybody's hot.
I met Prince a couple times. One time I met him, he was still cursing because I was on the Tonight Show and I was back in the little hallway getting my makeup done, whatever. But I already came in makeup, so I don't know what, I was always ready. So I just walk out the makeup thing, and Prince was on the show. His door's right there, and mine is down here. So I walked over to Jane. I said, he walked in, and I said, can you introduce me to Prince? He said, well, you're in the phone. He's going knock on the door. I said, well, no, protocol, rather you walk me in to Prince to say, hey, he said, I haven't even said hi to him yet either, so come with me. So he said, well, go after this. He goes to his makeup. I'm just standing there. Prince comes out of his dressing room. He says, where's my fucking tea? And I'm like, what's that? He's my fucking tea. And I was like, I'll go get it. And he closed the door, and Jay's right there in the thing. I said, where's Prince's fucking tea? And she's like, what? I said, he just yelled at me to get his fucking tea. He's like, does he know you're on the show? No, he doesn't know I'm on the show. He probably doesn't know you're on the show. So I went and got tea, and I walked and knocked on the door, and he opened it, and his assistant opened the door. I said, this is Prince's tea. He said, he doesn't drink tea. I was like, okay, no. And Prince is looking, he's like, close the door to the thing. What the fuck was that about? Hey, where's my fucking tea? I go get tea. So listen, that seems insane. That's insane. But it was just awkward. I didn't know what I was supposed to do. And so the next time I'm in Vegas, I'm going to my own room.
You didn't talk to him at all after that?
No,
you were on the show together?
No, he did his thing. I came in. Jay brings us all on at the end. And I think this is everything's Prince and Carrot Top, and Prince declined to go out for the closing. You can see it. You see, we have Prince. Can't.
Do you think he was embarrassed that he told you to get his tea?
No, I think that was no, maybe he thought, oh shit, but he would have said thank you for my tea. The girl's like, he doesn't want tea. I'm like, he just asked me. Alright.
That follows along with my theory about that kind of talent. I always think you have to be at least somewhat insane or have a relationship. You have to have a relationship with insanity, which is probably why he joined Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah.
And decided to stop swearing. It's like he wanted some structure, right? He's probably had a relationship with insanity.
Probably. I mean,
yeah,
he had a trouble, we all know that. He was in a rough patch there for him. But the best one is I was going to my room at the MGM Grand at the top suites, whatever the hell they're called. It's after the show, and they have the little girls at the end of the check you in at the top. Morning, Mr. Johnson. How was your show? Awful. And I start walking down the hall, and there's this big black guy just standing right in the center of the hallway. So I'm walking towards him, and I'm like, I'm getting closer to him, so I said, hey, how's it going? And I saw him go like, I can't go by him. So I said, oh, I'm sorry. I need you to go to my. He said, you can't go past here. I said, I'm gonna have to go to my room. He says, you're not going by me. I wasn't mean about it, but he says, you're not gonna go by me. And I made a joke. I said, I can probably get by you. You're being funny. I said, I can probably get by you pretty quick. Didn't laugh. So I said, all right. I went back to the girl at the front desk. I said, does that guy work here? She's like, I said, the guy in the hallway. No, what? Okay. I said, that guy. No. I said, well, look, you won't let me go by him. She's like, no, I'll go with you. She walks with me. I said, I brought back up. I get this little old lady. Right? I brought back up. We're getting through you. And he's like, sir, he needs to go to his room. He said, I'm sorry, you can't come by me. And I just I figured there's got to be something behind him. And I kind of just do one of these like, well, I just got to get, and it's Prince, and he's standing, he's only, this guy's 3 times his size, and Prince is standing behind him. So I say, Prince, and he goes, hey, I said, can I go to my room? He goes, yeah. I said, can you tell him? And he goes, to who? I said, it's the guy. Like he's not with him? He said, yeah, let Carrot Top go to his room. And he goes, one of these, and I walk by him, and Prince is just standing behind this guy in the hallway. I don't know what he was doing. He was just standing there. He was just standing.
Probably writing a new song in his head.
He was right. I don't know, but it was just the weirdest. And he just said, hey, and I said, thanks, Prince. He said, no problem.
Bro, he's a weird guy. That's why he's so good.
Yeah. I just never forget that. I was like,
I don't think anybody gets that good without being really out of the run.
No.
You gotta be out there, man.
He's standing there behind this guy. Right. It wasn't like, it wasn't phone.
It's a funny thing to do.
Phones. It wasn't like,
that's a funny thing to do. Playing and stand out there with a giant news in front of you.
Maybe he was waiting on a girl to come out of the room. That's all I can think of.
Maybe he just felt like
he was just standing there. And I look back, thanks, Prince. He said, no problem.
Everybody had to use a symbol because he didn't have the rights to use his name.
Record label.
That's so insane. You go back to Billy Joel's song, I Am the Entertainer. Like, this is that, too. It's the same thing. Music business fucking with one of the all-time greats.
Reading about Billy Joel's first record deal, he almost fucked everything up. He signed everything away for 15 years.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, 1973. Some guy saw him perform that song you're talking about, and he's like, I gotta figure this out.
Wow, Captain Jack. Yeah. Oh, wow. Captain Jack is a great fucking song. Have you ever seen him do it live?
No.
Oh, yeah. God damn. See if you can find an old version. God, can we play it and, like, cut it out? let's play and cut it out. Find an old version of him doing it live from like the 1970s, if you can, if it's possible.
Yeah, there's a whole thing in the documentary right now about Billy Joel. Where
Look at this. How quick is this? 1976, Captain Jack from Connecticut, live, 1976. We'll come back, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're back.
Go back to, we talked about music earlier.
How good was that song?
So I'm saying though, we have this. For you, I'm sure everyone has the same discussion about music and these songs. Everything from that area, the 60s, 70s, 80s, is still relevant and amazing. But just, it's hard to find. I don't know if they just don't play it too.
You gotta find the artists, man. You gotta find the artists.
Go back and
there's a lot of artists.
I still listen to,
Yeah, but there's great guys right now, man. There's Jelly Roll right now.
He's amazing.
Oliver Anthony, he's amazing. Teddy Swims. That dude. Do you know who that guy is? Oh my God. Play the Door by Teddy Swims. What's that? Just like, we'll cut it out. We'll cut it out. Sorry. But I just want you to listen.
Here's you fuck with your crowd. You say, okay, now this is one of the best songs I've ever heard. Check this out.
Yeah, but you come back and listen to it.
You come back and you go, right? It's like,
listen to this song.
Great.
You get it.
That's great.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah. See, they're out there, man.
Yeah, no,
There's a
you
lot
just gotta
of
find
things
them.
out
I guess when I'm old like me, I just get stubborn. I go, what do you listen to? I'm like, Elton John, Billy Joel.
I'll give you some shit to listen to. There's some great shit out there.
I try to. I just get so, I'm old, so it's,
you listen to Zach Bryan at all?
I love Zach Brown. Yeah, I love
Zach Bryan. I love Zach Brown too, but Zach Bryan.
Oh, Zach Bryan.
He's the guy that was at the arena with Shane Gillis. You know what I have?
No,
oh my God.
do I not
He's
know him?
phenomenal. He's phenomenal. Phenomenal. And another one of those guys is just like super talented, incredible voice. He was in the military, man. He was making songs like TikTok in the military, or one of those things like Fine or something like that. And that's how he popped. Just like right out of nowhere.
That's crazy.
Right out of the army, like you're gonna be a fucking star, superstar. He was in the Navy. What arena were they at?
Notre Dame.
How many people's in that? Is there a picture of them on stage?
A lot, yeah.
I want to see a picture of them on stage. That's so surreal.
Yeah.
Those numbers are so surreal. Like, look at the size of that. That's so crazy.
It's like the Luxor, nothing different.
Basement thing.
It's the same.
What's the biggest show you've ever done?
Stadium in Florida.
What is that?
But that was for it was for their homecoming. It wasn't a game. It wasn't a Carrot Top show. I was the headliner, but it was a look at that.
That's crazy.
Wow.
I can't wait.
Oh, I imagine.
How did you not be?
Yeah, but my thing with the stadium is, they do a sound check there. The stadium's empty, and it was 100,000 people. This side was going to be the alumni. This side was the kids. All ages. Now they had rules. You can't couldn't curse. You couldn't. Definitely couldn't do anything sexual. So thank God I brought all this stupid shit, which is meant for college as a bong with
Right.
The open guy goes out and his first joke is like, I'm eating this chick out, right? My guy comes running in like, dude. My wife's like, his opening line was, I'm eating this girl, and I said, no. He goes, yeah. I'm like, well, second guy goes out, same thing. He's just, they're beyond rotten, gross, dirty, right? And I'm getting ready to go up, and I'm like, well, I'm gonna eat shit now because they're they went here, but the crowd wanted Goofy. They had heard all this. It was actually worked in my advantage. They did all this horrible, dirty stuff. The crowd was kind of like, let's get Carrot Top. And I came up and I was like, I did my exact thing I was supposed to do. It was silly, goofy, but both sides, they love it. But the weirdest thing, I'd love to ask him that. We're going to play the stadium. is
what is the water?
You say,
the Gemara, what he does is he first does
hey, and he goes, hey,
then
hey,
he does there, he does
4
summon,
times.
and finally he does have double.
Slap, whatever they call that.
Oh, echo?
Yeah. So I didn't in sound check, it wasn't doing that. So I went out and I said, I'm like, Florida, I'm from Florida. So I was like, oh, Florida, my hometown. I said, Florida.
Everybody goes all the way at the end.
Oh shit! Like in my head, I didn't know what I was going to do in that split second. And I said,
is in the middle.
I said, wow. And one thing cool about playing in the stadium is every joke is bombs going to fall 4 times. The crowd went like crazy. I said, no, seriously, that ain't shit. And you just worked off that echo.
Well, you figured out how to work with it.
Right. In a split second. I'm like, yeah. That's the way they do it.
God, imagine not just ignoring the fact that you hear yourself 4 times.
No, I know, and you have to time out your right. It was the weirdest thing ever. You're holding up the thing, and you're like, that thing was a thing. And then you have to hold it longer until they see it and put it down. It's weird.
I remember when I used to work at Great Woods Center for the Performing Arts. It was like a concert venue, and I was there when Bill Cosby was there. And the problem with comedy in that place is that it was outdoors, so the inside of it was all covered. Like there was like an inside space. It was open air. Right? There was a roof over it, and it was all covered. And then there was a lawn area in the back, and they sold tickets for the lawn, but you could only hear the show inside the roof area, because once it got out, all the echo fucked it up so bad when it made it out to the lawn, you couldn't understand what the fuck it said. You had to be in there where the speakers were. And so everyone was furious. They were all complaining, like, oh, they never checked. Like, no one checked to see if you could hear someone talk out. That's crazy. These kids today, I don't know what I'm saying. Dennis, come in there. I saw Dangerfield there. He was backstage. So backstage, when Dangerfield would do shows, he would get high as fuck. He would take off all his clothes and he'd put a robe on. Because he'd go on stage with a bathrobe on, just raw dick in a bathrobe, and with slippers on. And dude, he fucking murdered. I guess I was like 19 years old when I was working there. And he went up there, and I was not even thinking about doing stand-up comedy yet. So I was just loving it, just as a pure fan. I was like, I can't believe Ronnie Dangerfield just hanging out with a bathrobe on.
That age was known for it. In Vegas, he'd go around the casino.
Bro, I saw him. I saw him. I didn't see the dick, man. I saw him in a bathrobe, and I saw him go on stage in a bathrobe. And that was his move.
No, he did. I saw it. He walked up in his dressing room on purpose with it undone. I swear to God. I said, hey, Rodney. Yeah, it's my mom. He goes, hey, Mom. I'm like, crazy, right? And he meant to. He was like, looked at me like, how's Mom doing? I'm like, great. She's like, your thing is thing.
In our dressing room at the club, his wife donated his notes from an appearance on the Tonight Show. So it's his handwritten notes. They're all framed with a photo of Rodney. Yeah, it's pretty cool. One of the things I loved about him, man, is that he introduced the world to a lot of other great comics. He introduced the world to Kinnison, Hicks, Robert Schimmel, Dom Herrera, Jerry Seinfeld. Like a lot of comics did. A lot of comics did those HBO Young Comedian specials. Those were
that's what you're doing as well. And Tony is doing that because you get all the comics time on your show, which the book shows don't happen anymore, right?
No, a lot of comics do. A lot of shows have, but comics that have podcasts all the time.
I mean, but you made a lot of people have podcasts. You're a powerful person behind it.
Listen, I think people were going to have podcasts whether I did or
not.
On a
platform like fucking I'm on now. You got me on here. But, you know, the other shows like late night shows don't have comics anymore.
They don't. Well, that's so silly. But also, they're just so hampered anyway. They're hampered because it's all. The whole show was not to knock late night shows because some of them are fun to watch. But it's basically publicity for a bunch of stuff, right? It's like someone's coming on to promote an album, somebody's coming on to promote a movie. Nothing wrong with that, right? But the problem is it's not what the host is interested in. right? I think the way that those shows are, you're handicapped in a way, where you have to get on the famous people, you have to get on the rock star, you can't just have weird people come on. You can't have some guy who worked for the CIA come on, right? Tell you about aliens. This is what I know so far.
But that would be the better guess, like the third middle guy.
You can't do that though. You can't do it. First of all, you only have 10 minutes. Each guest is like in and out real quick. You have barely enough time to scratch the surface of like one or two stories. You don't get
I guess what I used to do it. I did it. I don't know how many times I did the chapter, but it was always, I never was promoting anything. In fact, the one time I had something to actually promote, they didn't want to put me on. I said, I'm trying to promote chairman of the board, this movie. And I'm like, yeah, but
that's hilarious.
Yeah.
The one time you wanted to
I really did. No, I did. I have this movie coming out. And
yeah, I remember that movie.
Yeah, they're like, I'm like, I got a movie, Jay. I got a movie. Now, the weirdest one, I would ask you,
it's not what the host is interested in, right?
You're allowed to use
I think the way that those shows are, you're handicapped in a way, where you have to get on the famous people, you have to get on the rock star, you can't just have weird people come on. You can't have some guy who worked for the CIA come on, right? Tell you about aliens. This is what I know so far.
That would be the better guess, like the third middle guy.
You can't do that though. You can't do it. First of all, you only have 10 minutes. Each guest is like in and out real quick. You have barely enough time to scratch the surface of like one or two stories. You don't get anything like this.
I used to do it. I do it. I did it. I don't know how many times I did the chapter, but it was always, I never was promoting anything. In fact, the one time I had something to actually promote, they didn't want to put me on. I said, I'm trying to promote chairman of the board, this movie.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
One time you wanted to.
I really did. No, I did. I have this movie coming out.
Yeah, I remember that movie.
Yeah, they're like, I'm like, I got a movie, Jay. I got a movie. Now, the weirdest one, I would ask you, those who are first to see you, it's the strangest guest, maybe think of this, that you've had to do.
How many
in front of I'll tell you my real quick. So I was on the Tonight Show and Dick Cheney was on. And I mean, I'm thinking, it's a Cheney and sulfur. Well, I had 5, maybe 6 props. Dick Cheney props on purpose, right? Because Dick Cheney's there. No, I had like 3 just because I'm topical all the time in the show. I already have them in my show with them. They said, Dick, you're going to be on Dick Cheney. I said, well, shit, can I do that? And so I started writing more. So I had like 6, and I opened with them, right? So, but the weird part was I get there, or rehearsal, Secret Service, everybody's there. They, I can't get to my own room. Princess guys, you can't go by again. No. So I finally rehearsed it, and they're like, the people are like, he's going to be a guest. I said, well, no, it's just why I'm doing it, right? And they're like, she's like, I don't know. I said, well, it's very topical. I think it's funny that he's there, right? So this is right from the show. He said, is he going to stay or is he going to leave? The Secret Service is surrounding me like they're going to go grab him and go. And she's like, well, I don't know. I mean, I can ask him. And I'm thinking, what? Just between you and me, this is like behind the curtain. What do you think? Is it better if he's there? And I do it, and I keep cutting over to him, or if he's gone, and I do it, and I keep looking like, thank God he's gone. What's funnier? And he's like, I don't know. I mean, I feel fine. I said, I think if he could stay, it'd be better. Because it's really funny. I'm doing it right in front of the fucking guy. So they said, okay. So they go back, he talks, and everybody goes, okay, he's leaving. So he goes back to the desk later. Like, oh, they're going to find him. I said, oh, I can't tell him. Came out. Depression, yeah. Good friend of it, though. Wacky guy from Vegas. So I walk out, and I do right off. I look over and said, hey. I said, funny that you're here. And I pull out, you probably can find this, we pull it out, and I have a Dick Cheney gun. It's a rifle with the thing goes this way, because I shot the guy right. I mean, it's already like, holy fuck, right? Like, I found your gun. Oh, sorry, Bill. And it's like, the crowd didn't know at first, because they're all looking at him. I'm looking at him. Yeah. And he comes at, an honorable person pissed, right? So I for the caretaker, even though there's an go right, and I do another one. I had an operation game. The operation had his face on it because he was getting operated. I had a book for the thing. It was just like 5 or 6 pages. finally, I keep looking over. I'm like, you know, we're good. You're not gonna have me audited, or I'm gonna be killed here. And now the crowd's really getting it. Now James is like, how many more fucking? He even says, how many more do we? I said, I got one more, and then we'll move on. So I do one more Cheney joke. Now he's kind of laughing, but still kind of like staggering. Then I go and I do a piggy bank for gay guys. It's a piggy bank where the slot is an asshole instead of the top of the thing, right? It's great problem. It's a piggy bank for gay guys. Nice. Burgers. And then great set. I get done. I walk over, sit down, and there's something going on. Like there's like Secret Service, something of the writers, the producers, and Jay gets up. And I'm just sitting there, Cheney. And the lady comes over and she says, oh my God, that was the best thing you've ever done. I said, thank you, Tracy. And she said, I said, thank you for being good sport. Where do you find all this? I said, no, I make it. I just found all this. I make it. Where do you find all this stuff? I said, I made it. You made that. It's pretty clever. His daughter is there. And apparently, all those Dick Cheney jokes were fine. But when I did the gay piggy bank, she lost her mind. Decided in his mind that he wants to benefit from it. No, I don't know. She
lost her mind.
Like really mad that I did a piggy bank joke on the show. Forget, I just did 5 jokes about her father. So everyone was taking her out of the studio. She was losing her, she was screaming, and so they took her out of the studio. Yeah, it was like, I can't believe that in front of my father. And I thought you were making fun of me. I'm doing a Dick Cheney. I shot your dad. The
gay piggy bank is what's that?
It was the gay piggy bank. I think one of the daughters. I don't know. I don't know. That's why I think it might have been just 2.
One of the daughters. Let's just say one of the daughters.
One of the daughters. I don't think it was allegedly.
It could have been the costume. It was a crazy person pretend to be one of the daughters. Dick Cheney and his daughter Liz are both staunchly against Donald Trump despite being Republicans. But why are Liz and Mary once feuding over same-sex marriage? How are they fighting over that? Let's find out. What's that? When was this? I know you're trying to have it now. I'm curious. Like when this article was from a year ago. A year ago, someone's upset about same-sex marriage. What do they say?
And he stopped eating. And he ate, but he forgot to
I had another problem. I thought, hold on, but this was a year ago, so that's what I mentioned Donald Trump.
Right, but what is the same-sex marriage dispute between? I need to know. Some people are still arguing about that. Okay, and they believe in same-sex marriage. The other one doesn't. It'd be funny if it was the other way around. It was like, we don't know. I don't know which daughter.
I don't either. I'm assuming it's probably the one that.
Maybe it's just like 2 daughters just hating on each other. I don't think you should get married.
I had another one that was kind of strange because it was a dumb joke. Maybe you think you said same-sex marriage. So when gay marriage became legal in certain states, it was like 4. I had a big map that I would hold up and I said, hey, gay marriage is now legal. And this is a map to show people that we have these states where there are these penises on springs, whatever. And it was just dumb, right? So I reversed it, and the crew is fucking going crazy. They're like, Scott, fucking dildos. Can't do a dildos. I don't say it. So this lady comes over, she goes, you can't listen. I know. I mean, I think it's silly enough. And I don't. This is on springs. I would always fight with her. She said, no. I said, if I come up with a different idea without takes on it, can I do it?
It's like a war.
She said, yeah.
The lesser soldiers first, and then you send the
I don't do it. I took the springs off. I had the guys back there at the Tonight Show print out Ryan Seacrest's faces, like 4 of them. Right. And I've got them more of the gay marriages. Now, Ryan Seacrest is a good friend of mine, and everyone was making fun of him, right? The big back then, oh, he's gay, and they just not, clearly, but the joke would be, and it killed his fun. So I come back and I go, how about this? She's like, oh my God, that's
comes along
I said, I
that's
know him.
funny
He's not gonna.
and says that hands that
He'll
are
probably
bizarre,
text me and say, "Why would you do that?"
One should wash them, otherwise
Jay comes over and goes, "Oh, you
this
know,
much.
he's
I
really
don't
good
know.
friend of mine." I said, "Don't." Jay, I said, "He's a friend of mine too. It's funny. It's not anything." He's like, "Yeah, if you really."
That dude does not seem hypersensitive. Is he?
No.
No.
But Jay was very protective of it. I said, "No, you know, anything with my friend. I don't think it's necessary." I said, "Well, I can put like, you want me to put like I said, like, Dick, you know, Richard Nixon dicks or something?" He said, "No, just get rid of the junk." I said, "It's funny." Fuck.
Yeah,
We're fighting over Brian Crease.
That's the problem with, you know, having editorial access to someone's act when they're doing a Tonight Show set. It should be like, no. It should be like, look, if you want fucking the Black Crowes to play, they sing their song, you know what the song is, you know what the lyrics are, that's fine. But with a comic, you can't tell them they can't do something.
Well, especially and of course I had 40 other props. I didn't need to do
they're even swearing. Like, what are you doing? You're being silly. It's silly. Like, come on.
I did break the law with him once.
What'd you do?
I was doing a podium for Bill Clinton. It was the closing bit, and I would do the stupid voice too, like I did not. And it was this presidential seal on this podium. And had a true false buzzer, but it would be, and it was just so stupid. You know, like, I did not have, and you hit the button, I did not have, I will not raise, and then, you know, I fucked her, ding, 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 something. I read the joke now, but the closing punch of the whole thing was right after I'm doing the podium. That would kill. I could just stop on that. I had a foot pedal where Monica Lewinsky's head would come up like on a beret, literally. It was great. It took engineering to do this. And so I'd go, I did not, and then I hit the foot pedal, and the beret would come up, and I go, not now. It's just, that's all, it's just not now. In the rehearsal, they were like, "That's the best thing you've ever brought here." Oh my God. And I said, "Yeah, great. Here comes my lady with her new pad." And I said, "Oh, fuck." She goes, "Everything is good. Standards of practice." I said, "Oh," and I give her a hug. I said, "This is the first time I've come and everything got approved." And she says, "Yeah." And I went back to my dressing room, like, I can't believe I get to do this. My closing bit, fucking, I can't. Right for, I'm talking a minute before I come in, she walks in, she's like, "Okay, you can do the podium, but you can't put her head down." And I said, "Why? You can't use your hand to force her head down. That's just, it can come up. You just can't force it down." I run to the prop department. I said, "Is there a way you can?" Because I made it. They don't know they're looking like, I don't know. I made it. Is there a way I can release and go down without me touching it? And they're like, I don't know. They looked at it. I'm on it 5 minutes. I said, "Fuck it." So I do the whole thing. I said, "I did not," and the head comes up, and I said, "Not now." And I use my elbow to put it down. And of course the crowd would get killed, and it would have been better if I did this, but I said, "Not now." I get done, I come over, and I can see her fucking feeling. She comes running over me, because they always come and say, "What a great set. Oh, you did so good." Tracy Fisk did. She said, "That was phenomenal." I said, "I was." Jay's like, "How do I get that?" And I said, "Stands in practice lady coming over." Fuck. And I said, "I'm in trouble." She's like, I said, I go, show's over. "Thank you, tomorrow night." And then she comes over. "Okay, if I get fired for this," I said, "You're not going to get fired for this." "Oh, no, they've already bleeped it out on the West Coast, the East Coast. It went live." I said, "Bleep that one. You can't force her head." I said, "I didn't force it. I didn't use my hands. I used my elbow." She just looked at me like, "You fucking, like, so clever." I said, "Well, you said don't use my hand." So everything was fine after that, but it did get bleeped out, and it went, you know, fuck the joke up, because they went, "I did not," and then you know, edited it right to just, "Good night." Like, there wasn't a punchline.
Yeah. Well,
You ever get trouble for something
like that? No.
Well, this is when I got trouble. I got banned from Fox. I think for life for this. And this is
For something else.
This is really weird. Yeah, I was in the country Billboard Music Awards, and they asked me to do a little bit with Chris Rock. It's Chris Rock and me, and he it was such great together because it's like top, and then I'm out there because it's stupid, but Chris Rock is See, I go out, we do a rehearsal, and I had like 4 props or something, and the guy came over like in a panic right in the middle of the show. It's already happened. Our bit's coming up in about 40 minutes. He says, "I need you guys to go longer." And Chris Rock's like, "Bye. Why don't?" He said, "Just come up with something." I said, "Well, I can have my guy go back to the MGM and grab a few more props." He said, "That'd be awesome." Chris was like, "Yeah, perfect. We'll kill the time without having to change too much, and I can just pull out more shit." I go and I tell my guy, "Go TD clean, get like this, get."
When you see the amount of stuff from lights away, that's a disaster. You don't say a nice bro, you say Baruch that. When you see light, what you say is Baruch, anyone who was upset, mad, angry, he was able to remember, so they can say light, it's supposed to remember. It says in there are 4 people that must say Goyim. The Lashon of the Gemara is Goyim l'chasadim playing. We, based on the Rishon of the Rif, we say that is the people that the desert, the ocean, or a sick person who's ill, or somebody came out of jail. They say Bible. You need 10 people. The 2 out of 10 must be Rabbi. Rabbi Yehuda says the Gemara was sick and he was healed. Rav Chana and 9 other Chachamim came to visit him, and they told him, "We bet you you're giving you to us instead of giving you to the ground." And he said, "Amen." And he said, before he said, "Amen," the longer before even going on. There are 3 that need special protection, and they are people that have bad mazel, a sick person, a woman who just gave birth, and some say even somebody that's mourning. And there are 3 people that have, because of jealousy of Shadim, they are in danger. That's Chassan and a Kala. It's not say even a Ma'afar. And finally, there are 3 people that are zoyzah to longevity because they do something at length, and that is have a long davening, or they have a very long meal. They have a lot of company, a lot of poor people as company, or they spend a lot of time in the bathroom for medicinal reasons. Have wonderful day.
Awesome.
The thing, the towel with the misspelled, and then it was one of the toilet seats. So I added. It was a great joke. It was a toilet seat with a seat belt. So when you eat a Taco Bell, right, you sit on it, and I put it on, and the sound effect of the show is that Houston, we have a problem. It's a great, stupid little bit. But there's about 20 toilet seats leading up to that one. I was like, I'm not kidding. I had like 30 toilet seats. I had one that held women's hair when they throw up. I had one that lights up. I had one with spikes on it. It was semi. So the last one was the seatbelt, right? So it's very clean, right? It does great. I walk back, and I'm thinking they're going to come high-five me because we just saved the show. We added time they needed. The guy's like, they banned me because I said Taco Bell because it was sponsored by Taco Bell. How the fuck am I supposed to know it's sponsored by Taco Bell? That's real shit. Yeah. I'm like, well, I didn't say fuck. They said, no, you said Taco Bell. I'm like,
oh my god, that's
how do
so
I get fined
funny.
for that? They thought you're banned for life.
That's hilarious.
Because I said Taco Bell. I didn't know. I mean, I'm not the guy. They should have come to me and said, don't do anything with Taco Bell.
Yes. 100%. That's not on you. That's a normal.
Show we added time they needed. The guy's like, they banned me because I said Taco Bell because it was sponsored by Taco Bell. How the fuck am I supposed to know it's sponsored by Taco Bell? That's real shit. Yeah.
Dude, that's hilarious.
I didn't say fuck. They said, no, you said Taco Bell. I'm like,
oh my god, that's
how do I
so
get fined
funny.
for this? They thought you're banned for life.
That's hilarious.
Because I said Taco Bell. I didn't know. I mean, I'm not the guy. They should have come to me and said, don't do anything with Taco Bell.
Yes. 100%. That's not on you. That's a normal reference for a dog.
No.
That's funny.
Yeah, not funny, really. I mean, funny now.
They would have been pumped if you said Del Taco.
Right?
Yeah.
No, but if they told me that, I would have.
Yeah.
I would have done that.
Hey, brother, this was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
It was a lot of fun. And I'm looking forward to seeing you on Kill Tony. And anybody who wants to check him out, Carrot Top is at the Luxor in Las Vegas, Nevada on a regular basis. What's the best way to find out when you're
just
there?
text me, yeah. It's Las Vegas, carrottop.com or Las Vegas.
Yeah. All right, man. Thank you. It was a lot of fun.
It's on a tremendous compliment. You knew how to take the letters that was broken here to create the world. Says only gives wisdom to people that have wisdom. And here comes the amazing sugya of dreams, a very lucky sugya. Rabbi says numerous quotes regarding, first of all, the worst dream a person can have is when he's dreaming that he's in a fast, he's fasting. A dream that nobody deciphered is great. It's like a letter that hasn't been opened. Once you open it, then the problems start. Good dreams, bad dreams, they don't happen 100% as you dream them. A bad dream is better than a good dream. When a person has a bad dream, is sad about it, that sadness is actually the horror and it goes away with the dream. On the reverse side, if you feel good about yourself, that actually takes away from the suffering. A bad dream is worse than the opposite. We learn from this that not everything in the dream comes true because he's talking in his dream about his mother dying, his mother wasn't alive anymore. And we never know sometimes it's going to take 2 years for a good dream to come true. A tzaddik, such as Rabbi never dreams of the dream. And a Rothschild, never dreams of a bad dream. It says in the Pasuk, "You will left alone." The Lord is causing the dream of a tzaddik dreams of a dream, or forget about the dream, wakes up, and therefore have to dream. And the Pasuk says, "The negative, it's referring to when a person comes back from a long trip. He should not find his life in a state of a suffering need. Any person that doesn't dream, any dream at all, for 7 days, is considered bad. The person is really worried about his dream. He should go from 3 people that they should do hatavas chalai. They should make this chalai better. He should tell them. They saw a really good dream. And they tell him, heavy, it's a great dream, it should be good. And his Baruch should seal it 7 zeros that it's good. And they should say 3 psukim that are in the reverse, 3 about redemption, 3 are like we say when you read them. The Lord tells us, 3 friends, I made my Mesut and Rabashi sitting together. He said, why don't we each say a statement that the others have never heard? So the first one got up and he said, if you don't know what dream means, and if you're worried about the dream, so you should talk about, you should say the Yiratzah, and that's what you today, the Yiratzah that says, I'm yours, my dreams are yours, etc. Very long Yiratzah, and you're supposed to finish off that Yiratzah with everybody as you're saying Amen. But if you miss the vote and they don't say Amen on your Yiratzah, today you're supposed to say, the second one gets it. Whoever is afraid of an ayin hara should take his thumbs and go so, grab the thumb of the other hand, and then he should say, I'm so and so. I'm a descendant of Yosef. Even if you're not a direct descendant, you probably have some Yosef blood in you, and therefore Yosef Atzadik, his descendants don't have ayin hara. If you're worried about your own ayin hara, try to steer at your left nostril. And then the third one gets a sick person should not announce and tell everybody about his disease on the first day. But after that, you should, so that people should down to it and be be healed through davening. As Rabbi was once sick, and he told his Rabbi, don't tell anybody the first day, but after that he said, tell everybody, whoever loves Rabbi should daven for Rabbi, and whoever hates Rabbi should be happy that Rabbi is sick, because when an enemy is happy that somebody's sick, that disease disappears. Shmuel says that when he had a bad dream, he would say the pasuk, they're nothing. On the other hand, when he had a good dream, he'd say it in a question, are nothing. And in fact, it says in the pasuk, you should consider dreams. I had the contradiction. Consider dreams of I said, well, if the dream comes from a malach, then you know it's true. If it comes from a shade, no, it's false. Rabbi Yonah says, in Yerushalayim, there were 24 people that knew how to replace their halomas. They knew how to decipher dreams. And he went to them, and each one gave different opinions about the dream, 24 different ones. And all 24 came true, and will continue dreams tomorrow is a wonderful thing.
President Trump's increased federal immigration operations in the city. The feds recently started a surge called Operation Midway Blitz. Hundreds of demonstrators gathered in downtown Chicago last night to announce it. We must organize. We must stay in the streets. Protests were coordinated by the Coalition Against Trump, the Trump Agenda, and the Illinois Coalition for Immigrant and Refugee Rights.
Bracha is definitely involved. We're continuing with an amazing sugya of dreams. Behind me is a mural that a rabbi going Rabbi Yeshua drew himself and gave me as a gift. Takes all the dreams of today and tomorrow's night. Lord tells us, whatever you think during the day, that's what you dream at night. Lord tells us through stories, we're going to consider, if you're so smart, what are you going to dream tonight? Jews inserted something in their mind during the day so that they think about it and they dreamt about it. For instance, they said, you're going to be captured by the Persians and you're going to use a golden staff to graze the sheep. That's what happened. Or you're going to use a golden grinder to grind the things. The Lord tells us about Bar Hedia. Bar Hedia was a dream interpreter. Depending, if you paid him, he gave you a good interpretation, and if you didn't pay him, he gave you a bad interpretation. Rabbi and Rabbi had 22 dreams. We're not going to go into all of them. But the bottom line is that whatever he interpreted to Rabbi in the negative, he interpreted to Rabbi in the positive. He told Rabbi, your wife is going to die, your children are going to die, your business is going to be terrible. The king is going to accuse you of breaking into his palace. In fact, the king did accuse Rabbi of breaking into his palace. Then he told him, you're going to get whacked on the head by clubs. In fact, Rabbi walked in the shul and saw two blind people fighting and trying to break the fight and get hit twice. You were about to hit him again. And Rabbi said, stop. I only dreamt that I'm going to get hit twice. He interpreted Rabbi's dream that he's going to divorce his wife. Two pigeons flying away is a symbol of divorcing a wife. And finally, when Rabbi paid him, he told Rabbi that the fact that the wall is falling down means that you're going to have unlimited amount of properties. Abayi's house fell down. Now all of a sudden he throws Abayi under the bus. Even though Abayi paid him, he said Abayi's going to die. You're going to bring all of Abayi's Talmidim. My house is falling. Your turd is going to go everywhere. And Rabbi says, I saw my dream that my head split open, my brain fell out. No, that's just the feathers of your pillow. And finally he tells him, I dreamt that they're saying Halal of Mitzrayim, meaning the regular Halal. So he tells him that means you're going to have Nisa. The Gemara says both Bar Hedia and Rabbi were about to embark on a ship, and Bar Hedia remembered that Rabbi have an ace. He said, why should I be on a boat with Rabbi? If the boat sinks, he'll have an ace, I'll die. So he jumps off the boat. In his hurry to go off, his book dropped, and Rabbi peeked in his book and saw it says, all dreams are interpreted based on the interpretation. Rabbi looks at Bar Hedia and says, Rasha, why do you interpret my dreams that way? Look what you did to me. You killed my wife and my children and my business. I forgive you for everything. I will not forgive you for killing the daughter of Rav Chizda, my wife. And I gives him a curse that his head should split open and his brain should fall out. That's a very difficult thing to happen. Our head said, if Rabbi cursed me, I better do tshuva. Let me go to Golos. He goes to Rome, and he opens up a shop in Rome. And sure enough, a customer comes, he's the head of the treasury, and says, I dreamt that a needle is in my finger. He says, Bar Hedia, pay me and I'll tell you the interpretation. Says the treasurer, no. He says, I want to interpret. The next day he comes to him and says, I dreamt that I have worms into my fingers. Pay me. No. The following day he says, my entire hand is wormy. He says, Bar Hedia, you don't have to pay me. I'll tell you what's going on. The king's clothing are wormy. You're in charge of watching it. You know they're wormy. In fact, that's what happened. They took the treasurer out to kill him. And the treasurer says, well, Bar Hedia knew about this and he didn't tell me. They took Bar Hedia, they tied his 2 legs to 2 cedars, they bent the cedars down, cut his legs, let the cedars go, and Bar Hedia's body was split in half, his brain came flying out, and that was the end of him. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Shmuel also knew how to interpret dreams. Bardoma came to him and said, my 2 jaws fell. He says, Shmuel, don't worry. That means that the 2 Romans that were after you, they died. My nose fell off. So that means that the anger of Baruch fell away. My hands fell off. Says Rabbi Shmuel, that means you're not going to need anyone else anymore. My 2 feet fell off. You're not going to need to walk anymore. You're going to have a luxury horse. I dreamt that I'm going to die in honor, and I'm not going to make it to Nisan. She says, no, that means you're going to die with honor, and you're not going to have Nisan, Nisan. The Gemara tells us about probably the worst character in all of Shas. Suki that came to Rabbi Shmuel and says, I dreamt that I was pouring oil on top of olives. Says Rabbi Shmuel, that means that you had relations with your own mother. I dreamt that I grabbed the star. That means that you kidnapped a Jew, and I swallowed a star. That means you sold the Jew, and you already used the polymer. My eyes are touching one another. That means you have relations with your own sister. I kissed the moon. That means you have relations with your sister. I stepped on the side of a shadow of a hadas. That means your relations with Naira Hamurasa. I saw a shadow above me, but it was under me. That means that you had relations the wrong way. I saw ravens around my bed. That means you were in the top of many women. I grabbed up the pigeons, they flew away. Sent away your wives without giving them a gift. I peeled an egg. That means you steal from the dead bodies. Says the Snoopy. Unbelievable. I agree to everything. I did all of those things that you mentioned, but I did not steal from the dead. At that moment, a woman comes and says, that coat that you're wearing, you stole off the dead. And finally, this is incredible. Why would Rabbi Shmuel help him? You're not sure. Or, because Rabbi Shmuel, I dreamt and my father said, he left me money in the pit. He says, that means that he left you money in the beam in your ceiling. In fact, there's money there. If a person dreams about a well, that's a sign of either peace or of Torah, and Rabbi says, of life. If a person dreams of a river, a bird, a pond, it's a sign of peace, as long as the pot is in hand and meat in it. There are 11 things that the Gemara brings down, and we can't get into it because it's very lengthy, but each one you have to say a specific pasuk and not a different pasuk that could be detrimental to the dream. If a person dreams about a river, about a bird, about a pot, about grapes, I'll say special pasukim, about a shoy for a dog, a lion, if you're shaving, a well, a reed, or not. If a person dreams about a reed, you should anticipate chachma dreams about weeds, plural, you should anticipate a person dreams about gourds, and wax, it's very good for a dream. Gourds are dreamt only that you don't have even for life. There are 5 things that are said about an ox. If you eat its meat, you become wealthy. If it bores you, your kids will be great in learning. If it bites you, you'll have Yisuri. If it kicks you, that means you have a very long range of you. And if you ride it, that means you're going to climb to greatness. But if it rides you, then that means it's a sign of death. If you dream about a donkey, you should be waiting for Yeshua. If you dream about a cat of 10, if you call this cat Shura, then you'll have a song that's called when you see Shinra with the Yud, and you'll have something bad will change. So if you dream about white grapes, it's a good sign. Black grapes, it's the right time, it's a great sign. It's not in the right time, not in the season, it's a bad sign. If you dream about a white horse, that's a great sign. A red horse, it's moving nicely, that's a great sign. If it's galloping, that's a bad sign. And finally, if you see a Yishmael in Arab, that's the son of Avram, Shmuel, then you should know your kilo will be in Scabble. If you see a camel in your dream, that's a really bad sign of a wonderful day.
31 years old. This guy's owned this company and run this Turning Point since he was 18 years old. One of the smartest guys.
Brothers, that means that we're continuing with dreams. Since we have over 150 different dreams to interpret, we are going to go over the 8-minute allocation. If a person sees a camel, that means he was supposed to die, but he's going to live. If a person sees an elephant with a saddle, that's a great thing. If he sees 2 elephants, it's even better. If a person dreams a name written down, Uno with 1 nun, he'll see a nest. If he sees names with 2 nuns, like Chanina Yochanan, he'll have multiple nisa. If a person sees the word Hesped, that means he will have Rahmanas on him and they will redeem him from Shemayim. If a person sees himself saying, ViralRabbi, he's promised to have a Rabbi. If a person sees himself saying Shema, that means that he's roy to have the Shekhinah on him, but his generation is the cause that it's not. If a person sees Tefillin, and that means he'll grow in godless. If a person sees that he's davening and he didn't finish the davening, that's a great sign. There's certain illicit relations that a person dreams of on condition that he didn't think about these people beforehand, didn't know these people, or in the case of his sister or his mother, he knew them, but he never thought about them. If he dreams about them, his sister is Chachma, his mother is Bina, Naira, Murasa, is Torah, Ashes Ish, will be a Ben Olam Haba. When a person dreams of the Shemit Aminim, he dreams of wheat, is peace, barley is one having a virus. The person dreams of grapes, that means his wife will miscarry. Great bread, is Mashiach. A fig means that his Torah will be kept. A pomegranate depends if it's small or big, his business will expand, or grow. If it's split, then he's not chacham. It's a sign of Torah. If he's not it's a sign of mitzvahs. If he sees olives, then his business will get better. If he sees olive tree, he'll have many children. And if he sees olive oil, that's the light of Torah. If a person sees a date, he won't have any affairs. If a person dreams of a goat, he'll have a great year. 2 goats, he'll have 2 good years or more. If he sees hadas, that means his business will be successful. If he doesn't have a business, he'll inherit one. If a person sees an esrog, now we're going to the Arba Minim. If a person sees an esrog, that means that the Baruch Hu thinks he has he's beautiful in front of the Baruch Hu. If a person sees a lulav, that means he's one heart like the Baruch Hu. If a person sees a goose, that's a sign of chachma. And if he has relations with the goose, that's a sign of a Rosh Hashiva, like Rashi said he dreamt. If a person sees a chicken, it's a sign of having a ben zachar, multiple chickens, multiple bnei zachar. If he sees a female chicken, that means he'll have a beautiful garden and stuff in his life. If a person sees eggs, or any round thing that's closed, like a nut, or a glass flea, or a cucumber, that means that his request is suspended. But if it breaks open, then his request will be answered. If a person dreams that he goes into a city, his things will be taken care of. If he dreams that he's shaving, that's a good sign. And if he's shaving his beard as well, it's a sign that good things will happen to his family as well. If a person is sitting on a small boat on top of the waves, that's a sign that he is going to have a good name. And if he's in a very large boat, his family will have a great name as well. If a person goes to the bathroom without using toilet paper, that's a great sign because he's ridding his body of all the bad stuff. If a person goes up onto the roof, that means he's going to grow. If he goes down, that means he's going to be the opposite. Rabbi Nabai saying, no, once you go up, even if you come down, you're still going to be great. If a person is ripping his clothing in his dream, that means currently exert did. If a person is naked in Chutz La'aretz, that means he's stripped from all averis. But if he's naked in Eretz Yisrael, that means he stripped himself of all of the mitzvahs. If the cops grab a person, that means he'll have protection. If they chain him up, he'll have double protection. If a person sees himself in a marsh, then that means he'll be a Rosh Hashiva. If he sees himself in a forest, he will be the head of the Rosh Kala. If a person sees himself with a snake, that's a great sign. That means that the snakes don't have to work for their food. If the snake bites him, he'll have double parnasa. And if he kills the snake, that means he won't have parnasa, even though Rav Sheshes said that his parnasa will double. That's because Rav Sheshes dreamt it and he wanted to give a good interpretation for himself. All liquids are a great sign besides wine, which if he's a Talmid Chacham is a great sign. If he's not a Talmid Chacham, it depends, so there's no real interpretation for it. The Gemara says, if a person sees Sefer Malachim in his dream, that means he will rise greatness. If he sees Yecheskel, that means he'll have Chachma. Yeshaya is a Chama, Yirmiyah is Puranos. The person sees Tehillim, Shir Hashir, David HaMelech, Ben Azai, that's a sign of Chasidus. The person sees Mishlik Elsh and Rabbi and Zoyma, that's a sign of Chachma. The person sees Iyov, Achal, Yerishmol Ben Elisha, that's all a sign of Puranos. If he sees Megillas Esther and Adoyma, that is a sign that have a nix. If you see Rebbe Loz Ben Azariah, that's a sign of wealth. If a person sees metals in his dream, that's a great sign. However, that comes to exclude if he sees a hole, a matic, and an axe. With a handle, those are all items that you can do great damage with, so it's a bad sign. All fruits are a great sign, besides dates that are not ripe. All vegetables are a good sign, besides the heads of turnips, which resemble a club like we had the other day. Rabbi got hit with a club. All colors are good, besides the color blue, which if a person is blue in the face, that's a bad medical sign. There are three things that go to the body and you don't benefit from them: cherries, inferior dates, and unripe dates. There are three things that don't go into the body and the body benefits from it. That's bathing and anointing oneself and going to the bath. There are three things that have resemblance to Olam Haba, and that's Shabbos, the sun, and the bathroom. There are three things that calm a person down. That's good sound, music, or good voice. Rashi brings of a woman, and good sightings, like nice pictures, buildings, and good smell. There are three things that expand a person's mind, and that is a beautiful house, a beautiful wife, and beautiful vessels. There are five things that are 1 of 60. Fire is 1/60 of Gehenna. Honey is 1/60 of the month. Shabbos is 1/60 of Olam Haba. Sleeping is 1/60 of death, and a dream is 1/60 of a nevuah. There are 6 things that are great for a sick person. That's sneezing, sweat, diarrhea, carry, sleeping, and dreams. 6 things will heal a sick person, and that is cabbage, the womb, the intestines, diaphragm. Some people say small fish, beets, and dry penny royal. 10 things will cause a person to become sick again, and even worse. That is, if he eats the meat of an ox and a bird, if you eat roasted meat or an egg, if you shave or you eat cress, milk, or bathe, eating nuts and cucumbers. Cucumbers are very difficult on the body, like swords, but that's a large cucumbers. Small cucumbers, the Gemara always says, the Rabbi and Tanimas always had small cucumbers on their table. They were very wealthy, even in the summer, even in the winter. If a person dreams about a dead person in his own house, that means it's a sign of peace. If the dead person is eating or drinking, that's a good sign. If the dead person removes shoes from the house, that's a bad sign. Anything he removes is good besides the shoes. Anything he gives you in the dream, that's good besides if he gives you dirt and mustard. If a person sees Avodah Zarah, the Gemara mentions Arkulas. It should say, Hashem has Rachmanis even to those who do against his will. If he passes by a place that Avodah Zarah was uprooted in Eretz Yisrael, it should say, shame, just like this Avodah Zarah was uprooted, from all over Israel, and you should return the hearts of these people to do tshuva. And Tanakh says, don't say that because they are mostly goyim. Or Shimon says, even if since all the goyim are going to become gerim, unless the Rabbi should say that there as well. Have a wonderful day.
There is going to be some really nice weather this evening. It's only going to be in about the low 70s at the beaches and the mid 80s across much of Metro LA and OC. Weather is going to go in front of this condition. We are going to check out the 5 let's talk about Morocco. Cedric the Entertainment will be there on September 19th. Also, Flamingo Friday. That's the nighttime pool party there.
Rafa is definitely thanks with the first bubble and cursed his neighbors, Oiler Russia, when he cursed Shairoin, blessed his neighbors. Just like every human face looks differently, so too every human mind thinks differently. Therefore, you see 600,000 Jews who make a special bracha for Chana Razan. Both who knows exactly what's going on in each and every one of those 600,000 minds. When you see 600,000 guys, you say Oisha. When Ben Zoma saw 600,000 Jews going up Ladil Regal, he added a different, another bracha. Baruch created all these people to serve me. Other reason, when he wanted to eat a couple of bread, he had to perform 11 different functions. He had to plow the field, he had to seed, etc. When he wanted to wear clothing, he had to perform 7 different functions. I could just walk into the store, buy a loaf of bread from all these people that created clothing from all these people that created. So there's been a good guest and a bad guest. A good guest mentions the type of food you serve them. Thank you for the great meat, wine, rolls. And I know you did this all for me. A bad guest doesn't mention the food, just says thanks for the peace, for the drink. You didn't do it for me, you did it for yourself. No, but Amel's father, Yishai, when he came in with 600,000. When he left 600,000 people. When he spoke to 600,000 people. But in Florence, don't make the bracha of Chacham or Rothschild. When you see a gadol, Chacham in Israel, you make a special bracha. When you see a Chacham, but a guy, you say Baruch Shenosan Nefachosai the Basra. When you see a Jewish king, you say Baruch Shenosan the Real. Non-Jewish king, you say Baruch Shenosan the Basra. Rabbi Yochanan says a person should always try to see Jewish kings and even non-Jewish kings, so he can compare the two when Mashiach comes. Rav Sheshes, the Gemara tells the story was like he went to see the king, and the king came to make fun of him. He said, "You can't see anyways. What are you doing here?" He says, "Look, I'll show you. I understand more than you do." So when the first troops walked by, and there's a lot of noise. The Tzuk said, "Oh, here comes the king." He says, "Rav Sheshes, not yet." The second troops come. Here comes the king. Not yet. The third troops came and it was complete silence and appreciation. Here comes the king. Because that's how it goes when there's Barbar. Before he comes, it's complete silence. Before he comes, there's a lot of wind, there's earthquakes. When he comes, complete silence. Then the king came and he said, the bracha says the Zuki, why are you making this bracha? You can't even see it. Says the Gemara either. The Zuki's friends poked his eyes out, or Sheshes looked at the Zuki and he turned into a heap of bones. Another great story. Shela gave Malchus to a Jew who was boiled a Goya. So the Jew went to the king and said, Rav Shela. The king summoned Rav Shela and said, "Why did you take things in your own hands?" He says, Rav Shela, because he was boiled a donkey. Says the king, so you should kill it. He says, no. Says, once we left our Israel, we're in Golos, we didn't kill people anymore. And he said, do you have a witness? He says, yeah. Eliyahu came and testified that this guy indeed was boiled a donkey. Says the Gemara that while all this was going on, Rav Shela started saying, says the king, what are you whispering? He says, I'm thanking Hashem for giving us such a great king who knows how to do great judgment. Says the king, oh, you love the kingdom? Take this bat, take this stick, and do din for yourself. Whoever needs, will dish it out. Says the Gemara, they were leaving the palace, and this snitch, tells Rav Shela, what a Baruch Hu sends witnesses for lies. Says Rav Shela, it wasn't a lie. You were by the that's considered a chamor. And Rav Shela noticed that the guy was turning around. He snitched on him once again. He said, so he took the stick and he killed him because he was a rider. The Gemara says, since you say it as possible, the Chashim Agdula means my separations. Kiva says it's referring to the Yamsuf. Like Guru, Rav Shela says it's in Shire, Rav Kiva says it's not the Chayr. Matan Peres is the sun that stood still for Yeshua, and Rav Kiva says Matan Peres. Netzach is the fall of Rome, and Rav Kiva says it's Yerushalayim. Bahoy is the war of Arnon. Rav Kiva says it's Hamikdash. Chol HaShamayim is Israel. This is all Shela, who says Rav Shela is a Gog Magog in the future. The Chol HaRaish, that even the head of irrigation, whoever decides that should be his job. If you see houses of Klal Yisrael that are settled, you say the bracha Baruch Matzah Kulan Mana. If they are in a rubble, you say Baruch Dynamics. If they're Goysha houses, you say base game Tzach. In other words, they should be uprooted. And with the Churban, you say Hail becomes Hashem. Says Gemara, a story. Rav Chizda were walking by the rubbles of the house of Rav Chana B'Chaniloi. And Rav Chizda let out a sigh. He says, how can you sigh? It's going to ruin her body. So Rav Chizda, how can I not sigh? In this house, there were 60 bakers day and night, 24/7, giving out food to all the poor people with 4 doors. The people coming from all over. Rav Chana had his hand in his pocket, so that if somebody asked for money, he didn't have to be embarrassed for those few seconds that it takes to slip your hand in the pocket. He put wheat and barley on the outside of the house in the days of famine, so nobody should be embarrassed. They can take it at night. How should I not sign? So we'll try to console him, and he said, since the Churban, the houses of Tzadikim were destroyed, Rav Yochanan says the houses of Tzadikim are going to be rebuilt. He wasn't consoled. So he said, listen, you know better. You're just a servant of Kosh Baruch Hu. Like Kosh Baruch Hu's home, the Beis destroyed, so too yours. Says the Gemara, if a person sees a caver, a cemetery, or just a grave of a place where you say this long bracha, Baruch Atah Hashem, Yotzei Asmidim, Zon Asmidim, Kilkel Asmidim, Vos Asmidim, Vos Lakim Timbdim. Rav Nachman used to say, Yidei Hamin, and end off, Yidei Hamizpah Kuchem, Vos Lach Yoisem, Kayim Esmin, Baruch Atah Hashem, Kayim Esmin. And you say, see Goysha grave, you say Goysha. Rav Shimon says, if you see a friend that you haven't seen in 30 days, you should say Shechiyanim. If it's more than 12 months, you should say Mechayim Esmin. As Rabbi would say, it takes 12 months to forget about the dead. If you're moving down in nowadays, we don't really say this bracha. But one of the stories Rabbi Shmuel up another great story. They were walking and they bumped into Chanina Breder Aviga. It was a big double. So they said 2 prophesy. First of all, Sheffield, they haven't seen him in 30 days. Second of all, they said, I should follow him once in the rail. Said, let me do one more than I'll say a third brother. Let me say, because you are equal to 600,000 people. Look at him, 600,000 people. What are you so smart? You made something up. They looked at him and he died. Said in the Mishnah, you see different types of people. So one of the says the Gemara, if you see a Bahamkin, somebody that has major freckles, this colored face, you say Bishana Habriyos, special bracha. That's if he's born like that. And have later on in his life, you say Dayina Emes. You see a Gucci or a white person, very white, or a very heavy or elongated face, a warty face, or Bishana Es Habriyos. If a person doesn't have hands and have feet, or he's blind, or he has beard that's matted, it's one piece, then you say, or dynamics. A person sees an elephant, a monkey, or an owl, you say, Baruch Hashanah Sabriyos. You see beautiful creation, you see beautiful trees, you say, Baruch Shekapla very lovely. You learn the Mishnah Zikin. What's a Zikin? It's a Shabbat. Some say it's a comet, a flying star. Says Shmuel, I know all the paths in heaven, like I know the streets here in our Dome. I just don't understand this Shabbat. If this Shabbat goes by Ksil, then the world will be destroyed. But the fact that we see that it goes by Ksil, that's just its glow. That's one shot. Another shot is there's a curtain that's torn and you see through it. Or the shot is when Shabbat comes this way and another star comes towards it, that other star backs up. But for us, it looks as if Shabbat is continuing, and that's why it seems like it's only there, but it doesn't. Have a wonderful day. Yes, we are gearing up for brand new stuff on Shabbos. Please join over the 2,000 subscribers that we have that watch the full 45-minute daf, whether it's on YouTube or they downloaded our app or they receive a WhatsApp. I guarantee you there's a lot more smiling, there's a lot more camaraderie than the 8-minute daf. The Gemara tells us that there are two constellations, Ash and Kima, and when the Baruch wanted to make a marvel in this world, he removed 2 stars from Kima. And in order to stop the marvel, he replaced the 2 stars they took out of Kima with 2 stars from Ash. The question is, why did he just replace with 2 stars that he removed? It says the Gemara is a concept that you cannot fill up a pit. You take dirt out of a pit, you try to refill it, it's not going to refill because there's always some dirt missing. Or a prosecutor, somebody that calls the marvel, cannot stop the marvel, cannot become a defender. We said in the Mishnah that when you see an earthquake, you have to make a bracha. It says the Gemara story that Katina was walking by an oif. He was a person who converses with the dead through bones. And he said, I wonder if the oif knows why we just had an earthquake. He says, the oif, of course I know. So when the thinks about lights from the colors, he sheds 2 tears. And those 2 tears create the earthquake. He says, Rav Katima, that's not true. He's lying. Then there should be 2 earthquakes. He says, the reason why Rav Katima said he's lying is because he didn't want people to follow this oif. And in fact, Rav Katima knew he was right. And there are 2 earthquakes. Thunder is created, says the Gemara, it's going to be Misholim through clouds that bump into each other, or when clouds pour water one into another, or Rabbi says it's when the lightning strikes the hail in the cloud, and that creates the sound of thunder, and then it rings. The Gemara says, we like this pshat the best. Another pshat says the Gemara is when the wind goes through a hollow cloud, similar to when wind goes above a barrel, it creates that sound. Mishnah says if you see winds, very strong winds like tornadoes and hurricanes, you make a bracha. Says Abaya, we have a tradition that hurricanes do not start at night, give people a chance to escape. They could start in the day and go to the night, and they also don't last for 2 hours straight. There's always some sort of break in between them. It says in the Mishnah that when you see lightning, say, Rabbi says there are certain lightnings that are terrible and won't daven. That is, if it's a single lightning, if it's a white or yellow lightning, and if there's a cloud that comes from Myra and comes around to the north, or two clouds that seem like they're going to bump into each other, that's the prize that needs to die. Rabbi Shua, the lady said, God created thunder just to scare people and to take out their crookedness in their heart. When you see a rainbow, you should not bow to it because it says if you're bowing to the rainbow, rather you say, Baruch Sefer Abris, Abris with us, like, he's not going to give us another marble. And then when we research the time in the Baruch. Abaye says that when there are winds and lightning and thunder, mountains, rivers, all those you make two brothers. Rabbi said that when you see lightning and thunder, you should make their or. But when you see mountains, you only say, it's a nice separation. You can't say Shikotin Brossim on the other because this particular mountain is not in the entire world, whereas lightning exists in the entire world. It's a kind of color in the sky. It's a fire that happened after it rains the entire night and then under the wind. And according to Yeshua Levi, you say, what's the nice separation? Jesus says the worst thing of the Samikdash, there's no such thing as a clear sky. The Gemara says, when you see the sun as it was created at Sheshis Meibreches, in other words, the sun was created on Wednesday, Tuesday night at 6 o'clock. The only time that the sun will be at that position is every.
No injuries were reported, but the large containers tumbled into the water and onto a barge. Other containers were still tilting. Art Mara went with the Port of Long Beach says it will take a while to clean it up.
A new study suggests ultra-processed foods may harm male reproductive health. Published in Cell Metabolism, the research found the sperm quality declined in men on high-processed diets. Even when calorie intake matched healthier diets, scientists also detected higher levels of plastic-related chemicals known to disrupt hormones. We are going to check B210 when we come back.
Let's talk about prize picks. If you enjoy watching sports, you'll enjoy it even more with prize picks. You pick 2 or more players, and then you have to decide more or less than their projection. And they offer some massive discounts as well on some players for free. On September 14th, Travis Kelce, will he get more than a half yard as a receiver or reception? I would say so. There's a lot of radical discounts. You pick 2 or more players, and then you have to say yes, more or less than their projection. And if you get them all right, you pick up a lot of money. So you got to download the app. It's very simple to do. I would say genius at app. You go to your favorite app store, and then you download Prize. And use the promo code COWAY, W-A-Y. And then you're going to get $50 in free lineup after you play your first $5 lineup. That's a big deal. That's a good deal. So you can be watching sports anywhere over the weekend. Might as well enjoy it a little bit more and be one of those guys that's sitting on the edge of the couch at the end of the game. You know what I mean? Prize Picks, promo code COWAY, Prize Picks, run your game.
Sunlit weather from Camp 5. It's going to be warm out there, but cooling off slightly this evening. Right now, it's in the low 80s in Metro LA and OC. 75 in Mission Viejo, 83 in Loma Linda. Let's go to a crash on the 210 in Monrovia.
This one is along the eastbound side, and it's making your way toward Myrtle. Maybe due to this crash out of lanes, but the slowing still served out of Pasadena, getting away from Mountain. We're also checking out the drive as you make your way through South LA with a stall, 105 eastbound just past the 110. That's where the right lane's plugged up, and that drive is loading up all the way from the 405 out of Hawthorne. In Carson, it's a wreck reported 405 southbound before Wilmington Avenue. Second lane to the left, plugged up. That drive loading up out of West LA, leaving Wilshire Boulevard. For Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
If you grew up drinking out of a garden hose, playing kickball in the street, and not coming home until the streetlights came on, it's time to focus on brain health. Let's keep those memories alive. Visit Alzheimer'sLA.org to learn how. That's Alzheimer'sLA.org. Taking your kids to their first baseball game. Starts with get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
The New York Times headline caught my eye. It read as follows: the psychedelic revolution is coming. Psychiatry may never be the same. Psychedelics are everywhere. Psychedelics seen in the new Prozac. Investors want it. The most important idea of the year because people believe in psychedelics. Depression, anxiety, stimulating disorders, specialists, tax must feel as medicine that can make us all better. But there's a dark side. So, what is this?
Right. I just want people to see what I see. I see cover-ups, and I see the possibility that a lot of people get hurt and get really deeply hurt.
I'm IoT, and this is Cover Story from New York Magazine. Season 1, Power Trip.
Power is destructive.
Yeah, I've seen that one. I looked it up to see what it was because it doesn't tell you the description.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
It's not for campers. If you're a camper, you'll die because you have to be contract. You have to get points. You have to be
How are you most well-known person on Kick?
Players and just hide in the building before you have something important for you.
I've had an account before taken away.
With Roku's voice search, you can easily access your favorite artists and radio stations with
I'm saying you're not real, but I'm just trying to figure out.
radio stations, podcasts, now on your big screen TV with Roku. Check it out for free now.
Yeah, it's
Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
it says Rabbi Rothschild. Or Rabbi Rothschild. And then there's been a lot of Rothschilds going through on Kick, trying to get you to go through Discords and stuff.
You got to reset it. Part of the story.
I went into the box. And I deleted it logged out of my and
he called us during the break. I had some thoughts on that. So, Jay Leno, if you're with us, Jay, where were you when people think about Charlie Kirk?
And the last spot was bad, so I use it.
The teacher wants to see me after.
Right. But Jay, you have a good point. Watching a good debate is like watching a boxing match where, one guy gets a good jab and then the other guy does. And watching a great debate is really entertaining. It should be for both sides. Sure. Right. Let me ask you something, because you ran, the Tonight Show for a long period of time. You have your garage, you got a lot of people working for you. What happens when the main guy, the main pillar of a company like that is no longer around? You think Turning Point, it can go one of two ways. Either, they close up shop and everyone goes home, or it can get stronger over this. And I have a feeling it's going to be the latter. I think there's going to be a lot more money coming into this and a lot more people want to get involved. And I think a lot of these kids are going to go out and try and become the next Charlie Kirk and go speak at thousands of campuses.
Yeah, but that's what it's not adopting everything we said. It's like Greenlaw public to me. But also, basically, I just say that you want to get on something to look.
Right.
I feel that we can't do that anymore. I feel like that's what they got to do. Shoot the other guy with like water. And what I understand about you, you were kind of cool, but you were not someone who really didn't be all. I mean, you make it a point. It was interesting. I enjoyed listening to the other side because that's how life is smarter. If somebody agrees with you all the time.
Right.
You know what? Tonight show used to tell everybody on the show was to be together. And you were full of fun stuff. You know, he's not. If you hear something, you think it's still or not funny or whatever. If you're in the one, and it makes for a longer day, yeah, we have a lot of really loyal people after that. But they still play part of the program. We live in a world now where everybody feels like something outsider. Every single reason. And it's very upsetting. It really struck me.
Yeah, me too.
You can't tell me the story, but it's really just the idea that, I don't want to go to a campus. And you not? I mean, we're not talking about college kids in every direction in New York City. It's a beautiful thing. I mean,
yeah, it's certainly a black eye for the time, right?
yeah, well, I think it's not sure of what it's all about.
I know, but look, everybody remembers, the Ford Theater. Everybody remembers, Dallas, and, with Kennedy. You remember the city and the place, the facility that it happened. And people just do.
It's really sad, but it's got many of cameras on the world.
I know, it's horrible.
When I was a kid, I was 5, which we didn't like education. That was it. That's a short story. And then it just got crazy and trying to best word.
Yeah. Look, I grew up in the San Fernando Valley where nobody had an alarm system, and I remember countless nights that my mom and dad would, if they was cool outside, they'd leave the door open and just the screen door shut, and never thought of anybody coming in the house. Never.
I remember robbing your house. Somebody's father was the door open.
Yeah, go get his dead. Go get his dead sin and eat a ticket. That's great.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you calling. I know it's a rough day, but I really appreciate that. All right, thanks. Hey, Leno, great guy, and you can tell it affected him. Even in on a day like today, if you knew Charlie Kirk and you knew his family, or you even just knew of him, I've never met him, never seen him in person, but I just knew of him. what Charlie Kirk was doing. We're trying to do that, and it is going to spread. I think it's going to have the exact opposite effect that shooter wanted. I think this movement of Charlie Kirk is going to explode. I think it's going to be huge. I think you're going to see hundreds of millions of dollars pouring into his company and Turning Point USA, and that becoming a very popular place to work, very popular platform to go watch, and videos of Charlie Kirk are going to be viewed hundreds and hundreds of millions, if not billions of times. So people that never knew who he was before today are going to be inundated with audio and video of this guy. And I think that's so cool. We're live on KFI 1840. More now with Heather.
Here's the latest. California lawmakers are racing to extend the state's cap and trade program through 2045 before Friday's deadline. Program forces companies to buy emissions, but critics warn it could raise empty costs until jobs.
Taped in front of a live studio audience, the following program is brought to you by Swiffer Sweet and Mop Deluxe. Your father's going to be home in 3 hours. Anthony, hold the towel. Angela, I need you to clean the kitchen floor. I'm going to go pick up the key. Angela, you get off your phone. Look at me. Look at me. Okay, first, use this. Okay, then use these. It turns just like this. When you're done, we don't want them to think we live like animals. And do a good job, okay? Because, oh no, you good? All right. That's it. Okay, you got it. Angel, I'll just do it. You'll thank me. Like you're doing this at college, and you know how to do it, right? This is why we set gross. It's easy. See, it's just gross. Even your father can do it. Ange, when you work there, is it me or is this week just flying by? Right? Oh, I barely got the sand out of my car. Please, let alone my ass. 1,000,001 things to do for any one person. 1,000,001. Okay? Oh, I'm so freaking excited I could throw up. Okay? But really, only because Ron's people those big claws on Labor Day or something. Yeah. Oh my God. Well, so white claws, big claws, same difference. I'm running to Zoom working right now. Yeah. I put it on my face. God forbid I run into somebody I know.
Valid for limited time. Restrictions apply. Call 888-226-9908. For details, or go to AmericanVisionWindows.com. Offer expires 9/30/25.
Let's go to a crash in the 5 at Winter Park.
Reported along the northbound side, heading up on Artesia Boulevard. So, kind of want details, but at last check, it was reportedly blocking the two black lanes. If you see it now, 250 keyword KFI traffic. We're also looking at the drive on the 5 as far as delays are concerned. Northbound slowing overall out of Irvine, leaving leaving Jeffrey Road, all the way to Harder and Anaheim. And then kind of crowded ahead in Winter Park, passing Beach Boulevard, staying heavy all the way to Grosby. Let's also check out the 60 eastbound heading into Diamond Bar. You're on the brakes, leaving Nogales as you continue to the 57 northbound loads up as well out of just about Brea, leaving it through highway to the 60. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
You grew up drinking out of a garden hose, playing kickball on the street, and not coming home until the streetlights came on. It's time to focus on brain health. Let's keep those memories alive. Visit AlzheimersLA.org to learn how. That's AlzheimersLA.org.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Creator of the Brain Sessions, Don't Mystery.
Now, Maxine, I know you like to do your own little mystery solving, but this is a serious investigation.
I need to figure this out.
Sorry, kiddo, you lost your curiosity privilege. Lied to me. I went running head first into danger.
Join Maxine Miles as she tries to solve a big case in a small town.
About an hour ago, we discovered that Riley Stevens has gone missing.
You think you're going to find Riley before the sheriff and Big Watch does?
I mean, you're acting like this is entirely your problem to fix. It's not even a problem you can fix.
I don't find it so
worse could happen. Why does it have to be you? Because as we've established, we don't know who we can trust. Pay close attention to the clues, because when it's time to solve the case, it's up to you. Listen to Max and Miles on the iHeartRadio app, wherever you get your favorite shows. The iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
It's easy to tell if you've had way too many to drive, but if you've had just one too many to drive, never underestimate just a few. Bus driving is drunk driving. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, the Ad Council, and the station.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and iHeartRadio.com. Can't drive 55. Experience by integrating with the world's largest navigation app, Waze. Now, while you navigate turn by turn in Waze, you can also stay connected to your favorite stations, playlists, and podcasts from iHeartRadio. Just tap on the music icon from the Waze navigation screen and select iHeartRadio to listen to all your favorite content. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in the car through Waze on iPhone and Android. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen. iHeartRadio is there. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Dig below the surface in central Mississippi, and odds are good you'll find a burnt orange color back up again. It's called Yazoo clay. There's one thing it's known for: wreaking havoc on anything very thin. It's the strangest, most destructive soil I've ever dug in before. You never get what you expect. Over the years, Yazoo clay has destroyed a lot of Mississippi secrets. But in 2012, a construction crew uncovered a big one. Graves, thousands of them, on the site of the old state asylum.
Yeah, they thought they only found 1,000. And then once they realized, okay, wait, 3,000, wait a minute, 7,000.
And all this begs the question, just how do you lose track of 7,000 graves? All Mississippi has secrets as old as the soil itself. So can the truth ever really be uncovered? The story is much more complicated and nuanced than that. I'm Larissa Campbell, and this is Under Yazoo Clay. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
AM 640, more stimulating talk.
And my AM 640, it is the Conway Show. We continue talking about the murder, the assassination earlier today of Charlie Kirk, and this is the latest on the suspect. If you missed it,
Every 4 years, since the year is 365 days and a quarter, divided by 4 for 4 seasons. Each season is 91 days and 7.5 hours. In order for the sun to be at its position at 6 p.m., that can happen only every 4 years. But to happen at 6 p.m. and on a Wednesday, or Tuesday night, early Wednesday, that only happens every 28 years. You have to wait for 28 years at the same time that Saturn, which was also created at 6 p.m. on Tuesday night, Wednesday evening, it has to be at that exact time that Saturn was created at 6 p.m. That's when we say we set it the following morning so that everybody gets together and says it. But that's Kufas Shemesh, that's when Hashem created the sun. Same, Gemara says, if you don't, on the stars, the moon, on zodiacs, make bracha. Rabbi says, on the great ocean, whether it's the Atlantic or the Mediterranean, you say a special bracha when you see it at least after 30 days. You have to wait at least 30 days. You say the bracha she'asa es hayam hakadosh. You also make a bracha on the 4 rivers mentioned in the Torah if they are no human intervention. Once humans diverted the river, you no longer see bracha on the river. You see grass by the Euphrates, by the bridge. So you can say the bracha from the bridge upriver, but not downriver. At a certain time, place when they diverted the Euphrates, you no longer say a bracha. Hidekel is a matrikoin of Chadar Mekalim. There are lighter waters, easier to drink, and cleaner. Grass means harder water. And straw, because they are very sharp because they drink the water of the earth. The reason why their faces are red is because they were shamish bayai, and their eyes water because they live in the darkness. If there's a lot of rain, you say Ataydamet. And the rule is, anytime that the rain or anything is good for multiple people, there's a partnership, even other farmers that own fields, you say Ataydamet. If you do not own a field, then you say a very long bracha. Says Rabbi, we go, the people we thank you for every drop, the drought, you rattle on them, and they say, all the way until Staffa, and they say, when you say Yonu only when something happens to you and only to you alone. But if you have a son, you say Ateva made it, but your wife is also unhappy. When there's an inheritance, you have brothers, so you say first dynamics, but afterwards you say Ateva made it on the inheritance. And finally, when you drink an additional wine during the meal, you say Ateva made it. There are other people joining the meal, having a wonderful day.
The president announcing that Kirk did not survive. Posting the crazy, even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially the family. Charlie, we love you. And just moments ago, David, the governor of
According to everybody, right? Rather than clothing or any vessel, free, make shachion. The question is, what if you already have that exactly? And this is the second time around that you're buying it. Well, depends. If you bought it for the second time, according to the first lush, don't make a bracha at all. If you had it because you inherited it, so now there's something new by you buying it, so according to Rabbi, you don't make the bracha, and according to Rabbi, you make the bracha. But according to the second lush, if you had this clean, you had this garment already from inheritance, and this is the first time you're buying it, even Rabbi agrees, you make a bracha. The argument between Rabbi and Rabbi on this, whether you make a bracha, if this is the second time around that you're buying it. According to Rabbi, you don't make a bracha. Even in such a case, you make a shechiyah. If you have a situation where something bad happened, but it also includes something good. For instance, your crop was ruined from a flood, but the flood is good for next year, for the next crop. You still make dying MS, even though it includes something good. And the same thing in reverse. Or if you have something really good that happened, but it includes something bad. For instance, you found a metzia, you found something in the street, but it's possible it's bad because the queen will find out about it, will come take it from you, and that will cause you great aggravation. Unless you say, Ataydamet. We learned in the Mishnah that the person's wife is pregnant. It's a tefillah shop. It's to just daven and say, I wish it's a boy. It's already too late. What about the fact that Leah daven, she switched her baby and Bidina from a boy to a girl? That's a nace. We don't discuss this. It's also possible that was within 40 days. And within 3 days, you could daven, as we learned. Within the first 3 days of pregnancy, you daven that it should be a pregnancy. For 3 days. So 40, you daven that it should be a zachar. From 40 days to 3 months, daven that the baby should be squashed by another. 3 months to 6 months, daven that 6 months. And learn this
So do you remember that the same way? How can I forget signing an autograph for Jamie Lee Curtis? She had a show on ABC the same time that I did when I first got started. Her show was called Anything But Love. I remember having to sign the autograph for her, though. I only knew her as the lady from Trading Places. That's when I ran over and told my dad, like, Dad, I just signed an autograph for the lady with the big boobies from Trading Places. He was like, where? Not with my mom sitting there. I said, me and Jamie Lee Curtis was a smoke show in Trading Places. I didn't realize that myself a little younger here. Your parents wanted to go to movies in the 80s, and it was rated R. They didn't get a babysitter. They took you
person should constantly be clear. So you didn't understand the process. Because he's talking about Torah. Always be careful that you're reading Torah, therefore you should review Chazer your Torah over. We learned in the Mishnah that the Nazi says if you go into a dangerous city, you should make 4 brachas. One of the 4 brachas. When you walk in, right before you walk in, say, you're not going to Hashem Elikai. Should actually say me like Zeh, Lishallah. Bring me into the city in peace. Once he gets into the city, he says, thank you for bringing me in peace. When he's about to leave, he says, I shall leave in peace. And once he's out, he says, just like you took me out in peace. Like you say, Gemara says, this is in a place that's no judge, there's no court system. But in a place that is a court system, there's no reason to daven. Everything will go according to the law as long as you keep the law. Says Gemara, or you can say that perhaps even a place that there's law and court system, nevertheless you should daven. Perhaps you won't find someone to testify for you. In those days, the bathhouse was a very dangerous place. The only way to heat up the water was to suspend the water on an upper level and have fire underneath that floor. And occasionally it would collapse. So you had to say a special davening that included the feed, believe it or not. You'd say, Yerushalayim Fonecha. Hashem Elikai gave us a save me from this and others like it. And nothing bad should happen to me. And if something really bad happens to me, this is basically Rabbi says, you never open your mouth and say something negative like that. And when a person leaves the bathhouse in one piece, he should say, you saved me from the fire. The Gemara says the story of Bavo was in the bathhouse and the floor fell out from under him, and with a mace he was saved from 101 beings, and he was able to save 101 people by them holding on to him. If you go into bloodletting, say Yerushalayim Fonecha Hashem Elikai, this business that I'm doing here should be for medicine reasons. Your can kill, Roifing Nemon Hata. If Wesley Shleima, we're healing his whole. You might understood that one should not try to heal himself. One should just doubt it. Says Abaya, but that's not true. The pasuk says, Rabbi, that the Torah gave us permission to use doctors and medicines. When a person leaves the blood, he should say, Baruch Roifei Fina. When a person in those days would go to the bathroom, he would tell them malachim that accompany a person and say, you guys wait out here for me. And he'd say, his captain of Kubadim, Zayshur Shar Sayala, the Shur says that we don't do that since it's haughtiness, as if we go with our malachim. Abaya says, don't tell the malachim to wait outside because perhaps they'll leave you and they'll leave you for good. So you say, Shamruni, watch me, Azruni, help me. Samkuni, Amkuni, wait for me. So he goes out, he brings the whole language of Asher Yotzar, as we know. And at night you say Kriyash Malamita, as we know. You say Matul B'Hayim Shemaya. And then you say the bracha of Amatul Chavu Sheina. The person wakes up, time of the Gemara, and you'd say all the brachas that we say in one shot, you'd say it as you perform another function. So when you wake up, you say like, hi, the Shama Shanasata Bi, etc. When you hear the rooster, you say Asher Nasan Lasechti, which is referred to the rooster, or the mind that knows how to differentiate. When you open up your eyes, you say, okay, Achibrim, sit up in your bed, you say Ma'at Surim. When you wear your clothing, you say Ma'at Sharumin. When you stand up, you say Zayim Tikufin. When you get onto the floor, you say When you start stepping, you say Amazing as Abigover. When you tie your shoes, you say Shasali Sarki. When you put on your belt, you say Oizei Shrobi Kura. So covering on your head, you say when you wear your tefillin, the yad, you say honey after the comments. You put the shorosh on, you say mitzvahs tefillin. There are those who say only one bracha. When you wash your hands, you say al kesagay. When you wash your face, you say amaver shem leivo. You still have a point. You say Rothschild should you leave this secha. Or who should make us still learning Torah. Secha. Mitzvahs. Baruch Hashem, without a hate, a person must make a bracha on the bad, just like the bracha, meaning should always be the simcha should be happy.
And then when the movie
Kilo says this is more famous story. He used to say everything I've been told does is good, and he once went to a place and nobody would invite him in.
they said
Rooster, candle, and the donkey. The rooster was his alarm clock. Tomorrow in the middle of the night, the root came and blew out the candle, and came and ate his rooster. And then a lion came and ate his donkey, and he said, "Oh, not the other record, everything's for the best." And in fact, the soldiers came, took everybody captive, and he was had a wonderful day.
Back to the Monty S starts with vaccine.com. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
Rothschild has some college of Gap and Clinton, which borrows as few words as possible. It says there are not one out of wisdom. It says in the Pasuk, by Yitzer, to be used. It means that was both created man with Yitzer, Ra, and Yitzchak. Two inclinations. It says, if so, how do animals create destruction and fight people and all that stuff? They don't have a Yitzer. Therefore, the two Yitzer, one time to talk about the Rebbe, you should fear him, and you should fear your Yitzer. Now, here in the says, the other Rishon was created with two faces. In other words, Chava was back to the other Rishon. The Rebbe separated them. It's like it's rather Shmuel. But it says in the Pasuk, Selah doesn't mean the side, meaning Chava was back to back. In other words, doesn't mean other Rishon's tail, he broke the slip off his tail and created Chava. So the Gemara, a beautiful thing, he wanted to create other Chava like the animals, individuals, and then he decided to make them one. They're trying to explain. Like this, a husband and wife have a connection that a mother and child don't even have. They always yearn to be together. But Ami says that it says in the Pasuk, Sartani, which is a contradiction. The Lord created man last and first, meaning he created man last, but man is first for destruction, for piranhas. Try to marvel at the both who destroyed the humans before he destroyed the animals. It says in the Pasuk, according to the Manda Omer, that says there was a tail. The explanation is that Baruch had to just heal that wound where the tail was. If we were back to back, then it was a real surgery. There's a lot of flesh that Baruch had to fit in there. By even, he built, meaning, according to Manomer, it was only a tail. What they built, he built up Chava. He did her hair, braided her hair, he did her makeup, perfume, and then he presented her operation. According to Rav Chisda means that created her light storage. For storage to hold a baby, wide on the bottom and narrow on top. By the Allah, Baruch became Shishkin, became their best man, so to speak. He created happiness and simcha. At the wedding, we went from their parents, even though it's the law, because of his dignity, nevertheless, it was necessary at times to did so. We have halacha. We're not allowed to walk behind a woman so that a person should not come to us. And even if it's his wife, it's also. And if he finds himself buying a woman, he should put himself to her side. So from here we see that if other men were connected, other one in front, as not to be in the back of her. Halacha is, if a person gives a woman money in order to look at her, even if he has Torah mass and plate, like Moshe Rabbeinu, he's not going to be saved from getting her. Menayah, who is Shimshon's father, one man almost says he was an Amar. It says that he went behind his wife. It says the Gemara, wait a minute. Elisha also says he went behind his wife. But over there, the shot is that he went with his wife's advice. So too, Menayah went with his wife's advice. Rabbi has to say, walk behind a lion rather than walk behind a woman, so you don't come to the head. Walk behind a woman rather than walk behind a Zara, make sure the head of a Zara, and walk behind a Zara rather than walking behind the shoulder that people are doubting, because that's disrespectful to the Bible. Unless, of course, you have a great reason. You're carrying something heavy, you're on a donkey, there's another opening to the shoulder, you're running like the Gemara says, the beginning of the step. We have a picture in our mind what it looks like. The Gemara says, no, it's hard. It looks like a fly, and it sits at the two openings of a human's heart. A human being has two kidneys. One to give him good advice and right. The left kidney gives you bad advice. The heart understands. The tongue articulates, and the mouth finishes off the words. The esophagus brings in and out food. The windpipe is to speak and to sing. The lung absorbs liquids. The liver gets angry, where the gall throws it in at the rock into the liver and calms the liver down. The spleen laughs, the intestines sleep, the gizzard grinds, and the nose wakes up big and reverse. The intestines with the nose, where the intestines wake up the person with the nose goes to sleep, will have big problems. If both the intestines and the nose go to sleep, when they both wake up a person, the person dies immediately. The answer type grows tzaddikim means Rabbi, grows Shine, and mediocre people are controlled by both. Says Rabbi, we are mediocre. Says Abaye, you are mediocre. How can anybody survive? Says Rabbi, the world wasn't created only for the worst of the worst or the best of the best. The big Shine, the big study, only they can completely appreciate this world. Otherwise, you won't appreciate it. And a person needs to know whether or not he's a complete sadness. Says Rabbi, this world was only created for people like after the Russia or tzaddikim like or community of Islam. The pasuk says the whole nafsha function. Love is broken with your entire soul, meaning that's for people that love their body more than money. For people that love their money more than their body, so that the pasuk says, "Oh my God," it says, "Rabbi, the nafsha, you should give up your body, even if a Baruch Hu declares something that means you must give up your body." It says in our story. The kingdom of Rome decided no more Torah. Rabbi Akiva stood in public and was mad at the place and he gave drushes and Torah. Says, Papa, aren't you worried? Says Rabbi Akiva, what should I be worried about? I'll give you a mushroom. The fish were worried they're going to be caught in a trap. Says the fox, come onto the land. I'll say you say the fish. You're a smart one. We can barely survive in the water. How are we going to survive out of the water? How are we going to survive without Torah? Torah is our life. You want me to stop learning Torah? I'll be like a fish out of water. Both of them were caught by the Romans. It says, Publisher, the Kiva, Shrefish, Festival in Torah. It's beautiful that you were caught for the right thing and I was caught for nothing. Gemara tells us that Rabbi Akiva went through a very painful death. They took metal combs and they combed his flesh. And as they were combing his flesh, he'd say, how could you be misconduct when you're in such pain? What do you mean? My entire life, I was waiting for this moment. I always wanted to know. I was wishing for this moment that I should be able to have the Shem Shemayim dying. But the question is, it says, David Abel says, I wish I could die peacefully in my bed. The Malachim has to be reported for Torah was Uspara. This is what happens to a human being that learns Torah in life. Rabbi Akiva, one of the greatest human beings that ever lived, who said, something Rabbi Akiva is invited to Olam HaKor. We learned in the mission that a person should not be lightheaded, use Kalos Rosh, Kodesh Kodashim, opposite the Kodesh Kodashim. It says in the Gemara that's Dafka from a place that you can see Kodesh Kodashim, there's no fence, and it has a time with Shekhinah or Shara and Nitzah. According to Rabbi Akiva, one is not allowed to use the bathroom when he's facing Yerushalayim, even if he's in Chutz La'aretz, even in our days. According to Yehuda, depends. In the time of Yisrael, it's also anywhere, but not in the time of Yisrael, it's okay. According to the Tanakama, in Eretz Yehuda, you're not allowed to use the bathroom, use the Kameir, if you're facing Yerushalayim. It's a Mikdash. In the Gadol, you're not allowed to use the bathroom, that's also facing Yerushalayim. I would say that if you are at an angle, you're allowed to. Rabbi Yossi says, in the time of the Beis Hamikdash, it's also, according to the first brayso, in a place that you can see the Beis Hamikdash in Yerushalayim, and there's no fence. And after the Qurban, you are allowed to use it. The bathroom anywhere you want. According to the second brayso, in a place that you can see Yerushalayim. It's also in a place you can't see Yerushalayim. It's Kotor, have a wonderful day.
Digital media technology as soon as it's established for data manipulation
Bracha is not something based. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Akiva snuck into the bathroom with Rabbi Shua, and he learned 3 halachas. You don't face Beis Hamikdash. You reveal yourself in a sitting position, and when using toilet paper, use your left hand, not your right hand, because the Torah was given with Baruch's right hand. Put on tefillin with your right hand. Your right hand constantly comes close to your mouth. You show the signals of the timings and trouble with that Torah with your right hand, and you write the Torah with your right hand. It says, but as if Rabbi Akiva, isn't that Azos? They go into the bathroom with the Rabbi. It says Rabbi Akiva, Torah The Luma and Mitzvah. I need to learn the halachas. In fact, Ben Azai was the Talmud of Rabbi Kiva, snuck into the bathroom with Rabbi Kiva, but didn't learn anything new. The same halacha that Rabbi Kiva told him over. The Gemara says, the famous story, Rav Kahana hid underneath Rab's bed, and he heard Rab first talking to his wife, then laughing, and finally doing his strachim. And Rav Kahana screams out from underneath the bed, Rebbe, it's a mashal to somebody that's starving. Says Rab, is that you, Kahana? What are you doing here? Get out. It's not their cheretz. Says Rav Kahana, Toiri, live with them. In fact, we learn halachas from Rav Kahana observed. The person who uses sneals in the bathroom will be safe from snakes, scorpions, and shadim, and some say even from bad dreams. It was a famous bathroom in burial that had a very bad reputation. Even if two people went in there together, they would be damaged from the nasikim. Rabbi Ami and Rabbi Asi didn't have any fears. They walked in there by themselves, and they weren't damaged because they used extreme measures of sneals, and they were quiet in the bathroom. Yisurim can be overcome with shtika, meaning a person who doesn't complain and accepts the yisurim upon himself and davens for the yisurim. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi was brought up by this woman who brought up a small sheep to go into the bathroom to accompany Rabbi in the bathroom. So he should be damaged by the shade. And the reason why she didn't give him a goat is because there are shades that are similar to goats, and it wouldn't work with a goat. Before Rabbi became sheep, they were closing on Melech, his wife used a bell to scare away the shade. But once he became a Rosh Hashiva, he was more susceptible to the shade, so she created, his wife, who was the daughter of Rabbi, she created a window and she put her hand on Rabbi's head. If there's a fence, one is allowed to relieve himself right beyond the fence, even though other people might hear him. And if it's an open field, he has to distance himself so nobody hears. But another lashon of the Gemara is that if there's a fence, he must distance himself so nobody hears. And if they can see him, he must distance himself all the way till they can't see him. There's a halacha about people who watch oil and fruits for taharas that Amiharetz should come and touch them. And the Gemara tells us they have to be nearby so nobody comes to touch. They made it cool and they said they could relieve themselves right beyond the fence or in a place where they could watch the oil as long as nobody can see them revealing themselves. Where does the story? The person who gave a hesped in Egypt, and he said on the person, he said, wow, you're such a tsanua. He's very modest. He says, how can you say that? Did you observe him in the bathroom? That's where you can tell if a person is a tsanua. Now, why was there nothing so makfin on the hesped? Says the Gemara, because if you lie in your hesped about the dead, they punish the dead. They open up the book and they say, well, is this guy really that good? They punish him and they punish the people that hear the hesped and the person that gives the hesped. As long as the people agree with the hesped, they get punished. The Gemara tells us a person sneezes at night when he goes to the bathroom the same way he does during the day. If he uses a corner, he goes to the corner during the day, he uses the same corner at night. But not necessarily does he have to go the same distance into the field as he does during the day. The Gemara says it's better for a person to try to go to the bathroom early mornings than evening when nobody's around, rather than going during the day when he has to go out really far to the bathroom. In those days, they would manipulate the opening before they went to the bathroom. The Gemara says it can cause great damage of kishuf. So one should do it only in a standing position, not in a sitting position. And if he does it in a sitting position, he should say this whole thing of etc. But as he says, a person should not sleep on the ground. Some explain that means without clothing. He should not sit on a beam because he might fall off. Sleeping and relieving oneself in the bathroom is great when done by Amidah Shachar. Our Kapar would sell words and sayings. And one of the things he used to say is, eat and drink when you're hungry and thirsty. Don't wait until after you lose your appetite. And go to the bathroom when you feel like you need to go to the bathroom, and don't wait too long. And sell your figs when you hear that bell, even if it's not your figs, even if it's your father's figs, we want you to sell. It's very interesting. Notice it says, Harder the Roimi. They were talking about Corona in Rome. Abaya says, when he told us Talmidim, when you go out into the fields, for whatever reason, be careful not to look at the sides. So it might be women, or some say men, that are relieving themselves on the sides, and it's not their parents to look. Gemara tells a story of Abba went to the bathroom. He made a snorting noise as if to ask the person in the bathroom, who was Rav Safra. There's somebody in there. Rav Safra said, come on in. So Rabbi afterwards told Rav Safra, why did you talk? You're not allowed to talk in the bathroom. Gemara says Rav Safra thought Rav Abba had an emergency and was very important to have him come in. Another story, Rabbi Elazar was in the bathroom and a Roman pushed him out. In fact, the Gemara says the snake came and took out his insides and killed him. And said Rabbi Elazar to the Pasuk, I gave you another man instead of you, and you could also read it, Edom, a Roman. What does it about Shaul? He went into the cave, and David had an opportunity to kill him, and he didn't. And the Gemara says, the Pasuk says, but it's talking about a third person, not David HaMelech, and the answer is because Baruch Hu had a response to Shaul, because Shaul used extreme measures of tznius when he went to the bathroom. You go a cave within a cave, offense after offense, and you make a sukkah, you surround himself with a tent of clothing in order to be tzanua. All David HaMelech did was cut his coat, but then he was punished because he embarrassed the vaza clothing. So later on, when he was really old and they tried to warm him up with clothing, it didn't work. Hashem said, David HaMelech said to Hashem, he says, if Hashem is sick, Hashem tricked you. So Hashem punished David HaMelech and tricked up David. Everybody knows that when you count Klal Yisrael, you have to count with coins. David HaMelech didn't count Klal Yisrael like that. And what happened was the Megeifa, 70,000 people died. How long did it last? Just a few hours. From the morning when you shut the Talmud until Srikas Hadam of the Talmud. Remember, said to HaKatzos. HaKadosh Baruch Hu told the Malach, give me the best of them. And in fact, he took Abishai ben Tzruya, he killed him. The Torah says, Vayinachim. Rabbi says, Vayinachim. HaKadosh Baruch Hu was calm. What calmed the HaKadosh Baruch Hu down, so to speak? Machlokes Rav says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu told about Yaakov. Shmuel says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu told about Yitzchak. Nafa says it was the Kesef Kippur, and Bergen says he thought about the Beis Hamikdash, and that comes down. You went to the Mishnah, a person should not make the Beis Hamikdash a country, a shortcut. Some say, at the Makif, a roundabout, a shortcut. If a person goes to a shul, not in order to make it a shortcut, or to David, that's okay. If there was a shortcut where the shul was built, you're allowed to go through there. We learned in the Mishnah that you're not allowed to skip the Beis Hamikdash, Halvachaima from the fact you're not allowed to wear shoes in the Beis Hamikdash. You're not allowed to spit in our days on your abayis, and if you do, it's as if you're spitting in the eye of a Gaviyah. What it says, but in a shul, you're allowed to spit, because if you're in your own home, you're allowed to wear shoes and spit. So too in a shul. Have a wonderful day.
This case now. This is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation.
Rothschild is Sam of Gimel. In the Beis Hamikdash itself, they didn't say the word Amen. They would say Baruch Hashem Yisrael min ha'olam v'ad ha'olam. In the times of the Tzukkim, they added the word v'ad ha'olam, and they said so in every single bracha. Rabbi says this following pasuk could be the front to back and back to front. Eistas is Hashem. The favorite Torah Secha. It's referring to Rishon that doing Averis. If they do Averis, then it's Eistas is Hashem. It's time to think about Hashem. Or you could say that the pasuk refers to Tzadikim. The favorite Torah Secha, there are times that you have to be over and every Torah. If they do an Avera, sometimes in order for Eistas is Hashem. Says the Gemara, Bill Azafin would say, in a generation where people are gathering, they're not giving over Torah, you should step up and give out the Torah. And in a time where there's a lot of Torah given over, you can take a back step and be an honor. If you see a generation that loves Torah, give it over. If they despise Torah, it's better to keep to yourself rather than having a design of Torah. But Kapara says, also referring to Torah, if you see that the price is low, gather as much as you can. If there's no men, step up and be a man. It says Abayim. If there is a man, in other words, there's a gadol that's paskening, then even if you're equal to that person in halacha, give him the right pasken. If only for the following statement, we learned the entire Masechta, it would have been worth it. Like the Torah says, it says the pasuk, meaning, in every mundane step of our daily life, you can eat a slice of pizza, and you mean to fill your stomach, you take a nice nap just for your enjoyment. You can do the same exact action and just stick up your baruch into it, and you get sachar rather than not getting sachar at all. You say, I'm eating this slice of pizza to have energy, I'm sleeping to have energy to be by Hashem, and that changes it all. You should teach your son an easy, clean parnasa. The Lord gives an example, like how to sew Rabbi says, it's not a good idea to have too many friends because at the end you're going to come to fight with one of them. You should not appoint a man in charge of your house because look what happened to Asia Smith, she was almost over on his notes. The reason why Parshas Nazir, refraining from wine, is the Parsha of Soita, because the Soita was Nishal because she overdrank. And a person who sees that should say to himself, I want to refrain from wine, I want to become a Nazir. The Rebbe says the reason why Parsha Soita is close to the Parsha of Trumas and Maasros, that you have to give over a tenth of everything you earn. It's because if you don't, at the end of the day, you're going to have to come onto the Kohen to deal with your wife, the Soita. And you might need to come on to Maasros. You'll be so poor, you'll have to accept Meiser on. But if you give Meiser, you're promised that you're
like a week or two. Did you know you can buy a 16-foot roll of the exact same thing for the exact same price? Remember, I got 24 of these for $17, and this is what 24 looks like on this one. And I still, I mean, it doesn't even look right. I touched it. But in the middle of this one day, and this comes out to like 2,000 patches, and you're paying the exact same price as this one, except you got 24 of this one. Not only that, but if you have bigger problem areas like cystic acne, you can literally cut off an entire strip, and you can just lay it on, and it works so much better than just putting tiny little pimple patches all over your face. I mean, it's literally the exact same material. It's medical grade, medical oil.
And he had a community, and he started speaking to people around him. He started saying, this year we're going to
you obviously just get way more material.
So they sent messengers. They sent Rabbi Yosef and the grandson of Zechariah ben Kikal, who were Meshamash Nevis Hamikdash. Chanina was really excited. He said, what are you doing here? He said, we can't learn Torah from you. So he announced in public, he says, these two are Gdolei Hador. Once they got that Askama, everything Chanina said, they said, he said, Torah, they said, come, and he said, what were they said? He says, what are you doing? And he said, we're here because I'll be Chodesh and told everybody, these guys are nobodies. They're fake. They're liars. It's too late. You can't tell them because you already announced that we're doing that. And then he told everybody, he said, listen, either you come with us or you announce, you denounce HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And they told Hanina, if you don't listen to us, we're going to put you in Chayrim. Why were they so mad? Because it says in the Pasuk that Ibar Chodesh is only in Yisrael, as it says, only from Yerushalayim. What kind of, how are they able to say on something that's Chamei, that it's hard? Because they realize if they don't, people might go with Chanina. When Rabbi Seinu went into Kirbi Yavna, went to Golos, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi Chemir, Rabbi Lezer, they spoke about the importance of having guests because they were guests by other people. Rabbi Yehuda, who was always the first to speak in learning, he said that the oil was 12 mil out of the mafna, and it says, anybody that yearns to see a Baruch would go through it. He says, if 12 mil is considered a Mavakish Hashem, sincerely from the Muhammad, to go from city to city and from country to country, which is a lot more than 12 mil. When the Pasuk says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu told Moshe, I would like to discuss the discourse of Torah and Allah with you. With Panim, let's rejoice with each other. And it says, Rabbeinu, I want you to return to Almighty. And if not, it's not good that me and you should both be angry. Please return, and if not, I'm going to have Yeshua be instead of you. And in fact, even though Rabbeinu returned it, Yeshua, it says in the Pasuk of Sharas, Moshe became Rishon. The Lord discusses the word Haskes Mishma. 40 years later, we became a nation. We were a nation 40 years ago. Says the Gemara, because every single day, Torah is as if it was just given today. And the Gemara says, if a person says Kriya Shema every day of his life, he misses once, it's as if he never said Kriya Shema. Because of this concept that Kriya Shema, Torah, is new to us every day. You don't do it, it's as if you never did. The other pshat is Haskins. You should learn in groups of people. Do not learn by yourself. You learn by yourself, you'll deserve the sword. It's a chet. And it makes you dumber. Another pshat, Haskins. You should hang yourself to prayer. Shlomo says, if the prayer doesn't stay by a person unless he kills himself over it. Another pshat, has means be quiet. Listen first and then ask questions. And this is one of my all-time favorites. Rabbi says La'olam yilmod olam Torah, v'achar kach yegel. First, you have to know the whole Torah, and then delve in deeper. Also, it says, mitz cholov. Whoever vomits up milk, his mother's milk, he works hard on Torah, then he'll get the butter, the cream, the top. He'll be able to pass on halachas. And if your Rebbe yells at you, embarrasses you, and you don't answer, you'll be able to differentiate between Damkar and Damkar. If he does it a second time and you don't answer, then you'll be able to be trained in deep Mamonot, which the Gemara says there's nothing greater than Suchas. It says in the Pasuk, if you shame yourself for Torah, at the end of the day, it's going to uplift you. And if you are quiet and you don't ask questions and try to figure out the Torah, but when people come to ask about halachas, you'll be quiet, you won't know what to say. Have a wonderful day.
Burglaries in which the burglars have already left the scene. The LAPD has been asked to analyze its staffing needs and other issues in order to improve the system. Officials report a long news about 75 containers have fallen from a cargo ship, with 25 to 30 of them submerged in the water. Port CEO Mario Cordero says after yesterday.
Rothschild's Daf Samach Dalet, yes, it's the last Daf of the second Rothschild. It's an amazing accomplishment to finish the first and second Shabbos. You're going to learn the second Shabbos from beginning to end. It's an amazing Masechta. It's a very, very different style. You're going to love it. If you're not part of the shir, you're looking for a shir, you can check us out online. We're over 2,000 people that watch the shir every single day on YouTube. Search for Eli Stefanski or Ramat Yomi. We have an app, Min Daf, and we are on tour anytime. The Gemara tells us when Chana went to Yavna, first Rabbi spoke about the importance of thanking the host, and then we have Rabbi Nechemia, and Rabbi Yossi says, it says in the Pasuk, like, Desai Adoimi, and it says, don't despise that Adoimi in the Mitzri. Why not? They invited us in. Don't forget all the evil that Mitzrayim did to us, yet we have to have our prayers at time. So too says the Gemara, if you invited them to your home and give your money, certainly you're going to love you for that.
What it really means is you listen, you don't have the ideas, or you beat bad ideas with a better idea.
Touch the heart.
That's what made this country great.
Try to touch it.
But you guys tell them the other side is bankrupt.
What did I do?
And after this, we just kind of characters. If you celebrate what you're really celebrating is the heartbreak and the mother of the father.
What Rothschild his wife Hamois, she had 8 children. Her 8 children plus her, and they all had 6 couplets. They had 6 children in one shot. For a total of 62 with Oivet's 8 children, she had 62 tzetzayim. The Gemara says if you push the time will push back. Don't force him. For instance, the Gemara says, Rabbi Yosef is considered Sinai, somebody that pull out their all the prices. Rabbi was a maker of heart. He was very sharp. When they were looking for Rothschild, they decided we need a Sinai. He knows everything, all the prices. She buys from all of the first. They asked for Rothschild and refused because the star was told him, but he will die after 2 years. He pushed it off. Rabbi was years. Rabbi was lifted. Rabbi Yosef was over 2.5 years, and he was lifted. You see that not pushing it, taking things when it's supposed to come, you don't lose out. In fact, you even gain the happy. The Gemara tells us that the unbelievable humility that Rabbi Yosef had, although he was supposed to be the Shiva, but for the first 2 years when Rabbi was in Shiva, he acted with humility to the point where instead of the blood letter coming to his house to make his dam, he used to go to him. The Pasuk says, the famous Pasuk, Yancha Hashem Yoyitzar, Hashem will answer you on the day of distress. Yisagevko, strengthen you, shame for Yaakov. The name of Yaakov, all of say in the name of Abraham Yitzchak. He says, the Gemara answer, the one who owns the peak, he has to carry the most of it. His friends are helping him carry it, but he has to do most of the lifting. Yaakov, who bore the Shvatim, he raised them, he did most of the lifting. He has to take care of them. The Gemara tells us, person benefits from a Suda Hadam Chacham, it's as if benefiting from the Suda Shina. A person who says by this time shouldn't say late Vishal with a base, but rather late Vishal. Then, after that, he says that person late Vishal rather than Vishal. Don't have enough hope of losing a fallen. Late Vishal dying. Yisrael said, Rabbi late Vishal. Rabbi went up to the highest level. A person goes out of shul. Think that this man is a little player up? It says the propagation the higher, hellfire one step to the higher step. The Lord does that. Adam doesn't have peace and rest in this world and not in the other. Constantly climbing like water that he can't rest. Famous ending brought down according to the sections and the Simeon Ramaya, Rothschild, Nazir, honest, and Jesus. Honor was
I have to ask myself, how did we become a generation of social apps? And I think about the 90s, I think about the turn 2000s, I think about the second Iraq War, and I think about how the government, linked up with video games, make Call of Duty, we'd stay up until fucking all hours of the night with our friends, shooting each other. Dr. Cool, war is cool, death is cool.
There's enough men out there that being welcome from the Lord tells us that if a person is faced with an Avera, controls himself, and doesn't do that Avera, it is the greatest mitzvah a person can do, says Rashi. The greatest mitzvah. In fact, the Gemara brings 3 stories. One with Tanina, the other with Tzaddik, all 3 of them face a situation where a woman is guided them to do an Avera. But Tanina jumped into a bathhouse, he put his Nazikim, and he was safe. Rabbi Tzaddik jumped into an oven in order not to be able to get out. Hannah actually jumped off where the Yanavi saved him, and because of the Yanavi, they didn't know why. They got into this video because they were selling baskets to women, and it's because I'm poor. Nobody gave him money. The point is that when a person saves himself from doing an Avera, it's a tremendous thing, and more later on, there's needs to be such a person. The famous midnight, the Gemara wonders why doesn't Shiluach HaKen, one of the mitzvahs mission, Shiluach HaKen, as the Torah says, and the answer is that the mission is only doing things that is good, to the and the fellow. You just do this chesed. Shiluach HaKen is the Lord tells us that a mitzvah has dividends. Hashem pays more than the actual value of the mitzvah. Whereas in Avera, Hashem pays exactly as the Avera is. There's one exception. The person doesn't have Avera. With other people learn from him. He's an important person. And other people do Avera because now that other people are and therefore will receive a punishment for the dividends that it says in the passage of Restream that a mitzvah which Baruch Hu is mitzarev, machshava l'maisa. The person thinks about doing a mitzvah, and then he has some sort of kindness, and he can do it. Hashem will give him the sekar. But in Avera, typically speaking, the person thinks about doing an Avera, and he doesn't do the Avera, he doesn't get an oynesh, unless it's one of the following exceptions. If he followed his machshava, he had a machshava, then he did an Avera, he gets punished for the machshava. Or if he had a machshava of a Zara, even though he didn't do that with the Zara, as we had yesterday, he gets an item. And also, the person does the same Avera over and over. To the point where he thinks that it's mutter. It's as if it's mutter. So just thinking about that Avera, even though he didn't follow through, he receives God. The Lord tells us it's better for him to do an Avera in hiding, where it's no chil Hashem, rather than do it in public. A person who controls the Yetzer, who does that Avera, hiding, then that's a big slap in the face that we often punishment. Now he disappears in punishment. According to Rabbi, it's referring to the Isser of looking at a rainbow. When it comes to Chil Hashem, the Baruch Hu doesn't wait and doesn't let the person build up the back, so to speak. Baruch Hu takes care of that very quickly and swiftly. And not only that, the person has 50% of theirs, 50% mitzvahs, then Baruch Hu will use that Avera of Chil Hashem and tip the scale in the wrong direction. You are getting something. The person should view himself or the world as if they're 50-50. So anytime he does a mitzvah, he's tipping the scale in his favor, in the world's favor. And if Hashem is an Avera, he's putting the scale in the wrong direction. A person feels bad for the mitzvahs that he's done in the past or the Averas that he's done. He erases those mitzvahs and erases those Averas. It's tremendous, he said. A person goes his entire life doing mitzvahs. In the last minute, he feels bad for everything that he did. That's great. Brand new Mishnah. Mishnah tells us that a person who has these three things, he learns Chumash, he learns Mishnah, and he has their authority, he won't be fighting this, he won't sit that way. When a tzaddik has Yisurim, it's as if he's a tree that's in a Makam Sahara where its branches go to a Makam Puma. And when you take off the branches from Makam Puma, then everything, the entire tree remains in a Makam Sahara. So too with Yisurim. A tzaddik is complete Sahara. He has a little bit of a travel, a little bit of Puma. Hashem chops off that place so that completely is gone. When it comes to your shun, they're completely Puma. Have a little bit of Sahara, so Hashem gets rid of their Sahara. This world gives them some Sahara. So that when they come to Ilma Emes, they don't have. So how can you tell that doing a mitzvah is greater than doing a Torah? Meaning the Gomer. The Rabbanim came together, I know you came together and said that I look for your Bekiva. That Torah is greater because Torah trains a person to do mitzvahs. And therefore you have both. Have Talmud Torah and the mitzvahs. You would have Torah for 40 years before Challah, 54 years before Kriyas HaMaisros, 61 years Shemitah, and 103 years for Yovel. That's the Shah at the beginning. And when a person goes up to Shayim, the first thing they take care of, the first business they take care of, is have you learned Torah? How much Torah? What have you learned Torah? And the first Sachar they get is for Torah. Why? For myself. The person who doesn't have these three things, Mikra, Mishnah, they're Eretz, then he's not Naish. He doesn't belong in this world. He's a Chosela, just like a person who's in the marketplace, in public, is similar to a dog, a boyside. Have a wonderful day.
I am deeply disturbed by the shooting in Utah. Doug and I send our prayers to Charlie Kirk and his family. Let me be clear, political violence has no place in America. I condemn this act, and we all must work together to ensure this does not lead to more violence. And a lot of these social media were posted before it was confirmed that Charlie Kirk had been killed. And so that's so you know that all three of the person that is white said that we're praying for his recovery and his family. The news came out that he had we have audio here of Charlie Cook at Republican National Convention. And 5 minutes long, we'll play that when we come back. It's a good speech, it's short, conservative, I think you'll love it, and short, a moderate, you'll like it, and if you're a Democrat, you'll probably shut the right word. So, there you go. All right, we're live on KFIV at 2:40. More now with that.
Here's the latest. The manhunt continues for the suspect in the shooting death of conservative activist George. NBA Director Cash Patel posted on social media a person of interest was questioned and later released. The governor of Colorado has pulled the killing Facebook for the suspect. By the second time in 2 days, no different names have been found in a Los Angeles courtyard. linked to a missing person. Then on Monday, a woman's body was found in a Tesla after holding the car registered to a TikTok feed. LA City Council has unanimously voted to engage in the 28th Olympic diving events in Pasadena. Dr. Slater for Exposition Park will now take place in the Rothschild Aquatic Center.
To have some Janet go to have somebody look at the Fox. Trump just posted that Charlie Kirk is dead.
A major university study suggests that how sleep communication and confusion that biological time bombs. Participants slowed their peak rate by drinking, feel the brain. That's all they did. They changed their eating, drinking, exercise, sleeping, nothing. They got and it feels great to their
She's dead.
Let's feel the dream was doctors selected for specific health benefits. Cell health, heart, lung, kidney, metabolism, even healthy weight. And I feel great. I've been on for about 3 weeks now, and I've not changed anything. And it is great. Swap your untested fruit and vegetable grain drink with Field of Green. While you got time, check out the university study and get 20% off when you use the promo code COST. Go to fieldofgreens.com.
Extremely happy with the results. 800 cc's, Dr. Don Rivas in Florida. The reason I got them done again is because I wanted them larger, and also I had like 1 finger gap between them, and that's fine, but I wanted them super close together.
Check out Conversation Small on Flexible Sound Connectors World 5. It's partially why you played to that transition and the 110 sound codes upgrading the 19-1 freeway. Pacific California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Angel Martinez. America's #1 app for radio is iHeartRadio. Trusted DJs bringing you this live play-by-play plus the station you're listening to right now, anytime, anywhere. Join the millions who already have it. Open the free iHeartRadio app today. The #1 app for radio. Is that a false, Brody? That's not a question. That's a fair question. What? I can't hear you because of the vacuum. That's not a vacuum. That's the trees in the forest cleaning up the air. I didn't know the trees were so amazing. Yeah, and the forest gives us shade. Trees to light. Awesome. It smells more smoke.
Visit the forest today. That's what Home does just for you. To learn more about the forest and find one near you, go to discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Wash.
If my mother played a role in this, I don't think she should die thinking that she got away with it.
I ask her, what are you doing here? She looks at me and says, I'm going to kill you. Listen now for free.
Kiddushin Dafman Days, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Daf. It's Erev in Kippur right now. Just a few hours before Kippur. I want to wish everybody that you're a year of health, of Nachas, Harnosa, and all the best things, a year full of Torah. From Elvis Studio of Shtilos. Without showing to myself. A person says the Asian that Allah is as if he himself did that action. One of the Yodason that learns from from face of child that the book is saying not the idea of Shliach, rather that all of Israel could be Yotzim for one single animal, even though it's impossible to give each person desires. So how do you know the idea of Shliach? That it's not a shulchan with no korbanos. Look at the vehicle have twice by our facing my zip. And we know throughout Josh, they made the name was there, they didn't have it. I can't use this spot to kill. They already have another spot. Let me use it for something else, for other korbanos. The fact that the Torah says ish is the upload, we learned ish means an adult. That if an adult finds an object in the street, he can have in mind, let me result from this object for my friend shipped somewhere else. But if something cannot do something, it says ish to the adult. Pasuk says that for each Shevet, the appointed a Nasi, a prince, take care of the Yerusha, the Chalukas Haaretz. And the Gemara learns from here that Bezin can appoint the Achatrapos of these sons. So let's say there's 3 brothers who lost their father of son. Then Bezin appoints an Achatrapos for each one of the 3 boys.
Look at this, some fox.
The inheritance of the Yerusha. Even though they intend to the good of that child that they represent. Nevertheless, it's possible that it won't turn out so good. According to Shmuel, if they made a mistake in the side, one of the boys, let's say, inherited from his mother previously a field. Now, the Achatrapos gave him the father's field, he gave him a specific town. Now, even though it's the exact same value as his brother's field, it's not good because he wants the 2 fields to be close to each other. So it's a mistake in one place inside. That's something that you can go back and annul. When you're Rahman, you never know anything. You don't know why. Because of the idea, it being like kind of best love. What power are you giving? That's not that power that whatever they do, regardless if it's a mistake or not, it's what's good. Yes. They made a mistake. Now they gave another person. So let's say the case was you have somebody that borrowed money, and Bezin said he has to pay it back, and he runs away. Bezin take the labor, sell it off, and pay the levy. If they made a mistake, they made a 6. But Nachman himself says that sale is off. But he just said that Bezin has power. Well, that's because they made a mistake. By Yisrael did it. It was a perfect division. One of the Yisrael didn't like it. That's the Rabbi says that when Bezin make a mistake, the sale or the division is good. It's kind of even if they made a mistake more than a shtos, where typically in a purchaser you would annul the sale. We're not going to say that brothers divide up the property, they have a halacha to purchase. The halacha is that if somebody purchases an object for more than a 1/6 of the market value, the halacha is it's a good purchase, but the seller has to give back that 1/6. And if it wasn't a 1/6, it's a good purchase. So when it comes to brothers, that's exactly what halacha is. Besides, if one of the brothers sent an agent, then you can say, no, even if it's not in the shtos, I don't want this. Because I sent the agent, it's pretty sure they're sent you good for me and not harm me. Another very interesting concept, that anytime you divide up a property with a measuring device, a measuring stick, you divide anything up weight or even a count, 100 tissues for a box, or a dozen eggs, then the method is also less than a shtos. There's no mechila on something like that. Even in real estate, where typically there's no halacha something about. If sold something with a measuring stick, you divided something with a measuring stick, and it's off, you have to give back the entire thing. Gemara tells us that being shliach the entire thing. In other words, you cannot send a messenger to burn down somebody's house and say that the sender has to do this. Because there's no shliach l'dvar there. It's a concept. ViralRabbi, Talmud, Mishnah, when you're faced with the dilemma. Baruch Hu said to do one thing, but somebody else told me to do the other thing. Of course, you're going to listen to Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Therefore, the person doing the act that's wrong, he has to pay, not the sender. But there is an exception to the rule. There's a number of exceptions. One exception to the rule is if a person uses money from the semiconductor unknowingly, he's chayav. If he sends a messenger to do it, then the messenger is not chayav. The one that sent him is chayav. So why don't we learn that version of Milah? Because it's not just Milah, it's somewhere else. It's Yad as well. We'll explain what that is. But before we explain, what's Yad Milah? Actually, what's Yad? It's Shnei Ksuvim. It's two Ksuvim that say the same exact halacha. They Milah can't learn out in the rest of the time. What's the discussion? It's that means that if I can not just somebody can watch, it becomes a shomer, watcher, and it's covering Neva unless he uses that object without permission. Not only that, if he sends agent to use that object, then the shomer, the original shomer, he's responsible for Neva. So you see this idea, only two places, Megillah and Shlipasiyah. According to Bishakta, so they say that the Chayiv in Shlipasiyah, the word that you're Chayiv even thinking about using that object. So now you can't use the Shlipasiyah as a second time. So they learn from here, and that is, if a person steals an animal, and he goes ahead and he shuts that or sells the animal, he's Chayiv 4 times an animal or 5 times an animal, depending if it's a sheep or an ox. But if he sends somebody to shech or to sell for him, he's chayav, not the shoichet or the seller, and that's the second positive. But hey, Milavdim, Rabbi say, a wonderful day, have a very beautiful Yom Kippur. Be'ezer Hashem, we'll see you after Yom Kippur.
To all the Gen Zers watching this convention on TikTok right now, I have a message just for you. You don't have to stay poor. You don't have to accept being worse off than your parents. You don't have to feel aimless and unhappy. You don't have to support leaders who lie to you.
Kedusha Dafman Gimel has everybody doing welcome to the daf. Since today we had Yom Kippur, have a good Bible year. Rabbi say, we'll have a sugya of Shalom to myself. I appoint Shliach, an agent, and he fits right in as if I did it. The Lord says, typically speaking, I cannot send somebody to do that very well. But there are exceptions. And one of them is Milah, that we said yesterday. Today we're talking about and that is if a person steals a sheep or a house, and then he goes ahead after he steals it and he sells it, or he shuts it, he's chayav 4 or 5, depending if it's an ox, it's 5, if it's a he has to pay 4. The halacha is that a person who sends a shliach, you shech this ox for me, the shliach doesn't have to pay. The God has to pay. Why? Because it's just like material. When you sell something, you need parties. You need a purchaser, you need a seller, so too. By Tvicha, but here's the concept of yesh shliach l'dvar. Here's a case where I send a messenger and the sender has to pay. Shammai holds. Say a lashon and we have to explain it. If a person sends somebody, he hires a hitman to kill somebody. The one that hires is chayav. What does it mean chayav? So what chayav is? Shammai would hold that shnei tzibon kachad u'melamdim. Typically speaking, it's the same halacha. But in this case, Shammai will hold it Yehuda and melamdim. Milah, Yichah, we say the same halacha that yesh shliach l'dvar, and we learn for the rest of the Torah yesh shliach l'dvar. Problem is, there's another classic that should be forced. But if you take it further, instead of shutting in the Beis Hamikdash, shut it outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you are the sender. The sender is not chayav. The guy that does it is chayav. Why? Aim is not chayav. Something on this side, the right side. We have one person on the left side. Which one do we learn from? Well, Shammai won't learn from people because they don't actually look from. What do they do now? Say, two people shut the same animal, they hold on to the same knife, they shut the animal, outside of the same gosh, they put them. Also, they say, should get itis, or a mistake. You can also explain what Charlie said, is that, yes, when it comes to murder, the sender's act. It's a special Allah kind of murder. It says by Rabbi, he said Uriah to the front line, and also Rabbi accused him of murder, even though he didn't murder him. I love that murder. Which he murdered him. Also, in Iraq, the third day out, you're the murder. According to Muhammad, Muhammad is not high at all, because Uriah was a lawyer in the office. He used the lashon of Adoni, not to the king. Not the king. He said Adoni, my master, and somebody else. So the guy alone is high. He sells some other is plunder for killing Uriah. Another pshat. The pshat meant that if you hire somebody else who's hired, what does it mean hired? They show mine. So what does Hill say? Well, obviously not. Hill would say, hired, not for murder. You hired for something else, hired for Robert the murder. Pshat no. Get up to mine, they're going to dine you as if you're a real murderer. It's a real strong. Lord tells us, even if you say that according to Shabbat, if somebody sends a messenger to an agent to do something, it goes back to the same way. That would work in all Averas, like Shabbos, not for Avera, like a right, we never find anywhere where a person benefits and enjoys an Avera and somebody else pays for it. So this is a sheet of the Gemara that according to Silo, if somebody sends 3 people to maybe Kalish woman, they cannot be able. This is a sugya of Shtiach Nasa, and an agent brings the Kedushin to Kalish woman. He's looking to the day to testify, yes, this woman was Kedushin. Yes, this malva was paid back by you, by myself. But a Shtiach becoming an This is another sheet that makes someone says, no, that a Shliach could become an agent. Bottom line is, we pass Shliach Nasa. We know that we always pass by Bisil. So either way you cut it, we're not saying that Bisil holds Shliach Nasa. They said Shliach Nasa. And Rab also, who's obviously not going to argue on Bisil level, also holds Shliach Nasa. Figure out the same halacha applies to distribution that Shliach becomes a bait. And the same halacha applies. And none of this, by a lawyer and a and then there's getting this concept that we haven't had in a while called shvuah sessions. And that is, in addition to the regular shvuah, where a person that commits a partial play has to make shvuah, the Holy Sakin, even if he denies the entire claim, he has to make a shvuah session. Therefore, an agent who brings money to a malva, and he says, and later on testifies that he gave to the malva, we don't believe he's biased. Because if you say that he gave back to the labor will revoke the shvuah sessions. Now, the person doesn't want to make a shvuah. He might be a dana, but he never wants to make a shvuah. He'll always say that he gave to the malva, and the malva cannot invoke the shvuah sessions. Therefore, he's biased. Now we don't trust him. As their Hagav, Rashi says, this comes from the halacha of Tzedek and that is, a storekeeper sometimes extends credit. So if an employer tells the store owner, I want you to give my employees credit, that's how I'm going to pay them the salary. The store owner says, I gave them credit. The employee is saying, we never received it. So each one says to the other one, I have nothing to do with it. The one that owes me is the boss. So we go to the boss, both of them make a shvuah. The store owner and the employee make a shvuah, and the boss has to pay both of them. That would be the same idea by us, that the agents have to make a shvuah, and at the end of the day, the loiva will have to pay. Chachamim, by get of a naira meros, and that is, if there's a girl who's either a cop, and even a naira who's 12 and 12 and a half, and she's only engaged, not completely married, first they get married. Naira meros. So, won't she do this? Yet, in addition to her father receiving the get more, even though she's in her father's domain, she's still receiving it. Rothschild takes that a step further and says, just like you say, she's receiving that, she can also receive her Kedusha because Kedusha, she didn't understand. You yell to the Haisa, whatever you do by get, you do by Kedusha, whatever you do by Kedusha, you do by get. According to Rabbi, there's a distinction between Gittin and Kedusha. That Kedusha, Chacham will agree that only the father can accept it. Why? Because this Kedusha takes you out of the father's domain and it doesn't allow the daughter to receive the Kedusha. Another halacha. that any girl who's that young, keeps on going back to her husband after a divorce, she can't divorce him. It's Mishalcha Ba'idach Miteres. You have to give her a get, and she doesn't come back. If she comes back, it's not a good get. Places hold that if the father is coming back, it's considered Mishalcha Ba'idach Miteres. If it doesn't work, Rabbi side have a wonderful bed.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles.
Kedushin Dafim Dalet, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the Egan Daf. So in the middle of Machlokes, the halacha is a get that if your father has a young daughter, she's married, not only does he receive it, but get for her, she can also receive it. We had Machlokes yesterday. What about Kedushin? Rothschild says say just like she receives the get. Kedushin, what if she's engaged? She received Kedushin, her father received Kedushin, and then her husband or husband dies without children. So she becomes a Yavam, she tells the other girl. Goes one of the girls and wants to give her a ring. That's called Maimer, because it only is effective with the Rabbanan by a woman. For that, you need the consent of the father. But if she's a Nara, 12 years old, you don't need the consent of the father. Why not? Why is it different? Because with her right, so she's a skuka. Skuka means there's a bond, she's attached to the Yavim somewhat. The Yavim is only finishing it off with this ring. So for that, you don't need the consent of the father. Even if he goes by a get, he argues up, like I said before, he argues up that the girl cannot receive it. And she even dies of status. When we hear old men, the girl could receive the minor because she's already excused. Some say the girl can come. But Naira doesn't need the das of the father by minor because consider minor something that can be done even forcefully by partner. Why? Because Red holds that he's not forcefully. He compares minor to the regular actually just like evil doesn't need the consent of the evil. So too, the execution of the Rabbanan still can be done on part. And how we say on the other hand, that no, the act of minor is like a regular execution, a regular woman for that. You need consent. So too, minor. The word goes into else. In our Mishnah, even this part of the Mishnah is based on the end of the Mishnah, which we're going to have on that Mekvav. You see, this Machlokes, not on Mekvav, but it's very similar to Mekvav. Going back to the original Machlokes. The person takes 5 collateral and he swears. Not that he swore to one person and he was found to be a liar as being a usher. He swears to all 5 and he lies to them. Is it considered one shvur or 5? It's not like it's only a shimmer. In order for it to be considered 5 different shvurs, he has to say the word shvur l'cha, shvur l'cha, shvur l'cha. That's it. And according to the laws, let me say shvur all the end. According to the Talmud, you say shvur in the beginning. I also know a person tells a woman, I want to be Mekadosh with this group, and I want to be Mekadosh with this group. So they're not going to start. The value of the two of them every time they set a lotion, that seems to fade. Reb Shimon, and therefore the beginning is over. The Lord tells us, Reb Shimon, however, also holds over Shimon, you didn't mention, holds that a girl cannot receive it by herself. Only the father receives it for her. Now, it says in our Mishnah, Rishmi Kaddish, it's mashma from our Mishnah that only the ish, only the father can be Kaddish, not the daughter. At the end of the Gemara tells us the Allah is the daughter. How do we know this? Because Robin came out of the marriage and he said, in the expansion, everybody passing like a Gershon, and Rishon stood up there and screamed like a crane. He was screaming, the nuts of the Haisi have to compare to the Gershon. Nobody compares. In other words, only the father receives the Kedushin, not the daughter. Or it goes on to tell us, when it comes to yes, a Nara, a girl who's 12 years old, is like the extension of the father's head. she's not a chotzer, she's a yad. Right? Because if it's a chotzer, it only works if the person, the girl, is sleeping, tied up, and you watch it like you have by a slave. And obviously the girl is not any of those, and therefore she can't accept it as a chotzer. Must be she's accepting again as a yad. However, even though she's an extension of the father's hand, she cannot make another shliach. The hand doesn't have the ability to make a shliach. You need das to make a shliach. We have a simple, we're going to go with the tomorrow's daf. A minor that did not ask permission from her father to get engaged, she became Kadesh's on her own. So the Lord tells us he means yes, because perhaps the father is she also needs something called the deal, which is to refute this because maybe she didn't accept it. So she didn't accept the so why does she have to? Or sorry, the father didn't accept it. The answer is because this act of kneeling shows that it's not a real confusion. It's only the Rabbanan. And I want people to know that perhaps there's nothing going on. And if this individual got engaged with their sister, people say, well, look, it was a get. They're right, so that engagement with the sister is nothing. Anybody can marry her. That's no one can marry her. Perhaps the first girl is not the possession. The second one is. We need to show that the first one might not be possession, so she was real. And therefore, be careful with the sister. The Lord tells us this is how Allah takes place. By shidduch, but there's a shidduch. In other words, then we can say that the father agreed to it. It's spoken about and discussed. According to Google, the Gemara says, a girl who gets engaged without the father's consent doesn't do it. Yet there is a deal, it's a big fat zero. And either the shot is called that no shidduch, or some say even he was talking about even in the case of a shidduch. Is that we found that she got engaged to herself, according to the law, must be said. We're talking about her, in other words, she's already married once. Then, because she's married, she leaves her father's domain. The second time around, she got engaged to herself. This time we find her father sells his daughter to Zilal Mother. How's that possible? We're talking about that he sold her as an Abba, and the master married her. So he had some sort of consent to the marriage, but it's not really as married off and never received anything, and therefore he's able, unluckily, to sell her after she was already married. The boy's side have a wonderful
Earlier this year, John expected his forever prize payment to arrive, as it always did. $168,000 direct deposit. But the money never came. $260,000. In April, Publishers Clearinghouse filed for bankruptcy. I thought, why did somebody give me a heads up? Hey,
Kiddushin Dafna Pay. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Daf. We're talking about a case where Kana accepted Kiddushin from her husband without the father's consent. And then unfortunately this husband passed on to the next world without any children. So if the Kiddushin was a good Kiddushin, then she would fall the evil. So the Allah is that she is required to do Chalitza, because perhaps the father agrees to this, and then with the rise of she falls the evil, even though it's only heresy. But she doesn't have to refuse the marriage. Because everybody knows that a sister of a Chalitza is only also with the Rabbanan, and if somebody goes ahead and marries her, let's say, Yavam, we marry, everybody knows the Kiddushin is good Kiddushin. And we'll explain. Because if this Yavam goes ahead and gives this Kana, the original Kana, gives her a ring, that's called the minor. It's Kiddushin only the Rabbanan, and because we require that
anybody can do a signature.
that minor, that's something. Now, this is the thing.
Somehow, it's so easy to do. When I see a sign of signature,
married
I
with
was
a nice, so why did you have to give her
million
again?
things.
Would like his signature to you? I highly doubt that it is. Not married at all. That's open at first. Are
we talking about
therefore require her to kneel? That really shows travel. Only your honor.
I would. That's new for me. I've not seen that. A lot of other people say, well, there's no that.
If the Yavam got engaged to this kind of sister, instead of thinking it's nothing, because he's married to the first one, that he married to the sister. So you know what? Maybe he wasn't married to the first one at all. And therefore, she's the Esha Sish, and nobody will marry. According to Rabbi, agreed if they made a deal. If, let's say, the fathers had a discussion. I want my son to marry your daughter. Now, when it comes to a son, it's a lot worse than a daughter. My daughter, there's a possibility that a father sees his daughter get engaged without his consent. He's happy with it because problem is can't do what makes a argument. But a boy is always medayik. He wants to make sure he doesn't want his father to marry him off. So therefore, in that case, that a father marries off his son, somebody else's daughter, you don't even need that. Another halacha: if somebody gives a young girl without the father's consent, he gives her a bundle of vegetables in the padishah. According to everybody, it's not a kedusha. That's a bizarre. If he's been padishah in a marketplace, it's a bizarre. He once does a story. There was a couple that had a big argument. The father wanted his daughter, who's a daughter, to marry his relatives. Oh, my relatives are the best. The wife says, no, my relatives are the best. I want her to marry mine. At the end of the day, the father, about her, he agreed with his wife, okay, let her marry your relatives, let's make a big party. Before they were even engaged, during the party, the father's relative went ahead and was Mekadosh. So Rabbi says, this particular case, because they made a big party, nobody wants to lose a party like that, so therefore the kedusha is not there. Rabbi says, no matter what, once the father told the wife, let's marry off our daughter to your family, She'eris is probably Yasser. Jews don't lie like that. And he'll never intentionally agree to it behind his own back. We know that marriage has two stages, kedusha and Nisur. If the father agreed to the kedusha, stage one, the money part, the ring, and then he went off overseas to do some business, and the girl lost patience and she married the chassan without her father's consent. According to everybody, if she dies, the chassan doesn't get married. It stays in its proper place, goes in it. However, there's a machlokas whether she could eat. Meanwhile, until the father comes back, if she eats truma, if she marries a wife, because the Deraisa she eats from anyways once she eats. Or perhaps we have to be concerned that when the father comes back from his business trip, they'll disagree to this marriage, but retroactively she wasn't allowed to eat truma. If the father is present, and he doesn't say he sees his daughter getting married, you don't know. He doesn't eat truma. Why? Because even though he's quiet, the reason why he's quiet is he's furious, he's angry. Other madam says no, she can eat. Why? The fact that he's quiet, she said he's okay with it. But what if even the conclusion, the first part, was against the father's view? And he's here, he's watching. Ravuna says the opposite. Now Ravuna says she couldn't. Because nobody's going to be quiet through two stages like that. And the reason why he's quiet is because he's mafkir, he's supposed. It's as if he agrees to the whole thing. And Rabbi Sadi, have a wonderful day.
First three letters of her name, first three letters of your dad's first name. That's kind of a cool name, right? Yes. And that'll work out for you. Think on it. Or, okay, yeah, good, sure, all right.
Kiddush Nachman involved. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the Down. We're kind of got engaged without her father's das, without her father's consent. But Machlokas, Asi and Rav, whether or not she could renege on this engagement. She accepted it. But her father didn't accept it. According to Rav Asi, she could not renege. According to Rav, she couldn't. We want to solve maybe could be right from the top. The halacha is that somebody seduces a girl, he has to pay 50 shekel knas to the father, even in the case where the father agreed that he should marry his daughter, but she doesn't want it. So this is similar to our case, because over here we don't have the father's will to begin with, and she's against it. So you see, that she could be moicha. It's a right or right. No, it's not a right. So you can say, like we've always learned to say that we're talking about that the man didn't have das for kedusha. He don't want to marry her. And even if you say that it was the shem kedusha, it would be necessary to do another kedusha, or you were in a kedusha, just do another kedusha, because you didn't have the father's consent to you. Now we're in a brand new mission. If a person uses a lashon, he says, takes a fruit, takes a date, and he says, is actually the Torah Zoo, and then she eats the date, and then gives her another one. So if one of them has a shavar pruta, it's a good thing. So we have machlokes. What exactly is this? According to Rabbi Shmuel, talking at the beginning, where a person says a double lashon, iskachili b'zu, iskachili b'zu, breaks it up very strongly with the words iskachi, and that the chiddush is that even though she's eating something, and she has an immediate satisfaction and not, nevertheless, there's no kiddushin with less than a. According to Rabbi, it's talking about the end of it. It doesn't say iskachi, but rather it says iskachi b'zu. All the dates together. Shavar pruta, then there's a kiddushin, and the chiddush is. But if she eats it right away, then you need the last date should have a shavar pruta. And from here, the Gemara says, we see a number of things. First of all, we see if somebody gets engaged, he tries to make a kiddushin with a milva with a loan, it doesn't work. Because over here, you see, it doesn't work unless there's a full fruit at the end. You can't use the previous dates because they're already gone, they're consumed, they're a milva, they're a loan. If, in addition to the forgiveness of the loan, there's a pruta, so guy forgives this woman $1 million. He gives her one lousy date that's worth a pruta, her das is on the pruta, and it's a good condition. What if the condition is not? What happens to everything he gave at the beginning? All the dates that he gave her, she has to pay them back? Yes, because if it was matana, it would be a good condition. But obviously, it's only a milva, and that's why she has to give. If a person does something very bizarre, he goes to his sister, he says, he gives her money. Now, everybody knows he can't get married to your sister. So what is he trying to do? According to Rav, she has to return the money. Because all he's doing is he's trying to give her another. He told him, he wanted her to watch it. He figured it doesn't say it in a funny way, she won't accept it. According to she wants to give her a gift, she doesn't have to return it. The reason why he didn't say, here's a gift, and he said it in a funny way, he didn't want to embarrass her. He figured she's not going to accept it. The law is that when a person separates challah from his dough, that's great to get it. But what if he separates challah from flour? The halacha is the kohen must return the flour. The Gemara wonders why. Why does he return the flour? So the Gemara tells us because we're concerned that the kohen is going to fall in a trap. He's going to forget. He's not going to realize that what the Yisrael gave him is higher in more challah. And he's going to take that flour and add it to his own personal flour, and he's going to make bread out of it without being flour. And it's also the rice. Another shot is no point won't be such a mistake. The concern is that Yisrael, the thing that he did was fine. He was mafresh challah from flour. Everybody knows he's supposed to take from dough. Oh no, that's just to make it easy for the kohen. Kohen agrees to take from flour. You could take from flour, but the truth is no. Racist conversation. Challah is only given from dough, not from flour. Now, there's a number of things more goes into it. Perhaps the kohen should keep the flour and just give a little bit of some icers from that flour that he gave. Why does he give it back to Israel? Something similar. A person takes truma from a pot that has perforation, which is the rice of high intensity on a pot that doesn't have a hole in the bottom, which is part of the truma with the rice. Or if he say he should take truma, even though he took truma, he should go ahead and take truma again, like as if he took truma from a non-perforated pot or wherever. It's different. A pot is differently what it says because when you have two pots, the person understands that he made a mistake there. There's a one that's high, one that's low. Once one bowl of flour, he's going to be late. He's not going to want to take truma. In a case of a sour, spoiled watermelon. So there we say, we should take a second truma. But in fact, when the rice in the first truma is truma, Rabbi Sai have a wonderful day. And also a beautiful yom.
The base started 17 Pro is $100 more than last year's baseline. It also has more storage.
Cracker Barrel is suspending all remodels of restaurants.
Kedushin Daf Lamed Aleph. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the evening Daf. Today's Daf is just an incredible Daf about Kibbutz Avim. Very, very big stories and a lot of great subjects. When it comes to Kibbutz Avim, the Torah gives two psukim. One about covet, one about year of fear and honor. When the pasuk talks about kibbutz, the father comes before the mother, and the reason is because typically a son gives more honor to a mother. She speaks sweeter to him, nicer to him. So there has to say no. You have the father first. When it comes to Yira, the mother comes first. Because typically, a father teaches his son Torah, says more Yira. The father and mother who are married, then the son should be Mechabed the father, because the mother also has a gift to Mechabed the father. The divorced, when Mechabed is equal. Gemara tells us that initially, when Baruch Hu said Elohim Hashem, the Ummah Sa'ilon, they said, "What is this?" But then when Baruch Hu said Mechabed Sabicha, they realized that Hashem wants us to be Mechabed parents, and that's the same idea to be Mechabed baby. It wasn't really for himself. Gemara tells us there's so much to learn from the non-Jew Talmud Ben Sina, the famous story. Chachamim came to purchase an extremely expensive Jew worth 600,000 golden coins. And because Talmud Ben Sina, his father Sina, was sleeping on a pillow with the key, let's say, the piece of his father who lost that night. A year later, he had a Torah Duma, red heifer. He realized that this is no coincidence. Well, he's paying him back. So he goes to Chacham. He came to purchase it. He said, I could ask you any amount of money. There's only one like this in the entire world. But I'm only going to ask for what I lost last year. And the word tells us, Talmud Ben Sina didn't have the thing to keep that aid. This is no something else. We have it. And there's a concept. What do you have to do with the oisim? The person who has commanded to do a mitzvah, his sachar is greater than a person that doesn't have a mitzvah. Because the pressure to do the mitzvah actually prevents it from doing mitzvahs. So we that have that deal, we have a bigger mitzvah, we have a bigger obligation to give time. Rabbi Yosef, later on in his life, he became blind. He was upset with this because he thought that he'd get more scars because he's not a mitzvah. And then he realized that he gets less scars. He said, I would make a big yont of the Rabbanan if they're able to sneak around the halakha a little bit. Rabbi Yosef, when he heard his mother coming from a distance, he would stand up. He said, I'm standing up for the Shekhinah. What else a person could feed his father a very expensive bird, but it takes him out of Olam Hazeh, it takes him out of Olam Haba. And the reason is because when he gave it to his father says, how do you afford it? Says Rashi, he says, keep on eating, don't bother with that. And that kind of, those words, they take away from the mitzvah. On the flip side, he tells his father, here, deal with this. Some hard work. I want you to work on the rechaim, on the milk. So somebody standing inside would say, wait, that's not Kibbutz Avim. In fact, it is in this case because what you didn't see is that the soldiers came to take the father, and he said, I'll go instead of you. You, dad, you do the rechaim. He's a Avini had 5 sons who were smuchim. They're all done. Yet when Avini's father came to the door, Avini ran. He wouldn't allow his sons to do Kibbutz Avim. He wanted to do it. One time, his father said, give me a cup of water. By the time he got back, his father fell asleep. He stood over him in a bent position, full of fear and covet, waiting for his father to get up. That's when I brought to him a beautiful shot. This mizmor also, as Rashi explains, it shouldn't be a mizmor that's it.
We have 16 million euros.
Yeah.
16,160.
Sometimes when things are destroyed, it's a yontif. Hashem is saying,
oh, fuck, never mind. Euros.
Wood and stone, not on a human being.
Is it euros or euros?
When a father and mother want to give to a child, the word tells us father, especially his father, when he's talking to the father, wholeheartedly, the father might have some
anyways,
on the
wait, is this actually real?
Story about his mother was going to bed, going all four, and left the step on him, and the steps to
do I at least get the Guinness Book of World Record plaque?
That's not even half of what
Calling Mr. Beast.
A real test would be if you took his money and destroyed it in the ocean, and you don't see it. Jordan says so much is severe and praiseworthy as a person that was born without passion. That's how hummer it is. That's showing you over on it.
Hey Jimmy, I'm streaming. I want to ask you a quick question.
You only got to go like 10 seconds.
Someone broke a record.
Well, you're talking about the guys for insurance? Yes. Yeah, I donated $10,000 to it because I thought what they do was really cool. But technically, they didn't do it in a single stream like we did, so they broke a different record.
Oh, so we're good.
No, we're still good.
Okay, all right, Jimmy, get back to shooting. Bye.
Wait, before you go, did you get the thing I sent you?
Will you send me something?
Yeah, in the mail. Did you get my team?
Shit. Okay, let me figure it. Oh, shit. Okay, all right, Jimmy. All right, thanks, bro. Bye-bye. You said he got me a package of shit. I mean, what is it? What do you guys think it is? Okay, hold on.
Garbage. It's garbage. That's what it is. Hey, Jimmy. Hey, loser douche.
Kiddushin Daf Lamed Beis. How's everybody doing? Now, look, here's like the mandama that says, you don't have to use your own money, use your parents' money. However, you have to stop working in order to do whatever. So even though it's going to cost you at the end, preventing yourself from bringing money. If your father decides to throw his own wallet and waste money, throw the wallet into the ocean. Even if you're the Irish, you're going to inherit this. You're not allowed to say it. The Una, he was grateful to own covet to his son. He tested it by stripping his clothing on the city. He wanted to see if the son is going to be upset. He could pass. Umar tells us that you permit to give your own son Meiser Ani. That's the Meiser 10% of what's left over from your clothing. So Meisers on years 3 and 6, you give to the Ani. So if your son is poor, you're permitted to give him from the Meiser Ani. If your own father, somebody's father, you're not allowed to give him unless he has nothing else. Because the city will say it's not nice to give your father as well. When the father makes a mistake in Allah, you have to tell him, there's a positive prayer that says this and this. And you will understand by yourself that you made a mistake. Allah is like this. That if you have things in front of you, you have a mitzvah of, let's say, burying your face, you have a good idea. If it's a mitzvah that was done to somebody else, if you go for a Rabbi, let somebody else do that mitzvah. Otherwise, the other mitzvahs first, because and the father both have been broken. Not only is the father's moichel on his cover, it's good for people. And moichel on his cover. Rabbi agrees that even a Hamakata, because Hamakata, prayer is considered his own prayer. Yes, it says in the pasuk that it's Hashem's prayer, but it says in the pasuk also, the second pasuk of Delim, the Sarnasa Yehege Yolim Abalela. Your own prayer shall learn day and night. So therefore, I think that prayer, as long as it's not a shut to the prayer, that can be moichel. Yeah. Rabbi himself, when his son got married, he went around the wedding, pouring everybody with time. And he was upset, he was mocked, on the road that didn't stand up for him. Yes, he belittled himself. He was saying, I don't want covet. But he expected them to show at least the hint of covet by standing up slightly off your chair, just to show that they're not good on. It's godless. The Machlokes by the Nasi of Klal Yisrael, the head of Klal Yisrael, the head of the Sanhedrin. Machlokes is whether you learn from a Rabbi Avinu, and Rabbi Avinu was a human being. He went and he put himself down by feeding the Malachim, which he didn't know they were Malachim, they looked at marriage. Or did we learn from Baruch himself, who every single day sits at our table, gives us sustenance, and he's putting himself down to us. So, according to everybody, a king is not allowed to live on his covet, but a Nasi is what on his covet. A king says, so you have to have fear of a king, so he's not allowed to live on his covet. The sugya of standing up for Zaka and saving Chacham. According to the Tanakama, since it doesn't say Chacham twice, so it's mashma. It's one. He's a Zaka, he's a Zaka, and a Chacham. He's an older person and also a Chacham. According to Yitzhak, since it doesn't say they save a Zaka, it's mashma that he's also a Yonah and a Chacham. In other words, even a younger person who's a Chacham can understand it. 40. You see, when you do the Seva means every old person. So we have a theory of like in other words, a person who's not a Chacham, just happens to be an older person over 70, or you see, you completely stand up for him. Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day.
Tune in for preview, recaps, mid-season, you won't hear anywhere else, and all the emotional support you need as a college football. Join us all season long as we ride the roller coaster of this ridiculous story. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search the Solid Verbal College Football Podcast, and listen in. We don't just love college football.
How's everybody doing? Welcome to Bank Minute Down. Today is Erev Rosh Hashanah, and I'd like to take this opportunity to give everybody bracha. It should be a year of simchas, of health, zon, nachas from our children, shalom bayis, parnasa bereva, a year of getting close to Rebbeinu Shalom, a year of learning Torah, not missing a day of Torah. And I really hope you have it in your heart, down for me on Rosh Hashanah, to have arichas yom and be able to continue giving shiurim. As we were discussing yesterday, the three shitas when it comes to standing up for a Chacham, an older person, we'll make it simpler. The Torah says the word Seva and the word Zaka. So according to Tanakama, you need both. You need that the person should be an older person over 70 and also Talmid Chacham. Otherwise, you don't have to stand up for him. So if you have a young Talmid Chacham, you don't stand up for him. The Yitzhak says, no, they're independent. If he's old, even if he's not a Talmid Chacham, you stand up for him. And if he's Talmid Chacham, even if he's not old, you stand up for him. So Buddha says a tremendous limit. Zakir is a Russia. You stand up for him. He's a Zakir. When he's young, you also stand up for him. And guess what? The more Haskins like Yisib ben Yehuda, you stand up for Russia. The Gemara says it's a comparison between Hebrew and just like Hebrew doesn't have to start kiss. You don't have to come out of pocket. So too, when it comes to chemo, in other words, you don't have to stop work when a couple walks by, because we learned a person who's actually working doesn't stand up for Talmid Chacham, but he does stand up for those who are coming to Yerushalayim with their first food to be Purim, and he asks how they're doing, because Chaviva mitzvah b'shayta, when you do a mitzvah, you're more cautious than Talmid Chacham. Another pshat the Gemara says, because we don't want to discourage those who are bringing the Purim to Yerushalayim. We want them to come next year and have a great feeling, so let them feel good. Right? Says in the community, Shalom is one of the persons very cautious. He's going to come next year anyway. So you don't have to just say Shalom Aleichem to him and everything. But if the pshat is a mitzvah is more cautious, then you do. In a Beis America's bathroom or bathhouse, you don't stand up. But the outer rooms that people are clothed in, you do stand up for them. There's the whole story that Shimon was in the Beis America, he didn't stand up for him. There's no raya in the Gemara exactly where he was standing. He was possibly standing in the inside room, and his father said maybe they're thinking of learning. Rabbi said maybe thinking of learning. Because what he meant is, somebody is very involved in learning all day. Even when he goes to the Beis America, sometimes he can't control his mind and he's thinking of learning. Where it says, be a racer. You should have fear about this. No one knows what's going on in your mind. So don't play games. Don't close your eyes as Talmid Chacham is coming into your field, into the Dalet Amos. And as he comes to the Dalet Amos, I don't see it. My eyes are closed. Hashem knows that you're playing games, and don't try to get out of it. You stand up for your Rabbi move up, your permanent Rebbe, when you sit in the Dalet Amos, I'm Bezdin, as far as your eye can see. You sit down after Dalet Amos. When it comes to Nasi, you have to wait until he sits down. It says, put you oil. The Lord tells us you don't stand up for your Rebbe twice, once in the morning, once in the evening, because even for Rabbi's Baruch you only see Shema twice. Nevertheless, Talmid Chacham should be careful not to make people stand up for him. In fact, if Talmid Chacham goes out of his way, make sure they don't stand up for him, But get Arichas Yamin. But if you're down with Chacham and you don't stand up for your Rebbe, you're considered a Russia, you don't have Arichas Yamin, and you forget the learning. Abai would be upset if you curse those who were learning Torah and say, "Oh, I don't stand up for my Rebbe because I'm learning Torah." Get cursed for that. The people from Muslim Chassia, they were so used to having a Chachamim that they didn't even put on a head covering when they walked in front of the Chachamim. The other thing would give honor and stand up for a non-Jew because all elderly non-Jews went through a lot in his life and realized that reason what we did for him. Abai would give the old man his hand, the Rabbi was a shliach, or Nachman would send his officers. Nachman said, if not for my Torah, I'll be just another Nachman in the marketplace. Therefore, it doesn't fit somebody that learns Torah to help them. I'll let my officers. And what is a suffer? If the son is the father's Rebbe, does the son stand up for the father? Does the father stand up for the son? Why does it suffer? In fact, Shmuel told his comment with the Rabbi, you should stand up for your father. But on the other side, his father's Rabbi Chesed, he's big time, so maybe he won't stand up for it. Maybe everybody should stand up for it. The Gemara says that maybe a Chacham is on an animal. There's two ways to look at it. You can say that a Chacham is sitting. So if you look at it as the animal standing, you have a lot of somebody sitting, or a lot of somebody walking, and you have to stand up. So the Gemara says that somebody that's on an animal is likely to be standing. You see this a lot by Evan of the Evan of the Tzor that has Tzoras on it. It's with Hamad oil. It's in a room or a tree. Everything under the tree comes from Hamad. But that's all the person holding the stone is sitting. But the Tzor was sitting. As it says, you have to be in a sitting position. So therefore, this idea that even though the person is standing, the stone is considered standing. If the person is sitting, the stone is considered. So too, if the person is on an animal, it goes by the animal. If the animal is standing, the person is considered standing. We all stand up for Seder Torah. Why? Because we look at how the Torah is. I'm talking the words of Seder Torah, stand up for him, stand up for Torah. But both sides, have a wonderful day and an unbelievable year.
Any good for your kid to go to school, and you be you, and anybody, somebody gets shot, this person gets shot, and your daughter or your son stands up and cheers, that would be a wrap on me paying for school. And maybe for him or her going back home, too. As I will have considered myself a tremendous fan. If my daughter was cheering somebody's dad, no matter what their political background, if my daughter was cheering a Democrat's dad or a Republican's dad, I would consider myself a tremendous fan. Which is another student that was there
yes, I was.
How things played out from your perspective, where you were seated in relation to the stage where Charlie Kirk was speaking.
So I was probably about 30 or 40 away from him. There's tiers in the amphitheater, and I was on the third tier. And he was having a discussion about transgender people and solutions. And he was commenting about mass shootings, and he was shot in the neck.
He was in the process of talking about mass shootings with transgender.
Yes.
The shot was fired. And could you tell where it came from?
It came from behind me. I believe it came from one of the upper buildings. It wasn't very loud. It sounded almost like fireworks at first. I didn't think it was real, and a lot of people were really terrified. So what's going on here?
You are one generation of victims grown up with school shootings and the knowledge that something like this could happen at any time. The fact that a shooting happened where you were today, how do you begin to process that? It must be so cool for you right now.
Yeah, it really is. It was really, really scary because the shooting happened and everywhere was so long, and I've never experienced anything like that before. I've never felt so
unsafe and unsure.
Yeah, and those kids that cheered that on, they deserve clothes pencils to the face. And from their mom or aunt or dad, and knock them down and straighten them out. God, imagine that, raising a child and cheering somebody's innocent deaths like that. What failure is good. 100% failure. Not so much the kid, it's the parent. And the parents deserve an open hand. Open hand and slap them. Knock them down. What happened? What happened? We have a college student cheering somebody's assassination. It's almost like a Twilight Zone. All right, we're live on KFI. We're out there.
Here's the latest. LAPD says a person allegedly armed with a handgun has been shot by police near Arcadia Street and Bryant Avenue in the North Hills. Condition is unknown. The gas truck exploded in Mexico City, injuring 57 people. 19 people are in serious condition. When the New York Yankees held a moment of silence in honor of conservative World War, a picture of him was featured on the Jumbotron, raised for Reverend Charlie Kirk. We are going to go to Silmar, where this is the best stall on 5.
This is off the northbound side of the line, but it's coming right up on Oxford. That is where the T-6 is parked on blocking the carpool and the two left lanes, and that's next to Westward 118. It's also affecting the 401 118 Highway 2 on 3rd. Also able to drive on the 405 southbound out of West LA. Delays from Santa Monica Boulevard. You've got some new stretches all the way to the 710 freeway. And to make your way through the rolling pipes at E60 before Fullerton Road, we're going to have the two right lanes with backup all the way to 7th Avenue. The Southern California East Avenue traffic report. I'm in Georgina.
I'm Dan. He's Ty. Hello. And we're Solid Road College Football Podcast. Tune in for pre-week recaps and Super Bowl here anywhere else, and all the emotional support you need as a college football. Join us all season long as we ride the roller coaster of this ridiculous. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search the Solid Rebel College Football Podcast. We don't just love college football. We love It's up to all of us to stand up and speak out. These races, it's not the API, it's the National Coalition that attracts citizens and discrimination against the API across the United States. To report the agency or learn more about what you can do to help, visit stophateAPIA.org now. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Okay, the way that they're talking, some mixes are saying, you know, it's not a gun book. This is crazy. Speaking of it, so that's how we learn that talking for mixes are saying that are not a gun book, because only these and not the others. Or we learn it from feeling as we talk, because they're always doing the talking. Yeah. Or we learn it from feeling. Yeah. Feeling. I need to say that's not normal. And the feeling says they're talking meaning, which every mix are saying which are not as non-normal. They're going all the time, they are obligated. But what are different liberals is the music will take, you know, this is the reason the ladies are obligated. You know, so now you have one mixer, which is not as non-normal, is they're tired. Now you have another mixer that they want to use. What is going to have a 2.8, which is not as non-normal. The ladies are also obligated. So now, they're not married. So now, that's two mixers. I say, if they're not the normal, they're obligated to wire them down to the field, for example, don't keep anywhere else. That's what the law is telling you. They're both needed. You have one from the other, you go. It's not considered a very natural. Now we're moving. The mix is Loitas. And that's the mix is they're obligated to everything mix of Loitas set aside. The one person, they're tired, they're not a Loitas. There's a little bit of office. All the people that they're equal to them. All the places that are Rabbi, Loitas, Mountain Stella, also for any years after business, some traditions, and also if you want to go on this, or an actual woman, and a lot of many other people. Then he also needs to write all three. So many people write only when they're obligated with unpaid holidays. Right, dealing with it because that's the only way they can live. And it's right, like yourself, I would think the thing that's happened there before the life. That's why. That's there, that's like the man that way anyway. The lady not protected, the man and we had it, people out there the may have it, that's the later. What is it? That's not the and comes up my life. They pay it, or that's what they come up with night, here, so we didn't trust, then the pay out the life, that's not the it's not that you have to be a supporter, it's not going to trouble. You have the word pay out, you need to get a trouble. Now, you wouldn't have the word pay out, you still have a trouble. Then you would do this for the service that you can come up with. Only the way people are taking the beer. You're not allowed to take the beer only with the night. You're not with something that's pulled out or cigarette. You're allowed to take the beer with cigarette or something that's pulled out the air. So that's why the Pharaoh wrote the word payas extra to teach me that it's a full Zera Shabbat. They don't think that the Bnei Aharon, which says Mekuma, was only on the Tumah, it also goes on shaving, which is the same possible. Noah says that find the place of rice, and it says that if a lady or a stomach have a beard, it's considered a beard. So what is it talking about? It's obviously not talking about the issue of shaving, because she's allowed to shave it in whatever way she wants. The whole answer is talking about Tumas Negoin. There's a difference in halacha between Tuma and Nega, which is any other place in the body, on the head, where there's hair. So if she has a beard, it's considered like she has a beard. The Tumas Negoin that has this unique halacha for a place with hair. Have a good event deal. That's your national forecast. I'm Mark Nelson. iHeartRadio Earth is here. Little tips for a healthier planet. Less than 1% of water on Earth is drinkable, and humans are using it faster than nature can replenish it. Reduce the amount of water you use in the bathroom by taking shorter showers and turning the water off while you brush your teeth. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Foundation.
How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Daf with the Marcus and Toiva, Ben Shor, sitting here on Sun Gedalia. Hope it's being fast for everybody. There's the Isser Deraisa of Karfa, which is if a person out of pain, using a close relative or somebody that they know, rips out their hair from their head, they're over on the Isser Karfa. This comes up with a big picture and says this Isser doesn't apply to women. Why does he say that? So you have a three-way machlokes. They also say because it says in the passage the word bottom. Bottom refers to sons and not daughters. The fact that the Torah says Am Kodesh, the entire nation, holy nation, is referring to another Isra called Dida. Dida and Srita are very similar. You see they're the same. Dida is where a person takes a tool and rips his skin out of pain for the mace, and Srita is with his hand. Now he holds that Dida is in the entire body. Everybody holds it's on the entire body, all skin, whereas Karka is only in the head. So therefore, he removes that is since that doesn't apply to women. I and Rabbi have a different reason. I and Rabbi both say that the word bottom doesn't refer to sons, rather refers to children. He says they both say that all of Klal Yisrael are considered bottom, regardless. We're going to get into it a little bit. So according to Abaya, this he's going to hold since the Rishava. Karfa from Hana. Now, without the Tzir Shabbat, you think that, as you see in the parasha, it says, hey, Aaron, in the beginning it talks about the sons of Aaron. Does it refer to the entire parasha afterwards, including Pasuk Hey, that says about Karfa? Because without the Tzir Shabbat, I would say the Pasuk Gimel makes it great. From Kameh for a sister who's never married, that applies also to women. Women should bury a sister that was never married. That's a positive. That's a say. Go ahead and bury them. So perhaps it's a hefsek for all the loisas things that come after that. So the Bnei Aaron doesn't apply to Pasuk Hey to them. Because we have Xer Shabbat, it does. According to Rabbi, this Xer Shabbat only comes to teach us that Karfa is not just being in Nathan, like the Pasuk says. It's referring to the entire head, all here, the back, the front, and the sides. And if a person rips out 5 different places of his head simultaneously, he's chayav 5 times. And it only applies to Rip out your ear for a mace. Whoever doesn't hold like that, they learn the extra day of course.
Yo, what up, Omniduck?
Just like tefillin, women are taught to wear tefillin, so they're taught their
How you living? That was today, and yes, I heard about him.
Wear this hair. And the fact they brought in the shear that below.
Yeah, I don't think it's good for anyone to die.
In other words, if somebody has long hair coming down, that's not the muffin. The muffin is where the roots are. Slightly past that.
How have you been, Omniduck? How did things go with your ex-girlfriend? You forget? Okay, well, you do you. Okay, Doc. All right, well, if you're doing other stuff, then you're pretty much over her. And how did that go?
Mishnah tells us, there's a concept that the following things don't apply to women at all.
Okay. Why not? Well.
First one is sneak up, where we bring carbon, take a mincha, and you shake it like a lulav.
Okay. Okay. Well, just. All right. Well, just ignore that person.
An animal, you do shechita with a Yisrael. Yisrael is kosher. From that point on, that takes over. But when it comes to a bird, the belief is only the kind, so certainly from that point on, has to be done with an animal. The hazah, the paraduma, is screwed towards the Samitas like paraduma. And the paraduma, the kippy, we like, that's kosher, that's something that's only the kind of. To receive the blood after shechita, only a kohen, not a woman, hagasha, to take the mincha in its pot and touch the southwest corner of the mizbeach. That's not a woman. Mitzvah, put your hand into the flour and grab 3 fingers worth of flour to make a mitzvah. That's only by a man. Now, I'm putting the carbon under the mizbeach. We learned the idea of rupa in a kohen from Saita, and the fact that it has to be the owner as well. We learned that from Shava. Maybe Zer Shava, Yad, that the kohen together with the island, even the Saita, the kohen goes together with her. That's how you do rupa. Rabbi side have a wonderful day.
Sorry. Apologize. We apologize again why I didn't hear that, and again why you're watching the stream may have felt that that's what that word is about. I assure you.
Kiddushin's Daf Lamitzayin. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. The Mishnah tells us that any mitzvah that's dependent on the land, on the karka, or on the growth that comes out of the land, like Shemitah, that's a mitzvah that only applies in Eretz Yisrael. Besides 2 mitzvahs, Harla, the Isser, that have any benefit, any hana from foods that are less than 3 years old, and Klein that's putting together 2 species of plants. And that's how Lachal Mishmesira that those 2 things also apply in Chutzlah. According to Lezer, the word Moshe means every single place. Therefore, the Isser of Chodesh, that is, that all grain that took root before the 7th day of Pesach is usher until you bring the carbon omer. And that isser applies every single place, even a chutzlar is under the That's how most Rishonim pass today. This chodesh applies in chutzlar as well. Rabbi Shmuel says that the word Moshe means after you inherit Eretz Yisrael and you settle in it, Yerusha Yeshiva. Therefore, the Isser of Chodesh only applies in Eretz Yisrael and not in Chutzlar. In other words, according to Lezer, when it says the word Bia and Moshe, Yaakov, Bia. And some say that it applies also when the word Bia is by itself. Why? Because you learn from Purim and to make yourself a king. And it's not considered Shnei Ksuvim Mabanka, but typically speaking, when you have one halacha in the Torah, you take that one halacha, and you learn the entire Torah from that one halacha. So when you have certain same exact things, Shnei Ksuvim Mabanka ain't a lot of it. The Shmuel is saying it's only these two places. However, if each one of those places has its scripture, there's a reason why the Torah said this and this. So now you can learn from it. So what's the so by Purim, the person has hana, immediate satisfaction when he has fruit. So you think, why wait for 14 years until you inherit their Yisrael, divide up their Yisrael? You're in Purim right now. Does the person know? You wait for 14 years. I would think that Purim is like Challah. Challah, the Torah says immediately when you come to their Yisrael, you tie the Challah. It was also something you get to the place. On the flip side, king. I would also think that it's something that you should do immediately when you go to Israel. A king leads the war. I need a leader. I need a general to the war. Mashal no. You wait 14 years. That's why that an individual who brings the suffering, you bring a karba, many karbanas required, oil, you bring wine, the suffering, you bring wine. That only applies once you have your yeshiva. 14 years in that yeshiva. So according to yeshiva, that the individual was already bringing the suffering from the midbar. So when the Torah says that when you come into Yisrael, what's going on when I come into Yisrael? What changed? I already brought this up. Shebekiva means that when you have a Bamas Yachid, you have your own private mizbeach in your backyard. When you come into Yisrael, what changed this? And now you start bringing the suffering on that private Bama, whereas in the midbar, any mitzvah that's dependent on the person, not on the other. Like Shabbos, Mila, etc. That you have to do all over the world. Zara, the source says straight out, all over the world. Now it says, which we say from by Shabbos, to teach us that this applies everywhere around the world, but that you don't need to do Kiddush Earth during Kaddish. All other things, Rosh Hashanah, Kippur, Sukkot, it's dependent on Bezrin to do Kaddish the month in Yehuda. Once you know when there's Shachadesh, you know when Yaakov. It's how I think that maybe every Shabbos is dependent on Bezrin saying, the days of Kiddush, you know, that was going with the Kaddish, Yisrael, the Shabbos. Blood today. Not only with families Kurbanos, even though it says the halacha of Hari Kurbanos, because we have this idea of Moshe everywhere. Matzah Mara, even though there's no carbon Pesach, same reason. Now it says the word Biyah like Tefillah and Pedachamar to teach us that the mitzvah, these two mitzvahs, which is to redeem the firstborn, to give sheep instead of the donkey, if not, you have to cut its head off. Tell us that these two mitzvahs is why we reside to go into Yisrael, outside, having a wonderful day.
And now we're going to check the freeways from Pedro. Coming on the 5 northbound similar. That's just after Rostream Street. They got stalled. That's the car going to left lanes. That's slowing you down from San Bernardino Mission Boulevard. And if you're on the 101 northbound and then Encino just before Havenhurst,
Kedushin Daf Lamed Ches, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Daf. We're discussing the Isser of Chodesh, and that is all new grains, the 5 grains that grew after the second day of Pesach. It even took root after the second day of Pesach. It's also to eat, even in nowadays, even in Svarts, until you bring the Omer on the second day of Pesach. Once you bring the Omer on the second day of Pesach, it becomes Mutter. We can't bring the Omer, we don't have Pesach. So the second day of Pesach is Man. Why did Man the Omar that this year only started? Once Klai Yisrael was in there to scroll for 50 years after the Yerusha and Shiva. So why did they wait until the second day of Pesach to eat the new crop? The answer is because they had plenty of money. The money lasted them all the way from Zayin Adar, which was the last day that the Omer felt that was the day that Moshe Rabbeinu was lifted, that not only came to the Swiss Moshe Rabbeinu. So they had this month from Zayin Adar all the way to Tes Zayin Nisan. Moshe Rabbeinu was lifted, you can say Eretz Canaan, without his mother. And Tes Zayin Nisan, Israel obviously was already in Eretz Israel, There's a total of 40 years that Israel had money. Because we're going to take into consideration the ugos that they took out of Restream that had the flavor of Moshe Rabbeinu states, I'm 120, Ben Esri, May of Esri Shana Anoichi Hayoy, I'm 120 years old today. That's the exact day he was born on. That's the exact day he was lifter. He was born fulfills the years of Tzaddikim. Weren't there Shimon Bar Yochai? He says there are 3 mitzvahs that take place everywhere in their lives. Chodesh, Arla, and Klai. It says the word Moshe as Chodesh. If Chodesh, which is an easier issur, you can bring a carbon oimer and it becomes mutter. You're allowed to feed the oimer even before you bring the carbon oimer. You're allowed to feed that wheat, that grain to your animal. So certainly Klayim and Arla, which they are also ba'ana, you can't feed it to your animal, and they never have a head when they're also. So certainly they also Arla, by the way, it's issur, is not issur by the In other words, after 3 years, this tree becomes mutter according to Rashi. Shimon Bar Yochai thought the Lazar, he argued on his father, and he says Chodesh is mutter in Chutz La'aretz, just like all the other mitzvahs that the minhag Israel only started keeping it after they came there to Israel. There's an exception to the rule, says Rabbi Lazar, 2 halachas. The halacha b'shmatas ksavim, if you loan somebody money and Shmita comes, he doesn't have to pay you back. Even according to Rabbi, that it only applies in a time where the Shmita's paragraph. And Shibuach HaMadim, send off your slave, you have a Jewish slave, you send them off. Even though the minhag of we're only in the time when there is a Yovel in Eretz Yisrael. There's a Mishnah that says, anonymously, the Chodesh is Asur B'Doraisa, and we learn that Arla is a halacha l'Moshe Sinai, although there are those who argue, they say that rather it's something that Klal Yisrael accepted. Lion is the Rabbanah, according to the Manorah of Bel. Arla will hold both time and Arla the Rabbanah. Therefore, when you have a suffix, is this Arla? Is this lion? The suffix in Eretz Yisrael is also Syria is woman. What words gets even better? When it comes to Arla, as long as nobody sees him, the guy picking it up, and Klayim, you're not allowed to eat yourself. The voice side, have a wonderful day.
On August 22nd, former Vice President Kamala Harris is taking aim at Joe Biden's decision to run for re-election, calling it a reckless mistake. In her upcoming memoir, 107 Days, in excerpts obtained by The Atlantic, Harris writes she felt she was in the worst position to urge Biden to step aside, worried it would seem self-serving.
Division of Love Test. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the Gilada. According to everybody, Florence, when you have a son of Arla, you're not sure 100% that this is a piece of Arla, a fruit that grew the first 3 years of the tree. According to everybody, it's more than the Yochanan said that those who were not locked in Arla, Chutz La'aretz, you have to do something about it. And he said it's also to make a suffix via dime. In other words, you can't go deliberately pretend that it's a suffix and give it to somebody else to eat. The Lord tells us to grab the tree, take a branch and put it to another tree physically. So that you get malchus, even on Chutz La'aretz. This is this before Matan Torah, the Bnei Noach.
Okay.
And the reason is, we say it's just like Harvah, just like you can't put 2 animals together to create a third species. So too, you can't take 2 trees and put them together. It's the same issur from before Matan Torah. The Torah says the word "V'sachla," your field. That's a field that was received from Shemayim. That's an Eretz Yisrael. That comes to exclude Klei HaKeres. That's when you take seeds and you plant it in the vineyard. That's also in Chutz La'aretz. What's awesome in Rabbanah is only when you take 3 types of seeds. You take wheat, barley, and a grapeseed together, put them in the ground. That's that's usher to do Rabbanon. Why? In Chutzlaretz, because that itself is usher b'hanra in Eretz Yisrael. So we take it down a step. This Rabbi, the famous Kol Ador Rabbi, he had a yeshiva, and for his yeshiva, for his Talmidim, he planted a garden of vegetables, and he planted them in individual rows. Why? So you wouldn't bubble. Well, don't say it's because he's mapping on putting different seeds together in the large, but rather the reason is because he wanted to have a beautiful garden for the yeshiva, or for the shamish that his job was to pick the vegetables. It should be easy for him to find them. With this, our boy side, we finished half the shots. And right now, we're on to the second half of shots. It's a beautiful mission that got it done. The mission tells us, and we just read the simple words. It's difficult to understand, but that's why we have the Gemara. The mission tells us He's going to do good for him, he's going to be good for him, and he's going to have oil. But the point is, the Gemara tells us, we're talking about an individual that he has 50% mitzvahs, 50% of it. And with one extra mitzvah, now let's say it's 51%, whatever the percentage is, that tips the scale for the good. What about the famous mitzvahs that we say every day? These are very 5 special mitzvahs. To the point that the person is exactly 50-50. And on the side of the mitzvahs, one of those mitzvahs happens to be one of these 5 mitzvahs. Let's say kibbutz avei. So even though it's only 50-50, not 51%, 50-50, that mitzvah has the power to tip the scale in his favor. According to places, HaKadosh Baruch Hu considers him a tzaddik gadol. Whereas in other mitzvahs, he's considered a beinoni, an average Jew. But there's a brisa, and the brisa says that whoever has more mitzvahs than averos, he gets yisurim, terrible punishments in this world. What does it mean? So according to the Shad, he receives a Yom Tov. You can call it any way you want. Be it Yom Ra or Yom Tov. The point is, that's a good thing because it would be bad for him. Because to the bad, he receives his proper award in Al-Madis. By getting rid of the bad in this world, you free yourself up for the good in the world to come, and vice versa. If Russia gets good in this world, that's a good Ra according to Havaya, because he's actually, even though he's getting good, it's bad for him. Because now, he won't have what he wants. According to Rabbi, the Bryce goes like what Yaakov. Yaakov is of the opinion that in this world, you don't get awarded for mitzvahs. There's no schar the mitzvahs for the mitzvahs. Why? Because he himself saw a story that forced him into this. He saw a father tell his son, go up the ladder to the tower and retrieve the chicks from that bird. 2 mitzvahs that the bird says they get arichas. And on the way down, the son fell off the ladder and died. So he says, it's impossible for us to steer into the puzzle. And the fact that even with all this, if a person thinks to himself, he says, look, he can't be, if he doing such a mitzvah, he won't even be able to be baharer in a desire. So how did he die? Must be loyal madness. Now, there's another issue. When a person does a mitzvah, he's a shliach to do a mitzvah, he shouldn't have any damage himself, even on the way back. Over here, it's a little different because we're talking about a ladder that's a broken ladder he used, and he shouldn't have been using that ladder. The Lord tells us, Acher, he's a Russian. He's a mayor's Rebbe, he's a big gadol, but he went off. Why did he go off? So we learned different reasons. I think it was, but the Gemara here tells us because he saw this story and he had the question: how is it possible that a son that's been given out by age and doesn't have a real discovery? And immediately went off. The Gemara says it's also possible that he saw the tongue of Chutzpis Hamaturgim. Chutzpis was the Chutzpis of he repeated all the prayer and he said, how is it possible that somebody repeats prayer during the wheel? The Romans are going to put him and his tongue is on the ground and pigs are dragging his tongue around and one of them. When a person doesn't do an Aveira, he has an opportunity to do an Aveira and he watches himself but he doesn't do that Aveira. It's as if he performs the mitzvah and not only that, he gets a special shmira, protection, so on both sides have a wonderful day.
Donald Trump will give him the rest of his life, and so will Jenny Van, because this is a violent country. It is horrible what happened to Charlie Kirk. Let me be absolutely clear. This is not about anyone's politics, and I don't want to speculate on the motive.
There's enough men everybody doing? Welcome to the 8th Lord, that if a person is faced with an Avera, he controls himself and doesn't do the Avera, this is the greatest mitzvah a person can do with his Rashi. The greatest mitzvah. In fact, the Gemara brings 3 stories. One with Rabbi Chanina, the other with Rabbi Tzadok, the Rabbi. All 3 of them faced a situation where a woman invited them to do an Avera. The Chanina jumped into that house even though it was Mazikin and he was safe. Rabbi Tzadok jumped into an oven in order not to be Abid Avera. Hana actually jumped off the roof where Eliyahu came and saved him. And because of Eliyahu, the reason why because they're selling baskets to women and because I'm poor. So they don't give him money. The point is that when a person saves himself from doing Avera, it's a tremendous thing. And Baruch later on does lose himself a person. The famous Mishnah, even Baruch Shalom was prepared, against the well. The Gemara wonders why isn't Shluch Haken one of the mitzvahs of the Mishnah? Shluch Haken, as the Torah says, you get a reason to you get a Mazeh, you get a and the answer is because the Mishnah is only doing things that you're good with your Rebbeinu Shalom and with your fellow Jews. You do Kibbutz Avei, you do Midos Chesed, etc. Whereas Shluch Haken is for Rebbeinu Shalom. The Gemara tells us that a mitzvah has dividends. Hashem pays more than the actual value of the mitzvah. Whereas in Avera, Hashem pays exactly as the Avera is. There's one exception. The person does an Avera where other people learn from him. He's an important person. And other people do that Avera because he did it. So now that Avera that he did has dividends. Other people are mimicking him, and therefore they receive a punishment for the dividends that he got. It says in the pasuk of Cheshvei Shemai that a mitzvah which Baruch was mitzarev, machshava l'maisa. The person thinks about doing a mitzvah, and then he has some sort of kindness and he can't do it. Hashem will give him the tzachar. But in Avera, typically speaking, the person thinks about doing an Avera and he doesn't do the Avera, he doesn't get an oynesh unless it's one of the following exceptions. If he followed through his machshava, he had a machshava, then he did an Avera, he gets punished for the machshava. Or if he had a machshava of a Zara, even though he didn't do that with the Zara, as we had yesterday, he has another. And also, the person does the same Avera over and over. To the point where he becomes so used to it, he thinks that it's mutter. It's as if it's mutter. So just thinking about that Avera, even though he didn't follow through, you see, more times it's better for him to do that Avera in hiding with no from Hashem rather than do it in public. This person controls the answer, does that Avera hiding, then that's a big slap in the face of Yaakov Restream. Now he doesn't care of the Restream. According to Rabbi, it's referring to the disser of looking at a rainbow. When it comes to Chil Hashem, Yaakov doesn't wait, he doesn't let the person build up strength. So Baruch Hu takes care of the Avera very quickly and swiftly. And not only that, if a person has 50% of Averas, 50% mitzvahs, then Baruch Hu will use that Avera of Chil Hashem and tip the scale in the wrong direction. The Lord gives us eight. The person should view himself or the world as if they're 50-50. Anytime he does a mitzvah, he's tipping the scale in his favor, the world's favor. And if Hashem is an Avera, he's tipping the scale in the wrong direction. A person who feels bad for the mitzvahs that he's done in the past, or the Averas that he's done, he erases those mitzvahs, he erases those Averas. It's a tremendous mistake. A person goes his entire life doing mitzvahs. And in the last minute, he feels bad for everything that he did. Let's erase. Brand new Mishnah. Mishnah tells us that a person who has these 3 things, he learns Chodesh, he learns Mishnah, and he has their Eretz, he won't be choited so good. He won't sin that good. When a tzaddik has Yisurim, it's as if he's a tree that's in a Makom Tahara where its branches go to a Makom Tumah. And when we take off the branches from the Makom Tumah, then everything, the entire tree remains in a Makom Tahara. So a tzaddik is complete Tahara, but he has a little bit of a problem, a little bit of tumah. Hashem chops off that place so that completely is Tahara. When it comes to Rishon, the opposite. They're completely in tumah. They have a little bit of Tahara, so Hashem gets rid of their Tahara. This world gives them Sechar, so that when they come to Olam HaEmes, they don't have. Harfan tell that doing a mitzvah is greater than learning Torah. Mingle the Gomer. The Rabbanim came together, and they said, "I don't think we're Kiva." That Torah is greater because Torah brings a person to do mitzvahs, and therefore you have both. You have Talmud Torah and the mitzvah. Even that Torah came 40 years before Talmud, 54 years before Prince of Meisers, 61 years Shemitah, and 103 years for Yovel. That's the Shah in the beginning. And when a person goes up to Shemayim, the first thing they take care of, the first business they take care of is, have you learned Torah? How much Torah? Why did you learn Torah? And the first Sechar they give is for Torah. Why? The person doesn't have these three things, Mikra, Mishnah, they're Eretz, that he's not Naishu, doesn't belong in this world. He's Chosela this, just like a person who eats in the marketplace in public, similar to a dog. Rabbi said, have a wonderful day.
Talk to never before heard from sources to get at what really made the process so arduous. Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli is based on my co-host Clark's best-selling book of the same title. And on this show, we call upon his years of research to help unpack the story behind the Godfather's birth from start to finish. We sift through innumerable accounts, many of them conflicting, and try to get to the truth of what really happened.
So,
The Gun, Take the Cannoli features new Leonard wife, Francis Ford Coppola,
making her appearance,
Robert Evans, James Caan, who's coming next in this wedding special up I got a call from his Shire. And many others. We still aren't entirely sure what's true. Promise there are no answers if everyone is involved and tell their side. Subscribe to Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli.
Another thing is, there's a father who daughter, the owner of the ground, and the woman is a night. The father able to carry off his daughter well. I'm not the story old enough to say I want to, but I'm only that married her off. On a daily basis, I am now a level of trouble. But I'm working this space, and all space where I know too well that now we're going to respond to you. Alleged they are all sorts of things. It didn't respond accordingly when I said that or not. And people at this time, this country, take everything personally. And although I can point to some things that Trump heard me have said that were actively offensive, or may have disagreed with, or he may have gone about it the way that I never would have otherwise my is right to say the First Amendment in this country is something that works in media. I don't make any distinction he does with what he did, and I do what I do. I always very high love, which is only steps away in this country, surrounded by religious discourse. I know to all of us talk about it, how friends having sort of opinion which may have been in disagreement with this particular caller or that particular email. We've had people threaten to come up here and want to fight us. I've had people send letters, disparaging letters to my parents' home and my house, trying to find out who my wife is. All of this is very being
and very, very personal in a certain way where when you have someone like Charlie Kirk, it's where one can't help but think working in this business. Now, we can also have to me, someone else who is outspoken. I tend to think of myself as outspoken on any number of issues. Again, my delivery very different from Charlie Kirk, but still, the hate is the same in many instances, and I would not wish violence on any regardless of their political beliefs or expression. Whether it be violent in America, no doubt. The only problem as I see it is we're still in our amnesia about violence, where it originates, how long it's been here, and when it's acceptable. There are people today who are okay with Charlie Kirk being one that bothers the hell out of me. But I also remember people who were making all sorts of jokes in media and on social media about Pelosi taking a hammer to the dome. I remember all this. I'm not excusing either. I'm saying we're happy. And this is not a full science thing. This is an everybody thing. We didn't get here overnight. We didn't get here just because a small portion of our country is okay with political violence. That's why I took the steps of just listing about 10 to 15 incidents in the past 5 years. Both sides of the aisle, both sides of the ideological spectrum, where political violence was a viable option. Sometimes it was thwarted in advance before it got to the operational phase, as they call it. And sometimes they were able to even take a shot at presidential candidate. Heaven forbid, this is where we are. And the hearing is directed. We're not only hearing it also, and get here overnight. And we're very comfortable in this place of political violence. I said it, and I meant it. We're very comfortable. Why? Because we're not doing anything to lessen the likelihood of it happening again. And I remember I said it for the last match. You was like, I don't have anything to say because we have no desire. Since we have no desire to change, we're not going to do anything except throw out the obligatory thoughts and prayers. Nothing will change. And I say this as a Christian. I believe there is a place for thoughts and prayers. But as I said before, faith without works is dead. And if all we're going to do is say thoughts and prayers and point the finger at the political persuasion that we don't like today, you know what? Someone else is going to die tomorrow for the same damn reason, unfortunately. It is inescapable. It is unavoidable because we are way too comfortable in our easy chair, our park furniture with this political violence. So long as it only impacts the people we don't like, so long as it impacts the people who don't.
Kiddushin Dafman Bays, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-Minute Daf. It's Erev in Kippur right now. Just a few hours before in Kippur. I want to wish everybody a year of health, of the nachas, parnasa, and all the best things. A year full of Torah. We're now the sugya of shlichus. Shliach shalom k'moisam. A person sends an agent to halacha as if he himself is that action. Where the B'yonis and that learns from the pasuk in Pesach, the Shachar, that the pasuk is to say not the idea of shliach, but rather that all Klal Yisrael could be yotzei from one single animal, even though it's impossible to give each person a gazayis. So how does he know the idea of shliach when it comes to the bonus? That it's not a shulti from the other proponents. A little different vehicle I have. It says it twice by her face like this. And we don't wear out shots. He made an evil zeh, they didn't mean I can't use this pasuk here because I already have another pasuk. Let me use it for something else, for other purposes. The fact that the Torah says ish lifti achlan, he learns ish means an adult. That if an adult finds an object in the street, he can have in mind, let me resolve this object for my friend Shimon somewhere else. But a couple cannot do so if it says ish, an adult. Plus it says the nasi echad mimata. That from each shevet they appointed a nasi, a turn and take care of the Yerusha, the Chalukas Haaretz. And the Gemara learns from here that Bezin can appoint an apotropos. So let's say there's 3 brothers, lost their father after its life, then Bezdin appoints an apotropos for each one of the three boys. Divide up the inheritance, the Yerusha. Even though they intend for the good of that child that they represent, nevertheless, it's possible that it won't turn out so good. According to Shmuel, if they made a mistake, the Ruchas would decide. In other words, one of the boys, let's say, inherited from his mother previously a field. Now, the apotropos gave him from the father's field, he gave him a different town. Now, even though it's the exact same value as his brother's field, it's not good because he wanted two fields to be close to each other. So it's a mistake in Ruchas inside. That's something that you can go back and know. According to Rabbi, you never know anything. You know Ruchas. Why? Because the idea it came like Bezdin Yachid. What power are you giving Bezdin? Bezdin has to have power that whatever they do, regardless if it's a mistake or not, it's a good division. Yet, if they made a mistake, which value, they gave another person. So let's say the case was, you have somebody that borrowed money, and Bezdin said he has to pay back, and he runs away. Bezdin can take the lender's property, sell it off, and pay the lender. But if he made a mistake, it's a shtus, which is a sixth. But Nachman himself says that sale is off. But just says that Bezdin has power. Well, that's because they made a mistake. By Yisrael, they didn't make a mistake. It was a perfect division. One of the Yisrael didn't like it. That's things. Rabbi says, that when Bezdin makes mistakes, the sale or the division is good. It's a good division. Even if they made a mistake in more than a shtus, where typically, in a purchaser, you would annul the sale. Rabbi says that brothers divide up property, they have a halacha like a purchaser. The halacha is that if somebody purchases an object for more than a sixth of the market value, the halacha is it's a good purchase, but the seller has to get back that sixth. And if it's less than a sixth, it's a good purchase. So when it comes to brothers, it's exactly what halacha is. Besides, if one of the brothers sends an agent, then you could say, no, even if it's less than a shtus, I don't want this. Because I sent the agent, I said, you're good for me and not harm me. Another very interesting thing is that anytime you divide up a property with a measuring device, a measuring stick, you divide anything up with weight or even like a count, 100 stitches for about a dozen eggs, then the mecca is bottled even less than a shtus. There's no mechila on something like that. Even in real estate, where typically there's no halachas of imam. If you sold something with a measuring stick, you divided something up with a measuring stick, and it's off, you have to give back the carcass. The Lord tells us halacha that ain't shliach l'chayim. In other words, you cannot send a messenger to burn down somebody's house and say that the sender has to pay. Because there's no shliach l'chayim. There's a concept. ViralRabbi, Talmud, Restream. When you're faced with the dilemma, Baruch says to do one thing, but somebody else wanted to do the other thing. Of course, you're going to listen to Baruch. Therefore, the person doing the act that's wrong, he has to pay, not the sender. But there is an exception to the rule. There's a number of exceptions. One exception to the rule is mikvah. If a person uses money from the Misamigo, unknowingly, he's chayiv. He has to pay a fine. If he sends a messenger to do it, then the messenger is not chayiv. The one that sent him is chayiv. So why don't we learn the whole part from Mikvah? Because it's not just Mikvah, it's somewhere else. It's Shliach as well. We'll explain what that is. But before we explain, once you have Mikvah and Shliach, it's Shnei Ksuvah. It's two Ksuvah. They say the same thing as halacha. They you can't learn out the rest of the thing. What's Shliach? Shliach means if I can not just somebody to watch, it becomes a shomer, watcher, and it's called him unless he uses that object without permission. Not only that, if he sends agent to use that object, then the shomer, the original shomer, he's responsible for Neva. So you see this idea, only two places, Megillah and Shliach. According to the Shamika, they say that you're chayiv in Shliach, the word Levar, that you're chayiv even thinking about using that object. So now you can't use the Shliach as the same thing. So they learn here, and that is, if a person steals an animal, and he goes ahead and he shuts the animal, or he sells the animal, he's chayiv 4 times that animal, or 5 times that animal, depending if it's a sheep or not. If he sends somebody to shech or to sell for him, he's chayiv, not the shoichet or the seller, and that's the second pasuk. But hey, Malavdim, Rabbi say, a wonderful day, a very meaningful Yom Kippur. Bezer Hashem will see you after Yom Kippur.
Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. On the road again? Can't drive 55? Try to catch me riding 30? No car ride is complete without the perfect soundtrack. That's why iHeartRadio wants to complete your commuting and road trip experience.
I mean, I know it's hard, but it's just easier to just wait until you leave home. And you don't have to deal with any of the random
Listen, that's when people have everybody doing welcome to Nation South. Just yesterday we had Yom Kippur, that was in barbecue here. The voice I looked the sugya of Shalom to voice I appoint Shliach, an agent. He just fits right in as if I did it. The Lord says, typically speaking, I cannot send somebody to do an Aver, but there are exceptions. And one of them is the Elot that we said yesterday. Today we're talking about the Mechir. And that is, if a person steals a sheep or an ox, and then he goes ahead after he steals it, and sells it, or he shuts it, he's chayiv 4 or 5, depending if it's an ox, it's 5, if it's a sheep, he has to pay 4. The halacha is that a person who sends the shliach, if you shech this ox for me, the shaycha doesn't have to pay. The ganav has to pay. Why? Because it's just like Mechira. When you sell something, you party to party. You need a person you sell it, so it's by tefillah. But here's the concept of the yesh shliach. Here is a case where I send a messenger and the sender has to eat it. Shammai holds. I say a lashon and I have to explain it. But the person sends somebody, he hires a hitman to kill somebody. The one that hires is chayiv. What is it chayiv? So one shot is Shammai will hold that shneik shmabon ve'echad u'melamkin. Typically speaking, when we have something that's in the same halacha, but in this case, Shammai will hold it Yehuda and melamkin. So they say the same halacha that yesh shliach, and we learn for the rest of the Torah yesh shliach. The problem is, there's another possible question of words, but it's taking perfect. Instead of shucking in the Beis Hamikdash, you shuck it outside of the Beis Hamikdash. You are the sender. Is not the sender is not hiding. The guy that does it is hiding. Why? Ain't clearly by Rabbi. Something on this side, on the right side. We have one person on the left side. Which one do we learn from? Well, Shammai won't learn from Shkipot because they don't darshan the word. What did they do now? They say that when two people shut the same animal, they hold on to the same knot, they shut the animal outside of the same because they also they say that shoygig itis or a mistake. You can also explain what Shammai says is that yes, when it comes to murder, the sender is chayiv. It's a special halacha by murder. It says by David HaMelech, he sent Uriah to the front line, and also Hanavi accused him of murder, even though he didn't murder. David HaMelech didn't murder. What's the murder then? Why is there a rap to the third day out when there's a murder? According to Chachamim, David is not chayiv at all because Uriah was a murdered man. He used a lashon of Adoni, not to the king. From the king, he said Adoni, my master, somebody else. So with that alone, it's chayiv. So David HaMelech is covered for killing Uriah. Another shot. The Shammai meant that if you hire somebody to kill somebody else, you're chayiv. What does it mean chayiv? Should be shomai. So what does Hill say? Obviously not. Hill would say you're chayiv not for murder. You're chayiv for somebody else. Chayiv for Ramadan murder. Shammai says no. You get up to sign anything and dine you as if you're a real murderer. It's a real strong mother. Lord tells us, even if you say that according to Shammai, they should be able to fire there. If somebody sends a message to an agent to do something, it goes back to the sender. That would work with all that various of the prayer like Shabbos and so not for Navera, like a right in Taylor. Because we never found anywhere where a person benefits or enjoys an Navera like somebody else makes for. So this is a sheet in the Gemara that according to Beisila, if somebody sends 3 people to be Mekadosh Oler, they cannot be agents. This is a sugya of Shliach not sending me. And an agent who brings pollution to be Mekadosh Oler, look into the day to testify, yes, this woman received pollution. Yes, this malva was paid back by you, by myself. Could a shliach become an agent? There's another sheet in Beisila that says no, that a shliach could become an agent. Bottom line is, we pass it. We know that we always pass it. So either way you cut it, you have to say that the soul holds. They said and Rab also, obviously not going to argue on the soul lever, also holds. Make your ethic. The same halacha applies to the Kiddushin, that Shliach becomes an eight, and the same halacha would apply. And Mammon by a loiv and a malva. At the end of the day, there's a concept that we haven't had in a while called Shvuah assessments. And that is, in addition to the regular Shvuah, when a person commits a partial claim, he has to make a Shvuah. But Homer Musakin, even if he denies the entire claim, he has to make a Shvuah assessment. Therefore, an agent who brings money from Malva, and he says, and later on testifies that he gave to the Malva, we don't believe it because he's biased. Because if you say that he gave back to the loiv, but the loiv will invoke the Shvuah assessments, and now the person doesn't want to make a Shvuah. He might be a Ghana, but he never wants to make a Shvuah. We'll always say that he gave to the Malva, and the Malva can invoke, cannot invoke the Shvuah assessments. Therefore, biased, and now we don't trust him. And there, Haggav, Rashi says this comes from the halacha of Tenmidi Al Pinkasa. And that is, a storekeeper sometimes extends credit. So if an employer tells a store owner, I want you to give my employees credit, that's how I'm going to pay them the salary. The store owner says, I gave them credit. The employees say, we never received it. So each one says to the other one, I have nothing to do with it. The one that owes me is the boss. So they go to the boss, both of them make a shvuah. The store owner and the employee make a shvuah, and the boss has to pay both of them. So that would be the same idea by us, that the agents have to make a shvuah, and at the end of the day, the loiva have to pay. A common by get of a naira muros, and that is, if there's a girl who's either a Tana, and even a naira who's 12 and 12.5, and she's only engaged, not completely married, first stage of marriage, naira muros. So, she could receive, yes, in addition to her father receiving get more, even though she's in her father's domain, she still receives it. Rothschild takes that a step further and says, just like we say, that she's receiving get, she can also receive her Kiddushin because Kiddushin are the same. The Yatz of the Haisa, whatever you do by get, you do by Kiddushin, whatever you do by Kiddushin, you do by get. The first Rabbi know is the distinction between Kiddushin and Kiddushin. That by Kiddushin, Chacham will agree that only the father can accept the Kiddushin. Why? Because this Kiddushin takes you out of the father's domain and he doesn't allow the daughter to receive the Kiddushin. Another I love thinking about it. That any girl that young, she's going back to her husband after a divorce, she can't divorce her. It's a shal club by Edith Mezeres. You have to give her a get, and she doesn't come back. She comes back, it's not a good get. Places hold that if the father gives her prevent coming back, that's considered a shal club by Mezeres, and it does work. Rabbi side have a wonderful day.
Did a column in a newspaper. He didn't even have the opportunity to leave a comment for the most part on the Washington Post or any one of these major news sites. And then with the explosion of comment sections in social media and people making themselves available on social media, be it Twitter or any other social media platform, you had a
Kiddushin Daf Mem Dalet. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the Daf. So in the middle of a machlokes, the halacha is by get that the father has a young daughter who's not she's married. Not only does he receive, but get for her, but she can also receive it. And we had a machlokes yesterday. What about this? Rothschild says she doesn't say so she receives again. Kiddushin, what if she's engaged? She receives Kiddushin, her father receives Kiddushin, and then her husband or husband dies without children. She comes to Yavama, she calls either the other brother. Goes one of the and wants to give her a ring, Maimon, because it only is effective with the Rabbanon by your mom. For that, you need the consent of the father. But if she's a Nara, 12 years old, you don't need the consent of the father. Why not? Why is it different? Because with her right son, she's a skupa. Skupa means there's a bond, she's attached to the other someone. The other is only finishing it off with this ring. So for that, you don't need the consent of the father. Even if you won't like, yeah, we argued on the phone, like we said before. The argument was that the girl cannot receive it. When she's in her dying service office, when the girl says, the girl could receive the minor because she's already married. Some say that both a naira doesn't need the das of a father by minor because we consider minor something that can be done even forcefully by partner. Why? Because Rabbi told that we don't forcefully. He compares minor to the regular capacity of evil. Just like evil doesn't need the consent of evil. So too, the act of condition, though the Rabbanan, still be done on partner. The Ham said on the other hand, that no, the act of minor is like a regular act of condition, a regular woman for that. Neither consent. So too, minor. The Gemara goes on to tell us that our Mishnah, even this part of the Mishnah, is based on the end of the Mishnah, which we're going to have on that Memvav. You see, this machlokes, not on Memvav, but it's very simple. Going back to the original machlokes, the person takes 5 collaterals from 5 persons, and he swears that the reason he swore to one person, he was found to be a liar, as being a hasham, or he swears to all 5, he lies to them. Is it considered one shvua or 5? It's not like it's under Shimon. In order for it to be considered 5 different shvuas, he has to say the word shvua l'cha, shvua l'cha, shvua l'cha. That's it. And of course, there was this one who said shvua beforehand. According to Hanama, he said shvua in the beginning. I ask now, a person tells a woman, I want to be accomplished with this fruit, and I want to be accomplished with this fruit. So they're not mitzvahs. The value of the two of them are because he said a lashon, kedushin. So that would seem to be Reb Shimon, and therefore the beginning is also Reb Shimon. Or it tells us Reb Shimon, however, also holds a Reb Yehuda. Yehuda, which we mentioned, hold that a girl cannot receive kedushin by herself. Only the father receives kedushin for her. Now, it says in our Mishnah, Ishmi Kaddish, B'toy Naira. It's not from our Mishnah that only the Ish, only the father can be Kaddish, not the girl. At the end of the day, Gemara tells us that Allah was like this woman. How do we know this? Because Robin came out of the Yisrael, he said, in the Yisrael, everybody passed like a Yisrael, and the Shlomo stood up there and screamed like a crazy. He was screaming, the nuts of the Chessia, compared to the Gerushin. Nobody. In other words, only the father receives the Kedushin, not the Gerushin. Or it goes on to tell us that when it comes to get a Nara, a girl who's 12 years old with Simonim, is like the extension of the father's hand. She's not a chotzer, she's a yad. Why? Because if it's a chotzer, it only works if the person, the girl, will be sleeping, hide up, and you watch them like you have by a slip. Obviously, the girl is not any of those, and therefore she can't accept it as a chotzer. Must be she's accepting the get at the yad. However, even though she's an extension of the father's hand, she cannot make another shliyah. Because a hand doesn't have the ability to make a shliyah. You need das to make a shliyah. We have a certain way to go into Mars now. A minor that did not ask permission from her father to get engaged became Kadeshus on her own. So the Lord tells us she needs to get, because perhaps the father approved this condition. But she also needs something called meaning. She needs to refuse this condition because maybe she didn't accept the condition. So she didn't accept the condition. Why did she have the? Or I'm sorry, the father didn't accept the condition. The answer is this act of being shows that it's not a real. It's only the Rabbanan. And we want people to know that perhaps there's something going on. And if this individual got engaged to her sister, people say, well, look, it was a get. They're right, so that engagement to the sister is nothing. Anybody can marry her. In fact, no one can marry her. Perhaps the first girl is not in possession, the second one is. We need to show that the first one might not be possession, so she's real. And therefore, people be careful with the sister. The Gemara tells us this whole halacha takes place by shit, but there's a shidduch. In other words, then we can say that the father agreed to it. It's talking about it, it's discussed. Or the rule of the Gemara says, a girl who gets engaged without the father consent, yes, there's a meal, it's a big bad zero. And either the shot is no shidduch, or some say even who was talking about even in the case of a shidduch. We found that she got engaged to herself, according to the law, we must be said. We're talking about a Yisrael of a Chayah. In other words, she was already married. And because she's married, she leaves her father's money. Second time around, she got engaged herself. This time, fine. The father sells his daughter he's an almana. How's that possible? As we're talking about that he sold her as an almana. And her master married her. So he had some sort of consent for the marriage, but it's not really as if he married her off and never received anything. And therefore, it's able logically to sell her after she was already married. Boy side. Wonderful day.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart.
Keep Dushin, Dafman Pay. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Diet. We're talking about a case where Hannah accepted Dushin from the Pasuk without the father's consent. And then unfortunately this Pasuk passed on to the next world without any children. So if the Kiddushin was a good Kiddushin, then she would fall the Yibo. So the halacha is that she required to do Chalitza, because perhaps the father agreed to this, and then with the rights of well, even though it's only heresy. But she doesn't have to refuse the marriage, because everybody knows that a sister of a Chalitza is only awesome to Rabbanan. And if somebody goes ahead and marries her, let's say Yavam would marry her, everybody knows that the Kiddushin is good Kiddushin. And we'll explain. Because if this Yavam goes ahead and gives this Tana, the original Tana, gives her a ring, that's called the Maimah. It's Kiddushin only the Rabbanan. And because we require that she gives her a get for that Maimah, that becomes a problem. Now people think, hey, they were married with the rice, so why did they have to give her a get? And it's possible that the rice that the father agrees with it. It's also possible that they're not married at all, that they have no connection, because the father didn't agree with it. So therefore, we require her to do meal. That meal shows that there's a problem. Meal is only the Rabbanan. So people will be concerned, and they'll think that if the Yavam got engaged to this kind of sister, instead of them thinking it's nothing because he's married to the first one and he can't be married to the second, so you know what? Maybe he wasn't married to the first one at all. And therefore, she's the Eishasish, and nobody will know. So according to Rabbi, we're not concerned that maybe the father agreed if they made a deal. If, let's say, two fathers had a discussion. I want my son to marry your daughter. Now, when it comes to a son, it's a lot worse than a daughter. My daughter, there's a possibility that a father sees his daughter get engaged without his consent, and he's happy with it because Kabbalah Shandu, but a boy is always medayim. He wants to make sure he doesn't want his father to marry him off. So therefore, in that case, that a father marries off his son, somebody else's daughter, you don't even need to go. Another halacha, if somebody gives a young girl without the father's consent, gives her a bundle of vegetables in Kaddish, according to everybody, it's not a Kaddish, that's a bizarre. If he's a Kaddish in a marketplace, it's a bizarre. The Gemara does this story. There was a couple that had a big argument. The father wanted his daughter to marry his relatives. Oh, my relatives are the best. The wife says, no, my relatives are the best. I want her to marry mine. At the end of the day, the father was about to reach his wife, okay, let her marry your relatives, let's make a big party. Before they were even engaged, during the party, the father's relative went ahead and was Mekadosh. So Rabbi says, this particular case, because they made a big party, nobody wants to lose a party like that, so therefore the Kedusha is not good. Rabbi says, no matter what, once the father told the wife, let's marry off our daughter to your family, She'eres Yisrael Yasu Abba. Jews don't lie like that. And he'll never intentionally agree to it behind his wife's back. We know that marriage has two stages, Kedusha and Isur. If the father agreed to the Kedusha, stage one, the money part, the ring, and then he went off overseas to do some business, and the girl lost patience and she married the pasuk without her father's consent. according to everybody, if she dies, the husband doesn't get the inheritance. It stays in its proper place, goes to the family. However, there's machlokes whether she could eat. Meanwhile, when the father comes back, if she eats truma, if she marries a kite, because the deraisa she eats truma anyways once she's engaged. Or perhaps you have to be concerned that when the father comes back from his business trip, he'll disagree with this marriage, and retroactively she wasn't allowed to eat truma. But if the father is present, and he doesn't say he sees his daughter getting married, according to Rabbi, you don't eat. She doesn't eat truma. Why? Because even though he's quiet, the reason why he's quiet is because he's furious, he was angry. Other man says no, she's eating. Why? The fact that he's quiet shows proves that he's okay with it. But what if even the kedushin, the first part, was against the father's will? And he's here, he's watching it. Rabbi says the opposite. Now Rabbi says she couldn't, because nobody's going to be quiet through two stages like that. And the reason why he's quiet is because he's trafficking his foot. It's as if he's agrees to the whole thing. And Rabbi said, have a wonderful day.
But also within that, like the show about the Jeffersons, you had Florence, the maid was always giving George all sorts of lip. That was unusual, and for some people unacceptable in the 1970s.
Kedushin Nachman involved. How's everybody doing? Welcome to Gate Night. We're kind of got engaged without her father's das, without her father's consent. We have machlokes between Rav Asi and Rav whether or not she could renege on this engagement. She accepted it, but her father didn't accept it. According to Rav Asi, not renege. According to Rav, she could. We want to throw maybe to bring her right from the top. Halacha is that somebody seduces the girl, he has to pay 50 shekel nas to the father, even in a case where the father agreed that he should marry his daughter, but she doesn't want it. So even similar to our case, because over here we don't have the father's will to begin with, and she's against it. So you see that she could be moichel. It's a right or right. No, it's not a right. Because we could say, like we always learned in Cheder, we're talking about that the man didn't have das for kedushin. And even if you say that it was Hashem kedushin, it would be necessary to do another kedushin. Or you could do another kedushin because you didn't have the father's consent. And now we're in this random mission. If a person uses a lashon, he says, he takes a fruit, he takes a date, and he says, "Is catching before a zoo," and then she eats the date, and then he gives her another one. So if one of them has a shavar pita, it's a good thing. When machlokes, what exactly is this? What the Rabbi Shmuel was talking at the beginning, where a person says a double lashon, "Is catching the zoo," is catching the zoo, he breaks it off very strongly with those words, "Is catching." And the finish is, even though she's eating something that she has an immediate satisfaction and dog, nevertheless, there's no kedushin, it wasn't joking. Further, Rabbi is talking about the end of it. He doesn't say sketchy, but rather he says sketchy buzu. All the dates together. Shavar Pruta, then is the kedushin. And the kedushin is that if she eats it right away, and you need the last date should have a shavar pruta. And from here the Gemara says we see a number. First one we see if somebody gets engaged, tries to make a kedushin with a milva with a loan, it doesn't work. Because over here we see it doesn't work unless there's a fifth thing at the end. You can't use the previous dates because they're already gone, they're consumed, they're a milva, they're a loan. If in addition to the forgiveness of the loan, the guy forgives this woman $1 million. He gives her one lousy date to where the fruta, her das is on the fruta, and it's a good kedushin. What if the kedushin is not hot? What happens to everything he gave her? He gave all the dates that he gave her. She has to pay them back? Yes, because if it was matana, it would be a good kedushin. But obviously, it's only a milva, and that's why she has to use it. If a person does something very bizarre, he goes to his sister, he says, he gives her money. Everybody knows he can't get married to his sister. So what is he trying to do? According to Rabbi, she has to return the money. Because all he's doing is he's trying to give her the other, because he wanted her to watch it. He figured it doesn't say it in a funny way, she won't accept it. According to Shmuel, it's a pure gift. He told why. He didn't say, here's a gift. And he said it in a funny motion. He didn't want to embarrass her. He figured she's not going to accept it. The halacha is that when a person separates challah from his dough, that's great, he gives it to the kohen. But what if he separates challah from flour? The halacha is the kohen must return the flour. The Gemara wonders why. He doesn't return the flour. So the Gemara tells us because we're concerned that the kohen is going to fall in a trap. He's going to forget. He's not going to realize that what the Yisrael gave him is higher in more challah, and he's going to take that flour and add it to his own personal flour, and he's going to make bread out of it without being mafresh challah. And it's never. It's also very nice. Another shot is no, a kohen won't make such a mistake. The concern is that Yisrael is Yisrael thing, this is fine. He's mafresh challah from flour. Higher than what he's supposed to take from dough. Oh no, that's just to make it easy for the kohen. So he agrees to take from flour. You could take from the truth is not. Gracious Arisa say challah is only given from dough, not from flour. Now, there's a number of things where it goes into it. Perhaps the kohen should keep the flour and just give a little bit of some icers from that flour that he gave. Why does he have to give back to Yisrael? We see something similar when a person takes truma from a pot that has perforation, which is the rice higher than truma icers, on a pot that doesn't have a hole in the bottom, which is part of the truma icers with the rice. Or if he say take truma, even though it's a truma, he should go ahead and take truma again, like as if he took truma from a non-perforated pot. Perforated, it's different. By pots is different. The Gemara says because when you look at pots, the person understands that he made a mistake there. So one that's high, one that's low. Once one bowl of flour, he's going to be lazy. He's not going to want to take truma. But in case of a sour, spoiled watermelon, let's say. So over there we say Yatzer and Yitron should take a second truma. But in fact, when the rice the first truma, Rabbi side have a wonderful flavor. And also a beautiful yogurt.
Leaving feeling extremely unsettled.
Details was asked the LAPD and other departments to report to council in 30 days how the situation, analysis of staffing needs, and other issues. Legal bumps came on.
Salvage operations have continued at the port of Long Beach, where around 75 shipping containers fell into the water on a ship called Mississippi.
No injuries were reported, but the large containers tumbled into the water and onto a barge. Other containers are still tilting. Hard water went to the port of Long Beach says it will take a while to clean it up.
BBC's Alex Stone reports investigators are looking at a possible balance issue involving the ballast inside the ship. 25 to 30 containers have been submerged. Officials say the port is operating again after suspending operations yesterday. The LAPD's have 2 investigations going involving bodies found in cars at separate tow yards.
Investigators have not yet identified the victim whose remains were found inside the Tesla registered to the singer known as David. The LA medical examiner says it is determined the highly decomposed remains belonged to a woman with wavy black hair. She was wearing a tube-top black leggings, but they could not determine a race or even an eye color.
BBC's Alex Stone reports that woman's body was found in Hollywood. The second partially burned body was found in the back of a Honda in South LA. And Poland says it and NATO allies have shot down Russian drones that violated Polish airspace in what's been called an act of aggression from Russian targets Ukraine.
A breach of Polish airspace sparking condemnation from European leaders. Both are holding emergency meetings this morning, consulting with NATO allies, calling it a deliberate provocation.
BBC's Tom Sufi-Gurich says top officials in Europe say it was the biggest violation of NATO airspace by Russia since the war in Ukraine began. Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk wrote on social media, last night Polish airspace was violated by a large number of Russian drones. Those drones that posed a direct threat were shot down. Outside weather from K5, cloudy tonight with lows in the mid-60s, sunny tomorrow with highs in the upper 70s, 80 in the valleys, AB and IE, low 70s in the beaches. It's going to look pretty much the same on Friday. Right now it is 69 in Newport Beach, 71 in Orange, 71 in Sugarloaf, 70 in Burbank, and there's a crash on the 101 in Hollywood.
Southbound after the western, looks like it's going to be moving to left lanes, but you'll still see some slowing up ahead as you move towards downtown.
Eastbound in West LA, that's just after the 405. Busy right there, heading into downtown. Clears up just after 8. If you're on the 210 eastbound in Monrovia, that's right before Myrtle. Crash has the second lane left block. That's causing a busy ride back into about Santa Anita. Also on the 210 heading eastbound, this is in Topanga. We have a work zone from Latonia Canyon to Pennsylvania Avenue. The two left lanes are off limits there until 6 in the morning. Southbound side of the 5 in Pyramid Lake. Mr. DeLago Road to Lake Hughes, the two right lanes are going out from Oakland until 6 a.m. And the 91 eastbound in Anaheim Hills is slowing. That's approaching Imperial Highway. They start to clear up right now near Gibson Canyon. Southern California's most active traffic points. I'm Pedro Moreno.
Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One.
September 19th and 20th at T-Mobile Arena, Las Vegas. Streaming live only on Hulu.
Limited tickets still available at AXS.com.
Get yours while you still can.
Escape to Poolside Paradise at MGM Resorts in Las Vegas. Sip on a refreshing cocktail, lounge in a luxury cabana, or have non-stop fun with MGM Rewards. Look at sizzling summer escape today. Visit MGMRewards.com for details.
Hey, talk about a double handicap. Jeez. Some of you just have speeding around town. Is that what you do? Just kind of like a Roomba that leaves once a month. You bring a lot to the table, I can tell. Like your own chair. And you have like an aura about you, you know. I bet you light up every room that you go into, especially when you hit that thing in reverse and your taillights go on. Real big bitch coming through. Watch your toes, fellas. So when you go to the gynecologist, you go to a regular gynecologist, you go to like different. I did notice that you are a redheaded as well. So I do want to ask, does the carpet match the rim that you got on? What's the protocol on that one? That's me, Hawking. Why don't you tell me that? What would you say is the hardest part about being a woman in a wheelchair? Besides having a parallel partner, what would be the, I guess, second? So you are in a wheelchair, huh? And talk about a double handicap. Jeez. So what do you do? You just have a ski booth around town? Is that what you do? Just kind of like a Roomba that leaves once a month? You bring a lot to the table, I can tell. Like your own chair, you know. And you have like an aura about you, you know. I bet you light up every room that you go into, especially when you hit that thing in reverse and your taillights go on. Real big bitch coming through. Watch your toes, fellas. So when you go to the gynecologist, you go to a regular gynecologist, you go to like different or something. I did notice that you are a redheaded as well. So I do want to ask, you know, does the carpet match the rim that you got on? What's the protocol on that one? That's me, Hawking. Why don't you tell me that? What would you say is the hardest part about being a woman in a wheelchair? Besides having a parallel partner, what would be the, I guess, second?
Ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the
Hey everybody, it's Fat Double. Things are going great so far. Long before YouTube, I was in a high school drama group in 2003, 2004, and 2004, 2005. And I was in a movie for the high school drama group back in the day. A couple of years later, I started making YouTube videos and scenery. And I did the very first video myself on December 16, 2009. And I did the very first viral video myself on June 8, 2010. Severe earthquake warning for California, September 2010. It was on a comedy.
Raises questions of redemption delay, and generational anger. Bang looking select theaters around the country, including Los Angeles, starting Friday. Most humans don't intentionally put themselves in danger. Fighters put themselves in danger every day. Some technique
That's a disgrace. You fought, right? Every progress is a sin. It's yours. They gotta come back. Come on, we're here for you. Bring pride into the richest games. Don't be shy. Watching nature.
What the fuck is this? Shit.
I don't want to think that the only way out is to fund things.
Bang Bang stars my next guest, Tim, Blake Nelson. We know from Old Brother, Where Art Thou?
Kedushin Daf Lamed. How's everybody doing?
Watchmen on HBO, one of my favorites, and most recently Captain America: Brave New World, as he played the villain Samuel Stearns, the leader. What a treat to have Tim, Blake Nelson, join me on Late with No Kelly. How are you this evening, sir?
I'm great, and it's a treat for me as well.
I think it's fair to say that you can be a chameleon and you have a wide array of looks. You see yourself either on the small screen or the silver screen, but I'm curious to know about your inspiration to pursue this craft. What were you watching while growing up in Tulsa, Oklahoma?
Disparate collection of stuff, mostly that is available on television. Growing up in Oklahoma in the 70s, so Marx Brothers, W.C. Fields.
Bracha is Daf Samach Dalet. Yes, it's the last Daf of Masechtas Bracha. It's an amazing accomplishment to finish the first Masechta of Shas. We should take this opportunity to make a commitment.
Whatever, homie.
Learn Masechta Shabbos.
How you living, babe?
It's an amazing Masechta. It's a very, very different style. You're going to love it. If you're not part of the Shir, you're looking for a Shir, you can check us out online. Over 3,000 people that watch the Shir every single day on YouTube. Search for Eli Stefanski or Rabbi Yomi. We have an app, 8min Daf, and we are on tour anytime. The Gemara tells us that when Chachamim went into Yavna, first Rabbi Yehuda spoke about the importance of thanking the host, and then we have Rabbi Nechemia, and Rabbi Yossi says, it says in the Pasuk, like the Sai that Doimi, it says, don't despise that Doimi in the midst. Why not? Here, they invited us in. Don't forget all the evil that Ryan did to us, yet we have to have a Parshat. So too says the Gemara Talmud Chaimer, if you invited them into your home and you give them your food, your drink, and your money, certainly the Baruch will love you for that. Eliezer, the son of Rabbi Yitzchak, really says, Uzzah touched the Aron, and he died. He tried to touch it, and David HaMelech was very scared. So he took the Aron and he put it in David's house. What did David do? He cleaned it off, he dusted it off once in a while. Yet the Torah says that Vayivarach Hashem gave him brachos. So certainly if you take care of the Talmud Chacham, feed him and give him drink, certainly Hakadosh Baruch Hu will pay you back. What bracha that Hakadosh Baruch Hu gave David? That his wife Chamais, she had 8 children. Her 8 children plus her, they all had 6 couples. They had 6 children in one shot, for a total of 62 with David's 8 children, so that's 62 to Tzayim. The Gemara says if you push the time will push back. Don't force anything. For instance, the Gemara says Rabbi Yosef was considered Sinai, somebody that knew all the prices. Rabbi was a baker harder. He was very sharp. When they were looking for Rosh Hashanah, they decided we need a Sinai, somebody that knows everything, all the prices, price from all of the verse. They asked Rabbi Yosef to be the Rosh Hashanah and refused because the star he was told him that he will die after being the Rosh Hashanah for 2 years. So he pushed it off. Rabbi was the Rosh Hashanah for 22 years. Rabbi was Nifter, Rabbi Yosef took over for 2.5 years, and then he was Nifter. You see that not pushing it, taking things when they're supposed to come, you don't lose out. In fact, you even gain the half a year. The Gemara tells us,
there were other actors who would have been great in the role, but they didn't have the bandwidth, and they just were worried that it wasn't necessary. So I feel very lucky that people did.
You talked about the physicality of the role, which is required to play that boxer, and I understand that.
Bracha is not big. Welcome to 6,000 new subscribers. Just joined us the last few days.
How did you prepare emotionally to do this role?
was I was spending 5-6 days a week at the gym for several hours, a training session, and talking with a lot of guys, and also getting in the ring and sparring, and it just altered me in some really good ways for playing. Just to think about psychological and physical strategies to winning a fight.
Let me get out of the way. Let's talk more about Bang Bang and how he's trying to go on this ridiculous with his grandson. Where do we pick up in the story?
We pick up in the story with a guy who's battling his past, he's battling alcoholism, he's lost his way, he's feeling no purpose, and he's fueled by rage. And who knows what he's going to do and where he's going to end up. And he's contemplating murdering a guy. And at this moment, his daughter shows up with his grandson and says, "Can you take care of him for a few weeks?" And that's what really sets the story in motion, because he decides that he's going to train his grandson as a way not only of finding purpose, but also maybe exploiting his grandson in scores from his past.
Where are you headed tonight?
You don't need to start smoking. I heard that. So, how'd you get the name Bang Bang?
Punching people.
You can just tune in. My guest right now is Tim Blake Nelson, Grammy Award winner Tim Blake Nelson, as a matter of fact, talking about his new movie Bang Bang, which hits select theaters, including Los Angeles, this Friday. More with that Tim Blake Nelson in just a moment. It's later with Bob Kelly, KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app and YouTube now. Over to Mark Rodder, KFI 24-hour newsroom.
There's the latest. Governor Newsom has condemned the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk. In a post on X, Newsom called it disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. Newsom recently hosted Kirk on his podcast and emphasized political violence must be rejected in every form across the U.S. The student shot two of his peers at suburban Denver High School before shooting himself and later dying. And lightening things up, Spinal Tap 2 and continues its theaters Friday. See if your theater will turn the volume up to 11. Now we're heading to a crash on the 210 in Monrovia.
That's heading eastbound just before Myrtle Avenue is blocking the second lane to the left. You'll see one car also blocking the right lane, so that's causing a mess back up to about Santa Anita Avenue. And as you make your way up the 110 northbound in South LA, right at Vernon Avenue, brush fire that's along the right shoulder of the freeway currently has the off-ramp blocked off as we're trying to put that out, slowing it down from 51st Street. And the 91 eastbound in Anaheim Hills, seeing some traffic just after Lakeview that clears up after Gibson Canyon Road. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
I'm Dan, he's Ty, hello, and we're the Solid Verbal College Football Podcast. Tune in for previews, recaps, bits you won't hear anywhere else, and all the emotional support you need as a college footballer. Join us all season long as we ride the roller coaster of this ridiculous sport. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search the Solid Verbal College Football Podcast, and listen now. We don't just love college football, Ty. We live it.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
A few miles from the glass spires of Midtown lies the South River Forest. In 2021 to 2022, the woods became a home to activists from all over the country.
I found a structure worth fighting for.
How are you?
Original subscribers.
I'm lovely. Are you ready for me? Yes, ma'am. How was your day? Yes, ma'am. Give it to me. No doubt.
Restream cinema. Few films have been as successful as
Get it.
Francis Ford Coppola's Restream set a new standard, not just for movies about mafia, but for movies who made it. Godfather's prospects for success were far from sure. In fact, before its release, they were pretty.
And they said, we're finished. This is over. Not only is not going to work, Jack, you're rid of those guys. It's sad.
We've begun taking penalty. My co-host Mark Steele and I strip back the Martian movie industry and talk to never before heard from sources to get it what really
All right.
process so arduous. We've begun taking penalty is based on my co-host Mark's best-selling book with the same title. And on this show, we call upon his years of research.
Ooh, there you go.
Godfather's birth from start to finish. We sit through innumerable conflicted and try to get to the truth.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Robert Evans, James Caan, which comes next. Just like that, wash you up and drive around. Now, I said I got a call from his dad. It was
Get it.
Talia Shire.
Everything was very.
Oh,
We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not, but we can promise that our 10-part series gives everyone who is
give it to
involved
me.
a chance to tell their side of the story. Listen and subscribe to Leave the Gun, Take the Penalty. This is America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. The free iHeart app and listen now. AM 640 for more stimulating talk.
Oh, that was good. 9. Get this. No doubt. Got it. I'll take it. Yes, ma'am. You got it.
Training him in the sport of boxing and that road to redemption from Rome. And let's look up there. Let me go up to 30,000 feet. And I know this may not be. Ben is going to be released in select.
Get it.
This Friday. How has the business picture changed as far as releasing movies in theaters for audiences to consume as opposed to streaming?
Well, most, actually all movies, including big studios, the biggest studio movies like a Marvel movie, which obviously you don't like Captain America, which was in theaters early this year. And the fact is that
Get it,
movies
girl.
biased. That said, I don't think there's any substitute for seeing a movie in a movie theater. There's no comparison.
There you go.
Your system at home is and how comfortable your sofa is. It's never going to be what it is.
Oh, no.
14 feet tall with great speakers and surround sound.
Get it.
With
Ooh.
collection of features from your community. There's nothing that can compare to it. It is the apogee of artistic expression right now still. And that has to happen in a movie theater. It's no comparison when it occurs at home. I think it's really important for indie films
Get it.
their time in movie theaters. And I really hope our way back
No doubt.
space, by which I mean people who make smaller movies.
Get it.
Artistic and just that much money can be made as the driving factor. Not that I and studio movies are trying to be artistic too, but they need to make money because they cost a lot of money. And there's just less pressure on making films. And so that we end up, in a sense, caving
Get it.
to the opportunity to get revival our movies at all. And often that
Get it. Oh, what's up with this? How do I even get this? Get it. I'll take it. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in French. Thank you, ma'am. Sounds like a plan. Sweet dreams.
sometimes I actually pride myself on being a dad and a husband first, even though I put my tail off, I'm traveling all over the place doing movies, and I've devoted my, much of my, I've devoted my career life to that. It's always been important for me not to bring the work home when I'm playing a character like this. I'm not sure why, but this one was a little more difficult than the others. And it's the first time my wife said, what's up with you? You're a little quick to anger, which is very unlike me. And then suddenly I realized, oh, wow, it went over a little bit. And I corrected myself, let's just say. That this one was tough in that regard.
You have such a diverse body of work. I'm as much interested in you personally, the actor, as well as the roles that you play. For me personally, this is one of my personal favorites. Your role is Looking Glass in HBO's Rothschild will always be one of my favorites. Did that role talk about the impact?
We should all these items together, the start shots and finish shots with Mashiach and Rabbi made on make. I just like this opportunity to point out some of the amazing benefits of that, and some of the reasons why people fall off of that and what they can do to overcome that. The saying is, it's not about the job, it's about the doing. That the other provides an opportunity to learn every single day of the year, even once a year ago, Yom Kippur, Yom Kippur, Shabbos, or Sundays, vacation. That the Yom promises that you will become a better person, a better husband, a better wife, a better father or mother. That the Yom, as Mayor Shapiro intended, unites all of Israel. There's a special camaraderie between the people that come to share, and there's a special invitation between you and the Tanoim and Amoraim, and especially between you and the Kodesh Baruch. That the only shots that is encompasses all of Torah. You're not just learning halacha or agadah, you're learning it all. As Pesach points out, when the Gemara says, Yashlish Adam, the person should spend a third of his days learning. The Pesach says this means Gemara, which includes Mishnah, Torah, Nevi'im, Resuvim, Agadah, Kabbalah, every day will bring a new concept that you never heard of you, probably never heard before. When you travel, you'll see people learning on the plane, in the airport. 90% of the time, those are people who are learning Japanese. There's nothing like starting off the day with good Gemara, 45 minutes, an hour of Torah. And finally, when a person sets aside time to have a date with Rabbi Baruch Hu, that's an amazing connection that we make with one another. And now, some of the reasons why people fall off the bad way. People say, the Rabbi is weak to quit. I don't retain much. The learning is, I don't remember what I learned last week. One will say, I used to learn how we learned in Shiva. Love this. This is not the proper way to learn Gemara. To learn it slow. Love this. These are all valid points. They're not going to get into whether you're supposed to learn like this, fast or slow. But the question is, what's the alternative? Are you learning every single day with other stuff? Are you learning on Friday? Are you learning on Shabbos? Are you learning on Sunday? If the answer is no, then this is for you. The other question you have to ask yourself is, if you learn all of Torah, you learn all of Shabbos, what are you going to do now? And finally, the Zohar says, if somebody can learn something in this world, when he gets up to Shabbos, will be able to learn that with his world. His world will explain it to him better. Go to all of Shabbos, even if you don't remember it. Even if you don't really understand it, what will explain it to you better. But if you don't learn it, you're going to be learning fluently. You're not just spoken, the hand is touching. You didn't learn it. You're never writing into the shame. And finally, one of the pitfalls that people have is when they miss a dot, inevitably you will miss a dot. This sickness, this syphilis, there's vacation. And a mistake that the Zohar makes people do is he says, you have to make it up. Don't go back to the shield. Let's make this up first because I don't want to have a hole in my Gemara on myself. And that's a big mistake. Skip what you missed. Go back to the shield. Go back to where Christ was holding. Write down what you missed. And you'll make it up at a different time. But today, you must skip. Don't call for that. And don't be a perfectionist when it comes to that behavior. Don't say, well, I didn't finish the second, I don't want to do this. I need to finish. Because at the end of the day, if you finish $2,700 versus $2,711, it's not the end of the world. But if you do that, they're not doing it at all. And now, let's just jump in to the beginning of Shabbos. The Mishnah discusses Kriya Shema. First it says, when you shop the whole from Ephraim, there rises to say Kriya Shema twice a day. When you go to sleep, nighttime, or when you arise in the morning. What is nighttime? The Mishnah and the Gemara brings down 6 shitas. So Shita the Mishnah says, say something hard. And the Mishnah uses a Russian of when the Kohanim are found, going to the playboy, the mikvah, and then after six covenant, they will be drugs. Until what point can you say creation? Because it says, until the end of the first mishmar of the malachim, the night is divided into 3, so we turn into the night. So one say Mishmar says, halfway through the night. And the middle says, until I'm going to shachar, it's the light dawn. In fact, the Gemara says, Chachamim agree in the middle that the time is, I'm going to shachar. But apparently they said, I saw them out there, and ordered to distance people from out there. They made a siyam, they get together, and they said, you must say Krishna before such. The same halacha applies to Hekmah Halacha Levarah and to, in other words, when we're out of the abundance that lives on the Mizbeach and certain abundance that are only eaten for one day and night, such as the Chavis and Asham, the shear is until tzaddik. If the real shear is until Amud. The reason why our Mishnah started Kriya Shema Meir and not Kriya Shema Shachar is the reason the Gemara, because the Gemara says you would shock the bus, go to sleep, and then only afterwards you come out like it. Or because the Kriya Shema says like Erev, first the night, and then have the work the day. As we mentioned before, the Kohen can eat truma after he's carnival, after he's and even before he can carnival, because the Torah says, unlike the typical meaning of the custom, it means where the sun comes up, when the sun goes down, the fire, and the taste of the fire came the days that left is God. And now we go to the 6 sheets of the water goes down. Ridiculously says the time of saying Krishma is Shkia, that's when Shabbos comes in. Remember the first sheet is slightly before Say Sakapah, that's when they're going to have him. Our claim on it, where Ritual says, say something about the middle sheet. That's when the Kohanim can eat the truma. Then he says, after say something about them, that's when both people sit down to eat. And remain in the second sheet that says, when you eat Friday night, it's like after that, and Rabbi says that's the latest matter. It's when people sit down to eat a weekday meal at night, have a wonderful day, which we serve up and finish fast together. Amazing. Roughly stop Gimel. Tremendous tremendous mazel tov to every single one of you who started Shas. You should be so to stay on board, stick it out, and finish Shas with Hashem. Welcome the over 1,500 new subscribers in the last 24 hours. That brings us up to 7,500 new subscribers in the last 4 days, I think it is. Our goal initially was to get to 10,000 new subscribers during the Siyum Shas. We're almost there. With your help, just send out the link, put it on your status, tell your friends about it. We'll make a tremendous Kiddush Hashem and a big difference. We looked at the mission that pointed to the Yezer. You can say Krishma until Soy Hashmur Rishayim until the end of the first Mishmar. There are 3 Mishmars according to one sheet on Shemayim that we're going to love and say Shira. And when one Mishmar ends and the next one begins, that's when you can say Krishma. The question is, divide the night into 3 equals to 4 hours each. So why don't you just say Krishma for 4 hours? The answer is to teach us that Mishmaras and Shemayim coinciding with the Mishmaras down here. We also have Mishmaras. For instance, the first Mishmar, you'll hear the donkeys neighing and making noise. The second, at the middle of the second Mishmar, you'll hear the dogs barking. At the beginning of the third Mishmar, the babies wake up to nurse. And when a couple wakes up, the wife starts talking to her husband. For another shot, all 3 of these signs happen at the end of each Mishmar. End of the third Mishmar is already big time. I don't need a sign. Or to tell you that you're in a dark room and your wife starts talking to you, or your baby wants a nurse, you should know it's time to say, Krishma. He roars like a lion 3 times a day. And he says, wow to the nation that because of my sons, I had to destroy my house, I had to burn my heichal, I had to send place from the dogs. Says Rabbi Yossi, I was once on the way, I had an eye, so I went off the path and I went into ruins, the poor Balachas from Yerushalayim. Rabbi he waited for me by the door, and when I finished, he said, Shalom. And I said, Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi Yemoyri. He said, what are you doing here? I had a daven. He said, daven, you can daven on the way, you should daven until Tzara. So as Rabbi Yossi, I learned 3 things from her. First of all, you don't go into a korban. But if you're traveling, you daven on the way. And what do you daven? Tfilas HaKinenu, Tfilas Tzara. And we all know, continued and asked him, what did you hear in the korban? He said, I heard a voice that sounded like a pigeon cooing, and the pigeon was saying, or the voice was saying, like he just said, that I had to be machar of my house and burn my heichal, and I had to be machar of my Yisrael. He says, Zaliyah Novi, in the notion of a shvuah, a double shvuah, I swear to you, though, that the Baruch says this every single day, 3 times a day. When the Baruch sees fights for going to shows, and they say, Amei Ishmi Rabba, he bows his head to Rabbi, and he says, and he's inspired Rabbi, but he sent by Israel with the gods. Why don't we go into a korban to ruins? There are 3 reasons for the first is Hasham, suspicion. That's the reason if you're going with 2 people, they're not that good, you're cruising. So there's still a Hasham that a person will be with a Zayah. People will say that he's with a Zayah. The second reason is Makkahs, we're worried that the ruins will cave in. And that's a reason, if you're going with 2 kosher people, that you don't have a shot. Finally, the third reason is Mazik and Shadam. If it's a brand new place, and 2 people that are kosher, but it's in their place that the Mazik might hang out, it's still dangerous either you have 2 people. Or, if you're just with 1 person, or you're by yourself, and you're in a field, so there's no woman, there's no kosher. Yet, there's Mazik. Rabbi says that the night consists of 4 mishmaros. In other words, 3 hours each. The Rabbi says he woke up every night at Tzais and says, I woke up 2 mishmaros before them. Now, if you hold that there are only 3 mishmaros in the night, and you all woke up at Tzais, which is in the middle of the night, that means there's only 1.5 mishmaros left. How do we reconcile this? Says the Gemara, because Rabbi was saying that he woke up 6 hours for the end of the night, plus 2 hours, his kings sleep 2 hours in the day. Basically, he woke up 8 hours before everyone else. 8 hours divided by 2 equals 4 hours. In other words, there was 2 mishmaros that he woke up before the other kings. Yes, it was only 6 hours of nighttime, 1.5 mishmaros. It was 8 hours before the kings, which equals 2 mishmaros and 4 hours each. But Rashi says you could call 1.5 mishmaros, 2 mishmaros. The Gemara says, in front of a dead person, you should not talk in learning, because it's like the rush. Since a dead person can't talk in learning, don't feel bad unless you talk in learning that the dead person was Makatish. Another chanting Gemara is shouldn't talk any shtuyot, shouldn't say anything in front of the mason. It still makes me feel bad unless you're talking about the mason's son. There's a contradiction seemingly in the Sugya. One person says that the Rambam woke up as Tzois. Other person says they woke up before the night. The Gemara has three pshat. Either the Rambam is saying, I never slept as Tzois, or he said that I was learning Torah up on the Tzois, like a horse that dozes off and is learning in his dozing. And then from that point on, he was Gabber Kari, strengthening himself at the line. Or the shot is until Tzois he learned Torah, and from Tzois on, he basically Shiras. This is Bachars. The word Nesha means when something goes away, when the night becomes day, or when the day becomes night. The Rabbi says, Chatzis Laila Okum, Adwinka Bachatzois. So in other words, the Rabbi knew what Chatzis was, and on the other hand, it seems like Moshe Rabbeinu didn't know what Chatzis was. It says, Chatzis Laila tells Paro, Chatzis. Almost like Chatzis. 4 Pshatim in the Gemara. Either David HaMelech knew what Moshe Rabbeinu didn't know, because David HaMelech had this heart which told him exactly what Chatzis was. Or the Pshat is Moshe Rabbeinu also knew just David HaMelech needed this kinor in order to awaken him. Third Pshat is Moshe Rabbeinu knew what Chatzis was, and just worried that people will say Moshe Badoi, he's lying Moshe Rabbeinu, so that's why he said Chatzis, they don't catch him on his word. Or the Pshat is that Moshe Rabbeinu on the 13th of Nisan said, Chatzis, just like now, tomorrow, tomorrow, which works with it, and take place from Chatzis. By at least the Shasting Gemara tells us, Chacham Yisrael came into the Melech. It means one time they came in, every day they were coming back by at least the Shachar. But once they came in, they said, we need Paras with Yisrael. So the Rabbi, let them do things with each other. They come, it's not enough. You find everybody. She said, go out for war. So the Gemara, let's go out for war. You ask after Torah. In other words, the strategy of war you get from after Torah. Yokni means you ask for Shus from Sanhedrin. Yosef means you ask the Purim B'Turim, and Yoyah, you led them to war, had a wonderful day.
But it obligated me and locked in what, that they were in the first position. And so, just to go do any other project, I don't various reasons. And about 5 years into that attenuated.
Rothschild is top dollar. I'd like to thank each and every one of you. A few months back, I found out that my sister-in-law got sick. That day, I started thinking about it. Just recently, I promised her that for Shlema, I was trying to get 10,000 new subscribers during the Sima Shas. In fact, today, Baruch Hashem, your Spus, we achieved that monumental occasion. And Shoshana Brazda Basilka should have a foolish link. I also like to thank over 1,500 people who viewed the regular 40-minute cheer. You can find that on YouTube. Search under Eli Stefanski or Rabbi Yomi and subscribe. The Pasuk says in Tehillim, David HaMelech says, Shomer Nafshi Chassid Hani. David HaMelech tells like the only thing I'm a chassid, Shabbat. The only thing I'm a chassid compared to the other kings of the world get up 3 hours of the day, and I get up at Chatzos. Or the other kings, they sit around with their friends, but I act as a local rabbi and check it out afterwards. With my fingers, I get my hands bloody to make sure that women are taller to their husbands. I'm a chassid. I ask Mikiboishes, known as Ishboishes. The reason why it's called Mikiboishes is because he embarrasses David HaMelech. David HaMelech asks him questions and he says, is this taller? Is this kosher? And he embarrasses him by halacha. He's not much better than David HaMelech. But David HaMelech got his revenge, so to speak. When they had his son Daniel, he was called Kilov because he was able to embarrass Mikiboishes in halacha. It says in the famous passage, the word Ule has dots on top of it. David HaMelech wasn't sure that he was Zoicha, and the reason is because he was worried, perhaps he will sing and he won't be Zoicha. As you see, Yaakov Avinu, even though he promised him Shmira, protection, it says in the Pasuk, by Yira Yaakov, he was worried. Why? In fact, we see that the Chet was buried. Ezra should have had the same kind of reason of Prius as Israel had the first time when they went into Israel. And the reason why he wasn't Zayf is because Rabbi. According to Eliezer, we know that the Shachbachah means when people go to sleep, the time that they go to bed, which is a 4-hour period from the time it turns dark until the end of Hashmur or Shana. According to Gamliel, the Shachbachah doesn't mean when you go to bed, it means when you are sleeping, which means the entire night all the way till Amud HaShabbat. But we read to Gamliel, that's what the word Shachbachah means. So they say that you can only say Kriya Shema Tzais, that distance a person from an Avira. You are concerned that a person will come home from work, a hard day, work on the field, they'll eat a little bit, and say, let me take a little nap, and I'll fall asleep for the rest of the night, and that would be Chayiv Misa. Why is the Gemara so strong with this language? It's Chayiv Misa. Because sleep is very dangerous. You try to take a short nap, you fall asleep for the rest of the night. Another shot is, I want to tell you, that you know, Myriv is not Shul's, it's obligatory.
Where do you live in, Pimp? Zoot. How are you? Okay, well, welcome to the club. Word dog. Word dog. Agreed, big dog. It's a good question. Are you ready to lose? Okay. All right. Well, that Zoot is pro peace. That's good. Dog, neither do I. That's all you wanted to say? No one's going to force you, dog. It's not the answer, dog. All right, well, come back when you're done walking your dog, okay? Sounds like a plan.
Tax relief, the leading tax resolution firm, A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. They've resolved over $1 million for their clients.
Tax they help me, they calm me down, they make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louis has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't know what I ask you for, and I'm like to live a comfortable life, a better life. It was because of Optimax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louis.
If you are the IRS, don't want to give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-764-6022. 800-764-6022. 800-764-6022. Optima Tax Relief. There's no flash plan. Some restrictions apply. Please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Portions of the following program will be recorded. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. Well, I'm really happy about putting that in YouTube. Hope you enjoyed that conversation. Tim Lake Nelson, seriously, he was someone that I always wanted to talk to. Always liked his work. And then the opportunity availed itself to have a conversation with him. And we jumped at the opportunity. That was in large part to Twirl Sharp. It's a long-time relationship that we cultivated. So thanks to Twirl Sharp for making that happen. And we will have Derek Huff on the show tomorrow night, talking about not only Dancing with the Stars, 6-time Dancing with the Stars winner, but also his turn now as a host of Extra, the entertainment. So looking forward to that conversation. We'll have a lot of great stuff being lined up. I was talking to tomorrow. We're also doing some early crowd work for the Halloween soiree, second annual. Getting ready to lock that in. Trying to see how many people we're going to invite. Mark might be invited. No guarantee. Tickets are going to be very, very much in high demand, so it may not be room for Mark. Are the tickets free? Free to people who want to come. They say we make charge people like Tony Sorrentino. Because he only helps us out every now and then. I don't know if he's earned a free ticket. Well, you need like a velvet rope because we all there, and people have the right costume, and they can get it. Oh, I can see Tuwala with like a counter standing there. It's like, okay, so who are you supposed to be? No, not oh, but next, maybe letting in every third person, and just whoever he thinks is worthy of entering the park. Yeah, he's a tough crowd, a one-man tough crowd. He's pretty much unfair. He doesn't like it. He's antisocial. And he's off on, telling people no, hanging up on people for hanging up in the cult classic. He's our example of an authoritarian. Yeah, don't let the Kenny videos throw you. He's rough. No. He's an all-around contemporary person. Just gotta put that out there. But it's not my problem. It's him. Came to the second annual holiday soiree. Did you mean contemptible or contemptuous? Either or. I guess either or. Okay, well, yeah. I mean, it depends on how you want to talk about it. I mean, there's stories I can tell to fulfill either. Message received. I got you.
West going before I can talk to him. So I'm going to have to give this thought advantage. Along with Adam West, I do have a tangentially related story. When Adam West passed, we did have a chance to talk to Julie Moore that night. She's a goddess, and she stood with us, and she was just as nice as could be, giving her own personal anecdotes of Adam West. So that's the closest thing I've got. I know you spoke to Burt Ward and just about everyone else. Oh yeah, Burt Ward was really cool. I talked to him when I filled in for you one night on, I think, a Friday, and he could not have been nicer. It was really a nice thing to check off the bucket list. Did you ever cross paths with Sid Caesar? Or Caesar Romero? Both of them were a little before my time. No, but I'm just saying in a sense of just anything. No, I don't remember when Caesar Romero died. Sid Caesar didn't die that long ago, but he was way out of the league. He wouldn't talk to us all the time. You never know, and I am a firm believer in all of our guest requests. There's no such thing as a guest who is too big for the show. Well, related to your philosophy, if we can use that word, that no just means strike. The worst that can happen, well, okay, not the absolute worst, but they can always just say no or slap you in the face. So yeah, you can answer. Yeah, look, I don't think of myself as a salesperson, but sales is part of this job where I try not to take it personally, because you will hear 1,000 no's as far as yes requests, but every once in a while you get that yes, and it re-energizes you, reinvigorates you for the next 1,000 no's that you'll get. Also, there's a lot of people who are getting up there in years, and you want to talk to them while you still can and give them the appreciation that they deserve while they're still around, instead of waiting until after they're gone. Romero died, Caesar Romero's Joker died in 1994, so I don't think I was in journalism yet at the time, or I was just getting started. But to your point, I'm pleased that I had one of the last interviews with Michelle Nichols before she passed, or at least before she stopped giving interviews, and then she passed. Bless her, yeah. I've heard her in interviews, and she was incredible. So, to your point, yes, there does come a time where you have to get the conversation with that person while you can, while there's still an opportunity. And I know Walter Koenig from Star Trek. I know somebody who was a friend, is a friend of his. They're all still with us. Friend and Kate, but we should talk to him. He's still with us. I think he has not gotten this new. No Georgia Takei. Same, but Takei, I think, has become kind of a pop culture icon since he started becoming a regular on Stern, and then he showed up in Heroes, and has been in all sorts of things. I don't think Walter Koenig has really gotten that degree of love that he deserves. Fair point. We have the Bar Road, Tiffany Hobbs, when we come back, by AM640. We're live everywhere. iHeartRadio. KOST-HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County, or stimulating talk. The controversial political figure assassinated. And Mark Bronner live from the KMI 24-hour newsroom. Conservative actor excellent. Flustered this evening, conservative activist and media personality Charlie Kirk has been killed at Utah Valley University. He was shot during an event hosted by the organization he co-founded, Turning Point USA. This woman was in the crowd when a single shot rang out and struck Kirk in the neck. The FBI says a person of interest was taken into custody but released. The search for the gunman continues. Kirk was an outspoken advocate of President Trump and led a voter turnout after targeting young men. Turning Point was focused on engaging conservative youth. President Trump's called Kirk legendary and says he had the heart of the youth in the U.S. better than anyone.
Described as Trump's influence for the way he tapped into the political power of young people in this country. He started a massive movement of young people across this country through events very much like the one that he was hosting today in Utah.
ABC's Mary Bruce reports the White House is sad, shocked, and outraged by the death of Kirk. The LA City Council's endorsed Governor Newsom's Proposition 50.
Voters in November will consider the ballot measure officially known as the Election Review Response Act. Will allow California to gerrymander its congressional districts in favor of Democrats. Councilman Adrian Nazarian says it's needed to make sure enough Democrats to
and our people, but the very fabric of our nation. New success Prop 50 is necessary because Texas is gerrymandering 18 restaurant districts to send more Republicans to Congress. Legal Lumps KFI News.
Salvage operations have begun at the port of Long Beach, where about 75 shipping containers fell from a cargo ship. Between 25 and 30 of them are believed to have sunk into the harbor. Port CEO Mario Cordero says it's fortunate no workers were injured.
Sometimes people don't realize how dangerous this job is for a couple times. Here's an example. What could happen? Well, thank God that there was no injuries and no casualties.
The cargo ship had more than 2,000 shipping containers on board and was being unloaded. Dozens of them tumbled into the water. Some of the containers landed on a support boat below. A federal judge has blocked the Trump administration from firing Federal Reserve Board Governor Lisa Cook.
On Tuesday night, the judge ruled Cook can't stay in her position while the lawsuit against President Trump plays out. Cook sued the president last month in an attempt to prevent the administration from firing her from the central bank. Trump officials say he's firing Cook over allegations of mortgage fraud, which she denies. This comes as the president pushes for the Fed to cut interest rates.
A post from President Trump on social media says, "What's with Russia violating Poland's airspace with drones?" Police authorities say multiple Russian drones were shot down Wednesday over eastern Poland.
Russia claimed they did not plan to hit any targets in Poland, but whether anything was hit or not, this is a major and dangerous move by the Russians.
BBC News Chief Global Affairs anchor Martha Radin says no one was injured, but there is property damage. Southland weather from KFI cloudy tonight, lows in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow by the afternoon, with highs in the upper 70s, 80 in the valleys, 80 in IE, and low 70s at the beaches, and pretty much the same on Friday. Right now it's 70 in Orange, 70 in Villa Park, 70 in Sherman Oaks, 70 in Compton. It's 70 everywhere. Now we're heading to a crash on the 110 in Wilmington.
That's right, you're right after Heritage Bridges without more crash blocks in the left lane. Moving to Arcadia on the 210 eastbound after Baldwin Avenue, the stall was blocking the second lane from the left, causing your driver to slow down a bit on Virginia Avenue. Checking back in on that earlier crash, the 210 east just before Myrtle Avenue in Monrovia. That right lane is still blocked back to the from Santa Anita Avenue. And in Long Beach on the 91 eastbound, just before Cherry Avenue, we got more lumber in the right lane. The brake lights start from the 710. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Ashley Johnson.
Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
September 19th and 20th at T-Mobile Arena, Las Vegas. Streaming live only on Hulu.
Limited tickets still available at AXS.com.
Get yours while you still can.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
Records, milestones, firsts, lasts, and everything in between. What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio?
What's happening, fellow sports fans? It's Andy West. Let's take a look back on this day in sports history, September 11th. We'll start off today in 1985. Pete Rose of the Cincinnati Reds becomes the all-time hit leader with his 4,192nd hit, breaking Ty Cobb's record. Coincidentally, it's also the 57th anniversary of Ty Cobb's last game in the majors. Today in 1994, Andre Agassi wins the U.S. Open with a 3-set victory over Hunter Stick and becomes the first unseeded player to beat 5 seeded players in a Grand Slam and the first unseeded champion since Fred Stoll in 1966. And today in 2011, Carolina's Cam Newton becomes the first rookie to throw for more than 400 yards in his NFL opener. A 28-21 loss to Arizona. Newton, the number 1 draft pick, playing on the same field where he led Auburn to the BCS championship in January, completes 24 of 37 passes for 422 yards and 2 touchdowns with 1 interception. He also rushed for a touchdown.
Now you know, today in sports history on iHeartRadio.
Why was the basketball court open? Because the players kept dribbling them.
The dad joke, corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
What did the buffalo say when he dropped his son off at school? Bye, son.
So take a moment to make your kid laugh, because dad jokes rule. Make your kid laugh today. Fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I need to have an officer call me. My daughter is
On July 24th, 2016, 23-year-old Katie Sawyer vanished from her small Oregon town. But the story of who killed her and how takes wild twists and turns. A second woman kidnapped.
And then that's when he just started basically yelling to start driving. He's like, I need to get out of here. He's like, I just killed somebody.
A dramatic carjacking. A high-speed police chase and a murderer's disturbing urge to kill.
Had we had the chance. So it just baffles me that somebody can just take someone's life.
Most evil person you've ever met.
Urge to Kill, a new podcast from KGW News and Vault Studios.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
It's Victoria's Late with Mo Kelly. Let's turn it over to Tiffany.
What a day. This viral mode batch of stories hopefully will provide a bit of a reprieve for all of the really heaviness of today. We have some funny stories. We're going to start with a lighthearted story that's going to tug at your heartstrings in a good way. We have a trend, a stupid trend alert, of course. And again, hopefully this is a welcome distraction for a lot of the heavier news that's been talked about that we all obviously are aware of. We're going to start with a very common practice. When you train for a marathon, when you're a runner of any type, exercise in any way, I can even scale it back to just simple exercise, which I hope you do. Mo often stands here at the table and walks in place. You know, it's really good for you to exercise. Often people will have something in their earphones, AirPods to listen to motivate that sort of activity. Mo, when you are exercising out in the wild, do you listen to music? Do you listen to podcasts? Or you just listen to nature? What's up?
Usually music. It has to be something that I don't have to concentrate on.
Okay.
I don't want to have to listen for content
yeah.
to digest or understand. No, just give me some workout music which allows me to motivate myself about some perceived wrong about someone who pissed me off years ago or something.
Motivational music.
Yeah.
Same for me. I want something that gets me going. In this case, there's a runner. Her name on social media is Macy Mexico, and she was running a marathon. She ran a marathon, not an easy feat by any stretch of the imagination, and she decided that she needed something to motivate her. Instead of using music, Macy asked her friends and family to send her voice notes that she could then upload to some server, put it into her Apple AirPods, and replay while she ran this marathon. So instead of music, she had the voices of these people she loves so dearly cheering her on. And I just want to say this is yet another example of crying over strangers on the internet, because when I listened to these little messages, I was just really taken by how earnest and genuine her friends and family were. Let's hear a few clips about that now.
It says you got it, you're almost done. Keep going, baby, we're so proud of you.
She's running while she's listening.
Love you. Let me still my lady. That is fire. We get so close. Oh my gosh, baby, look at my little run, Forrest, run. You're turning, sis, you're turning. We're almost to you. You're almost to us. You got this next week.
You're just running a little hard way, and hope the results aren't too brutal out there.
choked me up. Even listening back right now, I'm just like, wow, can you imagine running any stretch, any sort of distance, and that's what you have in your ears motivating you and pushing you along. Well, luckily for Macy, she did have that Macy Mexico on social media, and she finished her marathon. What she said was record time. It was a half marathon, and she ran it in just over 2 hours, which was better than a previous time, and she attributes that increase or that success directly to these audio messages that were playing in her ears. So if you need some motivation, instead of listening to music, maybe ask some of your friends and family to send you some cute little audio clips. Next story also deals with audio, but it starts off in a different way. Have you ever heard of a flash mob? Well, did you answer? Have you heard of it? There you go. I was waiting for you to run. So flash mobs are these what would you call it, events that are orchestrated with crowds of people. They appear seemingly out of nowhere. It's all coordinated, choreographed. It could be a dance, it could be a song, but these people come together in a chorus, more or less, and they perform whatever this art is, usually song or dance or both, at this public space, and others are invited in to participate. Well, in this case, it involves legendary band Queen. I love Queen. You love Queen. And Queen is now back on top of the iTunes Top Songs chart in America because their song, Bohemian Rhapsody, which is now at number 17, 50 years after it debuted on the iTunes Top Songs chart. It sits atop the chart because it was used in a flash mob that was posted by a man named Julian Cohen, who's known for live musical performances and live gatherings of performers and singers. This flash mob was recorded by numerous people and a professional videographer who then uploaded the footage all around social media. It was filmed in Paris on September 9th, so just yesterday. Or a couple days ago, and uploaded yesterday. And already in one day of being on YouTube, it's racked up more than 500,000 views, quickly approaching 1 million. And it has gone viral across multiple social media platforms. Here's a bit of that flash mob with all these singers and performers who came out of windows and doors in the middle of this Paris neighborhood. So there are people sitting down below and they're watching, they're eating. There's a young man on a carriage. And these performers are just singing. They look like regular patrons. And people are starting to catch on as more people join the chorus.
I like it.
I want you to sing. Mama. Wait. Here we go. Mama. Just kill the man. Come on, Tony.
I can't be the only one singing.
Mark.
Among them,
Join the flash mob, Mark.
not those lyrics today.
It's a beautiful flash mob. It goes on for a few minutes. Once you hear his notes. If you're watching YouTube, it's live here on YouTube. It's very good. Again, we can lower it, Tony. It's gone viral across multiple social media platforms. Up until today, it was probably the most widely watched viral moment of the last few days. Obviously now being eclipsed by what happened to Charlie Kirk. But it is it's a beautiful visual. I highly encourage you to check it out. You can go to Google or YouTube and type in Bohemian Rhapsody flash mob, and maybe Mo will pop up.
No, I've actually sung the song as part of the jazz chorale. My mom's a jazz chorale, so do you find it easy to get your voice up that high? Yeah, it's called setup.
Well, you can see what he was grabbing to get the
Setup, yeah. That's squeeze anything. Okay. Now something Chupadar. You're saying it comes natural to you? You know some of the greatest singers of all time when he sang a falsetto. You've never heard of someone like Smokey Robinson? Oh yeah, you're the Smokey Robinson of KFI.
I think so.
I'll take that. I'll accept that, including the latest on Smokey Robinson.
A terrible segue. Really quick. On the other side of the railroad, come back with the viral. We have a year-old story that's back in the news. It has to do with being hit by something and then being charged for being the victim. And then the last story will end with the latest TikTok trend, and it can get you arrested and probably should, and put on multiple lists. I'll tell you what it is when we come back. Take your hands out there. Let me squeeze it.
Here is the latest from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. We're just getting reports from KCAL that authorities are responding to a train derailment on Valley Boulevard in Pomona. No injuries reported. Yemen's Houthi rebels say Israeli airstrikes targeting the rebels in Yemen have killed at least 35 people and wounded over 130 others. The three former Fresno State basketball players have been banned by the NCAA following a gambling investigation that revealed they bet on games, including the ones they played in. The NCAA says the violations involve Michael Robinson, Stephen Vasquez, and Jalen Weaver placing wagers on both college and pro sports, with at least one of them placing bets on his own team's performance. Now we got a stall on the 134 in Griffith Park.
Yeah, that stall's if you heading eastbound right after Riverside Drive. This is to be in the center divider, so watch out for him to settle slowly or swerving. In Lancaster, north at Avenue L, California, multi car crash involving a semi that's moving on the right shoulder. Expect delays all the way from Avenue M. And on the 118 heading eastbound in Porter Ranch, there's a crash on the on-ramp from Porter Ranch Drive, so look out for that as well. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Ashley Johnson.
Week one of the NFL season was wild. JJ McCarthy runs for a Vikings touchdown.
The new season lives on iHeartRadio.
Fantasy advice and expert analysis.
We got you covered with the official NFL podcast network.
Games.
Got it.
Local stations bring you the action live. The adrenaline is still pumping as we hit week 2.
And we've got 24/7 coverage on everything you love about football.
Just open the iHeartRadio app and search NFL to dive in.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app to explore podcasts like this.
A few miles from the glass spires of Midtown Atlanta lies the South River Forest. In 2021 and 2022, the woods became a home to activists from all over the country.
I found a struggle worth fighting for.
Who gathered to stop the nearby construction of a massive police training facility nicknamed Cop City. There, in the forest, they built it differently.
The forest occupation or things like that present a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other.
Until one day, everything shatters.
At approximately 9 o'clock this morning, as law enforcement was moving to various sectors of the property, an individual, without warning, shot a Georgia State Patrol trooper.
What I heard was a full clip unload. It was just like a whole mess of shots, just like blasting off.
From Wondery, Campsite Media, and Tenderfoot TV, this is what came to the forest.
We got about 150 to 200 protesters that are running into officers now.
I'm Matthew Shue. Follow We Came to the Forest. They will send up the entire forest.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
In the history of cinema, few films have been as successful as The Godfather. Francis Ford Coppola's gangster epic set a new standard, not just for movies about the mafia, but for movies in general. Although, if you talk to the people who made it, The Godfather's prospects for success were far from assured. In fact, before its release, they were pretty bleak.
And they said, we're finished. This is over. Not only something to work, you gotta get rid of those guys. It's a fact.
Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli by co-host Rothschild and I strip back the varnish of movie mystery and talk to never-before-heard-from sources to get at what really made the process so arduous. Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli is based on my co-host Mark's best-selling book of the same title. And on this show, we call upon his years of research to help unpack the story behind Godfather's birth from start to finish. We sift through innumerable accounts, many of them conflicting, and try to get to the truth of what really happened. Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli features new and archival interviews. Francis Ford Coppola.
Yes, that was a real person.
Robert Evans. James Todd.
To me, once you come with tests, since that's black, and of course you always drive around a lot.
Al Ruddy.
I said I got a call from these Italian guys. It was really a lot of trouble.
Talia Shire.
Everything was a very arduous chess game.
And many others. We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not, but we can promise that our 10-part series gives everyone who is involved a chance to tell their side of the story. Listen and subscribe to Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
KFI live on YouTube and the iHeartRadio app. Tiffany Hobbs has more viral.
Here we go with viral stories. Some are brand new. Some might have happened today, that week. And then some, like this story, are a year old, even older at times. What happens is someone gets a hold of the story, uploads it to social media, and then it takes off and it goes viral. That's what happened with the case of this story. It actually happened in November of last year, so almost a year ago, in which an ambulance slammed into a bicyclist in Oregon. Now, that collision produced a pretty significant injury for this bicyclist. It broke his nose. It also smashed his bike to smithereens, and he had significant cuts and bruises and scrapes and so on. Well, the ambulance actually stopped. Luckily, it wasn't a hit and run. That would have been really unfortunate. It stopped and it tended to the man. It's an ambulance. It makes sense. Why wouldn't they do that? And they actually transported the man to the nearest hospital. The man's name, William Host, 71 years old. And after being transported to the hospital, he received all sorts of bandaging and, the regular care that you would get in an event like this. And he also received a bill for about $1,800. Actually, $1,862 to be specific. Now, the bill came because the ambulance said, well, we transported you. And when we transport anyone, you have to put that bill. The bicyclist, William Hoch, his name is spelled really funky, Hoesch, Hoch, said, no, I didn't really agree to be transported. I had no other way to get there. You guys assumed responsibility for me, and in that case, you should incur the charges. There should be no charges. They went back and forth for a while with the ambulance company saying that they were not going to back down. Well, William Hoch did in fact sue. Not for the $1,862, no, but for $100,000 due to permanent injuries and medical expenses. After going back and forth for a few months, the lawsuit was settled, undisclosed settlement to William Hoch, but the story has gone viral because people on the internet found this story and they've shared it far and wide, and it's been all over social media.
Can I jump in? This is strange to me because I thought people knew about this. This is not unusual. When I got hit by a drunk driver and I was in the pedestrian, the ambulance came and they said, Mr. Kelly, we think we need to take you to the hospital. And they asked you, whether you're going to go. And I was hemming and hawing. I was like, no, I think I'm okay. And the people around me, my fraternity brothers said, no, you should go. At least for the record. And then they took me to the hospital. And like 3 months later, got a bill for like $1,000.
Yes.
And it's like, wait a minute, I was the one who got hit by a truck driver.
Right.
I didn't ask for the ambulance. You all asked me, to take me. It wasn't like it was required, and then I get a bill. So when I see the story, it's like, yeah, you have to be very clear if and when an ambulance says, hey, do you think we should take you? Because they'll ask you, they won't demand most times. They'll ask you. And if you say yes, the bill is coming.
Well, I think in this case, and not to say or suggest that you're wrong, because you're not at all. I think in this case, the settlement does in fact reflect some sort of culpability on the ambulance company's part, where that they decided that they would make it right. They would do good by William Roach and go ahead, or Hoach, excuse me, and go ahead and try and settle that bill. So $1,862 amounted to
a lot of work, though.
A lot more, and absolutely a lot in legal bills, but that is the consequence, and it is a viral story a year later. Our last story is a news story. It's one of the newest, stupidest TikTok trends, because we have no shortage of those. I think this one can get you put on the registered sex offender list.
What?
Yeah. There's a viral TikTok account featuring what appears to be public urination on Louisiana State University's campus.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
One TikTok account associated with either a visitor or a student at LSU has amassed well over 20,000 likes and over 150,000 views, in which this person, who looks to be younger, perhaps a student, is urinating on a part of LSU's campus.
Who has never urinated publicly? Tell the truth.
What's the statute of limitations on that?
It's put this way. It's expired, unless you did like last week or something.
Moving along. So, it's not just at LSU. This is a collegiate trend in which it's happening on other campuses. University of Texas at San Antonio.
It happens on every college campus.
But not just yes, but videoing, recording yourself, uploading it.
Oh, no, that's
sharing it on social media.
No, that part may not be happening. That itself is happening. It's happening right now on my Alma Mater Georgetown's campus right now.
It's happening right now in front of my building, I imagine. But the difference is people are again recording themselves, uploading it for shares and likes. They're going viral because they're hashtagging it with the trend, and schools are starting to respond by saying that this is destruction of property, it creates health hazards, it defaces property, it violates university policy, and you can be referred to campus police. And if you are doing those sorts of things and you get caught, you can be charged with that sort of indecency that could lead you to public exposure and being on the registered sex offender list. And kids are doing this in pursuit of likes.
Thank goodness they didn't have camera phones and social media when I was in college, because everything they're doing, I was doing, with the exception of photographing it, sharing it, and trying to get, likes and hearts for it.
The difference between them and us, Mo, is that age, no evidence.
No. Yeah, because I'm sure if there was social media back when I was in school, with my poor judgment, oh, absolutely. It's amazing that I'm not in jail right now. Not on wood. All the stuff I did years ago.
The night's still young.
No, statute of limitations. I should be good. I should be.
The night's still young.
I haven't murdered anyone, so
the night's still young.
I'm believing you. No, I'm clear. I've already researched all the stuff that I've done. And the expiration of statute of limitations. I haven't killed anyone, so I don't have to worry about one for life or anything. No, I'm good.
Psychologists say if you fantasize about harming someone, it's a healthy habit because it actually keeps you from committing the act that you're fantasizing about.
So that's why Park Water's still alive.
There you go. And that's the viral load. You can catch me on Saturdays with Tiffany right here from 5 to 7 p.m.
What part? That's not how you fantasize about me. Just admit it.
Ooh, baby. See, he's getting up there.
I thought you were playing a recording of some castrati. That sounds fantastic. Scaramouche. Conservative political activist and media personality Charlie Kirk has been shot and killed at an event at Utah Valley University near Provo. According to the Deseret News in Salt Lake City, it happened during a Q&A session with students. Kirk was the co-founder and CEO of Turning Point USA, a conservative organization geared toward young people. He made frequent appearances on college campuses on behalf of conservative causes and led a voter turnout effort targeting young males. A father's facing manslaughter charges in View Park, Windsor Hills, near Ladera Heights.
Investigators say they found a child unresponsive in a car Tuesday afternoon near Chanson Drive and Laredo Way. Despite the life-saving efforts of deputies and firefighters, the child was pronounced dead. The child's age has not been released, but the father, Edwin Johnson, was arrested. Officials say he faces manslaughter and child neglect charges. Heather Brooker, KFI News.
And a woman has been left bloody during a huge brawl among fans at Sunday's Rams-Texans game at SoFi Stadium. Went on for several minutes and started with an argument between two women. Witnesses say the men then got involved and several people started fighting in the upper deck during the fourth quarter. Video shows a woman in a Texans jersey with a bloody face. The person holding a toddler also appeared to get involved in the fight. 4 people were kicked out of the stadium, including a man and a woman in a Texans jersey. One does not wear a jersey. Southland weather from KFI, cloudy later, with lows in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow, highs in the upper 70s. 80 in the valleys, 80 and 90, low 70s at the beaches. Not much different Friday. Right now it's 70 in Burbank, 69 in Orange, and we're off to a crash of the 14 in Lancaster.
Yeah, checking back in on that crash on the 14 north at Avenue L, involving multiple cars and a semi. It's Great Lake City, and actually all lanes are closed until 4 tomorrow morning while they work to clear this accident. And now you can expect some small major delays on the 60 in East LA heading westbound after Atlantic. Traffic is definitely backing up in a hurry. And checking back on that crash on the 118 eastbound on-ramp from Porter Ranch, that crash has been cleared. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Ashley Johnson.
Week 1 of the NFL season was wild.
J.J. McCarthy runs for a Vikings touchdown.
The new season lives on iHeartRadio.
Fantasy advice and expert analysis.
We got you covered with the official NFL Podcast Network.
Games.
You don't know who Tommy John is?
The adrenaline is still pumping as we hit week 2.
We got 24/7 coverage of everything you love about football.
Just open the iHeartRadio app and search NFL to dive in.
Look at that is, honey.
Hugs with family.
And my grandpa's here.
Get over here. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed.
I miss you so much, Grandpa.
Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The journey on the path to spiritual enlightenment is personal, and as you'll hear on the Restream podcast, it can also be deadly. Join filmmaker Caroline Slaughter on the podcast as she uncovers the disappearances and deaths that have befallen Westerners who have taken a spiritual pilgrimage to India.
Don't go to India because this is a Venus flytrap for your vulnerability.
Listen to Astray on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Sonos speakers. Activate iHeartRadio within Sonos to access all your music, radio stations, and podcasts. Or even easier, look on the player screen in the iHeartRadio app for the available connections icon. Then you can cast directly to your Sonos network and control the Sonos experience directly from within the iHeartRadio app. If you've got Sonos speakers throughout your house, you have iHeartRadio throughout your house too. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home with the iHeartRadio Sonos integration. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Almost every drug investigation in America is based on a confidential informant. People with their own drugs who seek out by telling someone else. The CIA
Shema, it says in the Gemara, and then immediately you say Shema Esrei, that goes according to Rabbi Yochanan. It says that Soymech Gula L'Tfilah. When you mention Tzis Mitzrayim, you have to say Shema Esrei immediately. Rashi explains beautifully that is because first, praise HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and B'Yachol, you open HaKadosh Baruch Hu's heart, and once his heart is open, you can jump in and ask for your tzrachim and say Shema Esrei. Shmuel Levi says, don't say Kriya Shema and Shema Esrei. The opposite. You say Shema Esrei and then Kriya Shema. You make a sandwich. You wake up in the morning, you say Kriya Shema, then Shema Esrei, then Shema Esrei and Kriya Shema. In other words, it's Kriya Shema on both sides. Why? What's the shayla? The question is whether
people ask me about stand-up comics.
the main part happening in the living
This kid is the last original comic was amazing.
By the way, Kinnison, I didn't realize that. You talk about Kinnison in your book. Kinnison, you used to perform with him. That was your era when you were working in clubs.
Yeah, well, I was after him, but I got very lucky because he couldn't get that much work in the United States, so he came to Canada.
Where you were, you're from Canada, so he would work with him.
He doesn't like him to me, and he took me to the country.
With those crazy days, I mean, Kinnison. Did you get caught up in the whole drug scene with Kinnison?
I watched. I couldn't believe how much he could do. All these guys, Kinnison, Farley, I never thought they died because they seemed invulnerable.
Their constitution was so, I mean, imagine if they didn't do drugs, they would have lived for 1,000 years. They were like vampires.
But Kinnison, the funny, because before he was famous, he had the screen. And so before he was famous, it was very shocking. And one time around, the guy goes over to the last week. This is your captain, Captain Johnson. And Kinnison goes, oh no, not Crash Johnson, not Crash Johnson!
So you meet Kinnison in Canada because he can't get work in the United States. It's hard to get. That's when people go ahead. Some guys that overnight success, they don't realize that a guy like Kinnison had to work so goddamn hard to get there.
And I'll tell you how great this guy was. Everybody talks about Bill Hicks. You know, Bill Hicks is the kind of guy who go on stage and speak about, multinational oil companies are bad, you know. But Kinnison, he would walk the room. This might walk the room in a comedy club. It's all made up of very people on dates. Right. You know what I mean? So Kinnison would go, you know, who's on a date here? You know, who's engaged? And then you go off and go, get married, look at his face. And so here he was. I said, this really is great. He's, you know, he's challenging everything they believe in, you know, right to their face.
Right. Right. He was bold.
That's you know, saying there is no God.
Right. When you work with a guy like that, and this is to explain this to me, because you talk about this in the book. A guy like Kinnison would get paid to clear the room. Why would they do that? Why would they pay him to clear the room?
There was a great guy I started with. His name is Mark Grizzly. He owns Clubs of Canada. And he's a great man. And he taught me just do whatever you want, you know. And his own act was crazy. And so he had this thing with Kinnison where he said, you know, if you walk everybody in the room, if everybody leaves, you get a bonus. So yeah, I always up there twice. It's hard to get every single person, but I was up there twice.
So Kinnison emptied the club.
And you know, then that's how people, you know, audience members, I guess they just have to be told, you know, because once Rodney had him on, then everybody loved him. They were okay. But before they were told that he was great, they didn't know. That's strange.
By the way, people don't know this about you enough.
Rabbi is not paid. I'd like to apologize. We're simply overwhelmed by the vast amount of new subscribers that we just had in recent days. And it's very difficult for us to get the video out to everybody. We're working on it with bugging technology, and hopefully in the next few days, we'll have it all sorted out. The Gemara says that a person should use his Yetzer Hara in a battle against his Yetzer Hara constantly. If that doesn't work, the days later, he's going to continue with Yetzer Hara, take suicide, still not working to remind himself of them and himself, together or his death. This is something that is a fight for people. Shot, all of the shots, And we look at the part the heaven of us, the heaven of the first, the first, the one is the biggest, the word, further. And this is from the Bible. Now, this is the first Restream. I said, the something is the real truth. With the Rothschild. How do I get halacha? From Gemara. I cannot derive halacha from a Mishnah, rather from Gemara, and all these came from Moshe and Sinai. The Gemara discusses Kriyash Malamita, that Kriyash Malamita has as a double-edged sword to kill away the Masikim, and Rishlosh says to get rid of Yisurim. Since we're given I don't need a pasuk for that. Every kid knows that the pasuk says if you do everything that the Bible tells you, or something that's trying to a single level, Torah is something that gets rid of Yisurim. Since we're given if you don't learn Torah, then the Bible sends terrible Yisurim. So the Gemara says Baruch doesn't act like a regular king. Regular person who gives a present to somebody, or he sells something, he's upset. Because Baruch gave us the Torah, and he's excited about it. He says, when a person has Yisurim, and this is a Yisur for life, the person should introspect, check to see what might cause Yisurim. If he can't figure it out, he should assume it's because he's not learning clarity without the clarity. And if not, he should understand that Yisurim Shalahava is the concept of forming his Yisurim in order to double your Sachar in Oil Haba. So Shbarg says the Gemara gives Yisurim to the people he loves. On one condition, that people accept it by Haba, and if they do, they'll be Zoycha, children, and Arichas Yam. The Machlekes, if Yisurim Shalahava is only in a situation where it doesn't create the Torah, for the Roman Dor, it's only in a situation where it doesn't create Bittul Tefillah, and according to the Yochanan, even if it creates Bittul Torah and Bittul Tefillah, it's still considered Yisurim Shalahava. The Mark gives a Kavalayra. If a slave leaves his master when his master knocks out his tooth or his eye, certainly Yisurim, which take hold of the entire body, should give you like a Torah. The Shimon says, and this is also a great say for life. Everything good comes with a struggle. He gave us three gifts, and we also gave us a struggle. He gave us the Torah, he gave us the strong, and he gave us all of our love. If a person is involved in learning, or in Yil's Kasadim, or a mother plant buries his children, or the mother works from work, all of the lives, all of the days of the year. The Rebbe says, although Tziras is considered a kapara Mishayah, yet it's not considered Yisur Shalahava. Those Yisur differences, those Yisur come to take away Kapara Rabbi. Yisur Shalahava means that it comes from government's time. Many cases of the Gemara, perhaps somebody has Saras, and there's a stone, where it has a lot of good stuff. Very daunting as to the Mafia has seen it happen. That's considered not the social habit, but it's a Florence, in America, in Bavel, you have Saras, that's the social habit. Another distinction you can make is if the Surim are visible to others, if Saras is visible to others, that's not the social habit. If Saras is covered, it's the social habit. Famous Lashon of Rabbi Yochanan had 10 boys that were nifter, and he carried on himself a bone of one of his children, the last child that died, and he said, this is a reminder of the Surim of Ahava that the Baruch gave me. Because Rabbi Yochanan was a tzaddik, he didn't have Surim that weren't Shalahava. The Gemara makes a distinction. If a person never has children, that's not Yisurim Shalahava. But if a person of Islam loses a child, that's Yisurim Shalahava. Here, when Abba was sick, and Rabbi Yochanan went to visit him, Rabbi Yochanan asked him, are you happy with the Yisurim? And he says, no, I'd rather not have Yisurim, and I'd rather not have the Sakar. The explanation is because it causes you to the fire. Rabbi Yochanan says, give him your hand, he gave him his hand, and he healed him. Rabbi Yochanan himself was sick, but he couldn't heal himself because any Faydish Matir asking this Asurim, a person cannot take himself out of jail. Rabbi Yochanan said the same thing. He says, I'd rather not have Yisurim, I'd rather not have the Sakar, And the Kibbutz Abba took his hand and healed Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan once visited Rabbi Lasha, who was also sick, and he saw that his house was dark. He rolled up his sleeve, and it became light in the house. Rabbi Yochanan's skin shined. And he asked him, why are you crying? If you're crying about the Torah that you didn't accomplish, the famous concept, that the Margot, that the Mamet, who eventually found the Shem Shamayim, doesn't matter. The quantity, it's the quality that counts. If you're crying because you don't have Parnos, so not everybody has two shulchanos, tables. You have Torah, you should be happy with that. He says, Rabbi Lazar, I'm crying about you, about your beautiful face, your beauty that one day is going to be buried. They explain, because Rabbi Yochanan, the Marshal explains, Rabbi Yochanan was the last of the beautiful people that lasted from Truman of Ice. And that's the end of an era. So they both sat and they cried. Rav Huna, 400 of his barrels became vinegar. Chacham came to advise him, and they said, listen, you have to look into what you've done. There's a reason. And he said, what you questioning? And they told him they knew. Explained the Restream, they knew that he did something. And they said, what, you're questioning the Rabbi told him that he'll do something without a reason. You see from here, every surah, all these surah that we have comes from Hezbollah. And he said, I don't know. You tell me. And he said, well, perhaps even today, you're sharecropper. And he said, well, the sharecropper is a Ghana. He stole from me. That's why I didn't pay him. And I said, nevertheless, even though he's a Ghana, if you steal from him, then you taste a little bit of the gneva. So he said, okay, I accept the money. He said, I'll pay him back. And in fact, either all his 400 barrels became wine, or the price of vinegar became higher than the wine. Abba Binyamin davened before he did any malacha, and before he ate, and Rashi says, and before he learned Torah. This says, you don't understand what Rashi is saying. Of course, you can learn before davening. You should put your bed between north and south because the Shekhinah is facing east and west. And if you do so, you'll have Bani Scharim, and the wife won't miscarry have a wonderful day.
Here's the latest from the KFI 24-hour news from the Trump administration's removing another immigration judge in San Francisco. About 70% of asylum receiving 5 years, higher than the national average, but lower than other judges.
Bracha is that vote. If we had the capacity to see Shadim, we'd be so scared that we wouldn't survive. They're all around us, and there are many of them, many more than us. In fact, each person has 1,000 Shadim on his right side and 10,000 Shadim on his left side. And you blame the Shadim for everything. The fact that our clothing is worn out, that our feet knock each other, that our knees are weak, that when we go to a shear, it feels as if it's crowded. It's all the Shadim that you can blame. If you want to see evidence of Shadim, you take ashes, you put it by your bed, and in the morning, you can see footprints that look like those of a chicken. If you want to see them, that's kind of dangerous, but you can if you take a black cat, a female black cat, who's the eldest, who's the daughter of another black female eldest cat, take the afterbirth, burning the ashes in your eyes, and then you see Shadim. If you can try this trick, and it actually damaged him, if Chachamim had a damage for him, to be healed. Abba Binyamin continues to say halachas, and he says that tefillah is heard only in the shul. It says the shmoya el arina el tefillah. The place that it's rina, that the singing, there's where the damage is. The Baruch Hu is found in the shul, and he comes towards the minyan. He actually comes before the minyan gets there. And Baruch Hu is there when they're doing the Torah with the 3 dayanim. The Torah is considered Torah. Baruch Hu is there when a person is learning Torah. Baruch Hu is even there when a person is learning by himself. The difference between a person learning by himself and Chavrusa is that Chavrusa is exclusively written down in a sefer that's for everybody to see. Yet, for an individual, it will be in his own private sefer. That's how places explain this. It says in the Pasuk, the Choshvei Shmoy, famous Gemara, that a person thinks about doing a mitzvah, and he had a oinus and he couldn't do the mitzvah, he'll get schar as if he did the mitzvah. And his Baruch Hu wears tefillin. His Baruch Hu says, Klal Yisrael gave me this one great shvach, and he said, Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. I'm going to say, Mi Kam Kol Yisrael Lo Yechol Ba'aretz. What does the Baruch put in his tefillin? One of the bottom he has Kimi Goy Gadol and the parsha Umi Goy Gadol. In the second bias he says Ashrecha Yisrael and the parsha of Rika Amcha. In the third bias it says Oya Niso Lekim. And in the fourth bias it says Elyon. If a person is used to coming to the shul and he doesn't show up, the Baruch asks him about it. He says, "Where's this?" If he finds out that it's because he went for bar mitzvah, the person will have light. If he finds out that he went for bar shus, even to make a parnasa, he won't have light. The first time reads this Gemara, and the first time says it's impossible. The Baruch tells the person that this is what a person is going to earn this year, Rosh Hashanah. From the Rosh Hashanah, it's impossible that if a person has more than time to go daven and to go learn, and he takes that time instead of learning, he goes and he earns the parnasa. It's impossible that Baruch Hu will take away from the earning that you're supposed to earn. In other words, you should stay and learn, and nothing will happen. Make the same amount of money. The Rebbe says if a Baruch Hu comes to the shul, the meeting is not there yet. Miyad koyas gets accepted immediately. The person has a permanent place for his davening. Then he's like a Rabbi, and it says that the Rabbi Ezra Hashem will help him. And when he dies, they say, "Who's this Anav? Who's this Chassid? The child of Abraham." When you go towards the shul, you should run. But when you leave a shul, you don't run because it looks as if you're running away from shul. In fact, on Shabbos, when it's asked to run, you're allowed to run. It's encouraged to run to shul. The Gemara has a list of things that what we might perceive that you get schar for, it's in fact something else. When you go to shul and listen to speech, you don't really understand the speech. You get the schar not for listening to the Torah, but rather for walking the shul. The schar for arguing and learning is the schar that you get for the kircha, for the amilas HaTorah that you get from coming up with the sword. The schar that you have going to a base of Aval, to be Menachem Aval, is not to talk. It's the opposite. Shkikusa is being quiet is what's preferred. When you fast, on a fast day, you think that the schar is for fasting. In fact, the schar is even greater when you give money to the poor person to break his fast. The schar of being masked somebody saying a hesped is not in the speech that you give, but rather in the crying that you do. And the schar that you have from only the chasana is the schar for telling chassan great things. If you daven in a shul, outside of the shul, according to Rashi, means opposite of the Aron Kodesh, that wall, and your back is towards the Aron Kodesh, you consider it a Russian. The Gemara says a story that Aliyah Navi met somebody that was davening outside the shul, and his back was towards the Aron Kodesh. He said, "Should we turn around?" And Aliyah Navi took out his sword and he killed the person. It says in the pasuk, these are the things that people are used to, such as davening, and people disregard the davening. They don't treat it with proper respect. The other one says, "Krum" is the lashon of a bird. When a person is being supported by others, he has a sort of kusha that his face turns to the color of his bird, called krum. Not only that, he is midai. He gave him a punishment with the patient mind, fire and water. The Gemara says you must be careful with all three tefillahs. Mincha, you see that Aliyah Navi, he was answered during Mincha. By Meir it says Minchas Erev, and the Shachris it says Hashem Boker Tishma Kodesh. If you benefit from a wedding meal without creating simcha at the wedding, you're over on the 5 kolos that says the pasuk Chasasim, Kasufra, etc. Our Misameach Chasam Kala benefit from the 5 kolos that says that the Torah by the kolos of Rabbi. The continuation of Chasasim Kasufra is a very long pasuk. It says that the V'im Toida Beis Hashem. Some say that if you go to a wedding in Sameach Chasam Kala, it says if you brought a Toida. Or it says if you built one of the ruins in Yerushalayim, because that's also the continuation of the same pasuk. It says, if your friend says hello to you, you should try to say hello before your friend does. As it says in the pasuk, you should seek out peace. Now, if your friend says hello to you and you snub him out, you don't say hello back, you're considered a gazlan. It says in the pasuk, the lashon of zeilas aniyim. You're a poor person, you don't have anything. All you have is the ability to say hello, and somebody stole that ability from you. That other person is a Gazan. Have a wonderful day.
The Surreal Center for the Performing Arts this Sunday, the 15th. And we're going to be giving away a pair tonight and a pair tomorrow. It's the Surreal Center for the Performing Arts. This Sunday, the 15th. So take out these bell-bottoms and platform heels and get ready to disco. The Super Troopers, it's a flashback to the 70s.
Rocha is Dav Zayin. The Lord tells us that even HaKadosh Baruch Hu davens. But what does he say? Who does he say it to? The Lord says he says it to himself. It's actually the same exact words as the famous song, just he says it to himself. The famous song, Tanya, Omer B'Shmuel Ben Elisha, Hamachas Nasi Lahatis HaKodesh. I once walked in the Beis Hamikdash to serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu with Paris. The Reisi HaKadosh Hashem Tzvakos. I saw HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself. And he's sitting, Gomer Ali, and he told me, Baruch Hu, give me a bracha. Your mercy should overcome your anger. The Lord is going to explain it. His Baruch gets angry. And your mercy should overcome your midos. Children with mercy. And he shook his head in agreement. Now, the Baruch says it a little differently. He says the same words. He just says, what do we learn from Rabbi Shmuel? We learn that if Baruch could ask a bracha from a basar adam, and he gave it to him and he agreed to it, so then any basar adam, even a hedyot, even a hedyot, a simple person can give you bracha and you should enjoy and benefit. We learn from HaKadosh Baruch Hu that you don't appease a person when he's still angry. Wait until he calms down. Baruch Hu said, wait until I'm not angry anymore. When does HaKadosh Baruch Hu get angry? Every single day, for a split second, for a 16th of a second. The Gemara says it's 158,888. One part of that, which is a 16th of a second. Or the amount of time that it takes to say the word rega. And Bilam knew that second. Bilam wasn't that smart. His old donkey beat him in an argument. When you knew that split second, and when you know that split second, you could use it to curse somebody in the curse words. In fact, the Baruch Hu knew that Bilam was about to curse Klal Yisrael, so he didn't get mad those 3 days. Had he gotten angry those 3 days, as shown, there wouldn't be anything left. The Lord says a story that Shul ben Levi was upset at a certain spook he was bothering him. He wanted to kill him. What he did was, he took a chicken and tied it to his bed. There's a simon. When the chicken's coat turns from red to white, that's the time that his boat gets upset. And he waited there, and he noticed that he fell asleep. So he realized that it's a sign of Shemayim, you're not supposed to do such a thing. It says, V'racham avakol ma'aseh, Baruch Hu has rachmanis even on the bad sleep. Baruch Hu gets angry when the kings of the world, they take off their crowns and they bow down to the sun. If a person has self-discipline, it comes from within himself. It's not from outside. It's a lot better than if somebody would hit him and give him malchus. It says Rish Lakish, it's better than 100 malchus. God says the Gemara that Moshe Rabbeinu asked for 3 things, and he got all 3 things according to Roman Omer. He asked that Klal Yisrael should have Shechina. He asked that Kibayim should not have Shechina. He also asked to understand why is it that sometimes Tzaddik Viralo, this good guy, sometimes has a bad life, and sometimes Rosh of the Toilet, the bad guy has a really good life, supposedly. He's told that one shot is Tzaddik Viralo. He's talking about Tzaddik that's not a Tzaddik Gomer, but if he's a Tzaddik Gomer, he wouldn't have a Gomer. What's the shot? The Baruch Hu wants to give a person his surim so that the Tzaddik who's not Gomer should be Gomer. And Russia, the third life, the Baruch wants to erase all his spuss in this world, even the scar of this world, so when it comes to the Oil Haba, he shouldn't have Galilee. Rameir says that Moshe Rabbeinu said, I want to see what you look like. Rome said, listen, I offered you by the snare, you didn't agree. Now that you want, I'm not interested. He says, Mori Bernison says, the scar that Moshe Rabbeinu covered his face, he was Zoycha Midik Neged Midot, and his face glowed. The scar that Moshe Rabbeinu was fearful of Hashem, So humans were fearful of him, but he really Geshes. So he didn't look at it as Baruch showed him his Achayra. What does Achayra mean? Since the Gemara showed him the knot of the tefillin shoulders. When HaKadosh Baruch Hu says something, he promises something, even if it's connected to a condition, if the condition doesn't happen, HaKadosh Baruch Hu still will fulfill his word. For instance, God said, I want to kill all of Israel. And don't worry, Moshe Rabbeinu, I'll make you into a great nation. And then he didn't kill Israel, he made Moshe Rabbeinu a great nation. In fact, Moshe Rabbeinu had, as the Torah tells us, 600,000 descendants. The Rebbe said in the name of Restream Yochai, Rabbi was the first one to call the Rabbi Shalom master, Adler. And when the meal was saved, it was a merit of Rabbi calling the Rabbi Shalom Adler. Leah was the first one to unite the HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to sing praise the HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to realize that what Hashem gave her was more than what she deserved. The name Reuben, the Gemara, is made out of two words. Reuben, see my son. Leah was saying, look at Esau. Esau was Bechor willingly, then he complained. And he said that Yaakov took it away illegally. My son Reuben lost his Bechor to Yosef, yet he didn't complain. Not only that, he wasn't jealous. He tried to save Yosef by Tzilei Miyadam. The name Ros was to describe David HaMelech that would sing Shiros Mishpachas HaKadosh Baruch Hu. In fact, we see that the name of a person has a tremendous effect on the person. A son, a kid, who's rebellious, is worse than the war of the mother of his parents. And the Gemara asks the question, when David HaMelech was running away from his only son Absalom, which would be the worst thing in the world, yet David HaMelech says, Mizmor LeDavid. He's saying a praise that was Baruch Hu, the Kino LeDavid. David HaMelech was relieved, like a person paying off a big debt. It's upsetting, but it's a relief. He was relieved that HaKadosh Baruch Hu told him you're going to have a rebellion from within your house, and he thought perhaps it's a mamzer or an eved that's going to rebel. He was relieved that it's his own son. His own son is not going to kill him. When are you allowed to start up with the bad guys, with the Russians? There are four ways. Either when it's Mila the Shemaya, it's the Shem Shemayim, it's not a danger. Otherwise, it might be dangerous. Or if the Russian is not having a good time, it's not a good time for the Russian in his life. He's on the down. So on the down, you let it go after him. Or he's on the up. He's doing really well. But you're at Tzadi Gomer. Tzadi Gomer, go after him. The other thing is, even if he's not at Tzadi Gomer, still go after Russia if it's not a good time for him. If a person sets a permanent seat in a shul, then his enemies fall from within him, in front of him, and finally the Gemara says it's better to serve a Talmid Chacham than to retire from him. Have a wonderful day.
Yet still, it's far one of the biggest school scandals to embrace the stream.
Rabbi's that test today must be one of the highlights of that Fiyami career. I was saying over the Gemara Tanya, Rabbi Shmuel ben Elisha, when suddenly one guy started singing the famous Avram Creed song, and then the entire group, 60, 70 guys together, it was an unbelievable feeling. If you want to be part of a Geshmak Chevra, a fun, entertaining shir, check us out on YouTube on the Rabbi Stefanski. Understand why there are close to 2,000 subscribers. The halacha is, if a person has an illness, he's sick, and he can't make it to shul, and he can't gather 10 people to his home, it's preferable that he should daven at the same time that they're davening in shul. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't turn down the tefillah of the tzibur of the rabbi. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, whoever learns Torah, does milas chasadim, and davens with a minyan, it's as if they redeem me and my children from within the nations. Rothschild says if there's a shul in a city and he doesn't go in, he's considered a bad neighbor, and he because of him he creates wallos for him and for his children. Rabbi was under the impression that there are no extremely old people in Bava, because it says in the possible man Yirbi Meichem, that's referring to Israel. When he found that there were old people, he said it must be because they come to shul early in the morning and they leave shul late at night, and that gives arichas yom. Rav Chisda says one should not sit right by the door to the entrance of the shul because it looks as if he wants to run away from shul. Rather, he should give himself 2 doors distance into the shul. The Gemara brings 4 pshatim for this pasuk. Al zois yispal kol chassid eilecha. Every chassid, pious person, should daven for this le'eis l'tzoi. Right before he needs this thing, and he'll get it if he davens for it. What is this thing? The first pshat is, Rav Hanina says, is referring to looking for a wife. It says in the pasuk, matzah isha, matzah taif. The matzah matches matzah in the pasuk. The fact that Israel, they would ask, matzah, or you might say, did you, after you married, now that you find out the woman you married, is she a matzah, matzah isha, matzah taif, is it a good woman, or u'maitzani marmi mavis as a isha? Rav Nosson says it's referring to Torah. Ask for Torah and you'll receive it. Rav Nosson says you should ask for kfura, for burial. Rabbi says it's talking about death. You should ask for a good death, a pleasant death. In fact, Gemara says there are 903 types of death. The worst one is askara. The best one is nisus and shika, like taking a hair out of milk. Askara is like taking thorns out of wool. It's very difficult. So you should ask for a good misa. Maj Zutra says it's referring to a bathroom. You should find a good bathroom. The Gemara says, in fact, Maj Zutra seems to be the best out of all of them. Says Rav Chisda, is in the pasuk, Oyav Hashem Shari Tzion Mikol Mishkenei Yaakov. What does Hashem love the most? He loves Oyav Hashem Sha'orma Mitzuyon B'Halacha. He likes the places that they come to the bottom of the halacha more than shuls and bati medrash. The halacha is one should daven where he learns. When Rabbi heard this halacha, he changed his ways. He used to learn at home and go daven in shul, but then he changed it to where he would daven and learn in the same place. Rabbi and Rasi, they had 13 shuls in Feria, yet they chose to daven by the pillars of where they used to learn. It says, Miyosh Chavis Hamikdash, Ein Le'Lakadosh Baruch Hu Elo Dalar Amis Shel Halacha B'Ovad. In the time the Churban Rabbi, Hakadosh Baruch Hu only has 4 Amis of Halacha. So in other words, that's why Rabbi also he decided to daven in the same place that he learned Halacha. That's why Hakadosh Baruch Hu is. Gemara says, somebody who has Yiras Shamayim and earns a living is greater than somebody that earns that just has Yiras Shamayim without earning a living. It says in the pasuk, Yagia Kapecha Yitzchel Ashrecha L'Toivlach. You learn Ashrecha B'Olam Hazeh, L'Toivlach B'Olam Haba, whereas just Yiras Shamayim only has Olam Haba, not Olam Hazeh. There's a halacha that one should live right next to his Rebbe. If he's subordinate to his Rebbe, if he accepts everything his Rebbe says, otherwise it's not good to live next to your Rebbe. We see that Shlomo HaMelech didn't marry the daughter of Pari as long as his Rebbe Shimi Megari was alive and lived next to him. It says in the pasuk, there's a halacha that if the same Torah is open in shul, you're not allowed to leave the shul. The Rabbi would leave the shul between Garba and Garba, between Aliyahs. The Rabbi asks, what about between Psukim? If there's a pause, can you sneak out? And he remains with the Teiku. Reb Shimon says, I turn my back to the same Torah and I learn, they're doing what they want to do and I'm doing my thing. The halacha of Shnai Mikra Vecha Targum brings Arichas Yamin. You should say 2 Psukim and 1 Targum. What if there's no Targum on the pasuk? Like at Teres Divar. Akros and Divar. Says Rashi, in that case, the Gemara says you should still say it, meaning you should say the pasuk 3 times, once instead of the Targum. One should not wait until Yom Kippur to say the Shnai Mikra Vecha Targum, because every Yom Kippur is the day that we eat. It's as if you're fasting, and do not say Shnai Mikra Vecha Targum earlier than the week that you need to say that. Yeshua Levi told his children, first of all, when you chef the bird, be careful that you chef all the breathing, the veins, make sure that all of the blood comes out. Be careful with the Talmud Chacham, the Zakin that had Torah, even though you forget it now because of A'inas, just like they put the broken mufais into the Harain, this person is a broken Sefer Torah. Rabbi told his children, do not cut meat on your hands. One shot is because it's a sakana, you might cut through, you might slip and cut your hand, or you might nick your hand, some of the blood will go into the food, and it'll disgust everybody. The halacha is, you're not allowed to sit on a mita aramis. A bed of a gaya. One shot is, it means referring to going to sleep without saying Krishma al Amita. The other shot is, Rabbi was telling his children who were kohanim, do not marry a Geyeres because you're a kohen, it's also. And some say that it's a goya mamish. Why? Why can't you sit on her bed? There's a story from Rav Papa. A woman told him, a goya said, sit down. he said, let me see what's underneath the bed. And she lifted up the bed, and there was a dead baby there. She wanted to blame him for his death. Lacha is, one should not go behind a shul. It looks as if you don't believe in the shul. Gemara says there's a number of conditions here. If a person is carrying something heavy, it's obvious that he's not trying to avoid the shul. He's wearing tefillin, it's obvious that he's Yerushalayim. If he's running, it's also obvious that he's trying to get somewhere, and if the shul has another door, then people will think he's trying to go to the other door, and it's not going to the shul. Rabbi Akiva loved three things about the nation of Moab, that they cut their meat. They don't cut their meat on a table, and they would kiss each other only on their hands because of germs. And when they discuss private things, they would go into a field so nobody else could hear. Rabbi Akiva says, I like three things that the Parsians did. They had sneas in three areas: when they ate, when they went to the bathroom, and when they had relations. Nevertheless, the Parsim are ready to go with all the sneas. They're ready to go straight into Gehenna. The halacha is like we will in the Mishnah that you can say Kriya Shema all the way until Amud HaShachar. Restream Bar Yochai says that there's a possibility of saying Kriya Shema one after another. One will be for the night, one will be for the day. That is, if you say Kriya Shema right before Amud HaShachar and right after Amud HaShachar, the one after Amud HaShachar will count for the daytime, even though halachically right after Amud HaShachar is considered night. Since people get up then, Kriya Shema Shachar, have a wonderful day.
President Donald Trump's lavish meeting with Mother Putin in Alaska has made Google popular. His
Rocha is Dav Tes. Gemara tells the story. Two Talmidim that came home from a wedding drunk. And they didn't say Kriya Shema. They asked Rav Shmuel Levi, the father of the Chassan, whether or not he could say Kriya Shema, even though it's the Netzach Ham. Shmuel Levi says, yes, we pass like Rav Shmuel that in a time of a highness, like being drunk, you could say Kriya Shema of Meir all the way to the next. In fact, that's the halacha. You're supposed to say Kriya Shema of Meir up until the Chatzos. If that doesn't work out, you have until Amud HaShachar. Only in the case of an highness, we go until Netzach Ham. As in our Mishnah, we had that the sons of Gamliel, they also went to the wedding, but they didn't have a nightness. They didn't come home drunk, and they asked for Gamliel, they could say Kriya Shema, and he said, yes, up until Amud HaShachar. Because they weren't sure whether or not Chachamim, who are the Rabbi, argued with their father or not. They knew their father, but they weren't sure if Chachamim would agree. And Rabbi says, yes, Chachamim would agree with me. The shir really is up until Amud HaShachar. Chachamim made a kind of siyag, say Kriya Shema before Chatzos. Elazar ben Azariah has it. It's Zer Shal. There's an extra word, hazeh. He learns out that the time he eats Korban Pesach is only up until Chatzos, whereas Rabbi Akiva holds the time he eats Korban Pesach is all the way to the morning. Rabbi Akiva learns from the word chikazah. Chazan he holds is the hastiness of Klal Yisrael. When did they leave? The hastiness in the morning, so therefore he can eat the Korban Pesach till the morning. Elazar holds that Chazan is referring to the Restream. They were in a rush to get Klal Yisrael out. The Gula started by Chatzos, by Hakas the Pirates, they wanted Klal Yisrael out. In reality, Klal Yisrael only left following morning. There's a pasuk that seemingly has a three-way contradiction. It says, "Shav Tizbach Pesach Pesach." When do you shav Pesach? Bo'erev, which means in the afternoon. It says, "K'voy Hashemesh," as we learned, "K'voy Hashemesh," referring to Shkia. And the pasuk continues and says, "Voyei Tzeis Chametz Mitzrayim." When did Klal Yisrael leave Mitzrayim? In the morning. So which one is it? Is it afternoon, Shkia, or the morning? Says the Gemara. The pasuk is telling us three different things. Shchita of the Korban Pesach happens in the afternoon. Eating of the Korban Pesach occurs only after Shkia. Up to what point can you eat the Korban Pesach? According to Yeshua, which is like Rabbi, you can eat it all the way to the morning. According to Rabbi Lazar, it's until Chatzos. The Gemara now goes on to explain a few. When Hakadosh Baruch Hu told Moshe Rabbeinu to tell Klal Yisrael to borrow gold and silver from the Mitzrayim, the pasuk uses an interesting lashon. Daber no ba'oznei ba'al v'yishal. What's this no? I beg of you, please. Hakadosh Baruch Hu told Moshe Rabbeinu, I don't want Avraham Avinu to come to me with kindness. I promised that the Mitzrayim will enslave Klal Yisrael, and that they did. But didn't happen. So therefore, I beg of you that you should beg of them that they should borrow gold and silver, so that Avraham Avinu doesn't have kindness. And Klal Yisrael said, we don't want to borrow. We want to leave. If we can leave, why should we wait until tomorrow? Let's leave right now. Vayashilu, with the mem at the end, says Rabbi means that it happened forcefully. What happened forcefully? One Shita says that the mitzvah were forced to lend. Another Shita says Klal Yisrael didn't want to borrow. They felt that it might be too heavy. They needed to run away from the mitzvah. The mitzvah might give chase. They wanted to go lighter. And therefore, they didn't want to borrow. So the Klal Yisrael was forced. But Natsnus Mitzrayim says the Gemara that once Klal Yisrael borrowed from the mitzvah, everything was desolate. It was as if it was a trap, an animal without a bait. Or by Natsnus, like Mitzulas Hayam, just like in the depths of the ocean, there are no fish. So Mitzrayim had no values left. Eya Asher Eya. What's this double lashon? That just like I was with them now, I'll be with them in the future dollars. So Moshe Rabbeinu said, Klal Yisrael has enough on their head. Why should I tell them about future dollars? Says Rabbi Shalom, you're right. Just tell them I'll be with them. What's the double lashon by Eliyahu Hanavi? Aneni Hashem Aneni. Famous story. Eliyahu Hanavi wanted to prove that they are false. So he had them try to consume meat with fire from Shemaim. It didn't work. And then he begged Rabbi Shalom, bring an ace. Bring down fire from Shemayim and consume the meat. In fact, that's what happened. But Anani, the second time was, Klal Yisrael shouldn't think it's witchcraft. They should understand that it's Shemayim. Says the Mishnah, Kriyishma in the morning is said when you can differentiate between Chelas and Lava. This is Chelas and Lava. That's one shot. We had the opportunity today, the owner of Chelas came to Abshir and gave us a live demonstration and lent this to me. The Gemara says that it's the Chelas is within the lava, with a piece of wool. It wasn't dyed from it didn't catch it here like this. When you can differentiate between the white and the blue, that's the shear. That's what you could say, Kriyash. Rabbi Lezer says between Chelas and Karsi. Karsi is a leaf. So when you can differentiate between the blue and the green, that's the shear of Kriyash. The same shear, the Gemara brings in another way. If you can differentiate between a dog and a wolf, between a donkey and a roy, which is a wild donkey. And Achirim say it's when you can differentiate, when you can pick out your friend or an acquaintance, an associate from 4 ounces away. Up until one time, can you say Krishma? One sheet is until Netzach Chama. That's the Lechatchila. The other can go even further. Yeshua says until 3 hours, Manios. In other words, you divide the day for the light. That's the Machlik from the Gra and the Rabbi. The Rabbi says to start from Abel Shachar. The Rabbi says to start from Netzach Chama. And that's when kings wake up 3 hours into the day. The Mishnah says, whoever reads Krishma past this time, at least there'll be the time the Mishnah the Raisa of the Torah. And it explains what's the Kiddush. It says because this person is saying Alpeh, Persian Kisabi can't say Alpeh unless he gets Safar. Rav Huna says the halacha is that Kriyishma can be said the shear of picking out your friend 4 hours away. Rabbi says no, that's only in regard to tefillin. But Kriyishma is a Sikha. A Sikha means type of a person that's a chassid, and a chassid would say Kriyishma immediately before night, and that was Shemona Esrei right after night because it's the reason why Tingle Mitzvah, he wants to say Shemona Esrei the earliest possible time, but you have to be so full of tefillah, you have to put Kriyishma right before, and therefore, in order to time everything, you have to say Kriyishma at the last available moment, right before night. It says, how do we know this concept? It says, you should have fear right when the sun comes down. That's Kriyishma, Olach Hashemayim. Plus, continues. It's talking about Mincha should not be said after Shkia. Yoisi, Ben Eliakim, said in the name of the people of Shalayim, that whoever says Tehillah right next to Tefillah won't be damaged that day. Reb Zera said he was damaged, and the Gemara says, why? Because he had a monetary loss, he had to bring a Hadassah to the king. People pay money to see a king. You're supposed to see even Gentile kings, to see the difference between a Goy and a Yid king. Reb Bruna says, Gemara, he was son of Tefillah, and he was happy the entire day. He had a smile on his face the whole day. Hashem Spasai Tifkach that we say, Gemara in one shot says that we don't say that in Mincha, otherwise it's a Hasidic like we had in the beginning of the Sefta. And since the hunger with Meveyad in the Tefillah is like part of Shemona Esrei, like the Shemona we said is part of the Goy Yisrael. Shemona Esrei is because of the 18 Tehillim that David HaMelech had that correspond to the 18. Rothschild, is in Kapitel Yutes in the 19th. That's why we say Rothschild after Shemon Esrei and not before. Have a wonderful day.
Next lab senior fellow at East Western Reserve University's Weather School of Management. His writings have appeared in the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Atlantic. He was previously writing for Wired Movies with his book Magic of COVID. Samuel, welcome back. What have you been doing for 9 years?
Rabbi is the you. The Gemara tells us a story where a mayor had really bad neighbors. So he died that they should die. Ruria's famous wife told him that's not the way to do it. You're probably thinking, you should get rid of all the chatoim. Yes, get rid of the sins, but don't get rid of the sinners. What you should do is daven that they should do tshuva. In fact, he davened that they should do tshuva, and he requires with tshuva. A min once asked Ruria, how does the pasuk make sense? The Navi, Rani Akora Shaloi Lada. Because he didn't give birth, she came out in a song. She said, Shaita. Look at the end of the pasuk. Lost and loved by the Geula. There are going to be many more Klais from Yerushalayim than Edom. In fact, the word Akara is referring to that our children don't go into Gehenna like your children do. Rabbi will explain to Amin, why is it that David and Amelech put the parak of Avshalom, him and Avshalom, is the third parak in Tehillim, and the parak of him and Shaul is all the way at parak Nun Zayin. It shouldn't be the opposite. It's not in order of how it happened. So he told them, we believe in a concept called smuchim. When a pasuk is next to another pasuk, or a parak is next to another parak, we learn something from it. We learn from the parak Gog and Magog, which is parak Beis. If somebody might tell you, how is it possible that Gog is going to rebel against Kadosh Baruch Hu? I'll tell you, look, my own son rebelled against his father. Shimba Yochai explained the famous pasuk in Yeshus Chayim. He was from Chachma, V'sari has chesed al Shayna. Shlomo Melech wrote it about his father David, that he had Ruach HaKodesh later on in life about 5 times that he was in different worlds. One of them was the world in his mother's womb. He said Shira, he said a Baruch Nafshi about it. When he came out and he gazed at the stars and the mazalas, he said another Baruch Nafshi. And when he nursed, he also said a Baruch Nafshi. 2 shots, either because humans are different than animals. You nurse from a clean place, or you nurse not in Mokim Erba. And he said Shira when he had the falling of the Rishayim, and when he spoke about the day of death. Rishayim Pazi says that it corresponds with HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the Neshama, the 5 times. HaKadosh Baruch Hu fills the whole world, the Neshama fills the whole body. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees it, but it's not seen. The Neshama sees it, it's not seen. HaKadosh Baruch Hu feeds, Mefardas the whole world, the Neshama is Mefardas the whole body. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is pure, he's tar, so is the Neshama. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sits in the inner rooms, so does the Neshama. So therefore, the person that has the Neshama within him should come and praise HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Baruch Nafshi, it says, my innards. Because Baruch is not like the human being. If an artist paints a picture on the wall, he can infuse it with life and in the neshama. Where Baruch not only can he infuse it, he can infuse something within something. A baby that's within his mother can infuse it with life. As Chana said, ain't sur kelikenu, and we learn ain't sire. There's no artist like our God. In other words, Baruch Hu could create humans, and nobody can do anything similar. We learn Ein Levaloisva, meaning HaKadosh Baruch Hu outlives everything he creates, whereas an artist, usually his art outlives him. The Gemara tells us what happened in the story between Chizkiah and Yeshayahu, who were both tzaddikim. Chizkiah was the king, Yeshayahu was the Rabbi. They didn't want to visit each other. Each one held that they had more honor, the other one should come to them. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu made a compromise. He made Chizkiah really sick, and he told Yeshayahu, go visit Chizkiah. So he went to visit him and he said, He makes Atom, you're going to die, the life ticking, you're not going to live, which is a double lashon. The Gemara explains, you're going to die in this world, and you're not going to have Olam Haba because you didn't do Pru, you didn't get married. Because he said, because I saw Ruach HaKodesh, that I'm going to have descendants, they're not worthy. So, Yeshayahu told him the famous line, why are you getting involved in the Rabbi Shalom's business? Let him do his thing, you do your thing. He said, okay, so give me your daughter, and our 2 sfusim will be such that I won't have bad descendants. So he told him it's too late. Xavier already happened. So Chizkiah got upset. He said, even if a sharp sword is on your neck, you should never stop davening. And the Gemara tells us that immediately Chizkiah took the Musar, he got up and he went to the wall. What's the wall? The walls of his heart. He said within his heart. Or, lady says, he said, something that has to do with a wall. He said, it's Isha Shunamis, with a story with Elisha, that Elisha did Chiz HaMesim to her son in the schos because she built him a wall, as the Gemara is going to discuss later. So my grandfather, Shlomo, he built an entire Beis Hamikdash, shouldn't have deserved a schos. Chizkiah told her, Kosh Baruch Hu, I did everything. What did he do? Says the Gemara, an amazing thing. He was Sainach Kukulo L'Tfilo. Lady says it means that he took the book of medicinal remedies and he buried it. The Gemara says Chizkiah did 6 things. 3 things the Rabbanim, Chachamim agreed with, and 3 not. He buried the book of Refuahs. He broke the copper snake that Moshe Rabbeinu made to heal people. People started doing Avodah Zarah to it. And when his father, the Rosh Achaz, died, he dragged his body in the streets on a bed of rope to show people that this is what happens when you do Avodah Zarah. Those 3 things the Chacham agreed to. But what they didn't agree to, that when he plugged up the water of Yichon in order to thirst, to create that the soldiers in the fear should have water, they didn't agree to that. They said, let Hakadosh Baruch Hu deal with it. When Chizkiah gave the doors of Beis Hamikdash, the golden doors, the Tzachar, they didn't agree to that. And when he did Ibur HaChodesh, he made an extra month of the year on the last day of Adar. He said that's not good because that last day could be Nisan, and because it could be Nisan, you don't do Ibur Hashan on that day. If somebody uses other people's chus when he dies, he says, Hakadosh Baruch Hu answer me in the chus of my forefathers, like Moshe Rabbeinu did in the chus of Rabbi, he's answered in his own chus. But Chizkiah used his own chus. He said, answer me in my chus, Asher Salach L'Fanecha, etc. So they used the chus of David. Now going back to the story of Isha Shunamis and Elisha, she said, let's make him a wall. So Machlek is, where did she put Elisha? She put him in an open Achsadra, and she had to build a wall to divide Achsadra. And then, what does Aliyah mean? Aliyah usually means in the attic. It means that she put him in the best of her houses. One shot is she put him in the attic, and she had to build a roof. So why is it called a kir, a wall? Because it's kiruhu is a lashon of roofing. It says that she put a bed, a table, a chair, a lamp. The Gemara says Elisha benefited from it. You're allowed to benefit from favors that people give to you. But Shmuel would refuse favors. He came with his own little suitcase. Wherever he went, he had all his belongings. Nobody could give him a favor. She knew more than her husband that Elisha was a kodesh. How did she know? She noticed that flies wouldn't land on his table. Another shot is she noticed that his sheets were clean. They didn't have any carry on them. Whereas his Sharis, Yechazi, didn't have Pusha. He grabbed her inappropriately. It says the Gemara that if a person posts the Talmid Chacham and gives from his own belongings to the Talmid Chacham, it's as if he was makriv the Talmid. The Gemara says 3 halachas in Tefillah. First one is that you shouldn't stand in a high place when you daven. There should be no haughtiness when it comes to davening. You're supposed to put your feet together like we do during Shemona Esrei, and you're not supposed to eat and drink before davening. If you do, it's as if you have gaiva and then you're trying to be mamach Shem Shemayim. Shmuel said, like Yeshua, the Kriya Shema is said until 3 hours into the day. The Brisa says if you say Kriya Shema after this man, it's as if you were Mekayim to Talmid Torah, but you should say Birkas Kriya Shema 2 before and 1 after. Rav Chisda agrees to that. And in one lashon, Rav Chisda argues with that. Mani says, somebody who says Kriya Shema in the right time has a bigger source than learning Torah. Have a wonderful day. As we learned, Pasuk says you must say Kriya Shema b'shach b'chol kumecha when people go to sleep and when people get up. We try to take it a step further, and they say just like when you go to sleep, you're laying down. So when we say Kriya Shema shel Arvis, you have to be in the laying position. When we say Kriya Shema shel Shachris, you have to be standing up. Otherwise, the pasuk would say Ba'boker hu ba'arev. You still say, wait a minute. The pasuk says Uvelech b'chavaderech. You must say Kriya Shema even when you're walking on the way. Walking is not laying down. It's not even standing. Therefore, say still, you can say Kriya Shema when you're sitting, standing, laying, and even while you're working. Both Beislam and Misham agree that from the words of B'shach b'chol kumecha, we can learn a big chiddush. That somebody that's oisig a mitzvah, he's preoccupied doing another mitzvah, he's plucked from saying Kriya Shema. We've left the Chavaderech teaches us that not only a person that's actually doing a physical mitzvah, but even somebody like a chassan who's tarot in his machshava, his mind is preoccupied, he's also potter from Kriya Shema since he's about to marry a psula. If he's marrying an almana, he's not occupied, and therefore he's chayv. You need a combination of two things. It needs to be preoccupied, and it has to be with a mitzvah. So therefore, if somebody's about to lose his ship, it's sinking, that's not enough to give him a tour from saying Kriya Shema because it's not a mitzvah. And Abel, who's preoccupied, he just lost a loved one, and he's very bizarre. He's also chayiv in all mitzvahs besides tefillin, because tefillin say pe'er, and since he has afer on his head and he's bizarre, he's potter. Even though Beis Hillel use uvelech chavadera to teach us this concept that basic b'mitzvah you potter, nevertheless they learned the physical words uvelech chavadera that it's talking about the person that's walking and not laying down. Gemara tells a story. Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah together. Rabbi Shmuel was laying down, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah was standing. When the time came to say Kriya Shema, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah decided to lay down like the Shammai. And Rabbi Shmuel, who was laying down, jumped up to say Kriya Shema. So Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah told him, "You remind me of a mashal. Somebody had a beautiful beard, and he told him, look, your beard is beautiful." So he said, "Okay, let me cut it off." I was standing up and I laid down, and because I lay down, that's why you stood up. I give you a compliment, and you're doing the opposite of what I'm doing. She said, no, I'm worried that people will see us, and they'll say that Allah is like Bishamai. What's the difference? Because they still say you can also lay down. But since you were standing, and then you lay down, so it looks as if you're passing like Bishamai. So what is the halacha if you do like Bishamai? According to Rabbi Cheskel, it's okay, you're Yaitzer. But according to Rabbi Yosef, you're not Yaitzer at all. Similarly, we have, if somebody does a sukkah, like Beis Hillel, most of his body's inside the sukkah, but his table's inside the house. According to Beis Hillel, it's fine. Bishami say, if you do like Beis Hillel, you're not Yaitzer at all. So if you reverse that, you say, if you do like Beis Shammai, Beis Hillel will hold, you didn't do anything. According to Rav Nachman Yitzchak, not only did you not do anything, Chayiv Misa. You see the Mishnah, Rav Tarfon says, I once put myself in danger in order to be Yaitzer like Beis Shammai. Chacham told him, if something would have happened to you, you would have deserved it. The Mishnah tells us, based on the pasuk, Sheva Bayoim Hilalticha, you should say 7 brachas, 7 brigas Kriya Shema. How do you break it down? The Mishnah says, in the morning you say 2 brachas before Kriya Shema and 1 after. In the evening you say 2 before and 2 after. In the evening, the Emunah, Emes Emunah is a very long bracha, and Ashkivenu, compared to Emes Emunah, is considered short. Anytime Chachamim or mistaken a long bracha or a short bracha that finishes the Baruch Atah Hashem or doesn't finish, and you had or take off, you're not doing the correct thing. One of the brachas that we see in the morning, Yaitzer Oyer V'Oyer Chayshach, we don't use the word Noiga because we want to say Chayshach, which is darkness, which is Laila. We want to mention the night during the bracha of the day, just like we mentioned the daytime during the bracha of the night, where we say Gadol Ar Mivnei Chayshach, Chayshach Mivnei Ar. According to Shmuel, what's the second bracha? ViralRabbi, like Nusach Ashkenaz. According to Chachamim, it's Havas Olam, like Nusach Sfar. Because it says, therefore, one should say ViralRabbi in the morning and Havas Olam at night. Like Nusach Ashkenaz, I guess places more Chachmei Tzarfas Ashkenaz. Shmuel says halacha that if somebody gets up early to learn, he should say Birkus HaTorah. And if he said Kriya Shema with Birkus Kriya Shema, so ViralRabbi patters him from saying Birkus HaTorah. When do you say Birkus HaTorah? Machlokes. Rav Huna says you only say Birkus HaTorah and Torah should be sab if you learn Chumash, but not even a medrash that tells you the halachas that come out of the Chumash. Rav Elazar says even medrash. Rav Huna says you say Birkus HaTorah even for Mishnah. Rabbi says you say Birkus HaTorah even for Gemara, and Rashi says because that's the Iker Torah. This is great for Daf Yomi people. Gemara is the main part of Torah. Because from that, halach comes out, and it's the logic behind the Mishnah, and it explains away the contradictions in the Mishnah, and sometimes to add and take off words of a Mishnah. Shmuel says, what bracha do you make on Birkus Torah? Last Torah. Rav Nachman adds, higher Rav, you finish off with a bracha. And Rav Nuna says, you say Asher Baruch Rabbanim Mikol Ha'aretz, which he says is considered the most important bracha out of the 3. Why? Because it gives a praise to Baruch Hu and a praise to Klal Yisrael and the Torah. And therefore, since these are all important brachas, we say all 3. After the Kohanim brought the carbon common in the morning and they salted the Ivarim, the Sgan Kohanim would announce, make 1 bracha. What is that 1 bracha? According to Shmuel, it's ViralRabbi, and according to Rish Lakish, it's Yaitzer Ar. And then they would say Aser Sadibros, and they would say Shema V'Yishmayim V'Yomer, and then they would give 3 brachas to Klal Yisrael. They'll say MS V'yatzit, and they would say the bracha b'avodah, which is similar to Ritzei, just it ends up Shlois Chanavoin or another bracha, and then they would say Birkus Yahan. Rav Zrika proved that if you say Yotzer Or and not have a rabbi, the Torah says, from here you see that brachas are not mad. In other words, if there's two brachas together and you say one out of the two, you're Yotzer on that one. Similar, let's say for Tefillin, if you say just a bracha on Shal Yad and on Shal Rosh, you only have one pair, or you can't put on the other one, you're Yotzer. How does he prove it? The fact that they said one bracha, and if that one bracha, for instance, was Yotzer Or, then it's a great proof. Why? Because why did they say have a rabbi? Have a rabbi you can say all night long. There's no zman for it. But if they said I have a rabbi, then there's no proof because perhaps they said it when it was too early. Yotzer is only when the light comes out, and maybe they said it later on. The Gemara is doichin. The Gemara says perhaps they said both brachas. What he meant to say that it's not ma'akim, that the seder is not ma'akim. You can say one before the other. It doesn't matter in what order. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is daf yud beit. Although the Beis Hamikdash they would say Aseret Sedibros, the Chachamim was talking that outside of the Beis Hamikdash you shouldn't say Aseret Sedibros because the meaning would say that's the only part of the Torah that we have. Kriya Shema and Aseret Sedibros. Today, Aseret Sedibros is so important that one should say it in private but not in public. There were 24 mishmaros of Kohanim. Every week, a different mishmar would take over the Beis Hamikdash. When the incoming mishmar came into the Beis Hamikdash, the outgoing mishmar would say another bracha, and he would say, "Misha shiken eshmoy bebayis hazeh, yashkin b'neichem ahava v'achva v'sholem v'reis." The Gemara goes through a series of questions regarding brachas. If a person starts in Ma'ariv, he starts off thinking that he's saying shachris. He says Yotzer Or, but he finishes off Ma'ariv Aravim. And the same thing in shachris. He thinks he's saying Ma'ariv Aravim, and he finishes off Yotzer Or. In both cases, he's Yotzer because he finished off correctly. The reverse, if he started off correctly but finished off incorrectly, in shachris he started off Yotzer Or, but he finished on Ma'ariv Aravim, and in Ma'ariv he started off Ma'ariv Aravim and finished Yotzer Or, he's not Yotzer. If a person is holding in his hand a cup, and he thinks that it's beer, but in fact it's wine. So he starts saying shahakam, and he finishes off the coffin, he's yotze. What about bracha achroina? A person thinks that he ate bread, but in fact he ate dates. And he finishes off correctly. He started off birkas hamazon, but he finished off in shalish, the bracha achroina. He's yotze because even the birkas hamazon that he started off with would work for dates because dates can satiate it. But what happens, and this Gemara remains in a suffix, if he thought that he's holding wine, but in fact it was beer. So he started saying hagafen, but he finished off shahakal. The question is, do we go by the main part of the bracha or the latter part of the bracha? And therefore he'd be yotze. If a person thought that he ate dates, so he started saying a bracha achroina, and then he realized that he ate bread, and he finishes off with birkas hamazon, the Gemara remains in a suffix. Now the Gemara says you can't prove anything from the halachas that we said by Kriya Shema. Because according to Rav, since when it comes to Birkas Kriya Shema, you finish off with a bracha, Baruch Atah Hashem Amarav Aravim, that's enough, that's a bracha in itself. According to Rabbi Yochanan, Baruch Atah Hashem Amarav Aravim, or Yotzer Or, it's not considered a bracha because you have to say Baruch Atah Hashem Elokeinu Melech Haolam in order for it to be considered a bracha. Nevertheless, you can't prove anything from Birkas Kriya Shema, because Birkas Kriya Shema, when a person starts the bracha, he intends to mention the day and the night in the same bracha. So every bracha really is a bracha for the day and for the night, and therefore he's yotze. If a person does not say the yatzim in the morning and the emun at night, he's not yotze the mitzvah of Kriya Shema tikuna. Because it says in the pasuk, "L'hagid ba'boker chazdecha," you have to give Shema Kadosh Baruch Hu in the morning and the evening. When you say Shemona Esrei, the first two brachas, and by the last bracha, you bend your knees by Baruch, and by Atah, you bend your spine and your head down, all your vertebrae have to bend, and then by the word Hashem, you must start coming up. It's important to remember that by Baruch Hu also, we say Baruch Hu Es, Hashem, you start coming up. Rav Sheshes would bend his knees and bow down quickly, but when he said the word Hashem, it would be like a snake. He'd pick up his head very slowly to show that it's not a burden on him to do the kriya. Instead of saying tshuva, we know we say Hamelech HaKadosh and Hamelech HaMishpat. What if one forgets and says Hakel HaKadosh or Melech Vayiv Zako Mishpat? So according to Rabbi, and that's the halacha, he's not Yoitza, and according to Rabbi Lazar, he's Yoitza. If a person has the ability to daven for his friend and doesn't daven for his friend, he's considered a sinner. And if he has the ability to daven for a Talmid Chacham, he must do so until he feels sick, literally sick. He has to fast and daven until he becomes.
There he is. There he fucking is. How you living, pimp? Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, can you give me 2 minutes so I can go to the bathroom? You can't? All right, please don't go.
I'm sure people can collect a lot of vintage boogers, but yeah, I make things for manipulation. I love computers.
He says Royal still makes them, not a lot to sell. The computers, Apple came out in 1976. Look where it is today. It's amazing, isn't it?
Oh yeah, there's been a lot of development. It's hard to imagine back then where we are now.
What is fueling the change in the growth of computers?
So, I mean, at this point, it's really just they're essential for doing almost anything that we need to do in our daily lives, whether it's our jobs or just kind of connecting with people, and so or taking photographs. These things, computers are just kind of stitched together.
All righty, Zoot. How you living? Can you hear me? How are you? All right. Are you ready? There you go. Did you know who he was before today? Yeah, from the Republican National Committee, but like he spoke at the RNC. But I wasn't a follower. That's not really my political flavor. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't really know too much about him. Did you see the video? Oh man, that was gruesome. Right. Did they see it? That's really sad. I don't know. They got him pretty good. And then they don't know who did it? Yeah, but they let that person go. They let that person go. But they let that person go. Oh, okay. I did not know that. I loved it. I feel like my microphone is delayed. Does it sound delayed? Yeah, I mean that's because that other one's going. Shit's wild. Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's interesting why they went after that guy and not Ben Shapiro. Because he talks about the same shit. Man, that was fucking gruesome video. Conservative speaker. He's a conservative speaker, conservative leader. Oh, that I don't know. I mean, he was only 31, so he wasn't even old enough to run for president. No. Are you sure they have somebody in custody? Who says? That they have somebody in custody. Isn't that what happened with the other guy? Look who the fuck it is. Look who the fuck it is. Yeah, dog. Yeah, it is. He keeps joining and leaving. Yo, are you going to keep joining and leaving? Is that cool? How are you? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, like California has it, but it's not used. Yo, what's? Can you hear me? I know you can. What about Riser? I think in the 70s. We're a liberal state, and so executions have been something that the state doesn't like to do. I I think there are like 500 people on death row. It might have been the 90s when they did it, but it's been a long time. It hasn't been in the last 20 years. Fuck you, Zoot. Riser, can you hear us? Can you hear us? Okay, I'm gonna just refresh my browser. Maybe he can't hear us because it's on my end. What's up, baby? What's up, baby? Can you hear me? Yo, you can't hear me. Yo, yo. There you Oh, it's not in the face. Yo, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Riser, are you ready to lose? Dude, he is a legend. He's a comedy legend. Incorrect, but don't force him to die. Riser, can I get in your head? Okay, well, it's Zoot. Zoot, go. Zoot, go. Zoot. Zoot, what happened to you? Zoot, can you hear us? What happened to you? Oh, he might have. I might have sent multiple um things. Check your other ones, Zoot. We'll pretend you got 10. Hey, Zoot, did you know? That's incorrect. That's Perth is no. It's just the west. Aside from Honolulu, it's the largest major city in the world that's isolated. No, it's definitely true. Is it because you suck cock? Riser, that was really bad. Oh, this bitch is over, Riser. Riser, this bitch is over. Riser, when's the last time you watched the William Montgomery show? I did too, dude. What did you think of it? Dude, you're doing really well. You did really, dude. 13. I don't think I'm beating that. Where? Adelaide? Oh, which Kill Tony did you watch? Oh, that was this week. Yeah, that was Monday. Oh, he was on again. Yeah. Yeah, he was pretty good. He's pretty funny. No. I mean, I'm sure they could, but that doesn't really do anything. There was a guy, his name is Rick Diaz, and he bet his golden ticket up against another guy, and the deal was that if he lost, then he would lose his golden ticket like forever. He just hate oh what a shot. He just hated this other guy, and he ended up losing in Madison Square Garden, even though he definitely did not lose, but they just fucked him. It's because he lives in like Belgium or something, and he couldn't do the show regularly.
Now, Maxine, I know you like to do your own little mystery solving, but this is a serious investigation. I need to figure this out. Sorry, kiddo, but you lost your curiosity.
Yep. You could be the security team. SEAL Team Zoo. No, I want you with the finger on the baby. Oh, I know you will. I'm going to be live streaming my life, so that won't really matter. Look at this shot, folks. The, the no, terrible, terrible. There you go. Riser's putting this bitch in the water. There you go, Zoot. That's gonna fuck him over. Oh, stop. He's gonna fuck you. Dude, I saw a robot in Walmart like 6 years ago, and I took a video of it. It was a cleaning robot, and it was also it was cleaning, and if you steal stuff, it was loss prevention, and I took a picture of it, and I've posted it to the internet before. It's like, oh, it was a floor scrubber and a loss prevention. So it would go down the aisles, cleaning the floor while simultaneously seeing if anybody's putting stuff in their pockets. It had cameras all over it. Yeah. So, in answer to your question, it's actually in Walmart. It's not in Walmart's best interest to replace the Walmart greeter. The reason why they even have that position is because hire people who are old or have special needs, and they take out insurance policies on them. And then when the people die, Walmart, if they die on the clock, Walmart gets money for that. And the family, yeah, you can Google that. That's like a pretty famous thing in the United States. It's a one. It's a 1 in 3 shot, basically. Yeah, I mean it's not quite 1 in 3. It's a little less than that, but well, it's just they take the weekend off and stuff. Don't hit Zoo, you fucked me. That's incorrect. Yo, baby. I know.
Joining President Trump to watch Fidelity every night at 8 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax. He has more on President Trump. Ron gives you the facts about the National Guard in cities like Angeles. He tells the real truth on the Jeffrey Epstein files, and he reveals the big media's agenda on the film. You need to watch Ron Fidelity on Newsmax. Check out free Newsmax app. Nothing, and you can watch in minutes. Fidelity is like a new America. Trump is tuning in. Americans go to Newsmax for news they can trust because
Yo, baby. Yo, what up? How are you? Welcome. How'd you find out about me? Frank H. Berger. How'd you find out about me? Okay, that's cool. How's your day going? Taking ass, taking names. How old are you, if I may ask? That's amazing. I'm 39. Just making you an adult. Yep. Calm down, girl. 100%. But these guys are in their 20s, so calm down. Yeah. We're playing a game. So that's why. I don't know. Do you guys not do you want to play? It's mini golf. Oh, that's cool. So Frank, what up, girl? Yeah, that's who that is. All right. Did you find out about me from Socialize? Did- who gives who gives a flying fuck? Frank H. Berger. Did you find out about me? Okay, that's amazing. All right. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Okay. Well, how am I? I don't memorize everybody. Okay, so you already know all about me. Okay, amazing. Have you stalked me? Okay, well that's good. Riser, what'd you do with Zoot? Certainly. Frank H. Berger, what are your hobbies? Slaying a dick like it's style? I've got a whole harem. It's like a Ponzi scheme for the streets. Word. All right, so Frank H. Berger. Uh, so what are your hobbies? What are your hobbies? That's what I thought. Okay, I asked somebody this earlier. It's fine. What are your hobbies? What are your hobbies? All right, well, refresh your screen or whatever. You know how to do it. Yeah, it's called refresh. Are you on an app or are you on a browser? Okay, just close Discord, reopen it, and come back. Yeah, so does it have a button at the bottom? Okay, so yeah. Okay, so it does have a button. So double click on the button, swipe up on Discord, reopen Discord. All right, can you hear me? Okay, excellent. All right, so for the 30th time, what are your hobbies, Frank H. Berger? What are your hobbies? Riser, what is this garbage? Okay, excellent. Frank H. Berger, what are your hobbies? Girl, Riser, Riser. Do you know who Malcolm Jamal Warner is? No shit, you do? Frank H. Berger, you're amazing. Do you know him from the? Do you know him from? Do you know him from the Cosby Show? How else do you know Malcolm Jamal Warner? Malcolm Jamal Warner did sound on Oprah. Like Malcolm Jamal Warner. He didn't do sound for Oprah. No, they were in a documentary together. You're crazy, girl. Yeah. No, he's from the Cosby Show. Did you ever watch the Cosby Show? Okay, you're missing out. All right. So, how was your day? I like the Cosby Show. I'm not a big fan of people who rape people because I'm big on consent. Like whenever I'm with a chick, I always make sure that I get it, and I want to make sure that everybody else gets it in the world. Oh, you're digging deep. Well, on this stream, right at the beginning. Word, girl. My body count, I lose track of 42. So I'm not missing out on any action. Word, girl. All day, every day. Sideline to sideline. Word, girl. Oh, no. Definitely not. And I just lose track at 42. It's higher than 42, but I lose track. Yeah. And I did this thing for like when I was a young man that I would not have sex with chicks, but I would get blown by them. And so if you include that, it's like hundreds at least. Well, college was a big part. And then I was a paid gigolo for some. So I would have sex with guys' wives for money, or chicks would just pay me to have sex with them. If you're interested, are you in the Los Angeles region? All right. Well, maybe we can hook this up. Excellent. All right. Well, you got to know some things. I eat pussy like it's going out of style. That's the first thing. I always make sure a woman comes first. That's another thing. You're going to need a towel. That's another thing. I a lot of times just like for jokes will have a woman keep track of how many orgasms she has, and I provide them until she like loses count. I like to use toys. Do you know what this is? Girl, this is a womanizer. This goes over your clit and creates suction. Oh, you're trans? Well, okay. You're really good trans. You're welcome. Well, so do you have a clit? I don't think you're trans, but okay, that's cool. I mean, you've got you can be whatever you want to be. Anyway, so yeah, basically that's a quick rundown. So Frank H. Berger, what are your hobbies? You're so funny. All right, that's cool. Riser. Yeah, exactly. Word. Hey, so Frank H. Berger, how do you like having a penis? Oh, dude, not only do I do that, but I do it on camera. Oh. Yummy. I do what I can to help the world. So, how long have you been trans? Oh, that's great. According to the state of California, since 2023, when I became a woman, but I actually went to being non-binary in 2021. Oh yeah, world peace, girl. World peace. Very well. Did you get your gender changed on your license? All right, I did it 2 weeks in. Not only that, but I have it documented. Word, girl. Yeah, it's amazing. Okay, so you got your penis 2 weeks ago? You got your penis 2 weeks ago? Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. Excellent. So, what are your hobbies? Why not? Sounds being a normal person. Oh, yeah. Word, girl. Frank H. Burger. What kind of burgers do you like? What about mushroom burger? What's wrong with the mushroom burger? No. Don't you do psychedelics? Okay, well, you said fungus bad, and that's what many psychedelics are. Psiloc- Psilocybin? You don't do psilocybin? LSD? You can still be clean and do those. All right, that's cool. Frank H. Burger, what sports do you like? Everybody's my goon. Everybody's my goon. Yeah, that's not cool. Let's stay away from that. All right, so Frankie. Okay, I appreciate that. Do you have lots of friends? Yeah, if you tell me what your hobbies are. You're cute. Excellent. Where'd you get the little cat ears for your emoji or your avatar? Oh, that thing. Wow, do you work for Discord? You know a lot about it. Okay, that's all right. So, what sports do you like? None. You don't like any sports? Yeah, absolutely. I'm a sport. Uh, excellent. Dodgers or Angels? Good girl. Rams or Chargers? Ooh, okay. All right. Are you a Kings fan or a Ducks fan? Okay. Very well. So, are you excited about the Olympics? Quack quack. Excellent. You like to go to Disneyland? Never been to Disneyland? All right. Well, when I go viral, we'll go to Disneyland. How's that sound? Excellent. Absolutely. Riser will hold down the fort. Okay. Have you been to Magic Mountain? You're from LA and you've never been to Disneyland or Magic Mountain? What did you do? Like, no, I just don't think you're from LA then. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Mm. Calm down. Tell me what your hobbies are. Well, how about you tell me what your hobbies are? Frank H. Burger, how'd you find out about me? Frank H. Burger. Frank H. Burger, how did you find out about me? Was it a sexual dream? Same. All right. Sometimes. Yeah. If I have nightly emissions sometimes that are just like really intense sex dreams, and then you have an orgasm. It's wild. Baby, I produce orgasms like McDonald's produces hamburgers. Word. All right. So, as a transgender male, is that correct? Is that what you are? Oh, you went from being a dude to being a woman? Oh, tight. I did the same. So, you want to be lesbians? Okay, excellent. Um, because I'm like the biggest lesbian on earth. So, watch out. All right. What's the H in Frank H. Burger stand for? Hobbies? Oh, you heard that? All right. Uh, what are your plans for the weekend? Hello? Hello. What are your plans for the weekend? Oh, and Magic Mountain. Okay. You want to swing by my house? Pick me up? We'll do IRL streams at Disneyland. Yeah, I leave my room all the time. I've done IRL streams at Disneyland. That's what I'm saying. I've done it before. We could do it again. Yeah, you can do IRL streaming at Disneyland. Yep. It's more difficult for me because it's a lot of data. But for you, I would maybe get a data plan so that I could have super needed. And then we can ride the teacups and It's a Small World and Tom Sawyer's Riverboat, all that fun stuff. Um, I thought you were already going. Oh, okay. Very well. Yeah, perhaps. All right. So you are going to Disneyland. What else are you doing? You're going to eat butt after? You like to toss salads? Okay, well, what does eat butt mean? That's what tossing a salad is. No, it's a euphemism for licking a butthole. Do I eat ass? MILF. Dog, MILFs are my jam. Not in a million fucking years. You want me to eat your ass, Riser? That's disgusting. That's all right. I didn't know you felt that way about me, Riser. That's cool. All right. That's true. Absolutely. All right. So, Frank H. Berger, are you single? Oh, okay. Of course, because you're trans. So, are you, let's see here. So, you were a guy and now you're a girl. Did you have some guy? Did you have some guy in your life? All right. So, you just get dick down every once in a while. I get you. She didn't. For sure. That's like where the internet was invented. All right. So, you do you have a favorite movie? That's not a movie. That's a Netflix documentary on children, and that's disgusting. Movie? That's not a movie. That's like a series. Yeah, it is. Isn't it a series? Isn't it a series that caused all kinds of controversy? Or is it a movie? Oh, okay. Okay, aside from that, because that's a weird movie to like, what like normal, because it's about children. Is it? I don't know. I've never seen Frozen. I haven't seen Cuties either. Um, yeah, that's not my thing. Um, they made a Cuties about MILFs. I'm down though. So Frank H. Berger, in the future, after you have children, then you can be in my movie. We're gonna call it Maturities. I can hear the excitement in your voice. Okay, so you like some weird movies. What TV shows do you like? Okay, but aside from that, okay, that's enough of that. You don't like you don't like The Office? It was a show on NBC that ran from like 2005 until 2013 or something like that. 2015 maybe. And then they came out with Paper, which just debuted on NBC on Peacock last week. Okay, do you know what Parks and Recreation is? Do you know what a television is? Oh, okay, excellent. But you just only watch cuties? That's weird. All right. It definitely is. Okay, like that. All right. So, do you watch any sports on TV? Okay. Um so this guy it's a guy with whom you're complicated? Oh, okay. Are they like a unicorn? Well, they could be a unicorn. I'm a unicorn. Baby, I'm like a Lisa Frank unicorn. You don't even know what that means. Do you know who Lisa Frank is? Did you ever have anything Lisa Frank? Very cool. What color was it? Ooh, sexy. All right. What did you keep in that notebook? Okay, we'll accept that answer. We were looking for the word notes, but that's all right. Was it for a specific subject? I mean, you are not giving out any information except for a strange movie that you saw on Netflix. So I'm curious about your Lisa Frank notebook. Oh, with these guns. Oh, absolutely, girl. You have tickets to the gun show? Oh, of course you would be with that profile picture. All right. So do you like to go to the beach? There's an entire. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you've never been to the beach. All right. That's cool. Do you have any friends who are girls? Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah, definitely me. Okay. What Discord servers do you like? Good girl. All right. What YouTubers do you like? Good girl. All right. Um, what social media do you go on? You're all right. Do you have siblings? Are they cool? Okay. Very well. Do you like to drive? Why is that? Okay, that's Riser says that you can. Who's they? All right. Who's they? Okay. Do you like to drive? No, I didn't ask if you can. I asked, do you like to? Again, I didn't ask if you're allowed. I asked. All right, you're not getting. Oh, okay. Um, what is your favorite holiday? All right, never forget. Well, if you're on the West Coast, it's not yet 9/11, so I don't know why you're celebrating 9/10. Okay, good on you, girl. Where were you on 9/11? That's cool. I was dancing, watching it all happen. I was gonna be on the flight, but I figured, you know what? Let those other people do their thing. Why not? It was heading to LA. No, if you really want to know, I was a sophomore in high school. Yep. Word, girl. All right. So, oh, you would have been like 2, so you would have been just a baby. All right. Did you do anything for the millennium? Why not? Okay, well, it's never too late. It's still the millennium. Oh, yeah, it is. For the next 1,000 years or so. Well, like 975 or so. What are your thoughts on invisibility cloaks? Go. Calm down. Are you pro or anti space elevator? Go. Yeah, it's an elevator that goes to space. Why? No, space is amazing. There could be.